Chapter 222, The First Job. Ding. Dong. A rope was being tugged, causing the doorbell and the sound it made to constantly tinkle and send its sound echoing throughout the spacious but relatively empty living room. Klein, who was seated on the sofa reading a newspaper to study the various investment opportunities, stood up. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest without a bow tie, just like what one would wear at home. The first job in my career as a detective. But I can't always be at home, waiting for a mission to arrive. Yes, I need to hang a notice on the door, along with a fountain pen, so that clients can write down the time of their next visit and allow me to prepare in advance. However, for a new detective in this profession, without any fame, doing so would basically be the same as not having a next time. Sigh, I can only go through the trouble of performing a divination in the morning to see if I would receive any jobs for the day. And if so, what time so as to make plans. Of course, it's also possible that I would miss out on missions from powerful beyonders. Well, so be it, it might be a good thing after all. He walked to the door, and without looking through the peephole, the image of the visitors outside appeared in his mind. One of them was an old lady in a black plush hat. Her back was slightly hunched, and her face was deeply wrinkled. Her skin was shriveled and sallow, but her dark dress was very formal and neat. Her temples were completely white, but her blue eyes were quite lively. She was looking at the young man beside her, gesturing for him to pull the doorbell again. The young man was in his 20s, with eyes similar to those of the old ladies. In the progressively cold weather, he wore a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat, and a bow tie like he was about to attend a banquet. It was as if he wouldn't relax his demands of himself at any moment. With the help of a clown's premonition, Klein turned the handle, opened the door, and greeted his visitors with a smile before the bell could ring again. "Good morning, madam, sir. What a wonderful day it is, at least up to this point, for I have already seen the sun for 5 minutes." He spoke of the weather in a slightly exaggerated manner, small talk that had been popular in Backland for more than a century. "Yes, it's always shy and doesn't come out from behind the fog and the dark clouds." The old lady nodded in agreement. By her side, the lad asked, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes, and what may I help you with?" "I'm sorry, please come in. Let's sit down and talk." Klein turned his body to the side, making way for his guests as he pointed to the guest area. "No, there's no need. I don't want to waste any time. My poor Brody is still waiting for me to save it," the old lady said with a rather sharp voice. "It." Klein noticed the most important pronoun and suddenly had a bad feeling. The very formally dressed young man nodded and said, "Brody is a cat owned by my grandmother, Madame Doris. He went missing last night, and I hope you can help us find him. We live at the end of this street, and I'm willing to pay you 5 solely for it. Of course, if you can prove that you've spent more time and effort than that, I'll make it up to you. Find a cat. The reason why you're entrusting me with this job is simply because of the convenience stemming from how we live on the same street." Klein felt that this wasn't the detective career that he had imagined. "It makes me look like a clown. Well, I can't turn down my first business deal." "This is a seer's point of view." He pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Can you describe it in detail?" Granny Doris spoke out before the young man could open his mouth. "Brody is a lovely, lively black cat. It's very healthy, has beautiful green eyes, and loves to eat cooked chicken breast. Goddess, last night, he ran off just like that. No, it must have gotten lost. I've placed lots of chicken breast in its bowl, but it refuses to return to take a look." Klein's lips curved up and said, "I'm very satisfied with your description, Mrs. Doris. I accept this request. All right, let's go to your home now. I need to search for clues and find traces. You should be clear that the basis of my reasoning lies in the details." Mrs. Doris didn't consult her grandson as she nodded and said, "You're the most proactive detective I've ever seen." "It's a deal." Klein put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and followed Madame Doris and her grandson out onto the street. Unlike Tingen, roads in many parts of Backland had been rebuilt with cement or asphalt. Even during a downpour, the roads were less muddy. While the old lady was leading the way, his grandson came close to Klein and said in a low voice, "I hope you'll do your best to find Brody. It's been one of the pillars of my grandmother's life ever since my grandfather and parents passed away. After Brody went missing, something went wrong with my grandmother's mind, so much so that she started hearing things. She keeps telling me that she hears poor Brody mewing miserably." Klein immediately nodded and said, "I'll do my best." "Right, I still haven't gotten your name." "Jurgen, Jurgen Cooper, a senior solicitor, the young man replied. Soon, they reached 58 Minsk Street and entered the dark house. This is Brody's bowl. This is his favorite box. He always sleeps here. Doris's wrinkled face was filled with worry and expectation. Klein squatted down and found several strands of black cat fur in the box. He straightened up and gripped his silver-inlaid cane with the hand that held the cat's fur. Klein's gaze turned deep as he pretended to observe his surroundings as he silently recited a divination sentence. His hand secretly slipped from the end of the cane but didn't leave it completely. It just made it difficult for Jurgen or Doris to notice that the cane was standing on its own. Soon after, the black silver-inlaid cane tilted to the side. It fell very slowly, with very little movement. Klein gripped the cane again, looked in that direction, and observed it for more than 10 seconds. Then, he strode over to an old cupboard. Any signs of Brody running away? Jurgen asked with concern. The old lady, Doris, was also waiting for an answer. Without answering, Klein kneeled and pulled open the door at the bottom of the cupboard. Meow. A black cat darted out, tail high, and ran for its bowl. Brody, when did you get into the cupboard? How did you get locked in there? Mrs. Doris cried, surprised and confused. Jurgen turned his head in surprise and looked at Klein. How did you know it was in the cupboard? Klein smiled, and replied in a deep voice, inference, my good man. After obtaining the 5 soldi reward from Mrs. Doris and Jurgen, as well as their friendship, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street under the gloomy weather. Before he even got close, he saw a figure loitering in front of his door. More business. When Klein looked over, he saw that the visitor was a boy of 15 or 16, dressed in an old coat and a round hat that didn't fit his age. It's him. Klein immediately recognized him as the boy he had met on the steam train the day he had arrived in Backland. Back then, he was being pursued, but his maturity and calmness at the time had left quite a deep impression on Klein. What would he want to entrust me with? As he wondered, Klein walked over and smiled. Excuse me, are you looking for me? The teenage boy was startled as he quickly turned around, his bright red eyes filled with unconcealable fear. He composed himself and asked. Hesitantly, are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty? Yes. Klein looked around and said, let's talk inside. All right. The teenage boy didn't refuse. Inside, Klein didn't take off his coat, but he did take off his hat and put his cane away. He led the teenage boy to the guest area, pointed at the long sofa and said, please, have a seat. How might I address you? What job do you have for me? You can call me Ian. The teenage boy surveyed his surroundings and fell silent for a few seconds. I was previously hired by another detective, Mr. Zerial Victor Lee, who helped me gather some news and information. Klein sat down, clasped his hands, and said, does the job have anything to do with your former employer? Yes, Ian nodded solemnly. A few days ago I suddenly found myself being followed by someone with ill intentions, therefore, I thought of a way to lose their tail. I believe you saw this scene yourself, Mr. Moriarty. I recognized you as the man who was sizing me up on the metro that day as soon as I saw you. This level of observational skills isn't any worse than a spectator's. Could it be that he was born with a special ability? Or is he a Beander? Klein activated his spirit vision and looked at Ian, but he didn't find anything strange. He nodded and calmly replied, your response left an impression on me. Ian didn't harp on the topic and continued, I suspect that my encounter has something to do with Mr. Zerial, so I went to visit him at his place. I found the place seemingly normal, but there were many hints that indicated that someone had infiltrated and triggered all the tiny mechanisms. I haven't seen Mr. Zerial since that day. I suspect that something has happened to him. I tried to call the police, but his disappearance period has yet to reach the required number of days to make the request. I tried to get help from other detectives that I knew, but all of them turned me down, on the grounds that they had just met Mr. Zerial at a fellow detective's party. That surprised me because I didn't receive any response from Mr. Zerial when I contacted him using the agreed-upon method. I still stood by my judgment and intended to ask for the help of a detective whom Mr. Zerial doesn't know. Well, as such, that meant it would be someone I don't know either. I had no idea who to look for as well. Therefore, I could only search through the newspapers and ended up finding you, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Chapter 223. 3 Matters. Klein asked after listening carefully, so you suspect that the Zerial whom the detective saw was someone in disguise? Holding his brown round hat, Ian replied as if he had already thought about it. it's a possibility, but I think it's too difficult due to the huge risks involved. The party was at night, and it's true that the lights weren't very bright, but most of the people attending are detectives with keen observational skills. Just a wig, beard, or cosmetics can hardly hide from their eyes. Perhaps some beyonder powers can do it, just like how creeping hunger enables such an ability. There was a little trap in Klein's question. He wished to determine from the teenage boy's answer, the expression on his face, and his body language to determine if he had ever come into contact with beyonders, or if he knew things about mysticism. The initial answer was no. When Ian saw Detective Moriarty nodding slightly in agreement with his reasoning, he continued, I believe that the detective saw Mr. Zerial, but he wasn't free. He was in a controlled state in which he couldn't send out distress signals. The reason why he wasn't responding to my attempts to liaison with him is to probably signal to me that he needs help. A reasonable explanation. Klein released his clasped hands and sat back a little, making himself look more relaxed and confident. Ian fell silent for about 10 seconds before he said seriously, I'd like to entrust you with the task of investigating Mr. Zerial and determine his current condition. All I need is confirmation. Considering that Ian was a semi-professional who had gathered intelligence and information for a detective, Klein had the intention to make his acquaintance. He smiled and said, then how much are you going to pay? You should be well aware that this may be very dangerous. Ian looked down at the pocket of his old coat and said after some deliberation, there are two ways. The first, I can directly give you a payment that's enough to satisfy you. Afterward, regardless of whether the mission is simple or difficult, that will be all unless you suffer a relatively serious injury. Secondly, I could pay you £5 in advance, and when you finish the job, you can add on to the bill depending on the difficulty of the matter. But it's easy to cause a dispute, even if there's a contract. Klein pretended to be in thought and after almost 30 seconds, he said in a low voice, why don't we do it this way? You can pay me £5 in advance and help me with 3 things after the mission is completed. Don't worry, they won't be anything difficult. They will be within your capabilities, and it won't make you feel too uncomfortable. This can be agreed upon in the contract. Ian knitted his brows before standing up. He leaned forward and stretched out his right hand. Klein shook hands with him, pulled out a standard contract that he had prepared, picked up a round fountain pen, added all the details he had discussed, and stamped it with his fingerprint. After signing the contract, he gave the teenage boy, Ian, a stack of white paper and watched him write Detective Zerial's relevant information. After a while, he browsed through the information and casually asked, how can I contact you if there's an emergency, or if I've confirmed Zerial's condition? Ian pursed his lips and remained silent for quite a while. Only when Klein looked over did he reply in a somewhat stiff manner, you don't need to contact me. I will appear at the right time. Without another word, he took out a thick stack of cash from the pocket of his old coat. They seemed to be stacked up in a very neat order, from high face value to low face value. Ian pulled out 3 £1 notes from the bottom, counted 6 5-soldi notes, and finally 10 1-soldi notes. When Klein saw that Ian had neatly arranged the notes, with even the portraits of the former kings facing up without a single mistake, Klein suddenly felt a bit frustrated. This is some late-stage obsessive-compulsive disorder. He silently exhaled and received the payment from Ian. According to his visual estimate, Ian had less than £3 left. He probably had all his savings with him. If I had asked for more, would he bail on me without paying? He doesn't look like the kind of person to do so, but one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Klein folded the bills at random and stuffed them into his pocket, ignoring the untidiness. As such, he succeeded in seeing Ian's slightly twisted expression. I'll try to complete the investigation as soon as possible. Klein stood up and held out his hand as a gesture of bidding him farewell. Thank you for your help. Ian thanked him sincerely because the counteroffer was obviously a discount. Watching the boy who was more mature than his age leave, Klein stroked his chin and silently said to himself, this matter goes deeper than it seems. Ian didn't mention anything about Zerial's recent investigations or what information he had been instructed to gather. Forget it, I'll handle as much as the money is worth. All I need to do is confirm Zerial's current condition. He turned around and walked back into the living room. While doing so, he fished a quarter pence out of his trouser pocket. Ping! As the copper coin tumbled in the air, Klein's eyes turned dark as he muttered if there were any beyonder elements in the case he was handling. Then, he opened his right hand and tried to catch the copper penny. Clang! The coin slipped from his fingertips and fell to the ground, rolling away. This result meant that the divination had failed. From the looks of it, Ian has withheld more things than I thought. The information is so lacking that I can't even obtain a vague divination result. He pursed his lips, took a few steps forward, and bent down to pick up the coin. That night, in the wee hours of the morning, at 138 Rose Street, Backland Bridge, Klein had changed into a cheap light blue workman's outfit. His mouth, chin, and cheeks were covered with a black beard that, at first glance, made him look rough and savage. He wore a dark-colored cap and pressed it so low that it nearly covered his eyes. Such caps originated from the Intis Republic hunters. There were certain differences from the traditional deer hunting caps the Lowen Kingdom hunters wore. However, such caps had become popular among the lower-class populace of Backland. Hiding in the shadows of an Intis parasol tree by the side of the road, Klein studied the house across the street with the aid of the elegant gas lamps. It was Zeriel's home. The detective was from Southville. His parents, relatives, and friends were all there, and he had come to Backland alone, where he slowly forged a name for himself. He was still a bachelor and had only hired 2 temporary maids, the kind that came by every 3 days to clean up the place, without needing to provide them with food or lodging. At the moment, the terrace house he rented was pitch dark. Klein took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise, but very slowly. "There's danger, but it's nothing serious," Klein muttered, and once again confirmed that he had his tarot cards, self-made charms, and holy night powder on him. After doing all this, he looked around, and taking advantage of the stillness of the night, he nimbly rushed across the street. There was no veranda, garden, or lawn as it directly faced the edge of the street. Klein went around to the side and easily climbed up the water pipe to the small balcony on the 2nd floor where clothes could be hung out to dry. Immediately following that, he took out a tarot card and slid it through the crack, opening the door to the corridor. Following Ian's drawing of the house's layout, Klein walked almost soundlessly to Zeriel's bedroom. He lightly tapped his left molar and activated his spirit vision. Through the wooden door, he looked inside. Spirit vision could see aura colors through obstacles without spirituality. However, it was highly dependent on one's abilities. Currently, Klein was able to observe through wooden doors but was stumped by concrete walls. Furthermore, the scenes he could see weren't too clear. In his vision, he saw 3 humanoid auras in the bedroom behind the door. The colors were blurry and were located in different locations. There are 3 people lying in ambush. Is it to capture Ian, or someone else? The bedroom isn't that big. Klein stood in the darkness, calmly considering the results of his observations. At that moment, he suddenly retreated towards the balcony while keeping his footsteps very light. Back at the balcony, Klein took a thin silver slice from his pocket. This was a slumber charm that he had created in an attempt during the afternoon. He didn't pray to the Evernight goddess, but to himself instead. He held a ritual in the name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, before entering the world above the gray fog to respond. Since this method was difficult to mobilize the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein could only use his own spirituality to respond. The charms that he made in the end were worse than normal, but better than the ones he made in his own name. After surveying his surroundings again, Klein covered his mouth and whispered a word in ancient Hermes. Crimson. Feeling the chill of the charm, he moved quickly but silently to the door of Zeriel's bedroom again. As he held the handle, he injected spirituality into the thin silver slice. Creak. Klein carefully twisted the handle and opened a tiny crack in the door. Immediately after that, he threw the slumber charm inside. Pulling back his arm, Klein closed the door again and began counting .3.2.1. He abruptly pushed open the door and rolled on the ground. Not sensing any movement from the 3 people, Klein stood up and, using the crimson moonlight shining through the window, began observing the room. It was a normal furnished bedroom with a bed, a row of closets, a desk, a set of sofas, and a coat rack. On the other side of the bed, a man in a black coat was sleeping soundly. In addition to that, there was one person by the side of the sofa and another in front of the closet. All of them were asleep. After confirming the trio's condition, Klein walked over to the bed and bent down to find a few short, yellowish-brown hair. According to what Ian had written, Detective Zeriel was a man with short, yellowish-brown hair. "This should be right," Klein whispered. He grabbed the few strands of hair and sat down on the sofa. He slowly sat in the darkness tainted by the crimson light and planned on using dream divination to find Zeriel. Leaning back against the back of the sofa, the corner of his mouth curled up as he made a self-deprecating comment, "Deduction, my good man." Chapter 224. Metaphysics-styled detective. The dim room was covered in a thin veil of crimson moonlight, and everything was indistinct. The three men in the black coats were sleeping in different spots. And on the sofa, Klein's eyes half blended into the darkness by closing them. It was as if he had entered a deep slumber. His dream was a gray, distorted world, occasionally flashing with brilliance. Finally, the brilliance settled to form a scene. It was a gloomy corner, the ground sloshed with sewage. A man with short brown hair, a white shirt, and a brown vest was leaning against the wall, surrounded by a dense mischief of gray rats. Half of the man's lips had been bitten off, revealing his yellowish teeth and rotten gums. His nose was only stained with blood, mixed with some short hairs, and the flesh on his face had disappeared, piece by piece, revealing white bone. White, fat maggots were crawling around everywhere, constantly squirming, and his throat seemed to have been the victim of some wild beast. At least half of it was missing. Klein could just barely make out that this was Zerial Victor Lee. It was nearly impossible to relate him to the mature and handsome man in the black and white photograph he had taken with Ian. Zerial is already dead. In a few days, he would probably be gnawed to the point where he would only be bone. He might not even have a complete skeleton left. Klein left the dream and recalled what he had just seen. His past experiences had allowed him to witness similar corpses more calmly. Looking out of the window at the crimson moon, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds and decided to try communicating with the soul of the man in black next to the sofa. During the last few days of preparations, he had concocted a bottle of Amantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. As for Serenity Agent, Klein had no need for it. He was personally capable of invading the dreams of others and forcefully communicating with their souls while maintaining calm and rationale. After setting up a simple altar and letting the quiet and tranquil fragrance waft out to create a half-dreaming state, Klein prayed to himself, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Following that, he entered the world above the gray fog and used more than 2/3 of his spirituality to give a response. When I advance to sequence 7, such prayers should also allow me to use a little of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, just like my summoning and bestowment rituals. Looking around, Klein made a rough judgment and quickly returned to the real world. He passed through what seemed like a starry sky and a chaotic storm of thoughts, entering the mental plane of the target. There, he saw the man's illusory figure floating in midair. "Who sent you to Zerial's home?" Klein looked at him and asked in a deep voice. The man replied in a daze, his illusory eyes vacant, "Merceau. Merceau sent me to wait for the boy named Ian." The light in his spiritual world changed, revealing a lean, capable-looking, dark-skinned man. He was none other than the leader of the group who was chasing Ian on the steam train. As expected, it's him. Klein, who had exhausted so much of his spirituality in responding to the prayer, was beginning to feel exhausted. He hurriedly asked, "Who ordered Merceau?" "No idea. He's an executioner of our Xianxia gang." "No one can order him other than the boss," the man said, blankly. Xianxia, the word warrior, in the language of the Highlanders. Klein, a pseudo-historian but a true mysticism scholar, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body involuntarily flew out of the storm of thoughts. Not long afterwards, he exited the mediumship and felt his head throbbing. He was in no hurry to leave. He methodically packed up the materials and the short yellowish-brown hair before opening the oriel window to let in the cold night wind to disperse the smell of the Amantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. While this happened, Klein returned to the balcony, locked the door from the inside, and wiped off all the places he had touched. When Zerial's bedroom returned to its original state, he then held his hand to his chest and bowed towards the three men who were still sleeping soundly. Straightening his back, Klein put on his gloves and leapt, nimbly flipping out of the oriel window. He stood firmly, tiptoeing in the abnormally tight space. He raised the open window's vertical latch and used a tarot card to hold its bottom. With his clown abilities, he took in the details and adjusted the balance. After a few seconds, Klein slowly pulled back the tarot card, and the vertical latch suddenly stopped in place and didn't fall further. First, he closed the unlatched half of the window, then he jumped over to the window with the latch. His right hand jerked inward, closing the other half of the window. The speed of the action was so quick that the latch didn't fall down until there was a vibration, accurately inserting itself into the matching hole. Clang. A sound that was difficult to eliminate rang out, like a strong wind slamming onto the surface of the glass. Klein knew that the three men in the bedroom were about to awaken. Without further ado, he jumped onto the street. For the current him, the height from the second floor wouldn't pose any danger. It was just that he couldn't maintain his silence when he landed, so he didn't make any obvious noises. Klein quickly left the vicinity, as well as Rose Street, but he didn't directly take a rental carriage back to Sherwood Borough's Minsk Street. He turned a few corners and headed to the neighboring East Borough. It was a cold night, and the wind sent a biting chill right into his bones. Klein shivered and decided that he would need an additional sweater for his future missions. He decided to buy charcoal on one of the following days and let the fireplace carry out its role. After an unknown period of time, he entered Backland's East Borough despite not having a map. He had completely relied on instinct. There were only a few gas lamps to be seen in the distance, and if it wasn't for the fact that the dark clouds hadn't covered the crimson moon, Klein believed that many parts of the road would be pitch black. As he was walking, he suddenly saw pairs of eyes appear in the deep darkness in front of him. They came stooping from a distance. They sauntered over from a vague distance away, in silence, living corpses. Klein came to a sudden halt. He reached out for his Requiem charm and tarot cards, and he quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw the unhealthy and weak-colored auras and saw the faces of the numerous figures. These were all living people, normal living people with numbed expressions, vacant eyes, and weak movements. There were both men and women. It's almost midnight, why are they still walking on the streets? Confused, Klein warily leaned to one side, passing the group on the sidewalk, but soon, he came across a second wave, a third wave. All of them had the same pain amidst numbness. He frowned slightly, and just as he was about to move forward to inquire, he suddenly heard a shout ahead. "Get up, all of you get up. You sons of bitches, the streets and parks aren't for people like you to sleep in." Klein was startled, then the corresponding term, poor law, popped up in his mind, and he understood what was going on. He had experienced the same thing himself. Phew, Klein exhaled, picked up the pace, and headed for his one-bedroom house on Black Palm Street in the East Borough. There, he slept for 2 hours. After recovering some of his spirituality, he went out again and broke a withered branch to serve as a dowsing rod. The location of Zerial's corpse. The location of Zerial's corpse. After repeated divinations, Klein walked for a long time with the help of the short yellowish-brown hair until he arrived at a corner of East Borough where there was a sewer entrance. 12 years ago, after the Great Plague, the Lowen Kingdom gradually built up an advanced sewer system in the capital and, in one fell swoop, surpassed Russell's heritage of the Intis Republic. Moving the manhole cover out the way, Klein held his breath and climbed down the vertical metal stairs. Since his clothes weren't specially made, he was unable to bring too many items due of the lack of pockets. He hadn't brought Quelaag's oil, which he had learned about from Fry. Klein felt especially regretful for not having brought the refreshing and odor-dispelling Quelaag's oil. 10 seconds later, Klein's feet touched the sticky ground. The feeling of filth caused fine goosebumps to pop up over his arms and body. However, he could only endure it and continue walking forward, venturing deeper into the empty and quiet sewer. There was a fork in the road ahead, one which was relatively hidden. A thick pungent smell wafted over from there. Klein turned around and walked to the end where he saw a dense number of spirituality light dots and aura colors. Without needing to use a candle, he activated his spirit vision and directly saw that in the dark corner, there was a rotten corpse that had been bitten to pieces. This was the exact same scene he had seen in the dream divination. Squeak. The densely packed gray rats scampered in every direction, but there were also some who stayed where they were, unwilling to leave and part with their food. After confirming that it was Zerial, Klein hesitated for a moment before quickly setting up a mediumship ritual. If there's nothing wrong with Ian's description, and Zerial died only a few days ago, I should be able to get some rough information by channeling his spirit, he thought confidently. As the wind swirled and the wall of spirituality was set up, all the rats fled, and Klein proceeded with his ritual as he had done before. The cause of Zerial's death. The cause of Zerial's death. As he recited the words, Klein's eyes turned black. His pupils and the whites of his eyes disappeared. He quickly used cogitation to enter a dream. However, nothing appeared in that misty, illusory world. Klein opened his eyes, frowning slightly as he made his judgment. The channeling failed. Someone has dealt with Zerial's spirit. A Beander was involved in this. The fact that someone was able to disguise as Zerial, making the other detectives unable to see through him, also proves this point. After some deliberation, Klein came to a decision. It was to end this matter here and not get involved any further. Regardless, he had fulfilled the requirements of the job that he was entrusted with. "I'll get Ian to call the police," he muttered as he put away the materials and removed the wall of spirituality. Chapter 225, unnoticeable guidance. Klein backed up from the fork in the path, without touching Zerial's corpse. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the distance through the empty sewers. Klein listened for a few seconds before decisively retreating towards the exit, down the dirty concrete road that ran along both sides of the sewage channel. There was no need to take risks in matters that didn't involve him. Klein closed the iron manhole cover after he climbed out of the sewers. After ensuring that the surrounding area looked normal, he returned to his rented room in the East Borough and changed out of his disguise. Then, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses, walked to another street, took a rented carriage, and returned to Sherwood Borough in the silence and cold of 3 in the morning. However, he didn't return to Minsk Street. Then, Klein made another huge detour, and only after confirming that no one was following him, did he enter his house. He slept till dawn and was woken up by the doorbell. He sat up immediately, put on his shirt, buttoned his vest, and hurried down to the first floor to open the door. And even before that, his premonition ability as a clown was already capable of naturally forming the image of the visitor in his mind. The visitor was wearing an old coat, a brown round hat, and a tattered satchel. He had bright red eyes, a delicate face, and a quiet temperament. It was none other than Ian, the teenage boy who had come to entrust him with a job yesterday. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty," Ian greeted him and looked around. "Any progress?" "Yeah, I'm only asking because I happened to pass by." Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes." Ian seemed shocked as he didn't say a word for quite a while. After a while, he stammered in surprise, "Have you determined Mr. Zerial's condition?" "Yes." Klein paused for a moment, then said seriously, "I found Zerial's corpse." "Corpse?" Ian's pupils shrank as he repeated it in a low tone. He wasn't too surprised, as if he had already expected the worst possible outcome. Klein watched silently without interjecting. Sigh. Ian exhaled and warily surveyed his surroundings. "Your efficiency is amazing. Can you take me to see Mr. Zerial's body?" "No problem. In fact, that's what I was planning to do." Klein then thought for a moment before saying, "I hope you won't mention me when you call the police. Just say that you found the corpse yourself. I believe you know how to make up a reason." Ian wasn't surprised. He knew that not every detective liked to deal with the police. In fact, except for the very famous detectives, who often gave advice to the police with mutual cooperation, the rest were discriminated against, ostracized, and even extorted from. This was the current situation of the Lowen Kingdom. "All right," Ian readily agreed. Considering that they were entering the sewers, Klein changed into a set of clothes worn by the common working class, put on a deer hunting cap, and took a lantern with him. Both of them took the public carriage to the East Borough. They walked for half an hour to reach the remote sewer entrance under the watchful gazes filled with numbness and malicious intent. "How did you find it?" Ian asked, half surprised and half curious, as he watched Klein lift the manhole cover and climb down. Klein focused on the area beneath him and answered casually, "Skillful training which includes many techniques in reasoning, investigation, tracking, and interrogation." Ian followed him into the sewers. He nodded without looking disgusted. "You seem to have received very professional training." Klein didn't answer him directly. He held the already lit lantern and led Ian to the fork in the path where they arrived at the gloomy corner. He narrowed his eyes as he approached. More of Zerial's body was missing now when compared to the previous night. He was missing an arm and half of his ribs. "That's not something a rat can do," Klein muttered to himself and didn't inform Ian of this. With the help of the lantern's light, Ian was able to clearly see the corpse's appearance. He squatted down suddenly, vomited, and gradually vomited yellow-green bile. Klein took out the Quelaag's oil he prepared, unscrewed the cap, and bent over to place the mouth close to Ian's nose. Ian's eyes lit up, and he calmed down. Nearly 20 seconds later, he weakly whispered, "Thank you." He stood up slowly and examined the mutilated corpse a few more times. "I can confirm that this is Detective Zerial." "My condolences," Klein replied out of politeness. "I suggest you call the police." "Okay." Ian nodded indiscernibly as he followed Klein back to the surface. At that moment, Klein clapped his hands. "This is the end of my mission. As for what should be done after this, that is up to you." Ian fell silent for a few seconds. "I still owe you 3 matters. You can tell me now." "Actually, I can only think of one at the moment," Klein answered frankly. "I want to know where I can get a gun and bullets, without needing a full-class weapon permit." Ian spoke, almost without thinking. "Go to Braveheart's bar at Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge district. Find Kaspar's Kalinin. Tell him, old geezer, introduced you." "All right," Let's talk about the other two matters in the future. I have a feeling that we'll meet again. Klein deliberately nodded casually. Ian gave him a look but didn't say anything. The two split up and headed down different streets in the East Borough. The secluded spot, once again, regained its silence. After walking for a while, Klein suddenly turned around and retraced his steps. He then hid himself in a secluded corner, peeking at the entrance to the sewer. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he saw Ian return silently as he looked around warily. Klein withdrew his gaze in a timely manner, leaned his back against the wall, and listened. He heard the scraping sound of the manhole cover being removed and heard someone climbing down. Carefully poking his head out, Klein discovered that Ian had re-entered the sewers. Was there a clue or something on Zeriel's body? Indeed, this matter goes deeper than it seems, he nodded thoughtfully, having satisfied his curiosity. Klein decided to leave for real and planned to seek out Kaspar's. 2 days later, at tea time, Viscount Glaint was in his home situated in Empress Borough. The door to the study was tightly shut, separating the 4 people inside from the participating guests in the salon outside. Zio, Furs, this is the reward the two of you deserve. Dressed in a pale yellow lace dress, Audrey pushed a bulging envelope across the desk to the 2 ladies sitting opposite her. Zio wanted to say something polite, but her hand had reached for the envelope faster than her mouth. Feeling the weight of the money, she could only say sincerely, "Miss Audrey, thank you for your generosity. Your honesty makes you look even more beautiful." As she spoke, she untied the thin string around the envelope and saw the bills inside. It was uniform gray paper money with black stripes. The stack was thick and exuded a special smell of ink, one that left one feeling refreshed. £10. Zio took one note out and checked its face value. Beside her, Furs, who appeared lazy and unbothered by money, had also leaned over. This is at least, observing the thickness, Zio tried to figure out how many notes there were. She couldn't help but exchange looks with Furs and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This was obviously a lot more than they had imagined. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "A total of £800. Decide how you will split the money between the two of you. I'm very sorry that this matter had placed you in danger." £800? No, there's no need to apologize. Even if we had to do it again and knew of the possible consequences, I would still accept the request, even if it's divided evenly. With my savings, it's enough to buy the potion formula for Sheriff. Zio, who was slightly taller than 150 centimeters, stared blankly at the notes in the envelope, wishing she could pull them all out and count them over and over again. She believed that the generous and beautiful Miss Audrey wouldn't pay them any less, but what if she had made a mistake counting? Everyone makes mistakes at times. Zio raised her right hand, paused for a few seconds, then silently lowered it. The corners of Furs's lips couldn't help but rise as she said wistfully, "This is even more than the royalties I've received for my Stormwind Mountain Villa, so far. Should I praise Miss Audrey or laugh at the poverty of an author?" She added silently. Viscount Glaint, who was sitting on the sofa, was also a little envious, but it wasn't directed at Zio or Furs. As a viscount with a fairly good financial situation, £800 wasn't a large sum. What he envied was Audrey's ability to hand out money without feeling the slightest burden. Ahem, Viscount Glaint cleared his throat, "If you can get the formula for apothecary, I will also provide you with substantial payment." "We'll do our best," Zio answered without any hesitation. Then, she looked at Audrey. "We've recently come into contact with someone who's suspected to be from the Psychology Alchemists, and we'll soon have clues regarding the spectator potion you're looking for." "Zio, I'm already at sequence 8, far stronger than you." Audrey smiled in a reserved manner as she said, "I'm looking forward to it." With that said, the 4 began chatting about various rumors among the Beander circles while following Audrey's example of finding books they wished to read. Suddenly, Zio's eyes lit up as she saw 2 hardcover books. History of the Lowen Kingdom's Aristocracy, and Study of the Coat of Arms. Meanwhile, Furs also found books that interested her. Geography and People of the Faesac Empire, and Traveling the Northern Continent. "Honorable Viscount Glaint, may I borrow these 2 books? I'll return them soon." Zio looked pleadingly at the owner of the study. Glaint nodded without much care. At his response, Furs hurriedly made a request as well and similarly obtained his approval. The corners of Audrey's mouth curved into a faint smile as she witnessed all of this. She looked modestly to the side, pretending to be looking for a book. As a qualified spectator who had just advanced, she had accurately grasped Zio's and Furs's preferences in certain domains after being in contact with them multiple times. Thus, She had made arrangements in advance without anyone realizing it. Letting the one being guided feel like it was done out of their own will was a manifestation of the powers of a spectator. In the evening, Zio was curled up on the sofa in front of the fireplace, reading history of the Lowen Kingdom's aristocracy under the gas lamp's illumination. Furs had gone for a gathering meant for authors. After reading for quite a while, Zio suddenly felt something strange about the hardback cover, so she carefully examined it and found an interlayer where an ancient piece of paper was hidden inside. The front side of the paper was covered with the special symbols created by Emperor Russell, and on the back was a paragraph written in ancient Hermes. Viscount Glaint's ancestors deciphered some of Emperor Russell's special symbols. Zio was suddenly excited. She struggled to decipher the ancient Hermes as she muttered silently. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. Chapter 226, The Terrified Zio, Sherwood Borough. 15 Minsk Street. A satiated Klein sat in a reclining chair in the living room, beside a fireplace burning with charcoal. In a warm environment akin to summer, Klein wore a white shirt, a black vest, and thin trousers, while having a newspaper spread open in front of him as he flipped through the section with the most ads. A new type of transportation vehicle is in urgent need for investments. Details to be discussed in person. Klein read the advertisement twice before picking up a pencil from a small, dark red table to his side and circled the message. If there were no commissions tomorrow or the day after, he planned on seeing if this so-called new type of transportation vehicle had any investment value. Such matters were impossible to divine since there was a lack of sufficient information. I hope it's a product similar to a bicycle, Klein mumbled to himself before suddenly hearing an illusory prayer echo in his ears. Who is it? Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, the Sun, or some clerk at the Backland Bank is copying my passcode. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he put down the newspaper, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door behind him. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the world above the gray fog. He saw that to the side of the fool's seat and by the edge of the ancient mottled bronze table was a clear and bright brilliance that emitted waves of radiance. The experienced Klein calmly sat down and emanated his spirituality, touching the light ripples of light in response to the prayer. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. It was a blurry sofa with a petite woman in a knight's trainee uniform curled up on it. She's not copying my passcode, she's reading a piece of paper. Klein suddenly realized the reason for this. She should be one of the 2 beyonders that Miss Justice mentioned that requires my vetting. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein didn't give any form of formal response. He planned on taking the next step deep at night. He would then test her reaction, attitude, and way of handling things to test her personality and abilities. Of course, he would absolutely not force others to join the tarot club. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Zio, who had just finished chanting the ancient Hermes sentence, froze for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly straightened her back and sat up straight. This seems to be the honorary name of a hidden existence. She realized this in horror. Furthermore, her knowledge in mysticism and the various rumors she had heard told her that once someone recited the full honorary name of a hidden existence, it would often attract the attention of said existence. The consequences of such attention was mostly misfortune or could even be described as tragic. Quite a few of those hidden beings were the incarnations of the evil gods and devils. Furthermore, I recited it in ancient Hermes, completely unprotected. I'm so dumb. Why did I focus so much effort in identifying the sentence and actually read it in my head? Zio looked around in horror, terrified that an indescribable monster would suddenly appear in her house. The sofa, tea table, cupboard, dining table, chairs, oil painting, and other items were all reflected in her eyes, without any changes. After nearly a minute of heightened vigilance, Zio relaxed a little and comforted herself. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I just said the honorable name and didn't follow up with a prayer. This is an incomplete ceremony, so it shouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, there's a good chance that the name might have been translated by the owner of the paper based on the special symbols left behind by Emperor Russell. It might not be correct. But I heard that if the evil gods and devils generate interest, they would still provide a response even if the ceremony is incomplete. I'm so stupid, really. As she thought over the matter, Zio's face scrunched up into a grimace. She felt that she had made a grave mistake. After waiting for a few more minutes, she slowly exhaled as she puffed out her cheeks when she realized that there was no obvious response. She stuffed the piece of paper back into the history of the Lowen Kingdom's aristocracy as she entered the bathroom with a heavy heart. She turned on the faucet and tried to use the cold water to clear her head. Splash. As nearly transparent water flowed down, Zio hunched her back and reached out her palms to cup some water. Just as she was about to dab the cold water onto her face, she spotted a long, slightly curly brown hair in the mirror through the corner of her eye. As for her, she had shoulder-length, unkempt yellow hair. Suddenly, Zio's hair stood on end. She stomped on the ground and, with a push of her hands, she shot backwards, turning her body halfway around and slamming the entity with her elbow. Pow! She leaned against a warm body, causing the other party to let out a familiar scream before falling to the ground. Zio stopped any subsequent actions and looked at her good friend who was hugging her stomach in pain, tears in her eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched without her realizing it as she said, "Furs, when did you get back?" Furs didn't reply immediately. It took her quite a while to get over the pain. As she slowly stood up, using the wall as a support, she grumbled, "I just got back." "Zio, are you nuts? Why did you attack me without even looking clearly? And you hit me so hard. Where did you come in from?" Zio asked awkwardly. "Through the bathroom window." "Why, is there a problem? As an apprentice, it's normal to not bring a key with me," Furs replied matter-of-factly. Zio straightened her back and pushed away all responsibility. "Then why didn't you go through the door? You really gave me a fright just now." Furs blinked her eyes and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to make one big round." "That's too troublesome, I'm used to walking in a straight line." She paused as she asked suspiciously, "However, wasn't your reaction a bit too much?" Zio struggled for 3 seconds, choosing between losing her dignity or losing her life, before answering honestly, "It's because I made a mistake, a fatal mistake." "What mistake?" Furs asked, rubbing her belly as she felt puzzled and concerned. Zio hurriedly recounted the whole story of how she had discovered the interlayer in the book's cover and found an old piece of paper in it. Then, she had accidentally recited the suspected incantation in ancient Hermes silently. What she had recited seemed to contain the honorable name of some hidden existence. Where's your brain? It should be fine. The ceremony wasn't complete, and who knows if it's real or fake." Furs looked around, and for some baffling reason, she felt a chill. She followed Zio back to the living room and saw the yellowed sheet of paper, as well as Russell's special symbols, and the sentence that was written in ancient Hermes. After a quick glance, Furs, the professional researcher in mysticism, nodded and said, "It's not any of the evil gods, devils, and secret existences that I know of. It should be fine. Furthermore, nothing has happened up till now. That means that everything should be fine." Seeing Zio relax, she thought of the pain in her stomach, so she deliberately added maliciously, "Of course, if something were to really happen, there's no way we can rescue ourselves with our meager abilities." Zio's face paled as she blurted out, "Furs, let's sleep together tonight." "Forget it, I'll just sleep on my own." Furs pricked up her brows and chuckled, "All right. In fact, you don't have to worry about it. Think about it, I hear strange murmurs whenever there's a full moon, but I don't see any signs me going mad or losing control." "Well, we should study the other 3 books. If there's the same piece of paper and the same incantation, it means that it's very likely to be a prank from Viscount Glaint." The duo hurriedly flipped through Study of the Coat of Arms and the other books and checked them carefully, but they didn't find anything else out of the ordinary. Zio looked at Furs, who looked back at her, turning the mood somber again. "Should we sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral's nave tonight?" Zio came up with an inspired suggestion. That was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the Backland Diocese. "Why not St. Hireland Cathedral? I don't think the Evernight Goddess will protect me," Furs subconsciously replied. That was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which was located in the St. George Borough, adjacent to many huge factories in the southeast. The 2 ladies with different faiths fell silent again, and after a while, Furs sighed and said, "And that would make us end up being targeted by the Nighthawks or the machinery hivemind. That might be the goal of that hidden existence. All right, go to sleep. We'll know the answer tomorrow morning. If nothing happens by then, it means that it'll really be okay." In the middle of the night, the waxing crimson moon was obscured by clouds, and the stars were barely visible in the sky above Backland. Klein instinctively woke up, lifted his blanket, got off the bed, and entered the world above the gray fog. He sat down on the high back chair that belonged to the fool. He planned on responding to Miss Justice's companion and proceed with the examination process. At that moment, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps he could try and see if he could pull her into the world above the gray fog under the present circumstances. The young lady must have fallen asleep, and even if I succeed, she would probably treat it as a dream that appears clearer than usual. If I succeed, I can sever the connection in a timely manner to prevent her from seeing her surroundings clearly. After repeatedly deliberating over the matter, Klein stretched out his hand and tapped at the rippling ring of light to form a connection with it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirituality surge out in an unstoppable manner, causing the mysterious space above the gray fog to tremble slightly. Just when Klein thought that his spirituality would be completely drained, everything calmed down. A blurry, distorted figure appeared at the edge of the long bronze table. In her reverie, Zio opened her eyes sleepily and saw the endless fog, the ancient high-back chair, and a dark figure watching her. Klein was overjoyed and immediately severed the connection according to his plan. The hazy, petite figure disappeared, but within the grayish-white mist, a crimson, illusory star appeared. Klein looked at this scene and confirmed one thing. As long as someone chanted his name, he would be able to pull that person into the world above the gray fog. The crimson star was a symbol of a stable connection. However, there are certain limitations. With my current strength, at most, I can establish another connection. Based on my previous experiences, my current spirituality can only pull in beyonders who are a sequence higher than me, and it won't necessarily be a success. It's just a preliminary judgment, so it shouldn't be a problem if it's someone at the same sequence as me or lower, Klein thought, feeling satisfied. There was no need for him to respond. His attempt was already enough. Zio sat up in her sleep. She had been worrying about the potential dangers of chanting an honorary name the entire time. Not long after she fell asleep, she dreamed of a mysterious space, and a gray foggy figure looking down on her from above. The dream was so clear that Zio felt afraid. She looked at the sleeping furs beside her and thought with a tremble, is it a nightmare caused by fear, or is it because of the attention I garnered from some hidden existence, resulting in being haunted by evil spirits? Yes, there's going to be a gathering of Beyonders tomorrow night. In addition to buying the formula, I need to find a person who is good at exorcising evil spirits to purify myself. Chapter 227, Inventor Leopard. Sitting at his own dining table on a foggy morning, Klein broke up his specially bought wheat bread and soaked it in milk, improving the way he ate it. Although his body had changed a long time ago, his pursuit and obsession with delicacies were engraved into his soul. He was completely unable to adapt to the Lowen Kingdom's monotonous and repetitive style of breakfast. He could only try his best at experimenting. He tried not to limit himself to toast, bread, bacon, sausages, and butter. He tried hard to expand the boundaries and improve the way he ate. For example, his recipes had new additions such as pork-filled pastries from the south, Fainapotter noodles, and roasted corn pastries. Caviar from the Fasak Empire isn't bad either, but it's too expensive. It's only suitable for formal meals. Klein scooped up a small piece of wheat bread he had softened and put it in his mouth. Just by chewing it a little, he could feel the intertwining flavors of milk with the fragrance of wheat. The aftertaste of the bread was even sweeter. After breakfast, Klein put down his cutlery, but he was in no hurry to tidy up the table. He picked up the newspapers, and began to read. I'll do a divination in a while. If there's nothing else to do, I'll pay Mr. Leopard a visit at St. George Burroughs' 3rd Street and see if his new transportation vehicle is worth investing in. Backland is really big. Every borough is almost the size of Tingen City. The East Borough is especially ridiculous. It's at least twice as large. The easiest and most economical way to travel is to walk, followed by the steam metro, before walking again. It's just quite a waste of time. Klein's mind wandered aimlessly. Backland's public horse carriage system was rather similar to Tingen's. The price was about the same, but the only problem was that most of them were confined to a single borough. If one wanted to go from Sherwood to St. George, a few transfers were needed and that would naturally raise the price. Such a situation made the prospects for a new transportation vehicle very alluring. At that moment, knocks on the door sounded. It was as loud as the pounding of a hammer. Who is it? Don't they know how to ring the doorbell? He muttered a few words, straightened his collar, walked to the door, and pulled it open. In front of him was a familiar face. It was the Highlander man who had chased Ian at the steam metro. His skin was dark, his eye sockets recessed, and he was lean and hardy man. According to Klein's mediumship results, the man's name was Merceau, an executioner of the Zemanger gang who was almost equal to the boss. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have a commission to entrust with me? Klein deliberately acted somewhat confused. Merceau was wearing a black coat and a pompous silk hat, but he didn't look anything like a gentleman at all. He coldly sized Klein up, then he asked in Lowen, with a thick Highlander accent, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes," Klein replied short and sweet. Merceau nodded his head stiffly. "I want to hire you to find someone. We can talk about the exact situation inside." Klein prevented himself from acting odd in any way. Merceau shook his head coldly. "There's no need." After saying that, his eyes suddenly became sharp. "The person I'm looking for is called Ian. Ian Wright. He has a pair of bright red eyes, maybe 15 or 16. He likes to wear a brown, old coat and a round hat of the same color. I believe you know him." "I don't know what you're talking about." Merceau seemed to ignore Klein's denial. "He's a thief who has stolen an important item from me. If you can find him, you'll be paid at least £10. You've provided too few clues." Klein made up an excuse. £30. Merceau made a new offer. Klein glanced at him and said, "No, this is against my principle of confidentiality." £50, Merceau replied coldly. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept the mission." Klein was startled for 2 seconds, but in the end, he still chose to reject the request. Merceau studied him slowly for a few seconds as his eyes slowly turned cold and fierce. He didn't offer a new price, nor did he politely bid farewell. He turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the end of the street. "This gang has pretty good intelligence. They actually know that Ian had come to me once." Klein secretly sighed, full of emotion, but he didn't feel too much anxiety or fear. "After all, I'm someone who once directly faced the son of an evil god, although it was separated by a belly." As he thought about it, his smile suddenly became brilliant. He began flipping a coin to decide whether or not he was going out today. The answer was positive. Street. George Burrow, 3rd Street. Having transferred from a tracked public carriage to the steam metro, before transferring to a trackless carriage, Klein finally arrived at his destination, spending a total of 11 pence. Just after he alighted the carriage, he discovered that a drizzle had already started, but he hadn't brought an umbrella. According to the newspapers and magazines, this is a daily occurrence in Backland. The reason why hats are popular is that ladies and gentlemen don't carry umbrellas all the time. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and briskly ran outside Unit 9 and used the eaves to shield himself from the rain. He brushed off the obvious water droplets from his body and rang the doorbell. However, he didn't hear any cuckoo sounds or tinkling sounds. "Is the doorbell broken?" Klein was just about to raise his hand to knock when he suddenly saw footsteps approaching from afar. The image of the person naturally appeared in his mind. It was a tall, thin man with black hair and blue eyes. He was in his 30s and was dressed in grayish-blue worker attire, but he appeared gentle and refined. Creak. The door opened. The gentleman rubbed his forehead and asked, "May I know who you are looking for?" "Is there something?" Klein took off his hat and bowed slightly. "I'm here to find Mr. Leopard. I'm interested in his new transportation vehicle." The gentleman's eyes suddenly lit up. "I'm Leopard. Come in, please." He turned to the side and allowed Klein entry. However, there was no coat rack in the foyer. Klein could only lean his cane and not take off his coat. He followed Leopard into the living room. It had to be said that the gentleman's house was very messy. On the coffee table in the living room alone were many mechanical objects, such as wrenches, bearings and screwdrivers. "How much do you wish to invest?" "Ah, right, would you like some coffee or black tea?" It seems I'm out of black tea," Leopard blurted out. This gentleman is a bit straightforward, and doesn't seem to be very good at interpersonal relationships. A thought flashed through Klein's mind, and he changed the words he planned on saying. He went straight to the point. "I've to see your new transportation vehicle before I make a decision. I can't make any promises without understanding anything." As he spoke, he looked around and saw a triangular sacred emblem hanging on the wall. That was the symbol of the god of steam and machinery. The solid triangle was filled with symbols such as steam, gears, and levers. Leopard wasn't irritated by Klein's straightforwardness. He immediately said, "I'll show you." As soon as he said that, he slapped his head. "I almost forgot, we have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to ensure that you don't steal my invention." "Mr. Leopard, you don't have a very good memory either," Klein smiled and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." After signing the simple contract, Leopard led Klein into a room that seemed like an activity room. He had knocked through the neighboring guest room and basement, making it much wider and spacious. The ground was littered with components, and a rough object, that was half the height of a man, that resembled a carriage stood in the center. In addition to that, the line of the doorbell was connected there and was cleverly constructed. As long as someone pulled the rope, A steel ball would pop out from the mechanism, allowing it to roll along a special track before colliding with the object in the center to produce a clanging sound. The sound certainly wasn't too loud, but it was enough to rouse Leopard, who was engrossed in machinery. Is that the new form of transportation you invented? Klein pointed to the crude object in the middle of the room. Yes, I invented it based on Emperor Rassel's imagination, he replied with a fervent look in his eyes. Emperor Rassel's imagination? Klein asked in surprise. Leopard explained in a tone of adoration. Emperor Rassel left behind a number of manuscripts in which he drew his vision of the machines of the future. He was an outstanding genius, no, a master. Many things have already been turned into reality. Heh. This manuscript is kept in the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. There's no way for non-pious believers to borrow them. Emperor, are you still leaving no stones unturned for others? Klein's mouth twitched, almost unable to maintain his smile. Describe it in detail. He changed the subject. Leopard led Klein to the crude metallic object and opened the door. This is a transportation tool that doesn't need a horse. The driver sits in the front left seat, continuously stepping on the pedals. Through the levers, and a chain connects to the four wheels, allowing the vehicle to roll forward. And on the wheels, I used inflated rubber which can make the journey smooth. So it's a human-powered car. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He said with some deliberation, with such a huge carriage, and at least 4 passengers, it would be impossible to travel that far just by relying on human strength alone. That's exactly my next goal, to reduce the weight and expand the lever a few times. However, my financial situation isn't at its best. I can't fund any more attempts. Leopard looked hopefully at Klein. Why not consider other methods, such as using steam as the driving force? Klein slowly organized his words. Leopard shook his head. There have been people who have invented that, but it has a very huge body, making it difficult to drive it along many streets. That was exactly what Klein was waiting for. Then, why don't you just do something simpler? For example, have only 2 wheels with only one person without an outer shell. You mean something like a bicycle? Leopard asked in thought. Rassel's manuscript has that. Klein nodded heavily. Those bicycles which other people have invented aren't very practical. Simplifying this seems like it might work. It will really seem different. But who would buy it? Leopard said to himself. Klein didn't hesitate to provide him with a direction. The postman, the working class who have a bit of savings, the businessman who doesn't need to look respectable while hoping to save money, there are many of them in Backland. Leopard thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. I can try, but I don't have the money for spare parts. I'll invest 100 gold pounds. In addition to my suggestion just now, I'll take a total of, Klein hesitated to say 10% of the shares. 15% was better. After all, £100 was, strictly speaking, not much. You can have 35% of the shares. But that's only limited to the bicycle concept you described. Leopard spoke out first, afraid that Klein would make an unreasonable request. Deal. Klein immediately laughed. We'll first draw up a simple contract and settle this matter. Afterwards, I'll find a lawyer to make a formal contract and add some detailed terms. For example, if there's anyone else who wants to invest, they must first get my consent. No problem, Leopard replied impatiently. All he wanted was to buy his spare parts as soon as possible. In the gloominess brought about by the drizzle, Klein returned to Sherwood Burrows Minsk Street. He entered the house and went straight to the bathroom on the first floor and resolved the problem of his bloated stomach. Splash! As the water echoed, Klein bent down to wash his hands. At that moment, an image appeared in his mind. The mirror in front of the sink reflected his lowered head, dim surroundings, and a pair of eyes to his side. A pair of eyes. Chapter 228. The Mastermind. Almost instinctively, Klein bent his knees and rolled sideways toward the bathroom door. Sue. A small black feathered arrow stabbed into the wash basin. The arrow seemed to be made of bone and suffused a blue luster. It was extremely beautiful. If Klein had hesitated in any way, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape this sudden attack. After rolling for a moment, Klein reached into his pocket and attempted to pull out a few tarot cards, but at that moment, he felt a gust of wind engulf him. Through the corner of his eyes, he saw a black figure quickly closing in on him at high speeds. It appeared in front of him in an extraordinary pose, as he tightened his foot and kicked out from bottom to top. Realizing that he couldn't avoid the attack, Klein quickly gave up on his previous intentions and used his elbow to block the attack. With a bang, he felt his entire left arm go numb, and his body was yanked over, just like in the sports squash, that the middle class loved to play the most, or like a soccer ball that was now popular among the lower class. What immense strength. Klein's heart tightened. Without being flustered, he adjusted his body in midair and changed his posture, barely maintaining his balance as if he was performing acrobatics. Pa! 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 At this moment, a tree bark-colored blowpipe had just landed on the floor of the bathroom and bounced behind the door, at a declining speed. Just as Klein was about to stretch out his body to firmly stand and face the follow-up attack, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The speed of the enemy in black far exceeded his expectations, arriving even faster than he had expected. He lowered his body and swung his arm, striking him in the chest. In the blink of an eye, Klein's body bent over, spinning half a circle more, like a small ball that kept falling and kept being thrown around. He stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground, opening his legs like scissors while keeping his head low. It made black-clothed man's fist miss as it tore through empty space. The fist that was originally aimed at his chest could only hit his legs after Klein turned his body, but his legs were opened wide. Pushing up, his legs closed in together, allowing Klein to leap nimbly to the side as he finally managed to stand up straight. Before he had the chance to observe his enemy, the black figure had already arrived in front of him, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. What a fast reaction. Klein quickly lifted his arms up in front of him to block. With a dull thud, he felt as if he had collided with a black bear. Failing to withstand the immense force, he could only stagger backward, his arms almost turning numb in the process. At the same time, Klein finally recognized his attacker. He had dark skin, a lean and hardy build with recessed eye sockets. He was none other than the executioner of the Xianxia gang, Merceau, the person who had come to see Detective Moriarty in the morning. Pa! 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 With a fierce glint in his eyes, Merceau closely pursued after him as he flung both of his arms, delivering left hooks or right punches in a barrage of attacks at Klein. The gap between Klein's strength and that of his opponent was obvious. He was unable to face him head-on, and he had to rely on his agility and premonitory senses to barely avoid the combo of punches. No. I have to make full use of my advantages. With a similar thought, Klein stopped engaging in melee combat. He lowered his body and rolled to the side. Crack. A chair was torn apart by Mersault's kick. Klein supported his body with one hand as he exerted strength in his waist and continued rolling in a bid to seek a chance to use his tarot cards and self-made charms. Merceau caught up quickly and kicked out his legs, one after another, that was in no way slower than his opponent. He was like a giant bear with the gift of agility and had zero weaknesses. He made it so that the rolling Klein was only capable of focusing on dodging and defending, without giving him the chance to draw his cards or use his charms. Gotcha. Bam, bam. A chair was broken, the table overturned, the coat rack toppled, and Klein had circled most of the way around, but his situation was turning dire. I can't go on like this. He kept dodging, rolling and tumbling, seeking every opportunity to turn the situation around. Suddenly, an idea came to him when he spotted the coffee table in the living room through the corner of his eyes. Bam. Klein defended a blow with one arm as jumped back towards the living room while enduring the pain. At this moment, Mersault's leg muscles bulged suddenly like they were inflated with air. Boom. He stepped on the ground so hard that it seemed to shake, and he jumped up and shot at Klein like a bullet, with one of his legs aimed at him. Klein barely managed to hold on for a moment before being sent flying again, crashing through the coffee table with a clang, sending the ceramic tea set flying towards the cupboard, scattering the round fountain pens, the contract template, and the various newspapers on the floor. Seeing that the detective in the black double-breasted coat was weakened from the impact and momentarily unable to stand up or roll, a fierce glint flashed in Mersault's eyes. He slid forward, pushing his knee out amidst the shattering sounds of the porcelain. Klein's eyes turned dark as he watched this scene. He was already holding a contract template in his hands. He had fled to the coffee table in the living room, ignoring the warnings his premonition was giving him, solely to pick up a contract template or newspaper. When he saw Mersault's knee coming at him, Klein's wrist shook. At that moment, a scene appeared in his mind once again, a scene with Mersault's neck twisted backward. Klein slightly pressed his wrist, shaking out the contract template in his hand. The contract was like a dart made of fine steel as it shot at Mersault's throat. At that moment, the distance between the two of them was less than a meter. Moreover, as Merceau closed in, the distance between them was decreasing. A white item was reflected in Mersault's eyes as he instinctively tried to jump back to dodge it. The contract stabbed right through Mersault's throat, penetrating his windpipe. Blood with patches of bubbling blood gushed out as Merceau fell in front of Klein, his knees heavily hitting the ground. Huff, 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 he pulled out the bloodied contract template and clutched his throat. However, he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out of his wound, and his eyes gradually became unfocused. In the end, his body twitched a few times, and he stopped moving. Klein took a moment to recover before he had the strength to turn around and stand up. He had a few tarot cards between his fingers, on guard against possible counterattacks and other enemies. After activating his spirit vision and confirming that his assailant was dead, Klein looked around and didn't see any other auras. Only then did he relax a little. He noticed that 2 of the chairs were broken, the coffee table was smashed up in several spots, and porcelain was strewn all over the floor. The entire living room, dining room, and foyer were in a mess. Lowering his head, he saw that the sleeves of his suit had been damaged and that the outer layer of the cloth had been stained with a great deal of dust. Suddenly, Klein said softly in a self-deprecating manner, "There's no way to claim reimbursement for this." Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed as if he had encountered something that could amuse him for the rest of his life. He laughed so hard that his body bent forward and backward, to the point where only his laughter reverberated in the entire house. A few seconds later, Klein stopped smiling and walked to the corpse with a heavy expression. He wanted to make the dead speak. Being familiar with the mediumship ritual and answering his own prayers, Klein took a whiff of the refreshing fragrance and used the technique of dream divination to whisper, the mastermind who sent Merceau on this mission. Soon, his eyes turned black as he entered a dream and saw a gray blur. Suddenly, the gray and blurry world and lit figures changed, forming numerous scenes and images before him. In front of Merceau was a middle-aged man. Without a hat, his white shirt had a complicated, layered, petal-shaped collar and cuffs, which made him look very magnificent. Matched with a tight black vest and skinny trousers, he looked gaudy and exaggerated. This middle-aged man had brown hair and blue eyes, a thin face with a stubble. He was a very good-looking gentleman. He looked at Merceau and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you do, make sure you find Ian Wright alive. If he's dead, bring him to me within an hour, preferably within 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ambassador." Merceau didn't hide his unruliness but still kept his head lowered. The scene shattered, and Klein frowned. "Mr. Ambassador, this matter actually involves other countries. Judging by the style of the shirt, the ambassador is most likely the ambassador of the Intis Republic to Backland. Ian is only a teenage boy. That gentleman is able to channel spirits, or at least he has someone around him who can do so." Klein thought for a moment, then constructed another sentence for the dream divination. The reason for finding Ian Wright. In the grayish blurry dream, Klein once again saw the middle-aged gentleman from before. He stared at Merceau and said in a low voice, "You don't need to know why. Just heed my instructions. I gave you the potion and money to become the person in power behind the Zemanger gang, not for you to raise questions, but for you to do things. Yes, you only need to know that Ian Wright might be involved in an item of great importance." As the scene faded away, Klein once again exited the dream. An item of great importance, I really can't tell. Ian, what could it be? Potion, so Merceau is actually a Beander. It's no wonder that his combat skills were so powerful and terrifying. He should be a Beander adept in this field. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein felt exhausted. It seemed that responding to his own request had consumed too much of his spirituality. If he wanted to have his mediumship standards restored to what it was previously, he estimated that it would only happen when he was a Sequence 7. After ending the ritual and dispelling the wall of spirituality, Klein looked at Mersault's corpse and carefully observed it for a long time. Finally, he saw specks of spiritual radiance converging at the wound on his opponent's throat, slowly congealing into a piece. Carefully grabbing it, Klein pulled out a dark red object that looked like jelly from Earth. Is this the Beander characteristic left behind by Merceau? I wonder what kind of sequence potion it is. That's easy to determine. I'll get the answer by doing a divination above the gray fog. Theoretically speaking, the Beander characteristic of low sequence Beyonders will be able to imbue a person with the corresponding powers, even without the supplementary ingredients. However, one can easily lose control and go insane on the spot after consuming it. Nearly all the supplementary ingredients for low sequence potions lack spirituality. Klein's thoughts ran wild before he finally forced himself to focus. A corpse was now in front of him. It gave him a headache thinking about what he should do next. Chapter 229. Lesser of Two Evils. Mersault's body lay there, his eyes wide open, as if he still had a murderous look in them. The wound that had severed half his throat was originally thin, but with the condensation of the Beander characteristic, it had expanded by quite a bit and became much more mangled. At the same time, the phenomenon of incontinence after death made his lower body reek of a stench. Klein held onto the crimson jelly-like object, feeling troubled about what he should do next. He had three general choices. The first was to clean up the scene, deal with his wounds, and to report it to the police in the name of legitimate self-defense. The second was to wait deep into night, throw the corpse into some sewer, and pretend that nothing had happened. The third was to immediately give up his current identity, flee to another borough, and change his name again. The problem with the first option was that Klein was still an illegal resident with skeletons in his closet. Reporting it to the police could easily lead to discovering a problem with his identity. As for the second option, other than being constantly worried that the corpse would be found and that the police would come knocking on his door, there was another hidden danger. When the ambassador behind Merceau confirms the disappearance or death of his subordinate, he would definitely send someone else to 15 Minsk Street again. When that happens, Klein would be facing perhaps a Sequence 7 and/or Sequence 6 enemy. He was facing a faction that might very well be a country, a powerful country. The third option seemed to be the wisest and safest option that allowed him to avoid all the risks, but there was also a downside, and that was that the portrait of Klein was likely to be posted, making him wanted. Furthermore, it would be a portrait of his undisguised self which Mrs. Sammer next door, his neighbor lawyer Jurgen, and others would describe. Once the wanted notice was published in the corresponding newspapers, even if it was limited to the greater Backland area, Klein would very likely be recognized by Daly and the other Nighthawks. That would make the problem become even more troublesome. As this matter involved in Zengwell and sealed artifact 008, it was highly likely that he would be pursued by an expert at the level of a high-ranking deacon. Of course, the third option had a separate branch which was, of course, to hide the body and dump the evidence into the sewers, and then try to escape. However, there was also the risk of becoming wanted when the ambassador couldn't find Klein. He could order the members of the Zemanger gang to call the police and use the official forces of Backland to search, and if he could track Klein down, that would be the same as the second option. After thinking about it, Klein quickly came to a decision: divination. Of course, he was inclined towards a particular option already, the lesser of two evils. The first option was relatively less risky, and it allowed him to take the initiative to a certain extent. Through exposure, he could attract the attention of the official factions and suppress the ambassador's subsequent actions from being too maniacal. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a divination statement. After that, Klein took out a spirit pendulum from his left wrist, causing the topaz pendant to naturally hang down over the surface of the paper. I should make a police report. I should make a police report. After he finished his silent incantation, he saw the spirit pendulum rotating clockwise with weak amplitudes and a relatively high frequency. This indicated a positive response. After divining the other two choices in turn and obtaining a negative answer from both of them, Klein no longer hesitated and began to deal with the scene. He put on a pair of black gloves and began to search the corpse. He found a sharp dagger, a small stack of cash, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and some miscellaneous items. Klein put the rest of the items back in place, took off his gloves, held the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it into Mersault's throat wound, destroying its original shape. Then, he wore his gloves and let Merceau grab the dagger. After doing all of this, Klein gathered together the Mersault's Beander characteristic, the self-made charms, the tarot cards, the blood-stained contract, the paper on which the divination was written, and the various materials he carried around with him, and put them in a paper bag. Then, he summoned himself in a ritual and transformed into a special spirit. Carrying Azek's copper whistle, he felt himself become stronger and more corporeal. Klein picked up the paper bag, ended the summoning, and returned to the world above the gray fog. He placed the items from reality behind the fool's high back chair for the time being, leaving Azek's copper whistle as well. Then he relaxed himself as he stimulated the sensation of descending rapidly and re-entered his own body. The reason why Klein didn't burn the blood-stained contract and the piece of paper on which he had written the divination statement was because he was afraid that after the report was sent to the police, the matter would be transferred to a special department, and a powerful Beander would engage in divination pertaining to the situation. However, with the gray fog's interference, even if the eternal blazing sun were to personally descend, he wouldn't be able to obtain a productive answer. This was also the reason why Klein placed his weekly review and summary above the gray fog after his spirituality was greatly enhanced after advancing to Sequence 8. Right now, he couldn't afford to take on more suspicion and deeper investigations. After removing the wall of spirituality, the wind that suddenly stirred blew away the remaining smell of the ritualistic materials. The items related to the domain of mysticism and beyonders that were left behind on Klein's body and in the entire house were the candles that were silently burning in front of him. But this time, he chose ordinary candles. Since he was praying and summoning himself, there was no need to be so meticulous. And in a family, having candles was a very normal thing that matched the era, even if he was the only bachelor in the family. After extinguishing the candles and returning them to their original spot, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and estimated the number of minutes since Mersault's death and added the minimum amount of time it would take for the police to send people to investigate and report back. He wanted to ensure that even if a Beander came to investigate, an hour would have passed since Mersault's death. In mysticism and in the domain of spirit channeling, this was an important time point. Beyond it, the information available was very limited and vague. For example, one could discover, through mediumship, that the person who killed Mersault was Sherlock Moriarty. However, they couldn't get the specifics of the death. As for whether or not his opponents could divine if Beyonders were involved, Klein wasn't worried at all, because the main factors involved, the bloodied template contract, were above the gray fog. Even his premonition and combat abilities would also be obscured, as the opponent's divination would definitely point towards the mysterious space above the gray fog, and would certainly suffer from interference. Fortunately, I'm also a professional. It feels like I've really become Moriarty. Klein re-examined the scene, making sure that there were no problems, and began to walk with his eyes fixed on his pocket watch. After the estimated time, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and waited for a few minutes before he opened the door and went out. The sky in Backland had already gone dark, and the gas lamps on the street lit up the rain. As a middle-class neighborhood, Minsk Street was often patrolled by the police. Klein waited for a while, then spotted the target and went up to meet them. They were two low-ranking constables with only one chevron on their palette. They held guns, batons, and were holding up an umbrella while looking around. "Officers, a criminal attacked me," Klein shouted with great skill. His unkempt appearance made the two constables place importance on the matter. They each took out their batons and looked warily to the side. "Where's the criminal?" the round-faced, brown-eyed cop asked in a deep voice. Klein pointed to his house. "He sneaked into my home and tried to kill me. In the fight, I accidentally stabbed him to death." Stabbed him to death? The two constables exchanged looks and looked at Klein with scrutiny. "Take us there." "All right." Klein acted like he had just survived a disaster as he led the two officers to 15 Minsk Street, took out his key, and opened the door. The two police constables first saw the chaotic scene before noticing the corpse laying on the ground. They noticed the hideous wound on the deceased's throat, and noticed a bloody dagger. "Watch the scene, I'll return to the station and report it to the inspector," another constable said to his round-faced, brown-eyed colleague. "All right." The round-faced, brown-eyed constable cast his gaze on at Klein, his face and body language revealing his wariness and caution. After a while, a sergeant dressed in black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulette arrived with the constable from before and 2 other subordinates. The constables investigated the scene, and while searching for clues, the sergeant with a short brownish-yellow beard under his chin brought Klein to the side and began asking some preliminary questions. "Name: Sherlock Moriarty. This is my rental receipt for half a year." Klein had long prepared all of this. The sergeant gave him a casual look and continued asking, "What's your occupation?" "Private detective," answered Klein frankly. The sergeant frowned and said, "Do you know the deceased? Do you know why he attacked you?" "I know him. His name is Mersault, and he's the executioner of the Xianxia gang." Klein didn't wait for the sergeant to ask any further questions as he continued, "I had previously accepted a job from Ian Wright, who asked me to investigate his former employer, Detective Zerial Victor Lee. This matter happened to be related to the Xianxia gang in Mersault. I tailed him and found out that he was secretly meeting a gentleman who appeared to be of significant standing." Mersault addressed him as Mr. Ambassador. After saying that, Klein was unsurprised to see the sergeant's expression change. "Ambassador, do you know his name?" the sergeant asked in a deep voice. "I don't know, but if I saw his picture, I'd definitely recognize him," Klein told the truth. "This morning, Mersault came to me and asked me to seek Ian Wright. On the basis of my professional ethics as a private detective, I refused him, and when I got home in the evening, I was attacked and almost killed by him. Thankfully, I'm still quite skilled at combat and was sufficiently quick to react." The sergeant thought for a moment and asked for details of the fight. Klein recounted the fight from beginning to end nearly in its entirety, changing his premonition to a reaction, then changing the contract template he had thrown in the fight into a dagger that Merceau had dropped. "Yay, follow us back to the police station and wait for the autopsy results, the results of the on-site investigation, and inquiries from the relevant parties involved." The sergeant's thoughts wasn't on the case anymore, clearly acting rather perfunctory. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind. This was an important case involving foreign ambassadors. He had to report it immediately. In his daze, he suddenly thought of a question and quickly added, "What's your faith?" "God of steam and machinery," Klein replied without hesitation. The Backland headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms was in the Cherwood Borough, so cases involving Beyonders were often referred to them. With one exception, the people involved had to be believers of the Lord of Storms. In order to not encounter the Nighthawks, Klein had no choice but to let the goddess down. Chapter 230, Interrogation, Empress Borough. In an unremarkable house, Zio and Furs took a seat at random and examined the writing on the blackboard. Like always, Mr. A was sitting quietly, alone on the sofa at the front in his hooded robe, looking down at the crowd from a high vantage point. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula. 450 pounds, Zio silently read the familiar content as she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The situation she feared the most was the lack of a seller when she had finally amassed the money with great difficulty. "I received 400 pounds from the split, plus my original savings of 150 pounds, that's enough. However, I definitely need a huge sum of money for the main ingredient. Alright, maybe I can change circles and see if there are any Beyonders who are interested in this formula." Zio suddenly felt invigorated, and she realized that she had found a way to make a fortune. Frankly speaking, there was no way she would leak the formula if she wasn't in desperate need for money to buy the materials to concoct the potion. On the one hand, most people always hoped that there were fewer Beyonders in their own sequences, and on the other hand, the price of the corresponding ingredients would be raised significantly if there were many competitors who bid up the prices of the ingredients. It was the same with the subsequent potions. After some serious thought, Zio slowly became nervous again, because it was normal for a recipe to be placed on sale for a long time without being sold. Moreover, the arbiter pathway belonged to the royal family and the military. All aspects were strictly controlled, and the leaked ones came from a small number of destitute nobles. There were hardly any complete formulas for the low to mid sequences. Often, only one or two of them were complete and compounded with the knowledge that the main ingredients were controlled and difficult to obtain. Beyonders who chose this sequence were rather rare. Zio had been in some mysticism circles in Backland for a long period of time, but she hadn't found an arbiter apart from herself. On the one hand, the others might have concealed it well, but on the other hand, that might also explain the problems faced in this sequence pathway. Phew, but compared to Furs, I'm lucky enough. She hasn't encountered any of the subsequent recipes for apprentice all this time. Zio saw Mr. A's attendant approaching and wrote a note saying that she was purchasing the sheriff's recipe. Before long, she was led to the study on the first floor. Before entering, she took a hooded robe from the attendant and covered herself with it. The seller in the study was dressed in the same way, so they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. "This is the formula to the sheriff potion. Where's my money?" the seller asked with a hoarse voice as he pressed a piece of paper on the desk. Zio pulled out the cash that she had long counted numerous times and pushed it to the seller. After checking the authenticity of the notes and the total sum, the seller finally released the potion formula he held. Zio immediately took one step forward and grabbed the note. Her eyes swept straight to the main ingredients as they were of great importance. A pair of terror demon worm's eyes. Silver war bear's right palm. Beyonder items I know of, but I've never seen them being sold. Zio sighed and walked out of the study and took off her robe. Back in the living room, she sat beside Furs. Having fulfilled her wish, she slowly began to worry about the unknown honorary name and the evil spirit that might be haunting her. 10, no, 20, no, 30 to request for someone skilled in exorcism to do a purification ritual for me. Zio made up her mind, and after exchanging a few whispered words with Furs, she beckoned for Mr. A's attendant. After the end of the free communication break, she saw her request appear as an additional entry on the blackboard. Suspected haunting of evil spirits. Requesting the help of friends who specialize in exorcism, 30 pounds. After a while, Mr. A's attendant came to the two of them and quietly invited them to the living room on the first floor. There was a man wearing a white mask inside. He looked at the two people who were wearing loose robes that concealed their genders and chuckled. Let me introduce myself first, so that you won't doubt my ability. No, we trust Mr. A. Zio, with her hood over her face, said before Furs could open her mouth. She deliberately suppressed her voice to prevent her childish voice from revealing her identity. The man with the white mask spread his hands and laughed. This is my habit, I am a believer of the sun. As you know, this is not common in Backland, or in the entire kingdom. It is only through moments like this that I can live as my true self. Due to the great conflict between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms, the former had never been able to obtain the right to proselytize in the Lowen Kingdom. A believer of the sun, Furz's languid look instantly vanished. This is the first time I'm seeing a living believer of the sun. It's not like I can meet diplomats of higher standing. Then, should I feel honored? The man in the white mask spread his arms wide and held them up in a gesture of praise for the sun. Instead of answering his question, Furs smiled and said, in terms of exorcism and purification, the attendant of the sun is a professional. Our hearts are at rest, so we can begin. The man who claimed to be a believer of the sun didn't drone on. He took out a badge with the symbol of the sun on it and placed it on the round table in the center. Then, he used a dualistic ritual method to light up 2 candles. After finishing the preparatory steps one step at a time, he chanted with a loud and abnormally pious tone. The sun that is eternal. You are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. I pray to you, please bestow me with your cleansing glow. Please repel the evil spirits in this body. Amid the echoing Hermes incantation, Zio and Furs saw a bright light burst out from the sun's emblem, bursting in a pure and warm manner. It was endless, like the tide, as the light surged towards the two of them, engulfing them simultaneously. Nearly a minute later, everything was restored to normal. All Zio and Furs felt was warmth, finding the warmth very comfortable and relieving. It was like soaking in a hot spring, or having gone sunbathing. Sherwood Borough. Rice Police Station. Klein was sitting on a low bench with a group of thieves and drunkards. It looked very disgraceful. Suddenly, he felt warmth on the back of his hand as the coldness of the Backland night was dispelled quite significantly. Lowering his head, Klein realized that the 4 black dots representing the mysterious space above the gray fog didn't appear. Who's being so kind? To know that I was feeling a little cold just now, he mumbled half jokingly and half curious. As a former inspector, he looked at the thief on the left who was handcuffed to the pipe, then at the drunkard on the right who could vomit at any moment but kept yelling about hitting people. He sighed at his present predicament and wasn't sure when he would be free from this. There should be another test after this and then I'll be fine once I pass it. I hope the police will have their attention on the ambassador and the Z-Manger gang, and ignore my origins as a puny detective. In theory, there's a high chance for that, as long as Mrs. Sammer, Mr. Jurgen, and the others don't say anything of interest to the police. Yes, they have only just met me, so it's impossible for them to know too much. Mersault's Beander characteristic was taken away by me and was hidden above the gray fog. He didn't leave behind anything strange, so no one would able to discover that he used to be a Beander and have questions about my strength. More than an hour has passed. In his self-encouragement, Klein saw the officer with the short brownish-yellow beard walking towards him. Sherlock Moriarty, come with me to the interrogation room, the sergeant said without further explanation. Here it comes. Klein stood up and followed. After going around a corner, the sergeant stopped in front of an iron door and gestured for Klein to enter. Klein took a deep breath before exhaling. He yanked the handle and opened the door. It was a small room with thick walls and a small table in the middle. There were chairs on both sides of the table. Under the elegant gas lamp's illumination, Klein identified the interrogator as a man who wore a black shirt, a rather uncommon sight. He didn't wear a vest but wore a black coat that wasn't part of the usual formal attire. He had thin eyebrows and cold blue eyes. His face was cut, looking rigid while lacking any gentleness. The man pointed the chair opposite him and said in a deep voice, I ask, you answer. Before he finished his sentence, Klein felt an unimaginable suppressive force on him. He felt that an electric current was tearing through his mind that lashed at his soul with a barbed whip. This feeling was painful and numbing, as though it stemmed from deep within the brain. It was barely resistible, and all he could do was tremble and have his knees buckle. Klein nearly fell to the ground as he hurriedly held onto the table and sat down. His temples felt a throbbing pain. This is the result of Beander powers, Ordinary people might have thought of it as a psychological problem caused by nervousness and the authority of the interrogator opposite them, but Klein had clearly identified that this was a result of beyonder powers, powers that could directly attack the mind of others. He quickly recalled the information he had seen before and quickly confirmed the target of his suspicion. Arbiter Pathway, Sequence 7, Interrogator. Has the matter been transferred to a special department of the military? Klein thought with some relief. As long as it isn't the Nighthawks, everything's fine. Identify the ambassador who met Merceau from these photographs. The cold and unyielding man in black spread out 8 black and white photos on the small table. Klein felt as if the electric whip in his mind was being lifted high, and the warning of extreme pain made it so he didn't dare to lie. Of course, there was no need for Klein to lie. After a moment of identification, he pushed a photo in the direction of the interrogator. It was a middle-aged gentleman who wore ostentatious clothing and looked rather charming. The interrogator glanced at it, but didn't make any response. He once again asked, "Were your previous statements the truth?" Klein felt like he was being forced into a dream. He kept his mind clear and rational, and he didn't yield to the whip in his mind as he sincerely replied, "Nothing but the truth." The interrogator leaned forward with his hands on the small table and said, "When was the last time you met Ian Wright?" Yesterday morning," Klein said with great difficulty. "I tailed Merceau and found the body of Detective Zerial. As I didn't want to deal with the police, I took Ian to identify the body. And told him to call the police." Zerial's body was located at the sewer entrance at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough. After a brief silence, the interrogator finally nodded his head. Klein immediately felt the enormous pressure disappear along with the whip in his mind. "You may leave now," he said without a trace of emotion in his voice. Klein stood up and opened the door, not masking the frailty in his gait. He found it more tiring than fighting Merceau. If he made the slightest mistake, his spirit would have been completely crushed, and he would obediently answer any question that the other party asked. "No, if it wasn't for the fact that my spirit is special and how it's been subjected to the test of raving and screaming for a long period of time, allowing me to maintain my calm and rationality under certain circumstances, I would have most likely had a mental breakdown just now." Klein walked back down the corridor, his back feeling cold. At this moment, the sergeant from before came over and said, "Come with me to fill out some forms. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out." Phew, Klein secretly exhaled and completely relaxed. He knew that the danger was over. Chapter 231, Losses. Klein met Jurgen Cooper in an office at the Rice police station. This young senior solicitor was still dressed formally as though he was always ready to go to a posh dinner party. He wore a black double-breasted attire, a white shirt with a stiff collar, a huge bow tie, and bright leather boots, which made the policeman act very polite to him. Jurgen held his half-top hat and looked at Klein with his blue eyes while saying, "The formalities are over. You can leave if you pay the bail of £10. "Thank you." Klein didn't say anything more, but followed the good-looking but seemingly old-fashioned Jurgen to the police station's financial affairs office that was nearby, where he fished out his wallet and pulled out 2 £5 notes. He was grateful that he had all his cash, £95, on him, or else he might have had to borrow it from his good neighbor, Jurgen. Of course, the worst-case scenario would be if he had left the money at home. Klein wasn't certain how much of that would be left after the police searched the scene. Yet, he couldn't put it in the world above the gray fog, because it was possible that he needed to offer bribes to free himself. At present, many newspapers and magazines were discrediting the police as being unsupervised, violent, corrupt, extortionary, and vicious. Klein didn't dare to believe it fully, but neither did he dare to doubt it. After all, Mersault's money could very well end up in the pockets of someone in the police station. After paying the bail, Klein followed Jurgen out of the police station and shivered when hit by the humid, cold wind. "After the case is closed, your bail will be returned to you. Of course, you can't expect them to voluntarily notify you. Yes, in a week, if no one notifies you that your presence is required back at the station, you can come here and ask for your bail to be returned. In theory, you could still get appropriate compensation, if any, from the other party's estate." Jurgen walked over to a carriage parked nearby. The rain that had poured down during the entire day had finally come to a stop, but the crimson moon remained hidden by the dark clouds. The only light that could be seen on the street was from the gas lamps. All right, Klein almost believed that he would have to part with the £10 forever. He couldn't help but calculate how much it cost him to take up Ian's job. He had been paid £5, but many pieces of furniture and tea sets were destroyed at his home. He either had to buy new ones or get someone to repair them for him. With the materials used, the cost of the carriage, and the cost of mending his clothes, the maths seemed to imply that he would be losing money. If I don't manage to get back the £10 worth of bail money, this would be a great loss. Well, the Beander characteristic left behind by Merceau is actually worth quite a bit of money. Klein got into the carriage and frowned slightly. He had always thought that the private detectives who used their own residences as offices would, at most, not be entrusted with anything and wouldn't suffer any losses, but in the end. Klein turned his head to look at Jürgen, who was sitting up straight, and he said with sincerity, "Thank you. Thank you for coming to bail me out. How much should I pay you?" Jürgen nodded very formally and said, "This one's pro bono. I heard from Sergeant Faxon that you were involved in an incident. I believe that we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future." "There will be many opportunities to work together in the future." Klein couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Lawyer Jürgen, are you cursing me?" Jürgen shook his head solemnly and said, "No, it's not what you think. It's very common for a private detective to have a fixed lawyer he works with." "Sir, you sure lack a sense of humor, even though you look rather young," Klein lampooned before saying with a smile, "Coincidentally, I'm in need of a lawyer to help me draw up an investment contract." "Investment contract?" Jürgen asked in a slightly stunned tone. "I know that this isn't part of the work of a private detective, but I happened to chance upon a good investment opportunity," Klein explained simply. "Lawyer Jürgen, how much would a contract cost according to your usual fees?" "Generally, it's based on the total amount of the contract and the level of ease," Jürgen answered seriously. "The total amount is £100. The terms needed are," Klein described his needs in detail, including a preemptive right, veto rights, and so on. Jürgen thought hard for a few minutes before saying, £2. "I'll give it to you Monday morning." "All right," Klein said no more regarding the matter. Instead, he began asking Jürgen information about the case that night. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took the initiative to pay the carriage's fare of 3 soldi. After bidding farewell to the young but serious lawyer, he walked back to his house. He opened the door and when he saw the messy scene, his heart winced. He never expected that he would start his detective business with a loss. Just as Klein took off his coat and began working on cleaning up the mess, the doorbell rang. He opened the door in puzzlement and saw Julienne, the maid from next door in a black and white skirt. "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer wished to invite you over to discuss something," Julienne said with a tone that had traces of fear. "Here it comes, the problem regarding compensation." Klein revealed a smile and said, "All right." He changed into a clean coat and followed the maidservant next door. Luke Sammer and his wife, Stellan Sammer, were sitting on a sofa in the living room. The stout Luke, with a pencil-thin mustache, stood up and extended his hand as he said with a chuckle, "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. I only just learned that you were a private detective. That's quite unbecoming as a neighbor." "No, it was my fault. I didn't know if I was suited for this career and might find other jobs at any moment," Klein said as he shook the hand of the male master. "I'm very sorry for what happened tonight. I'll compensate you. It's just an accident," Luke said reassuringly. The blonde, blue-eyed, and pretty Stellan asked out of curiosity, "Did you really kill the intruder?" "Hey, you must want black tea, right?" Klein nodded. Perhaps he was just a thief. He didn't mention that the problem stemmed due to one of his jobs, in order to prevent the Sammer couple from having any unpleasant feelings. "Since the police didn't inform them, there's no need for me to do anything unnecessary," Klein silently added. Luke Sammer laughed and said, "You must possess excellent combat skills. As a neighbor, I feel very safe. Perhaps we will have matters to entrust you in the future." Klein seemingly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Actually, I was almost killed. Regardless, you were the ultimate victor," Luke said. After chatting about this topic for a while, Stellan picked up a porcelain teacup and took a sip. "I'm very curious about how many commissions a private detective receives a week, and how much can they earn?" Klein didn't try to hide anything as he laughed. "It depends on the situation. Just like when there are good and bad harvests in the farms. I earned £5 and 5 soldi last week. But after last night's incident, I might have made a loss." As if she didn't hear the latter half of his words, she continued, "If you can maintain this income, you'll get a pretty good life in Backland's Sherwood district at £5 a week. There's no need to sublet another room, and you can hire a maid to do odd jobs, listen to a symphony every other week, or go to the theatrical opera once." Once a week, you can play tennis or squash, join a reading salon, and go to a nice restaurant. Of course, if you're already preparing for marriage, you need to save a little money. A weekly salary of £5 is still a little short of being truly decent. Then, what is the required weekly salary to be truly decent? Klein asked. £7, at least. Stellan lifted her chin slightly. Klein turned to Luke and said casually, I heard from your wife that you work at Coim, but I'm not sure what its main business is. Anthracite and charcoal, Luke answered with a smile. It's no wonder you became a member of the Soot Reduction Association. Klein pondered for a moment and said, in Backland, how big of a salary does a manager receive? It's seldom mentioned in the newspapers and magazines. Haha, it depends on the industry, as well as the actual position's job scope. Backland Bank's best manager earns £5,000 a year, but for me, it's about £430 to £440 including bonuses, Luke said casually. That's about £8 a week, no wonder. Before Klein could open his mouth, Stellan Samuel grumbled, actually, we could have lived in the suburbs, and all have a garden and a lawn. Luke would then be able to have a stable and buy a new carriage and the 2 foals he's been eyeing all this time, but he would waste too much time on his commute to work. That would be even more valuable. A new carriage including horses costs about £100, £8 a week is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, it hasn't been long since I had a pay rise when. Klein could only smile in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bade farewell and left, sighing to himself in his heart, Mr. and Mrs. Sammer are still considered nice. If I had a mean landlord, I'd have had my deposit deducted and refunded and be asked to get lost after what happened tonight. After returning home, Klein began laboring. He wasn't in a hurry to go above the gray fog to examine the warm current on the back of his hand, nor was he in a hurry to do divination because he was afraid that the military's special department was still keeping tabs on him. He decided to go to the bar which Ian had described tomorrow night to buy a gun so as to deal with people who might assault him recklessly in desperation. Klein even planned to find the means to hire a bodyguard, a powerful Beander bodyguard. This was so that first, he could take advantage of the opportunity to contact Beander circles without exposing himself, and second, it was because he was also afraid that the ambassador's next assailant would have the ability to hide from the military's special department. Although it was a slightly comical thing for a Sequence 8 Beander, a vengeful evil spirit in hiding, to need a bodyguard, as safety was of paramount importance to Klein. If the price is too high, I'll blow the copper whistle for Mr. Azek, which, of course, might be more dangerous. I don't know much about sealed artifact 008. After cleaning up the house, Klein silently muttered. After the purification ceremony ended, the man in the white mask said to Zio and Furs, no matter what kind of sinister spirit it is, it has already been exorcised by me. Hey, if it has reached the level of an evil spirit that I'm unable to exorcise, it should have given a response. However, there was none. As he spoke, he poured the water which had condensed on the emblem of the sun into a small metal bottle and handed it to Zio. Sprinkle it in your room to ward off any remnants. Thank you. Zio paid him while feeling the pinch, but she felt a lot more relaxed. Moments after she returned to the living room with Furs, the attendant delivered a note to them. Miss Arbiter, who has just bought the sheriff formula, would you mind having a chat in the study? I might have what you need. Chapter 232, The Braveheart's Bar. How did that person know that I purchased the sheriff recipe? Zio's dark green pupils contracted as she surveyed her surroundings in astonishment, but she didn't see anyone suspiciously watching her. According to Mr. A, the transactions here should be very safe and confidential here. Finally, Zio couldn't help but look at the single sofa where Mr. A, whose face was covered by a hood, sat. He was still quietly sizing people up without revealing anything odd. She nudged Furs with her elbow and whispered, should I go? Furs took the piece of paper, glanced at it, and replied without hesitation, go, at least you still have Mr. A watching. No one would dare to do anything to you, so you can take the opportunity to find out what the other party's goal is. Who knows, you might actually obtain the potion materials you want as a result. That makes sense. Zio, who was a very proactive person, immediately nodded to the attendant, followed him to the study, and finally, put on a hooded robe. This hood can cover my entire face, so much so that I can't see the path in front of me. Having worn the hood, Zio opened the door and saw a man dressed in a tuxedo sitting behind a desk. The man wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks, but it was impossible to identify him. The light brown eyes behind the golden mask shifted as the man pointed to the chair opposite the desk and said, "Have a seat." His voice was deliberately hoarse, otherwise, there was nothing special about it. Zio closed the door to the study, stuck her chest out and raised her head, and sat down in the designated position without feeling intimidated. She then asked, "Do you have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion?" The masked man chuckled and said, "Yes, I have the eyes of a terror demon worm and the right palm of a silver war bear. In fact, that sheriff potion formula you bought was sold on my behalf." No wonder, Zio was often mocked as a brainless person by her good friends, but to survive in the circle of Beyonders, in the gangs of the East Borough, and among the poor, she wasn't a completely reckless person. She had the intuition for danger that was akin to a wild beast. She asked in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this?" "To select suitable helpers." The masked man chuckled. "With your financial situation, it'll be difficult for you to gather the money needed for these two Beyonder ingredients in a short period of time. Of course, you can sell the formula at other Beyonder gatherings, but please, believe me, this will bring you unnecessary danger. Our circles might not overlap, but I'm not the only person." Zio frowned and said, "Since you have such a massive organization and possess the formulas to the sheriff and arbiter potions, why do you need my help?" "There are certain matters we do not wish to deal with ourselves." "There are many reasons, but there's no need for me to tell you that. And every arbiter that embarks on the journey as a Beyonder by themselves has, more or less, some connection with the aristocracy. This is something we need," the masked man explained, simply. "It seems like he doesn't know about my origins, nor is he aware of my reputation in the East Borough." Zio relaxed a little. The masked man continued, "Just treat it as additional missions beyond the Beyonder gatherings. I will give you some missions and pay you with the corresponding rewards. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can reject them. This is a fair and free trade. Once you save up enough money, you can purchase the ingredients from me." This, Zio, who was still struggling with her financial situation, suddenly had her heart stir. She continued acting reserved for 9 seconds before she said, "As long as I have the right to reject missions, I can consider it." "No problem." The masked man laughed. "We can agree on where and how we'll meet in the future. To make you feel at ease, we'll concede the right to decide the details to you." "All right." Although Zio was still baffled and didn't understand why the other party was offering her missions to perform, she still agreed. At the very least, she couldn't identify any obvious dangers at the moment. Klein busied himself with buying chairs and tea sets and mending his clothes the whole of Sunday. He spent a total of £6.09 solely to restore the living room, the dining room, and himself to their original states. What a loss. "I hope that the police department compensates me for my losses from Mersault's estate. Sigh, the chances are slim since it's, at best, just a portion." Klein placed the invoices and receipts neatly in place, waiting for them to be used in the future. Of course, in terms of income alone, he had made quite a killing. Mersault's Beyonder characteristic was worth at least £300, or more. The premise of all of this was that Klein had access to a circle of Beyonders. After dinner, dressed in a turtleneck sweater, a solid-colored sweater, a grayish-blue worker's coat, and a cap, Klein went out, once again, and made 2 transfers before arriving at Iron Gate Street in the area of the Backland Bridge. He saw Braveheart's bar after taking a few steps. He saw a seemingly heavy black wooden door and a nearly 2-meter-tall brawny man with his arms folded. The brawny man sized up Klein, but he didn't stop him from pushing open the door, but his throat moved when he heard the cheers inside. This was when the bar was experiencing its peak business. Before Klein even entered, he felt a heat wave engulf him. He could smell the strong aroma of malt beer and hear a din. Unsurprisingly, he saw 2 stages in the middle of the bar. One of them was having a rat baiting with dogs competition, and the other stage had 2 boxers patiently waiting for the fight to begin. The aroma of alcohol mixed with the smell of sweat emanated. Klein lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched his nose. While protecting his belongings, he squeezed his way to the bar counter. Before the bartender could say anything, he said, "1 glass of Southville beer." This was the best beer that the Lowen Kingdom produced. 5 pence, the bartender replied like clockwork. Klein took out a handful of coins and counted out 5 pence before handing them over in exchange for a large wooden cup of golden beer. The aroma of the beer was alluring. In front of it, many beers can't even be called alcohol and can only be considered as beverages. The bartender chuckled. Klein lifted up the cup and took a swig. It was cool and refreshing, first bitter and fragrant, but later, the flavor of malt burst out. It had a slightly sweet aftertaste. After putting down the cup, he looked at the tiny white bubbles and took the opportunity to ask, "Where's Kaspar's Kalinin?" The bartender stopped wiping the glass in his hand as he looked up and observed Klein for a few seconds before pointing to the side. Billiard room 3. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein carried the cup and walked to the third billiard room. With just a light tap, he allowed the door to creak open. The two men inside stopped and looked towards the door. "I'm looking for Kaspar's Kalinin." Amidst the silence, Klein hurriedly added, "Old geezer introduced me." Upon hearing this, a 50-year-old man with a big nose and a linen shirt said in a deep voice, "Come in." He had a huge, twisted scar running from the corner of his right eye to the side of his mouth, and his nose was a typical brandy nose, one that almost completely red. Klein slowly walked in with the cup in his hand and saw that Kaspar's billiard opponent had put aside his cue stick like clockwork and left the room before closing the door behind him. Kaspar's Kalinin hobbled over and asked, "What do you want?" "A powerful custom revolver and 50 rounds. Klein took another sip of his Southville beer, £3 10 solely. Kaspar's gave the price. "This will definitely be more expensive than a regular weapons store. The price includes the risks I have to undertake." "Deal." Klein took 5 £1 notes he prepared from his trouser pocket and counted them. Kaspar's checked for the notes, authenticity before nodding. "You're more straightforward than you look. Give me 5 minutes." He put the notes on the billiard table, leaned against a crutch, and limped to the door. After watching Kaspar's leave, Klein glanced back at the currently trendy billiards and found it to be very similar to snooker on Earth. "It must be you, Emperor Russell." He nearly lost his composure and laughed while shaking his head. After a short wait, Kaspar's pushed the door open and entered, carrying a package wrapped in brown paper and 2 5 solely notes. Klein took the money and the item and opened it on the spot. His eyes caught the long, silvery barrel of a revolver. The grip seemed to be made of walnut wood. In addition to that, there were 50 glistening rounds neatly placed in the box. Klein tried the empty gun, loaded 5 rounds, stuffed the revolver into his armpit holster he bought some time back. Then, he gathered up the remaining bullets and looked up at Kaspar's. He deliberated and asked, "If I wish to hire a good bodyguard, who should I look for?" "A very good one, the kind that exceeds human limitations." Kaspar's rubbed his red nose and his eyes turned cold. He carefully examined Klein for 2 minutes, using his silence to create a terrible sense of oppression. "I can make the query for you, but there's no guarantee that someone will accept this mission." "He seems to know more than one Beander." Klein smiled and said, "No matter what the result is, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Kaspar's put away the bills on the billiard table and walked out again. It was a full 10 minutes before he returned to his room. And by then, Klein had already finished his huge cup of Southville beer out of boredom. "He wants to meet you before making a decision," Kaspar said in a deep voice. "No problem. I would also determine the difficulty of the mission if it were me." Klein smiled and nodded. He followed behind Kaspar's, who hobbled past the crowded boxing ring and into the kitchen of the bar. Kaspar suddenly stopped and lightly knocked on a door. After gaining permission, he pushed it open and entered with Klein in tow. It was a card room where more than 10 people were playing Texas poker. A man wearing a black vest and a white shirt slowly stood up after seeing Kaspar's and Klein enter the room. The others who were playing cards stopped in their tracks and didn't make a sound. With a single glance, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Apart from the man that had stood up, he noticed that all the other players had an indescribable sense of strangeness to them. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were like those of wild beasts. Tapping his left molar twice, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision. His muscles tensed up abruptly, and he almost couldn't control his expression because the auras of those players were dark black. That meant that, apart from the man who stood up, the 10+ people playing cards were all dead. No, they weren't just dead, as the dead had no aura colors. These were all zombies. The feeling of rotting came over him, and the man in the white shirt and black vest walked in front of Klein. His face was equally pale, and there seemed to be deep malice in his eyes. Chapter 233. A man cannot be judged by his looks. The more he thought about how a living person was playing cards with more than 10 corpses in a dimly lit room into the night, the more his scalp tingled. Klein suppressed his instinctive fear and looked at the pale face, the malicious brown eyes, and the man who was about 28 years old that suffused madness. He pretended to be intimidated by the man's dominance and took a step back. During this time, Kaspar's left the room and closed the door. The man asked in a deep voice, "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" "Yes." Klein gulped deliberately. The man's strangeness made him feel fear, but it also brought him peace of mind. The stronger the bodyguard, the safer he would be. The pale-faced man in the black vest lifted his chin and asked, "Why are you looking for a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein didn't answer straight away. He thought for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "I'll tell you the details of the mission first. Give me a price after you assess it. If I can pay for it, or if I have an item of equivalent value, we would have ourselves a deal. Otherwise, I can only give up and look for someone else." The fierce-looking man didn't say a word. Instead, he nodded as a gesture for Klein to recount his story. Klein deliberately looked at the zombies, treating them as normal card players. Then, he gave the man an inquisitive look saying, "Before I answer, do you want to kick these guys out of the room?" "There's no need for that," the pale-faced man said in a deep voice. Klein hesitated for a moment, then honestly said, "I offended a big shot who might have a country supporting him." The room suddenly turned still and silent. The man, who had a hint of madness and malice in his eyes, froze on the spot as if he had turned into a plaster statue. After nearly a minute, he slowly said, "This mission is priceless. Get out." Klein didn't manage to react until the man turned and walked back to the card table. Only then did he realize that there was no deal. You played cards with a bunch of living corpses in the room and presented yourself as a person of high standing and strength. Yet, you were scared off just like that. You're clearly a little crazy. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he added, "The big shot doesn't have that much freedom in Backland." The man in the black vest ignored him and sat down again. The zombies began to hand out cards, look at their cards, and throw out chips. Klein exhaled and backed out of the room only to see Kaspar's Kalinin. He had been waiting outside with his brandy nose and hideous wound. "We didn't come to an arrangement." Klein threw up his hands. Kaspar's didn't show a look of surprise as he pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Did he request too high a price?" "No, he finds the mission too difficult." Klein didn't hide the reason. Kaspar's frowned. "Marich is the scariest person I know. He isn't even afraid of bullets, and since he thinks the mission is difficult, I don't think I can help you get in touch with other powerful people." "What a pity." Klein sighed. Kaspar's clenched his right fist and struck his left chest. "May the storm be with you." "Then I'm dead," Klein said with a smile as he made the best out of it, "Thank you. You can try asking around for me. I'll pay you a fee." "Yeah, I'll come again tomorrow night." After receiving a positive answer, he left the Bravehearts bar feeling slightly melancholic. He didn't even have the interest to play a game of billiards. Was I being too honest? If I described the mission in a way that sounded simpler, Marich would have agreed. I just wonder how much money he would ask for. Sigh. It's not my style to let someone else face the danger for me through deceit. As a Beander, if I constantly go against my heart's true thoughts and my own principles, then I probably won't be far from losing control. Feeling mixed emotions, Klein changed carriages and returned to Minsk Street. After washing up, Klein didn't waste any charcoal. He directly went to the bedroom and pulled the curtain to isolate the room from the outside world. On the way back, he carefully thought for a while and discovered that the possible danger wasn't something that couldn't be resolved. To the unknown ambassador, his primary and fundamental purpose is to find Ian Wright. The reason he sent people to deal with me was because he wished to obtain clues to finding Ian from me. If direct interrogation doesn't work, killing me and channeling my spirit could be considered. If I let him know that I can't find Ian either, he wouldn't take the risk to deal with a hired detective when the military's special department might be monitoring the situation. Of course, my appearance and strength far exceeded his expectations, causing their operation to be exposed and causing them to suffer heavy setbacks. If I were the ambassador, I would definitely think about revenge and vent my anger, but it definitely wouldn't be now. Not when the situation is so tense and turbulent. Yes, this is building on the premise that the ambassador has brains, and he isn't a good-for-nothing who got to his position through connections and only knows to act rashly. For him to be handling such an important matter, it must mean that he's still rather reliable. In other words, the crux of the problem is Ian Wright's whereabouts. There's still some latent danger. Would the ambassador reveal to the military's special department that Merceau is a Beander after his failure? That would make them find my strength questionable, and use them to retaliate against me. This can be done easily with an offhand remark with no difficulty involved. I have to be on my guard. Klein analyzed his situation and suddenly had the urge to kill the unknown ambassador. However, Just the thought of powerful beyonders around him left him depressed. I wonder if the messenger can accept my delegations without Mr. Azek's permission. Probably not. Should I pay close attention to this matter and find an opportunity to silence him? Since he sent someone to kill me, I wouldn't feel any psychological burden from killing him. Yes, I can consider setting a mission for the Tarot Club. Let's see if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man have any solutions. Perhaps a large sum of money can tempt that, Mr. Or some other powerful beyonders. Klein suddenly had an idea came to him as he thought of the Tarot Club. With this idea in mind, he calmed down a lot. He found some paper and a pen and wrote the divination statement, Ian Wright's whereabouts. After confirming that there were no hidden beyonders in the room, Klein looked at the curtain that shielded him from prying eyes. He recalled Ian's appearance and silently read out the divination sentence before leaning back into his chair. He quickly entered a dream and saw a dark, small, run-down room in the dreamy world. There was a bunk bed and a floor mat that 4 people slept on. Ian was curled up at the top of the bunk bed, sleeping soundly under an old satchel. When the dream shattered, Klein opened his eyes and interpreted the revelation. Living quarters like that only exist in the East Borough in the Backland Bridge area, but it's an abnormally huge place. Even if all the police in Backland are deployed, they still wouldn't be able to find it. Ian was very careful. He didn't leave anything with me. Otherwise, I would have been able to find him through dowsing rod divination. After a few minutes of consideration, Klein picked up the pen and added a paragraph to each of the divination statements, making it an excuse. I don't know Ian Wright's whereabouts. I haven't seen him since we found Zeriel's body. That piece of paper was left on the desk with a pen pressed against its edge. After all was done, Klein got up and went back to his bed, making a quick, less obvious flick of the coin to make sure that no one was watching him. After obtaining a negative answer, he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanted the incantation, and entered the world above the gray fog. Within the ancient and towering palace, Klein couldn't be bothered to inspect the situation around him, and instead repeated the divination he had just done. Seeing that the negative answer hadn't changed, he stopped feeling so nervous. Raising his head to the side, he realized that the core position of the newly added crimson star had been dyed with a sun-like gold. Is this the source of the warmth I felt? Klein spread out his spirituality and gingerly touched it in response to the prayer. A blurry scene quickly appeared in front of his eyes. The petite lady he had tried to pull up above the gray fog was standing in front of an altar with a lady with slightly curled brown hair. A man wearing a white mask softly chanted the honorary name of the eternal blazing sun, creating a warm and pure light. Was she trying to get someone to do an exorcism? Klein almost laughed. At that moment, he finally understood the reason behind the previous situation. It wasn't that someone had penetrated the gray fog and locked onto him. It was similar to Justice and Company reciting his honorary name before making a prayer. And after the gray fog received the message, it automatically gave him feedback. However, since it wasn't a prayer, the illusory, overlapping voices ended up becoming a warm current. Notification. This is a notification, and not something that can cause harm or influence. Klein made a definite judgment. At the same time, he was roughly certain of one thing. The way the mysterious space above the gray fog connected with Justice and the others wasn't absolutely abnormal or above the rules of this world. It still suffered particular restrictions that could cause effects of varying degrees by using specific methods. Klein continued watching the scene before him and listened to the voice speaking. He was surprised to find that it lasted longer than ever before. Before this, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative to spy on the corresponding target of the Crimson Stars, unless the other party had prayed for it, and only then would he be able to receive the corresponding scene. In another situation, when he gave his feedback, he would be able to see the scene and hear synchronized voices at the same time. However, once the response ended, he would no longer be able to gain any additional information. Now, it was like watching a long video whose footage was filled with mosaic reality TV footage. He saw the petite lady talking to a man in a golden mask in the study, heard her companions address her as Zio, and realized that she was looking for the Beander potion corresponding to the sheriff's potion. It wasn't until the 2 women returned home that Klein felt regretful that he failed to identify their address. The recording thus came to an end. Watching the gradually dissipating gold colors, he nodded his head thoughtfully. He vaguely understood why such an anomaly had appeared. In other words, the power of purification helped me maintain the corresponding passageway. Zio's 30 pounds was worth it. I wonder when I'll be able to maintain it myself. Klein shook his head and smiled. He took out a pen and a paper to continue to divine Ian Wright's whereabouts. Chapter 234, The Night of the Full Moon. It was the same dream divination, but this time Klein saw more. The first scene was still the small, dark, squalid room with Ian Wright sleeping soundly on a bunk bed. The second scene was the same sewer they had both gone to. Ian squatted in front of Ziriel's mutilated body, reached out with his hand to rub the 2 rows of white teeth, and removed one of them. The third scene was a busy and noisy street. The passers-by were all dressed in plain clothes, some of which that could be described as old and tattered. In the middle of the street, there were gardens and lawns, surrounded by low chimneys that were puffing out smoke. Ian, in his old overcoat and round hat, warily watched as he entered the telegraph office not far from the center of the street. Diagonally across it was the mall entrance to the steam metro. The image quickly turned transparent. Klein opened his eyes, tapped his index finger on the edge of the long bronze table and made a preliminary judgment. From that tooth in the telegram, it seems that Ziriel and Ian aren't just a detective duo that found themselves involved in a dangerous situation. They have an organization behind them. I should be able to determine where the third scene is. Klein was in no hurry to deeply analyze it, as he didn't want to stay too long above the fog. Leaving the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he went to a corner, rummaged through the paper bag that he had been placed there previously, and found Mersault's Beander characteristic. Holding the crimson, jelly-like object, Klein sat down again and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. As he silently recited the statement, he held onto the Beander characteristic with one hand and the piece of paper with the divination statement in the other. With the help of cogitation, he fell into a deep sleep. In the gray, dreamy dream, the ambassador who was dressed to the nines, appeared again before Klein with his thin, stubbly face. Holding a bottle of crimson liquid, he said to Merceau, "Drink it, drink this hunter potion, and you'll rule the Z-Manger gang." Of course, money is also indispensable, as Emperor Russell once said, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Hunter. Backland is a huge metropolitan city, Merceau frowned and asked curiously. To someone illiterate like him, hunters were associated with the wilderness and animals. The middle-aged ambassador chuckled and said, "The biggest city is the largest. Dark forest. Here, everyone has 2 identities. One, the prey, and the other, the hunter. Even the weakest hunter is a hunter. It's possible for them to harm stronger prey. Go, join this magnificent hunt." The scene shattered and turned into countless specks of light. Klein looked down at the crimson Beander characteristic in his hand and said to himself silently, "So it's the hunter potion. It's no wonder Merceau was so good at fighting. He even used a blowpipe to shoot poison darts. It's no wonder how he was able to track me here. However, he doesn't seem to fully understand the essence of being a hunter. He didn't set any traps ahead of time or use any weapons. He didn't put his advantages to use. This is partly because he didn't know that I'm also a Beander, one that happens to be a sequence 8. He underestimated me. It's also evident that he only recently consumed the potion. The hunter pathway is both wielded by the former Intis royal family, the Sauron family, and the Faesak Empire's rulers, the Einhorn family, as well as the secret organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries. Taking into account his attire, that ambassador's identity can essentially be confirmed, a high-ranking diplomat of the Intis Republic, an ambassador of the Loan Kingdom. I wonder what that important item he's trying to get his hands on is. As his mind churned, Klein wrapped himself in his spirituality and began the rapid descent. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately checked his surroundings vigilantly, but he didn't notice any unusual changes. Phew. Klein let out a silent breath. He felt a bit more confident that he would be able to convene the members of the Tarot Club on time tomorrow afternoon. He rummaged through the map of Backland that he had bought on the steam locomotive, looking for a telegraph office that was along the subway line, one that wasn't far from the middle of the street. There were only a few subway lines in Backland, so Klein quickly identified 3 targets, one in West Borough, one in St. George Borough, and one at the junction of East Borough and the Backland Bridge. He recalled how most of the pedestrians in his dream were dressed to determine their socioeconomic statuses and arrived at the final answer, the 3rd spot. The place where the East Borough intersected with the Backland Bridge. Sometimes, interpreting a revelation requires a plethora of practical knowledge and the ability to infer. Klein mocked himself, walked to the desk, and added another sentence after the previous statement, adding more to the contents written on the piece of paper. I don't know where Ian is. I haven't seen him since we discovered Ziriel's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright had appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. After he finished writing, Klein didn't fold the piece of paper and put it away. Nor did he burn it with his spirituality. Instead, he allowed it to remain spread out on the desk, freely revealing its contents. After giving it a deep look, Klein went back to the bed and took off his clothes to sleep. Outside the tightly closed curtains, the crimson moon peeked out from the layers of clouds, shining brightly and perfectly. In a house at Hillston Borough, Furs, who didn't sleep with Zio, sat up suddenly and put her hands to her head. Her relatively pretty face was extremely twisted as if she was a devil. Furs pressed against her ears and constantly tossed about in bed, as though she was resisting the illusory muttering. Sweat trickled down her forehead, and veins bulged on the back of her hands. Her body randomly tensed up or rolled. Her originally teasing and languid pale blue eyes were filled with pain. In the depths of those pupils, countless layers of light and shadows seemed to appear. No, Furs finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she let out a low tragic cry. Her hands stopped covering her ears and resorted to yanking at her hair, as though she was going to fight pain with pain. After a few minutes of writhing, she finally stopped. She released her hands, looked at the handful of slightly curled brown hair, and weakly laughed at herself. I lied to Zio, telling her that the murmurs every full moon don't have much of a negative effect on me, at least losing hair is a serious concern. With difficulty, Furs sat up and looked at the curtain that half covered the window. Through it, she could see the dreamy crimson moon outside. It's getting worse each and every time. Will I lose control the next time because of this? Furs could no longer suppress the weakness that she had buried deep in her heart. She had attempted to separate herself from the bracelet that allowed people to teleport through the spiritual world, but it no longer resulted in the disappearance of the murmurs during a full moon. She had tried to take sedatives, had tried chanting the name of the god of steam and machinery, had tried some ritualistic magic, but it hadn't changed the fact that she was gradually slipping into the abyss. If only I could understand what the murmurs are saying. I wish to die in the know, and not be buried clueless. Perhaps I might be able to hear it clearer after advancing to sequence 8. But I've never encountered anyone selling the Trickmaster potion formula. Furs looked out the window in a daze as her eyes were dyed red by the moonlight. On Monday morning, Klein woke up early from his restless sleep and got out of bed. He went to his desk and began to draw the curtains and open the window to let the light and wind into the room. At that moment, he caught sight of the paper on the desk at the corner of his eye. It was facing the window, maintaining its original spot. However, Klein clearly remembered that before he slept, this piece of paper was facing the chair in the bed. It had flipped over and changed orientation after a night's sleep. Klein's pupils constricted as he abruptly reached out and pulled the curtains open. He saw that the oriel windows were still shut tight, not letting even a waft of wind in. Without any wind, the paper had rotated 180 degrees by itself. No, someone came in without me noticing. Klein felt a chill run up his spine to his head. He was shocked that he didn't realize it while sleeping. This meant that he was almost at the mercy of others, and his life and death depended solely on the other party's mood and thoughts. Was it a member of the military's special department, or was it a powerful Beander sent by the ambassador? From the fact that the paper wasn't returned to its original orientation, it's more likely to be the latter, indicating a certain level of warning. To be able to sneak in like that without a trace, how incredible. Should I thank him for his kindness? No, there must be a reason why he didn't do something that could have been so conveniently accomplished. They don't want to alarm the members of the military's special department who are monitoring the area. Klein couldn't help but think of countless reasons. The reason he wrote those words last night and spread the paper on the desk was to let others see it. He wanted to let the ambassador know what he wanted to know and delay any possible acts of revenge until the matter was over so that he himself could have more time to prepare. However, Klein had expected that the other party would sneak into the room while he was out, and when the surveillance of his house by the special military department would be reduced. Who knew that the person in question was able to bypass the Beyonders around him and quietly enter the bedroom while he was still sleeping? The feeling of having his fate controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable. A Beander who's very powerful or with extremely odd abilities. Klein turned his back and faced away from the oriel window and pulled out a copper penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently chanted the statement, and with the help of his body's concealment, he flicked the coin. The coin tumbled in the air and fell without exceeding Klein's shoulder height and landed in his open palm. This time, the number faced up. No one had sneaked into Klein's bedroom last night. The paper wouldn't have turned around for no reason. Could it be sleepwalking? No, I can even stay awake after the captain invaded my dream. Klein suddenly frowned and thought of two possibilities. First, the divination was disrupted and resulted in misleading results. 2. The one who sneaked in was not human. Chapter 235. The Busy Monday. Klein was in no hurry to confirm his general assumptions. He pretended that nothing had happened and turned the page so that it faced him. The information he wrote about Ian Wright was completely true. He would still get a positive answer even if he used divination techniques to confirm. Therefore, he believed that the people under the ambassador's charge would follow this investigation's trail and gain something in return. It was unlikely that they would have the motivation to seek revenge on him for the time being. Similarly, he would continue to spread the paper out on his desk for the military's special department who were monitoring him. It would direct their attention away from him as they shifted their focus to Ian Wright. It would then be a race against time to find him before the ambassador. This way, Klein would be even safer. It feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. Is this a clown's special trick? He shook his head in amusement. He opened the oriel window, hoping to take in the fresh morning air, but there was thick, choking smog outside that made him quietly close the windows. Pressing down the paper with Ian's information with an ink bottle, Klein went to the closest bathroom and quickly washed up. He then picked up the black double-breasted suit and the half-top hat that hung from the rack and walked all the way to the first floor. He had an appointment with lawyer Jurgen for breakfast today. Pulling his black silver inlaid cane from the umbrella stand in the foyer, Klein walked along the edge of the street in a thick fog that provided visibility of no more than 10 meters until he reached 58 Minsk Street. He rang the doorbell of the dark house. As the clanging sound echoed, a black green-eyed cat with a raised tail suddenly appeared in his mind. Brody the black cat walked straight to the door. After preparing itself for 2 seconds, it leapt up and grabbed the handle of the door. Then, it inevitably fell and twisted the handle with its weight, and opened the door. With a creak, the morning wind blew in, and the door slowly opened. Brody the black cat glanced at Klein haughtily as it walked to the side. What a clever cat, Klein praised as he faced the old lady, Doris, in her white apron. Doris laughed as her wrinkles eased. It depends on its mood. Most of the time it acts stupid, as though it doesn't know what you're talking about. Oh, I've prepared my best bean turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread. Bean turnip soup. Sounds like something randomly mashed together, Klein smiled. I'm looking forward to it. The lawyer came out of the bathroom. Even at home, regardless if he had just woken up, he was dressed to the nines. His white shirt was ironed and his brownish-yellow vest was tightly fitted, the lines of his trousers appearing to be freshly ironed. The contract you wanted is complete. Check to see if there are any omissions. Jurgen's blue eyes swept over. He didn't make small talk as he went straight to the point. His brown hair was neatly combed back, and the sheen from the pomade was unmistakable. All right, Klein leaned his cane, took off his hat and coat, and followed Jurgen into the study on the first floor, where he received a thick contract. He stood there, casually flipping through it. The more he read, the more his head hurt. In the end, he only skimmed through the key clauses. I hope that everything that's needed is in there, as well as the previously omitted clauses, such as the establishment of the 3 instances that will determine how much money is to be supplied to Leopard based on his progress, rather than a lump sum payment of £100. The first instance involves £50, yes, that way I won't have to go to the Backland Bank for the time being and take out the remaining £100 from my anonymous account. What I have on me is enough. Klein closed the document, smiled at Jurgen, and said, I'm satisfied. Your professional skills are better than I imagined. As he said that, he took out 2 £1 notes that he had prepared. Jurgen took the money, gave Klein the remaining contracts, and said in a serious tone, if an error is made during the signing, there are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the remaining contracts when everything is over. The current iteration of shredding machines was a hand-cranked mechanical shredder. Klein was about to nod his head, when Mrs. Doris suddenly shouted from the dining room, Good lads, it's time for breakfast. My grandmother's hearing has deteriorated, Jurgen explained as he invited Klein with a hand gesture. Klein followed him into the dining room and saw that Mrs. Doris had scooped out a spoonful of yellow and green liquid from a black pot and poured it onto the corresponding plate. Here, try the bean turnip soup. Here's your bread, Mrs. Doris smiled and pointed to the suspicious pile of food. Klein looked at Jurgen, who looked even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit, Klein broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the yellow-green soup, and stuffed it into his mouth with the spirit of an adventurer. He was surprised to find that the flavor was actually quite good. The faint salty taste had a sweet tang to it that stimulated his appetite. It also perfectly brought out the soft, fragrant flavor of the bread. My grandmother was once an excellent cook, Jugan said casually as he slowly savored his breakfast. Then why do you have to keep a straight face? I really don't have any appetite watching you eat, Klein lampooned silently before immersing himself into the relaxed and happy feelings brought by the delicacy. After leaving the Jurgens, he made 3 transfers to 3rd Street in St. George Borough, where he made a formal agreement and paid Leopard the first £50. The second sum of £30 would be paid in 2 weeks' time, depending on Leopard's progress. At this point, Klein was left with only £21.08 solely. Then, he returned to Sherwood Borough and went to the public library to read the Tussock Times of the past year in search of news regarding the Intis ambassador to the Loan Kingdom. When it was almost noon, he finally saw the black and white photo and confirmed that it was the one he had seen in his dream divination. Bakerland Jean Maiden, Klein recited the Intis Republic's ambassador's name silently. He left the library and found a small restaurant for lunch. At 10 minutes to 3, Klein pretended to take a nap. He drew the curtains, took 4 steps in the counterclockwise direction, and arrived above the gray fog. He first divined if the military's special department had relaxed their surveillance on him and received a positive result. He then wrote a divination statement that he had thought of in the morning, the infiltrator from last night. Leaning back in his chair, he muttered the sentence. Klein's eyelids drooped as he fell asleep. His bedroom came into view in a world of illusion, separation, and obscurity. At that moment, Klein saw a black shadow squirming in the crack at the bottom of the door. A slender, iron-black threadworm drilled its way into the room. It arched at the center and then flattened itself, constantly repeating it as it proceeded towards the desk. Its movements were extremely stiff, as though it had broken down a series of slow motions, making it appear quite odd. The black threadworm crept to the front of the desk and crawled to the top, leaving a trail of quickly evaporating mucus behind. It stopped at the written piece regarding Ian Wright. Its head lifted up as the middle of its body rose, leaving only the tail to support the body. At this moment, it was just like a human. After examining it for a moment, the black iron threadworm turned the paper around and disappeared back the way it came from. So that was the case, that is to say, it wasn't that the infiltrator didn't want to take revenge on me last night, he simply didn't have the ability to do so, unless this iron-black threadworm is highly venomous. Klein nodded in enlightenment. He then used divination and obtained confirmation that the Beander who manipulated the black iron threadworm had done so under Ambassador Bakerland's orders. After doing all of this, he completely covered the paper bag in the corner with gray fog and sent a message to the son, Derek. When the hands of the pocket watch were in place, Klein pulled Injustice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun at the same time. This week's Tarot Club happened as scheduled. The familiar gray fog and blurry human silhouettes appeared. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to Sequence 8, half stood up, lifted her skirt, and happily greeted them. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Klein, who had activated his spirit vision earlier, noticed the change in the surface layer of the astral projection in the depths of Miss Justice's ether body with the help of the gray fog's uniqueness. With a chuckle, he said, "Welcome, Miss Telepathis." Audrey smiled reservedly and said a few words of humility before turning to face the person across her. "Mr. Hanged Man, you should be handing this week's 6 pages. Perhaps, when Mr. Fool reads it, he will think of something and shares with us a little more of his general knowledge." The corners of her mouth curled up in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to produce the 6 pages of Russell's diary with Klein's help. Previously, he had thought about consulting the Fool about whether he should directly submit the rest of the diary via a sacrifice. However, seeing that the Fool didn't seem too interested or take the initiative to mention it, he gave up on this idea, and this was in line with his understanding of the Fool. Russell's diary had a certain effect on the godlike man, Mr. Fool, but it wasn't that great. He would collect it, but he definitely wasn't in a rush. The 6 pages of the diary were completed very quickly. As Alger was about to offer it to the Fool who sat at the end of the long bronze table, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I have obtained a piece of information related to the secret order." There was no obstruction of information on the ocean, it just wasn't timely enough. The pirates also valued intelligence and often sent people to the colonial island to exchange information that they had gathered. It was through these channels that Alger learned something about the secret order. Very good. Klein nodded his head slightly, giving his permission to the hanged man to recount what he knew. He didn't stop the presence of Miss Justice and the Sun from letting him speak. This would help the former gather more information about the secret order, while the latter understood nothing. At the same time, he allowed the 6-page diary to appear in his hands. The hanged man said unhurriedly, the secret order has some connection with the Intis Republic. The Intis Republic. Yes, Emperor Republic was from Intis, and Zeratul had sought him out in Trier, the capital of Intis. The secret order was also involved in the famous incident at Intis. Well, it's not too surprising that the secret order still has some connection with the Intis Republic today. After validating this new piece of information with what he knew, Klein confirmed that the information provided by the hanged man was true. Hey, just in time, I'm going to deal with the ambassador of the Intis Republic. Klein was in no hurry to read Russell's diary. He looked up at the three members. Chapter 236, Internal Commission. As Klein's knowledge of mysticism and Beyonders deepened, as well as his experiments with some of the powers of the space above the gray fog, he no longer felt anxious when facing Justice, the hanged man, and the Sun. He became less preoccupied with maintaining an enigmatic and unfathomable image so as to prevent the Tarot Club members from keenly noticing his facade. He now knew that although the deities in this world were powerful and bizarre, they were by no means omniscient and omnipotent. This description was something that only the legendary creator of everything could do, one that only the City of Silver was still worshipping. The deities had their limitations, and the deities could also be put into tough situations. That was something Klein could now confirm. Be it the Book of Storms or the Revelation of Evernight, they more or less touched upon this. Therefore, at the recent tarot gathering, Klein was consciously building character traits, slowly shaping himself into a restricted powerhouse who, for some reason, couldn't move freely but was almost a deity. This way, even if he occasionally showed that he didn't understand certain things and occasionally asked for help, it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the Tarot Club members. Of course, the premise of all this was that, through his previous attempts and through the power displayed by his adorer, Azek, he had undoubtedly embedded the image of a deity-like existence into the minds of Justice, the hanged man, and the Sun. Few. I hope that this building of character traits will succeed. That way, I won't have to worry about not being able to answer their questions in the future. Of course, things that are part of general knowledge still have to be known, and I shouldn't show fear. Klein tapped the edge of the ancient table and said with a chuckle, I want to issue a mission. Mission? Audrey's ears pricked up slightly as her eyes widened. She was astonished, expectant, and perturbed at the same time. She clearly remembered that this was the first time that Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. Although he had previously made a few requests, they all involved prepaid rewards. It seemed like he had randomly selected missions to conform to the principle of equal exchange. This time, he used the word issue. As a telepathist, Audrey was already very good at reading the hidden meanings behind words. At the same time, she keenly realized that although the hanged man appeared to remain unperturbed, he was actually abnormally tense. As for the Sun, he seemed to be muddle-headed, treating this as a very normal thing. You can choose to accept it or not. With the help of his clown's powers, Klein's tone sounded much more relaxed. Another adorer of mine has arrived in Backland. He wants to finish a matter, but it's not convenient for him to show himself. Another adorer? The hanged man nodded, seemingly in thought. He wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, for a powerful godlike existence like Mr. Fool, possessing many adorers was a matter of fact. I wonder what the sequence number of Mr. Fool's adorer is. Well, I still owe his previous adorer a reward, even though Mr. Fool's reward was paid by Mr. Hanged Man, and he doesn't really care about money. I did pray for help at that time. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Hurricane was killed by that adorer. His adorer would still need some funds for their activities, Audrey thought with some guilt. Frankly speaking, 30,000 gold pounds in a large plantation was an enormous amount of wealth to her, but that alone didn't have any significant effect on her life. It's good having it, but it didn't matter if I didn't. Well, I might feel the pinch a little. Audrey nodded to herself earnestly. As a teenage girl who wasn't considered an adult yet, ignoring the large plantation, she actually didn't have absolute control over the remaining 30,000 pounds. She could only go with her father's arrangements, purchasing some stocks from Backland Munitions Corporation and invest in a company that was attempting to spin off some of the technology in ironclad warships for commercial ships. the amount she ultimately received and could be used as an allowance was only £5,000. However, her fixed annuity had increased by at least £2,000 from its original range of £15,000 to £25,000. Seeing that Justice and the others hadn't spoken, Klein issued the mission. The task he wants to be completed is the assassination of the Intis Republic ambassador to the Loan Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Maiden. Assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador. Audrey lost her composure as she asked in surprise. This would cause conflict between the two countries and might even be an act of war. As a qualified aristocratic lady, her first thought was about international foreign affairs. As for why Mr. Fool didn't do so himself, she found the answer obvious. Which mighty figure would always be helping their subordinates? After the kingdom suffered defeat at the east coast of Balam, the king didn't personally set off. At most, the general would be replaced and new troops deployed. Rumor has it that His Majesty wanted to set off for the front line, but was stopped by the nobles and officials. Alger was only mildly surprised by the task. His focus was on another matter. Mr. Fool is indeed unable to strongly interfere with the real world. My guess is right. I wonder to what extent can he influence us after establishing our connection? Can he easily take one's life away? Alger, a little pleased with himself, began to let his thoughts wander. Derek blanked out listening to the conversation. What's the Intis Republic? What's an ambassador? These words sound so strange in Jotun. Klein swept his gaze around and maintained his casual attitude. Which one of you is willing to accept this mission? What kind of reward do you want? I can't convince myself to kill an innocent man for no reason. And it could very well lead to a disaster caused by war. Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. Just then, the hanged man chuckled and said, I've heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the intelligence chief of the Intis Republic in the kingdom. He secretly supports bloodshed, planned a number of incidents that destroyed the relationship between the nobility and the rich, and spread rumors to incite the public into standing against the government. He seemed to notice the hesitation in Justice, so he described the dark side of Bakerland in detail. Then, he added, I'm not sure if the ambassador is a Beyonder, but there are many clues that suggest he may very well be. He has quite a number of Beyonders around him, Beyonders that come under the Intis intelligence web. And this department is influenced by the original royal family in Intis, the Sauron family. They're in control of the early sequences of the Hunter pathway. Moreover, the possibility of a war between the two countries depends only on whether or not the upper echelons of both sides want to fight. It has nothing to do with the life or death of a diplomat. After the assassination of Emperor Russell, Intis suffered several great shocks but ultimately managed to maintain a stable republican system. Because the Sauron family suffered a brutal blow during Russell's reign, their strength fell tremendously in all aspects. All they could do was accept the reality and change their goal to fighting for a seat in parliament and secretly influence the country's intelligence department and parts of the army. After listening to the information provided by the hanged man, the hesitation in Audrey's heart disappeared. She gracefully nodded and said, for the past few years, the Faesak Empire has expanded rapidly, having defeated the kingdom and the Intis Republic on the Balam East Coast and the Highlands. As long as we push the blame to them, the higher-ups and the citizens of the Intis Empire, it will be something acceptable and believable. Audrey didn't know much about politics, but with her father being a member of parliament in the House of Lords, she still knew certain things, be it the shirking of responsibility or shifting the focus onto the kingdom's internal problems. The unpopular northern barbarians were the popular and easiest targets for the nobles and ministers. Whether they did it or not didn't matter. Of course, more than 100 years ago, this role was played by Intis and Russell. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the seat of honor, feeling a little perturbed and a little guilty. Mr. Fool, I can attempt to complete this mission, but I cannot guarantee its success. On the one hand, she was going to find her father and confirm that Ambassador Bakerland was really the head of the Intis Intelligence Service. On the other hand, she wasn't going to do it herself either. As a spectator or a telepathist, neither one of them was good at combat, and all she could do was gather as much information about Ambassador Backland from high society as she could and delegate the mission. Well, I could get Zio and Furs to ask Mr. A to do it, or find the hosts of the other Beyonder circles. I cannot be exposed. Things have to be kept secret, and there might be Intis intelligence agents lurking in those circles. I don't know how much money I'll have to pay, but £5,000 might not be enough. Audrey was already beginning to think of the subsequent plans. Klein didn't pin his hopes on Sequence 8, Miss Justice, to succeed. He nodded and said, "What compensation would you like?" "The formula to the psychiatrist potion," Audrey said before hesitantly adding, "as well as the corresponding Viander ingredients." "Oh, we can wait until the mission is completed before discussing further. If it doesn't succeed, I'll bear the expenses. I still owe your adorer the bounty money." "Bounty money, so it was given to Miss Justice, £10,000. That's 5,000 if we split it equally." Shrouded in the grey fog, Klein pondered for a few seconds on how much Ambassador Bakerland was worth and finally decided that he was definitely more valuable than Rear Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. "Sure," Klein replied in a normal tone. At this moment, the hanged man Alger added, "I'll also accept this mission. The compensation can be determined after the mission is completed." "Didn't you return to the sea?" Audrey asked in surprise. "Just because I'm not in Backland doesn't mean I can't kill Ambassador Bakerland," Alger said with a smile without giving any detailed explanations. Derek, who was beside him, never had the chance to join in on the conversation. He immediately turned his gaze to the Russell diary in his hands. Chapter 237, Sequence 2, the 29th of October. The leader of the secret order, Zeratul, visited me once again. He didn't mention anything specific and just casually chatted with me. I wasn't able to guess his true intentions. It seems like he just wanted to strengthen the communication between us and understand each other better. I've already met the two high-sequence Beyonders from the church, but I felt that Zeratul was much more powerful and mysterious than them, so I asked him what sequence number he was without much hope, and in the end, he actually answered me. He told me that he was a Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Sequence 2, in the church's categorization, that's the position of an angel, close to that of a deity. He truly is more powerful than the alchemist and arcane scholar that I met before. But my intuition tells me that Zeratul isn't telling the whole truth. Sequence 2 might just be his former position, or that he's about to advance. Miracle Invoker, a master at creating miracles. The name of this potion makes one's imagination run wild. This is the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer, a miracle invoker who controls fate. I tried probing Zeratul if the word miracle refers to the miracle of fate. That the Seer pathway is one that slowly understands and grasps fate so as to control it. Zeratul ignored the first question. He told me that fate is just one of the parts of the Seer pathway, and it's not even its main focus. The pathway that truly represents fate is Monster. He raised a few examples which were all potion names of the Monster sequence. Sequence 7 the Lucky, Sequence 5 the Lucky, Sequence 2 Soothsayer, and Sequence 1 Snake of Mercury. It's also known as the Snake of Fate. This was the first Sequence 1 I got to know. It hit me right in the face. According to what I know, the Monster pathway should be controlled by the Life School of Thought. This school seems to also have parts of the Apothecary sequence pathway. They propose three major divisions: the world of absolute rationality, the world of the spirit, and the material world. Yay, it's pretty cool. Zeratul told me that the Life School of Thought specializes in astromancy, seeking to use medicine, music, light, wine, and fragrance to eliminate paths with unfavorable star readings and fate. They believe that disasters and diseases are caused by the loss of balance between man and nature, as well as the balance between man and his own mind. He added meaningfully that the Life School of Thought worships the moon. Why worship the moon and not go one step further, the Evernight goddess? This diary took up 2 pages and was clearly copied from both sides of the original. That's a lot of information, Klein sighed in heartfelt silence. This was also the first time he was learning of a Sequence 1 potion's name. Snake of Mercury and Snake of Fate really made one feel a pining for. Similarly, it's my first time learning of a Sequence 2. I now know the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer. The name Miracle Invoker sounds pretty good. It contains deep meaning and doesn't sound lowly. Of course, compared to Soothsayer, it does seem a little inferior. Fate is only part of the Seer pathway and it's not even its main focus. I have to remember this. I should constantly reflect on myself and not end up steering towards fate. It might result in the failure of my acting. Zeratul's words don't seem contradictory. The Monster pathway is the real path of fate, so Soothsayer is a Sequence 2. If that's the case, then I already knew of a Sequence 2 in the past. Although he didn't take his eyes off the paper, Klein was seriously considering his own sequence chain. Due to his experience in digesting the 2 potions, Seer and Clown, and because he could spy and revere fate, he was able to be a little prescient regarding fate. However, he would still be helpless toward the development of fate. He had slowly been equating the essence of his meander pathway to fate. If it wasn't for this diary, it was very likely that he would have used this as a premise to comprehend and act for the subsequent sequences. As for whether or not Zaratul was lying, what Klein was certain of was that the monster pathway was definitely the sequence of fate, which was consistent with what he had seen from the confidential information of the Nighthawks and with the potion name he had heard of earlier, Soothsayer. Now that there was a fate sequence, the seer pathway was unlikely to be a repeat. This would result in some degree of overlapping, and it would be inconsistent with how each of the current sequences had different characteristics. Therefore, Klein was inclined to believe what Zaratul had said. He was inclined to believe that fate was only part of the seer's pathway, not even its main focus. The value of these 2 pages is invaluable to the present me. The alchemist and the arcane scholar should be the higher sequences of the savant pathway. From Russell's tone, they definitely don't belong to sequence 2 and 1. That is to say, they are sequence 4 and sequence 3. For the time being, it's impossible to determine which is sequence 4 and which is sequence 3. Klein gathered his thoughts, flipped the diary, and continued reading. As for why the life school of thought only worshipped the moon and didn't believe in the Evernight goddess which symbolized the crimson moon, he was unable to ponder too deeply about it due to the lack of information. The 3rd page was Russell's recount of inventing a practical steam engine. At times, he was afraid of suffering crackdowns, and at other times, afraid that the fruits of his labor would be seized by powerful figures. His words displayed his fear of being persecuted. To think that even Emperor Russell, who thought of himself as the protagonist of an era, would have such a perturbed and worried side to him. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th page of the diary, the 18th of April. Matilda is pregnant, it's to be expected, and I can even tell you exactly which love-making session she conceived in, because I felt a decrease in my meander characteristic. Once the conception is successful, my own meander characteristic will follow a mysterious connection, and part of it will be transferred to my child. After that, I asked Archbishop Van Este worriedly. He told me that this is a normal phenomenon. For sequence 7 and below, meander characteristics will not be passed on to the next generation, but it isn't absolute. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass down a portion, but it will not affect the parent's strength. As for the child, they would be born with certain meander powers, close to that of sequence 9. But as a result, their pathway is basically fixed. At high sequences, the inheritance of meander characteristics is something one can control. One can choose to pass down or not, or one can even choose to pass down just a little bit, a third, half, or all of them. In other words, the children born from high sequence meanders might be born as meanders. As for the sequence number, it's up to either one of the parents to decide. I wonder if the descendants of the deities are like this as well. After reading the diary, there were only 2 phrases in Klein's mind: law of meander characteristics indestructibility, and law of meander characteristics conservation. Is the law governing the survival of meander creatures? It's no wonder that some magical animals will reproduce only before they die. It's no wonder there would be the phenomenon of increased killing and bloodlust after childbirth. The target would be of their own race or even their partner. This is to supplement their meander characteristics. According to this logic, if we trace this all the way back, where did the earliest meander characteristics come from? Produced out of thin air. From the creator who created everything. Since Miss Justice had already advanced to telepathist, Klein controlled the urge to nod and continued to leaf through the pages. The 5th page was Russell's criticisms about how no one could enjoy his pop music and thought that he was making noise, while at the same time, he mused how refreshing stories was a common pursuit of different people from different worlds, and that the popularity of the novels he plagiarized from the Count of Monte Cristo allowed the newspaper he founded to flourish. Emperor, is there anything else you haven't done? With a smile, Klein turned to the 6th and final page. 10th November, I received the great pirate Savigny Solomon in secret at the White Maple Palace. Solomon, I hope that he will plunder my opponents on the new sea route and strike at the ships of Fasak, Lowen, and Fainapotter. And I promised to help him advance to a high sequence meander. The meander pathway of Dark Emperor has names that are as strange as the Demoness pathway: corruption, confusion, the fallen, disorder. However, in order to match the Dark Emperor, they added on their own suffixes: Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Confusion, Count of the Fallen, and Prince of Disorder. In order for Savigny to live up to his name, I decided to confer him the title of Count of the Court in secret. Savigny has a child named Nast Solomon, and my intuition tells me that he will dominate the 5 seas in the future. Nast Solomon, the king of the 5 seas, Nast, who claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. To think that he was born during the Russell period, Klein was stunned. Since Russell had mentioned the term, New Sea Route, Klein had easily determined the corresponding year. It was in 1194 that the New Sea Route was discovered and the southern continent was found, and Russell was assassinated in 1198. The diary could only have been written between those 2 years. That also meant that it was about 151 to 155 years ago. If Nast, the king of the 5 seas, was the Nast Solomon Russell had spoken of, he's almost 160 years old. Is this due to other reasons, or do high-sequence beyonders obtain an extension to their lifespan in the first place? Klein thought seriously. He gathered his thoughts and let the diary disappear from his hands. He then looked at Justice and said, "You are free to trade or communicate now." Mr. Fool has no general knowledge to tell us today. Audrey was slightly disappointed. She turned her gaze to Sun and said, "Can I exchange information related to the dragon from you?" She clearly remembered that Mr. Sun called the spectator pathway, the dragon pathway, and that he said it originated from the dragon race. "Sure, I want the sequence 8 potion formula for Bard," answered the Sun. Derek, who had been silent all this while, in hesitation, he had wanted to use this as an exchange for information on the world where Justice and the Hanged Man were living so that he wouldn't always be confounded by what he heard. However, seeing that his process of digesting the potion was nearing completion, he still made his advancement his top priority. Chapter 238, Dragon of Imagination. Audrey wasn't surprised by the Sun's request. Since the acting method had proliferated in the City of Silver, then the amount of time that had passed suggested that it was likely that he was close to the end of his digestion period. Seeking the subsequent potion formula was definitely one of his highest priorities. I wonder how the Bard acts. Sing poetry every day. When encountering combat, dodge to the side and use his singing to bring courage and strength to his companions. Or perhaps he would first bless himself before charging forward with a hammer or sword raised. I wonder if it will bring about an improvement in his singing ability. If it's possible, then he would definitely be an outstanding singer or opera singer, Audrey thought with great interest. She purposely didn't express her stance in a hurry, so as to not let the Sun raise the price again. This wasn't something she learned from her tutor or from the Beander gatherings she had attended. It was purely a technique she had developed herself after she had advanced to become a telepathist. I will try my best to find the sequence 8 potion formula corresponding to the Bard pathway, but it won't be today. Are you satisfied with this condition? Audrey said in deliberation before looking at the seat of honor at the ancient table. We can seek Mr. Fool's help to bear witness to this agreement. At that moment, Klein laughed and replied, Miss Justice, perhaps I can provide the light suppliant formula for you. Audrey's eyes lit up as she quickly nodded slightly. No problem. Then, what should I use to exchange with you? I haven't thought of it yet. Klein chuckled and said, Don't worry, perhaps my adorers will require help in certain matters in the future. His thoughts were very simple. If he allowed Miss Justice to obtain the formula of light suppliant in her Beander circles, then wouldn't the knowledge he had stolen from the eternal blazing sun at the cost of near immolation be for naught? At the very least, it would be wasted at the Tarot Club. All right, I will do my best to help them, Audrey promised happily. Klein pressed his hands together and a yellowish-brown piece of goatskin parchment appeared before him. On it was the formula for the light suppliant potion, including substitute ingredients and their ancient names. Furthermore, they were all translated to Jotun. Main ingredients: a piece of brilliance rock or powder of dazzling soul, blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a magma titan. Supplementary ingredients: a golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice. With a gentle push, the goatskin appeared in front of the Sun. Although he could pray to Mr. Fool to recall the formula even if he forgot it completely, Derek still diligently memorized the formula. It took him quite a while before he said, Miss Justice, we can talk about the dragons. Mr. Fool, I seek your permission to speak with Mr. Sun alone. Audrey quickly raised her hand. She originally believed that the Sun would put the appropriate content on paper for her to read, but it would be inconvenient for her to ask questions. She would have to pen her questions and push them back to him. Such a way of communication was utterly cumbersome. Speak with him alone. In such a conversation, you probably wouldn't understand what the Sun is saying. Likewise for the Sun. Klein nodded as his voice remained placid. In the Beander circles, Hermes was a language one had to master. Ancient Hermes was something that one could learn and was relatively popular. Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish were relatively less popular. So few people knew them. The moment that was said, Klein isolated the hanged man, preventing him from seeing or hearing. Alger had a certain interest in the knowledge of the dragons, but it wasn't enough for him to pay the price of listening, so he kept silent and waited. Seeing that Mr. Fool had made a gesture for them to start talking, the son, Derek, remained silent for a few seconds, organized his words, and said, "The dragons are mortal enemies of the giant king. They all look like magnified lizards, and their entire bodies are covered in scales of different colors. Their forelimbs are thick and powerful, and their wings are wide enough to drive their giant bodies to flight. They are the rulers of the sky. They have a myriad of abilities. Some have the ability to breathe fire, others the ability to command lightning, bring corrosion, or even creating frost. But these are not mainstream among the dragons. The dragon of the mind occupies the greatest number of dragons, with Dragon King Anquelt as their representative. The Beander pathway that stems from the dragon of the mind is the spectator. In the City of Silver, we typically call it the dragon pathway. With regards to similar trades, Derek had initially prepared to regurgitate the historical texts, but upon discovering that Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman didn't seem to share the same world, he gradually realized the value of the widely known history of the City of Silver. Thus, he only talked about dragons this time and spoke nothing of giants, elves, mutants, phoenixes, vampires, etc. The King of Dragons Anquelt. This aligns with the records of the church. Audrey nodded slightly, politely refraining from interrupting the son's narration. Derek recalled the contents of his textbook and said, "Back then, the most powerful and most terrifying dragon was the Dragon King Anquelt, also known as the Dragon of Imagination. Apart from it, his son, Alzuhad, blanketed the sky as well, overlooking the famous, powerful figures across the land and sea. Its name was the Dragon of Nightmare. Regarding the Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, there was a legend that whatever he imagined would manifest. The kingdom he imagined would definitely descend upon the material world. The future it declares would definitely play out and become reality." This, Klein suddenly frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Justice Audrey was focused on listening to the son, she definitely would have noticed his abnormality, even if he was covered by the thick gray fog. The description made him think of sealed artifact 008. A declared future would definitely play out. They share similar characteristics. Klein leaned back in his chair. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he was even more focused. Dragon of Imagination, how cool, that's the mark of a deity. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard him, filled with excitement and anticipation. Derek paused for a few seconds before continuing. Its son, Dragon of Nightmare, Alzuhad, is similarly terrifying. It can control the hearts of every living creature and make them act according to his will. And these living creatures will find it hard to sense it, believing that their actions were of their own will. It will also fabricate real nightmares into reality, causing many living creatures to unknowingly participate in them. It would then give them the cruelest and shocking ends. Legend has it that it especially loves mischief, that it will let a prince kiss a princess to wake her up, but the princess has already mostly rotten away. It will make ordinary girls wear dancing shoes and dance in front of the prince, but find themselves unable to do so until their deaths. It will create all kinds of coincidences and push the fates of many living creatures towards tragedy. All kinds of coincidences? This sounds even more like a 008. Of course, I don't know much about the sealed artifact. Klein resisted the urge to stroke his chin as he made himself look like an immutable ancient well. What a vile dragon. However, its abilities are very interesting, Audrey said, half sighing, half excited. Is this the future of the spectator pathway? No, I have to call it the dragon pathway. I don't want to switch to another sequence. Audrey wished that she could immediately become a sequence 7 psychiatrist and continue her rapid advancement. The son Derek answered sincerely, "It has been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the dragon and the giant king. Everything I know comes from textbooks and legends, so there is no guarantee of its authenticity. At least your history remains intact." Audrey was in a good mood. And then, the creator awoke, and the dragon of imagination, the dragon of nightmare, and other famous dragons fell from the sky, losing everything, including their lives. This resulted in a lack of sunlight for 49 days, causing countless volcanoes to erupt, as well as tides that drowned everything. And after the dragons declined, they could only hide away in various dangerous areas. Later on, The giant king was destroyed by the creator as well, Derek said in a heavy tone. This is different from the history I know. Wasn't it the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom who led humanity to defeat the dragons, giants, and kill their kings? Audrey felt confused, as though time and history were somehow out of place. Klein was also puzzled by this and felt that the true history was riddled with mysteries, especially as it was from the Second Epoch, a time more ancient than history. Most of the legends recorded in the Church's ancient texts should be fake, but the history of the City of Silver cannot be completely believed. What would real history be like? He gathered his thoughts, smiled and asked, "Is the exchange over?" "That's all I know," Derek replied in shame. He felt that the information he had provided didn't match the value of the light supplement potion formula. Audrey quietly drew a breath, as the corners of her mouth curved upwards. "I'm very satisfied. I know my future direction," she added happily in her mind. After a few more exchanges, Klein announced the end of this week's Tarot Club. After sending off Miss Justice and the others, he didn't linger any longer and quickly returned to his bedroom to reduce the risk of being discovered by others. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey happily paced back and forth, planning to reward Susie with a few dog treats. Just then, she heard a knock at the door. From the sound of her footsteps and the gate, she could tell that it was her personal maid, Annie. "Come in." Audrey looked at the mirror, smoothed her hair, and straightened her back. Annie came in with a piece of paper and smiled. "Miss, a telegram for you came from the southern continent." "Southern continent, Alfred." Audrey suddenly thought of her elder brother, took the paper in delight, and examined it closely. It was indeed from her second elder brother, Alfred Hall. He had sent a telegram from the east coast of the Balam Empire and it read, "I've found the rainbow salamander you wanted. 2 in total. Please await its delivery." "But, I don't need it anymore." Audrey froze, blinked, and turned her head sharply to Susie. The large golden retriever wagged her tail with a stupefied expression. Chapter 239, each having their own gathering. "Well, I don't need it anymore, but I can give it to Susie, and I can exchange it for other Beander ingredients." "Well, Susie's potion is still short of the spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Some things are easier left to Susie. It's far more convenient for her than for me. Every famous detective needs a good assistant." Audrey quickly made her decision. To her, this was no longer something she particularly cared about. As she put down the telegram, her pleasure subsided, and the worries of reality began to emerge. "I still owe Mr. Fool intelligence regarding the secret order, the mission to assassinate the Intis ambassador, and a request from his adorer. I've finally experienced the feeling of being riddled in debt. Audrey, we can't delay any longer. Let's start." The girl quietly clenched her fists. She wanted to find a pen and paper and write a letter to Viscount Glaint so that he could arrange for her to meet Zio and Furs as soon as possible. She needed to delegate the mission. She picked up a fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and suddenly, Audrey held her wrist in midair without writing. She had just thought of a crucial problem, which was that she knew very little about the Intis ambassador Bakerland. In such cases, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty of a mission, either because no one was willing to accept it or because the mission had been entrusted to an unsuitable person, dooming the mission to fail at the very beginning. The resulting growing cost wasn't her main concern. Instead, she believed that the fool would better reward her and help her even further. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned her head to her maidservant, Annie, and said, "Tell Countess Jaria that I accept her invitation and will punctually attend her ball tomorrow evening." Jaria was the wife of Count Wolf, and she had invited ambassadors to Lowen from every country to her upcoming ball, including Bakerland Jean Maiden. Audrey had planned on declining the invitation with the excuse of being sick, but now she was interested in the ball. After she observed Ambassador Bakerland and gathered enough information, she would meet with Zio and Furs. Audrey suddenly felt the excitement of participating in a major event that she always dreamed of. First manor in the Rorstad archipelago, city of generosity, Byam. Having returned to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into attire that was considered gaudy in the Intis Republic and went through the back door of the hotel into the alley and made several detours. He stopped in front of a house with no garden or lawn and put on a familiar white mask. Next, he knocked on the door with 3 heavy knocks and 2 light ones, separating them with 2 lengthy pauses and 2 short pauses respectively. After about 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man wearing a pirate's headband stuck his head out and looked around quickly. "Come in," the man said with a deep voice as he made way. Without a word, Alger quietly walked into the room. The door slammed shut. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein drew the curtains open and sat down at his desk. The information about the secret order that was given to him by the Hanged Man made him realize that his target might have certain connections to the Intis Republic. At the same time, he was reminded of the words the Hanged Man had used to describe the Antigonus family: strange and terrifying. The Beander who sneaked into my room last night to read the information and leave me a warning was indeed strange. The sequence pathway that the Antigonus family has in their control is the seer pathway which the secret order possesses. The two can be equated, that is to say, one can speculate that the Beander from last night was a member of the secret order who works part-time as an Intis Republic spy. Or could the person not be a member of the secret order, but someone who used the connection between the Intis Republic and the secret order to obtain the corresponding formulas and potions? Klein began to boldly assume that as he carefully tried to verify. This can explain why my clown's premonition ability didn't trigger when the strange threadworm intruded. This is the suppression effect of a Beander from a higher sequence that shares the same pathway as me. Of course, it's also possible that the iron-black threadworm posed no concrete threat to me. Similarly, it can be explained why the threadworm infiltrated my room the same night that I wrote the information regarding Ian Wright. Furthermore, it went straight for the desk. The other party is equipped with seer abilities, making matters appear reasonably logical. After repeatedly verifying his speculation, Klein felt that his guess was very likely close to the truth. If the person in question is a relatively higher sequence Beander from the seer pathway, what sequence number would he be? And what would the potion name be? To have the threadworm in his control, could it be another component of a circus, the beast tamer? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner while feeling amused. Perhaps my subsequent potion formula will be obtained from him. Is this the true meaning of the revelation I received from my former divination? Backland really is the land of hope. Klein muttered a few words to himself and began to consider what to do next. He had entrusted the task of assassinating the Intis ambassador Bakerland to put an end to all latent dangers. He had to avoid suspicion, but he didn't have the ability needed to do so. After Ian Wright's whereabouts were revealed to both sides, he was confident that Ambassador Bakerland wouldn't have time to exact revenge on him in the near future and wouldn't add to his problems. Finding the extremely important item he mentioned was obviously what he was most concerned about. In other words, before that item is found, I will be safe. I won't need to rush to hire powerful Beander bodyguards. Even if there's any follow-up revenge, it's unlikely the ambassador will hire a high-sequence Beander to deal with me. It's neither economical nor necessary. After all, Backland isn't his home ground. The highest possibility is that he would still get the Beander who sent the iron-black threadworm to infiltrate my room last night. He would at least be at sequence 7, and perhaps even sequence 6 or 5. He has the strength required and is familiar with the situation. When the time comes, I just need to hire a bodyguard according to this standard. I hope that before then, the ambassador will never be able to issue such an order. Klein looked out of the window at the fog which had finally dissipated, seemingly in a daze. He decided to continue heading to Braveheart's bar tonight. Firstly, this was to come into contact with other Beyonders through Caspar's so as to choose a suitable bodyguard. Secondly, he could find an opportunity to sell Mersault's Beander characteristic, gather some funds, and see if anyone was selling any powerful mystic items to enhance his strength. This was a plan that would never go out of date. After confirming his plan, Klein pretended to leisurely read the newspaper. He waited until the sky turned dark before slowly getting up and making himself tomato oxtail soup. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he drew the bedroom curtains as usual and decided not to open them tonight. Then, summoning himself and responding to himself, he turned into the unique spirit body, bringing back Azek's copper whistle, Mersault's Beander characteristic, the self-made charms, all sorts of materials, and the tarot cards to the real world, leaving behind only a few items, such as the bloodied contract. After doing all of this and equipping the corresponding items, Klein's strength returned to its peak, and he was once again half an expert in mysticism. He straightened his collar, took his hat and cane, and left 15 Minsk Street, Iron Gate Street, inside Braveheart's bar. In exchange for a glass of beer, Klein found Caspar's in a card room, playing Fighting Evil while betting on a boxer outside. He was leading quite a pleasant life. The familiar surroundings reminded Klein of the last time he had met Marich playing poker with more than 10 living corpses. He was suddenly glad that he hadn't brought Azek's copper whistle with him. If I carried the copper whistle that Mr. Azek had given me, I think that a dozen or so of Marich's zombies would mutiny on the spot and come to entertain me warmly. I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein stood by the door, nodding at Kaspar's Kalinin to indicate his intentions. Kaspar's covered his cards and swore. He got up, walked to the door, and said in a low voice, I'll take you to a place where the people, although they aren't as good as Marich, are pretty strong. As for whether or not you can make a deal, it has nothing to do with me. However, I have to warn you in advance, you are not to anger them, or you might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, it's not easy to see the sun in Backland after September. Do I need to pay you? Klein asked sincerely. Kaspars nodded, pleased. £2. I can buy a revolver with that money at a weapons store, although they set the price at more than £3, it can basically be haggled for around £2. Klein grumbled and gave Kaspars 2 £1 notes. Kaspars turned his head to his fellow players to inform them that he was leaving. Hobbling along, he led Klein towards the bar's kitchen, and from there, entered the back alley and circled around a darkened house. He took out an iron mask that could only cover half a face, handed it to Klein, and chuckled. Just pretend that you bought this for £2. I can buy a lot more with £2. Klein wore the iron mask and deliberately messed up his hair. Seeing that he was ready, Kaspars knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden board on the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing a pair of brown eyes behind it. After a long moment of scrutiny, Klein finally saw the door open behind him. A man wearing an iron mask stood there and handed Klein a hooded robe. He said to Kaspars in a hoarse voice, next time, remember to tell me in advance. Otherwise, HMPH. He closed the door, turned, and led Klein through the darkened living room into the activity room on the first floor. There was a candle burning on the coffee table, and the room was dimly lit. There were about 10 people sitting on the sofas and chairs around the coffee table. They were all wearing hooded robes and wearing iron masks. After putting on the long robe, Klein quietly found a chair in a corner and sat down. He heard a fat-faced man complain, recently, there has been a group of wild beasts in the sewers that have gnawed away a lot of the herbs I grew. They're very smart and didn't even touch the poisonous ones. I need someone to help me clean them up. You know, this isn't my specialty. I'm only good at concocting medicine and treating your illnesses. Chapter 240, Trying Your Luck. Good at concocting medicine, treating illnesses, and growing quite a few medicinal herbs in the sewers, is he an apothecary? I wonder if he's a member of the life school of thought or a believer of Mother Earth. Of course, it's more likely for him to be unaffiliated. Klein listened thoughtfully but didn't speak out carelessly. In the Lowen Kingdom, due to the Church of the Lord of Storms rejecting the eternal blazing sun and the God of knowledge and wisdom, while the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat were irreconcilable. As a result of this, among the foreign religions, only the Church of Mother Earth had obtained the right to preach, but under the tacit suppression from the 3 churches. They only had a few churches with very few believers, to the point that they didn't even need to form a team of Beyonders. And even if they did, they wouldn't be recognized by the government and couldn't cooperate with the police department. They would be considered as vigilantes. According to the confidential information of the Nighthawks, the Church of Mother Earth had 2 sequence paths in its control, planter and apothecary. However, the latter was apparently incomplete. The suspected apothecary didn't have his hood on. He revealed a black iron mask on his face, but it only covered the part above the bridge of his nose, making the quivering fat on his cheeks appear to stand out. I repeat, I need someone to clean up the newly appeared beast in the sewers. I only need the area around Backland Bridge cleaned up. Payment will be with 4 bottles of my precious medicine. 2 of them can effectively stop bleeding and stimulate the healing of wounds. Trust me, this is better than going to the clinic to do a suture operation, and it's effective for 6 months. The man suspected to be an apothecary stated his requirements and corresponding conditions. He suddenly let out a soft laugh and continued to describe the case. The other 2 bottles can last 1.5 months, and can allow a man to find the urges from back when he was 17 or 18 years old and become a Beyander on the bed. Hee, you know what I mean. Even if it exceeds the use by date, it can still produce effects, but it will also spread throughout the body. The user will become abnormally violent and their strength, speed, and agility will greatly increase before exhaustion kicks in half an hour later. Why does he look like those old military doctors who plaster their tiny advertisements everywhere, and shamelessly promoting the effects of his expired drugs? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Seeing the silent room after he said his piece, the suspected apothecary could only grit his teeth and say, I'll add £30 on top of my 4 precious bottles of medicine. Finally, A man sitting somewhere along the periphery of the couches spoke up. He surveyed the area and said in a deep voice, "I accept this commission. You should pay in advance with 2 bottles of medicine, 1 of each kind." "Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness." "No problem," said an elder seated on a single sofa with a nod. The lines on his cheeks were deep, his skin a little shriveled, and his voice had an ancient quality to it, so Klein judged him to be an elderly gentleman. "All right." The suspected apothecary heaved a sigh of relief. After the conclusion of this transaction, the gathering seemed to turn more lively. Soon, a woman with her face completely covered by a hood said, "I want to sell 2 weapons." "Weapons?" Klein adjusted his posture and became more focused. Since he was temporarily unable to advance, he could only increase his strength by using external items. "One of them is an inscribed steel sword. It was smithed by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. It comes with purifying and evil warding effects. It's the nemesis of water ghosts, wraiths, zombies, and other undead creatures. It can still be used for another 3 years. Of course, its sharpness is enough to kill." The woman's voice fluctuated in volume, a clear attempt to hide her characteristics. £500 are the sequence 8 potion, barbarian, and it will be yours." "How expensive?" "For me, there's no reason I must have it. If I were to encounter an undead that I'm currently unable to deal with, blowing the whistle is the best solution, even without Mr. Azek, the messenger alone should be able to intimidate many undead creatures." Klein shook his head and listened to the lady's introduction of the second weapon. "Meat cleaver, with exquisite mechanical structure. It can be transformed, making it easy to carry. This is a combat weapon, made by an outstanding craftsman. It's rarely seen, and will cost £25. There sure is a huge difference in pricing between weapons with Beander effects and those without." Klein watched from the sidelines until the steel sword was bought by a sullen gentleman in another corner, and the meat cleaver became part of Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. There were successes and failures in the few deals that followed. The only thing that tempted Klein was a fortune accessory, a Beander item that could make a person's luck with fortune rise for 3 months. However, this wasn't his main goal, and the price wasn't that great. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned silent once again, he slowly exhaled and said in a suppressed voice, "I want to sell something." After attracting everyone's attention, he took out an iron cigarette case and pushed out the crimson Beander characteristic which resembled jelly. Without needing to organizing his words, he introduced it with something he had already prepared ahead of time. "This is something I obtained from a corpse. I'm not sure what use it has, it's just that I find it very magical. Maybe some of you know what this is." Klein deliberately didn't mention that this was a Beander characteristic, nor did he mention that the crimson jelly in his hand could replace the main ingredient of the hunter potion. This involved the law of Beander characteristics indestructibility, and he didn't want to benefit the members of this Beander gathering with this knowledge. In addition to this, Klein had the intention of probing to see if anyone there knew the law of Beander characteristics indestructibility. Such a person would definitely be stronger than the rest, or perhaps someone with a powerful background, making them suitable as a bodyguard. At the same time, he continued to disguise himself as an ordinary person who didn't know much about the Beander community. Although the members of the gathering couldn't see his appearance through the iron mask, Kaspars Kalinin knew what he looked like, and quite a few people in the room probably knew Kaspars. Being careful and prudent were the 2 things Klein had emphasized to himself before leaving home today. Gazes examined the crimson object in his hand, but Klein wasn't a spectator and couldn't tell what they meant. After more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. The room was as quiet as a cemetery. At this moment, the old gentleman sitting on the sofa, Mr. Eye of Wisdom, coughed and said, "I have a rough idea of what it is and what it does, but knowledge needs to be exchanged with something in return. I'll pay £400, believe me, it's a perfectly fair price. Of course, you have the right to refuse. The main ingredients of sequence 9 potions are about £150 to £200. 2 are needed, and they add up to about £400. The offer is very reasonable." This old gentleman with the code name Eye of Wisdom seems to recognize that this belongs to the hunter sequence. He had no need for divination, and he was able to recognize it immediately. Could it be the sequence 7 of the sequencer's pathway, appraiser? Klein thought for a moment and said, "Deal. However, sir, you don't need to rush to pay. I still have another request." "What request?" Eye of Wisdom asked in an old voice. Klein pondered and said, "The thing is, I offended someone. According to your circle, he should be sequence 6 or maybe 5. I wish to hire a bodyguard. Sequence 6, maybe sequence 5. Why don't you just die quietly? If we reached that level, why would we be attending such a small gathering? The suspected apothecary blurted out with a bit of a sneer in his astonishment. Although the other members of the party didn't say anything, from the looks of it, no one planned on accepting the request. Their thoughts were similar to those of the suspected apothecary. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, maybe you don't know our circle well enough. People at sequence 6 or sequence 5 are very, very powerful and terrifying people. Yes, there have been many cases of a lot of sequence 8 and sequence 9 beyonders killing someone that's strong, but those are events that are still very hard to replicate. I think no one here is willing to take such a huge risk to protect you. If you're certain that the other party is only sequence 6 and doesn't have any mystical items, there might be someone who will want to accept the challenge this mission entails. Well, I'm not sure, Klein shrugged and said, then I'll have to try to save myself. What can I get for 400 pounds? The mystical item you were talking about. Believe me, a mystical item worth 400 pounds certainly won't be able to deal with your enemy, and it will even bring you more danger. I suggest that you apologize to him. Sincerely apologize and perhaps 400 pounds will be enough to buy his understanding, Eye of Wisdom said sincerely. Frankly, I've thought about it, but I don't think they'll accept it. Klein was about to answer when the man who had accepted the task of cleaning the sewer beast suddenly laughed. Maybe, you can try your luck. I have a mystical item here that I can sell you for 400 pounds. It can let you hear the voice of a great being. If you're lucky and can decipher some useful information, you'll become very powerful, and it will no longer be difficult for you to protect yourself. Well, if you're unlucky and end up deciphering a curse, or fail to decipher it, then you'll be hurt, or even end up dying. Do you want to take the gamble? Before he could finish his sentence, Eye of Wisdom growled, Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item of yours. Black Snake laughed and said, I'm not lying, I'm not violating the rules here either. I told him about the advantages and disadvantages and left him to make his own choice. The probability of getting useful information is approximately 10%. Do you want to take the gamble? The Russian roulette of the Beander world, hearing the voice of a great being, is this the Aurora Order's listener? An item left behind after a listener lost control. Klein looked at Black Snake, that he suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order, and made many connections. Perhaps I can bet on it. No, I can't call it a bet, because I'll bring this item to the world above the gray fog before using it. I can already bring real objects there. This way, I can avoid most of the danger. However, this is only an item left behind by a sequence 8 Beander. The corresponding benefit might not be that good. 400 pounds isn't cheap. As his thoughts raced through his mind, Klein nodded solemnly and said, Deal. Chapter 241. Language of Foulness. There was only a single candle that illuminated the room. The atmosphere in the living room was so silent that it was as if everything had frozen. A few seconds later, the suspected apothecary finally muttered, Why don't you leave an address? That way, I can get something out of your body. He looks like he's cursing me, but he's actually persuading me otherwise. Klein pretended not to understand and said to Black Snake, I don't have any chance of survival if I don't gamble. There'll be that sliver of hope if I gamble on it. I won't sit back and wait for death. Hearing this, Eye of Wisdom, who was about to say something, shut his mouth because he couldn't offer any other hope. I really admire your character. Black Snake laughed. I also admire you. In the past, I had quite a few friends who had such characters. Now, I visit their tombstones every year and place a bunch of flowers there. The suspected apothecary mused in a mocking but actually persuasive manner. He didn't care that Black Snake was a better fighter than he was. He said whatever he wanted to. Mr. Apothecary must have suffered because of his temper. Klein was secretly grateful. He handed the iron cigarette case containing the Hunter Beander characteristic to the attendant who brought it to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman counted out 400 pounds in cash from the suitcase beside him and got the attendant to pass it on to Black Snake. Black Snake casually took a glance and said, I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He took out a small wooden box, bent down, and placed it on the ground. He pushed the box so that the object slid to Klein without going through the attendant. The moment Klein's fingers touched the surface of the box, he heard faint illusory sounds and immediately felt a strong sense of dizziness. For him, this wasn't something he couldn't handle. It wasn't even comparable to the illusory voices of Justice and company when they pray to him. After sitting up straight again, Klein carefully opened the wooden box and saw a ear inside. The ears looked real, except that the skin was dark and there were a few green areas where it had rotted. How do I use it? Klein asked. Black Snake casually replied, grasping it without gloves is the same as using it. Hey, you'd better go home and try it when you're alone. Klein didn't ask any further questions. He closed the box and put it into his pocket. He deliberately smiled bitterly and said, "This makes me dizzy." After a short moment of silence, the suspected apothecary suddenly shouted, "I want to buy Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals, who has it?" As his voice echoed in the air, no one answered. The apothecary smacked his lips and mumbled, "Seriously, there's no answer every time this is asked." "Maybe you could book a cruise to Sonia Island," Eye of Wisdom quipped. The Spring of the Elves was also known as the Sonia Golden Springs, and one could tell from its name where it came from. The Spring of the Elves was a commonly seen liquid and was an object with rich spirituality. However, the marrow crystals were considered beyonder ingredients and not easily purchasable. After that, there were a few failed transactions at the gathering. Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's end it here today. According to the convention, we leave one by one, each separated by 3 minutes. Leaving one by one, each separated by 3 minutes, this is to prevent the gathering members from being tailed and robbed." When Klein received the signal from Eye of Wisdom, he stood up and, guided by the attendant, left the activity room, and went to the door. He took off his hooded robe and handed it back to the attendant before following the path in his memories back to the back door of the Bravehearts bar. He then removed his iron mask and walked through the kitchen to see Kaspars standing outside the card room, over the barking of dogs and clamoring of people. "I'm delighted that you could come back." The red-nosed elder heaved a sigh of relief, the nasty wounds on his face seemingly trembling. Klein leaned over and said in a low voice, "Are there such gatherings in the future? It seems like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you should continue wasting your time." Kaspars scanned this customer he felt worried for. "Maybe it'll take a few days. I don't know the details. Let's see if you can make it in time." Klein nodded and asked, "Is Marich here?" "You're still trying to convince him?" "No, it will only anger him." Kaspars warned him in a deep voice. "He's in the card room behind you." "No, I'm not going to convince him. I'm trying to stay as far away from him as possible so that his zombies won't go into mutiny." Klein touched Azek's copper whistle in his pocket. "I understand." He left the Bravehearts bar at once, went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough to relieve himself before returning to Minsk Street. Inside the card room, Marich had gone all in and confidently flipped open his cards. He had 3 kings and a pair of 9s, and the zombie opposite him had a pair of 6s and an 8. Suddenly, the zombie took the initiative to reveal its hidden cards, a pair of 6s. This round, it won with 4 6s. The pale Marich sat there blankly and immediately felt all the surrounding zombies coldly staring at him. A few minutes later, he staggered out the card room on shaky feet and almost collapsed at the door while his usual entourage of subordinates inside the room fell to the ground. "Don't let anyone in before dawn," Marich ordered in a hoarse voice as he looked at the stunned Kaspars. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. The handkerchief was quickly dyed with a dark blue tint with some redness. After receiving Kaspars's acknowledgement, Marich found a chair to sit and asked for a barrel of Southville beer. He stared blankly as he drank. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein followed his usual routine of washing up and returning to his room before he drew the curtains. After waiting for over 10 minutes and confirming that there were no specks of spirituality around, he started to summon himself. He responded to himself and brought the wooden box containing the black ear into the mysterious space above the gray fog. The illusory crimson stars didn't twinkle at all as Klein sat at the seat of honor of the long ancient table and opened the wooden box. This time, he didn't hear any murmurs or feel dizzy. The boundless gray fog seemed to isolate all external sounds. Klein let out a sigh of relief. He was now much more confident with his impending attempt and much more confident about his own safety. With a thought, he blocked his own hearing and performed a few experiments to confirm the effects. "That's right," Klein nodded in satisfaction, reached out, and grabbed the black ear with signs of rot. He felt its coldness and slipperiness, but he didn't hear the voice of the great being that was described by Black Snake. Completely isolated. "This won't do, it's impossible to use it alone," Klein muttered to himself, puzzled as he thought of the methods he could use to stimulate an effect. After a dozen or so seconds, he conjured a pen and paper, intending to emulate the process he used to spy on the eternal blazing sun previously. "That time, I looked directly at the eternal blazing sun through the use of divine blood. This time, I'm only using the remains left behind by a listener, so it definitely isn't that dangerous. Klein wrote down a divination statement without any hesitation. The origin of this item. He took a breath, held the black ear, and leaned back as he recited the divination statement. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened as he entered a deep slumber. In this blurry, shattered, and gray world, Klein saw a man struggling on the ground. He rolled, screamed, and his eyes bulged out. His body swelled like a balloon, and countless hairs on his body turned black and long. Soon after, an extremely evil and foul voice rang in Klein's ears, waking him up instantly. It was different from the ravings and howling that came from the mysterious space above the gray fog. This sound was more penetrating, more purposeful, and more active. Klein covered his ears and isolated any fallout, but the same voice echoed in his head. He saw his vessels and veins bulge out as if they had become thick squirming venomous snakes. His blood vessels burst, and his veins broke off from his body, spreading out into slippery tentacles filled with sinister patterns. The gray fog slightly swayed, making the giant's palace look like it was about to corrode. Unlike the incident with the eternal blazing sun, Klein still retained his sanity and didn't roll over on the ground. He gripped the handrail tightly and endured the pain. After a few seconds, the slightly swaying gray fog regained its calm, and the evil voice that echoed in Klein's mind completely died down. One tentacle after another fell to the ground, and his wounds began to rapidly heal. Interacting with deities is truly a dangerous matter, regardless of the method. Thankfully, I didn't face the true creator directly this time. If not, I'll have remnants of madness and signs of losing control and would affect my body in the real world. Klein weakly leaned back into his chair and silently mocked himself. This process was within his expectations, and it didn't go out of his control. The only thing that surprised him was that the true creator appeared to be slightly stronger than the eternal blazing sun. Just as Klein's thoughts were about to wander off, he saw the black ear in his palm suddenly crumbled, turning into tiny specks of black light. It has become a pure Beander characteristic. Amidst his confusion, he saw through the corner of his eyes that the sinister patterned tentacles were still twitching on the ground. They were the aspects of madness and loss of control that had been stripped from his body. These tentacles gradually turned transparent and were about to disappear. A flash of brilliance came to Klein's mind. He scattered the tiny black light specks in his palm at those slippery tentacles. An illusionary black gas rose up and turned into a sky that constantly streaked with lightning. The background was extremely dense and gloomy. All of this quickly disappeared from Klein's eyes. On the surface of the iron-black charm on the ground were many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and twisted path numbers. Klein bent down and picked it up, with the feeling that what was sealed inside were howling maniacs. With the help of his divination techniques, he was able to barely decipher the use of this charm from its revelation. It was to let the opponent hear a terrifying roar, infecting them with madness. As for the final result, it depended on the target's ability to resist such attacks. If the target was strong, then they might benefit from it, but the price was becoming a devout believer of the true creator, and if he was weak, he would collapse on the spot, dying amidst tragic cries. I'll call it language of foulness, Klein muttered and said an incantation to activate it. Chapter 242, Bakerland. Early Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally and prepared 2 slices of toast, a piece of butter, a serving of bacon, and a cup of coffee before leisurely reading a newspaper while having breakfast. With the terrifying language of foulness charm, he was much more at ease. He was no longer as tense as he was before. Klein finished flipping through the Backland Bulletin, picked up the Tussock Times, and saw a news article on the second page. At 2 o'clock this morning, there was a fierce gunfight at Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. According to the police, it is suspected to be a clash between 2 gangs, one of which is the notorious Xianxia gang. The Xianxia gang, Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. A thought occurred to Klein as he left the dining table and found a map of Backland. With just a glance, he noticed that Red Brick Alley wasn't far from Bacardi Street. Furthermore, Ian Wright had previously appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. Was Red Brick Alley where Ian Wright was hiding? Was the violent conflict between the military's special department and the intelligence staff of the Intis Republic? I wonder what the result will be. Klein picked up the last of the bacon, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. He had informed both sides about the divination the previous morning, and they had already locked onto Ian's location that very night, which implied quite a high level of efficiency. After taking a sip of coffee, Klein put down the newspaper and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he heard the tinkling of the doorbell. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin and headed for the door, Puzzled, could it be a new commission? For the past few days, I've been out and about because of the Intis ambassador. I wonder how many jobs and potential clients I've lost. It's such a waste of my advertising money. If this goes on, my finances will be stretched to the limit. Klein suddenly thought of something and opened the door. Standing outside were two ladies, one of them being Mrs. Sammer, who wore a dressing gown. She had intricate makeup on her face, making her look more beautiful than at home and nothing like she was in her 30s. The other lady wore a wide-brimmed hat with a black tartan veil, and a darker, more fluffy dress. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who needs your help. Stellan Sammer held onto her veiled hat, but there was no hint of a smile in her blue eyes. Please come in. Klein pointed to the living room, and while he was turning around, he took the opportunity to fasten the top button of his shirt and adjusted his black vest. Stellan nodded slightly and, without another word, led the black-veiled lady into the room. She knew the place very well, and without Klein's guidance, easily found a sofa and took her seat. Klein wanted to immediately start asking, but then thought about Stellan Sammer's style of doing things, so he asked with a smile, coffee or tea? In his eyes, Mrs. Sammer was a lady who pursued a high quality of life and tried to show her superiority all the time. There's no need. The other lady took off her hat. She had good features, but the combination was disappointing. In addition, her cheekbones were too high, and she looked older than her actual age. A little anger, a little sadness, a little hesitation, a little fear. Klein read the lady's emotions. It wasn't that he suddenly possessed the abilities of a spectator, but that the lady's actions were just too obvious. Yes, neither coffee nor tea can solve the problem. Stellan imitated a position found in magazines, trying her best to appear classy. This is Mrs. Mary Gale, a shareholder of Coim Company. What would you like to entrust me with, Mrs. Gale? Klein sat down on a single-seater, leaning forward slightly and resting his arms on his thighs. Don't call me Mrs. Gale, just call me Mary. Mary Gale pursed her lips. I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain material evidence. As a result of the Church of the Evernight Goddess's active push for years, the Lowen Kingdom was more radical in its marriage laws than the other countries, such as Fasak, Intis, and Lindbergh. It stipulated that those who committed adultery had to pay a financial price for it, which meant that the adulterer would be at an absolute disadvantage during the division of property. I've heard that at least 4 out of 10 of the other private detectives are investigating extramarital affairs. I didn't expect that I would receive such a job too, Klein said thoughtfully. Material evidence is not easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera, Mary replied without any hesitation. As long as you have the evidence, I will pay you £10. If you only confirm that he has a mistress, you will only receive £3. You mean the so-called portable camera that's about 2/3 the size of my head? £10, this isn't a low price, Mr. Klein has been focusing on entrepreneurship and knew about the latest cameras. He hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, all right. But you have to provide me with detailed information about your husband and his regular activities. No problem. Mary paused for a second before gathering all her strength to say it. Thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone else about this, Stellan reminded him. Hearing this, Klein immediately sighed. I'm a person who upholds confidentiality, and I often get into trouble for that. In the lobby of Count Wolf's house, men and women were dancing amid violin tunes. Audrey was carrying a glass of pale gold champagne when she, accidentally, bumped into the Intis Republic ambassador to Lowen, Bakerland Jean Maiden. You're the most beautiful young lady I've ever met. Bakerland, with his thin face and slight stubble, pecked Audrey's white gauzed glove with a kiss according to propriety customs. His eyes looked passionate and bold. Audrey rolled her eyes and said with a chuckle, is this the way people from Intis talk? Yes, we are never stingy with praise for beautiful things. Bakerland chuckled. If it wasn't for the style of the Lowen Kingdom, I might have called you my angel. Old pervert. Audrey maintained her graceful smile and said, the people of Lowen and Intis are indeed different. Hey, that makes me think of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous. Bakerland squinted his eyes and said, after a good time with a beautiful girl, most Lowen men would say, oh, dear, I'd like a cigarette, but most Intis men would say. He deliberately paused, and Audrey tilted her head, trying her best to keep her nausea in check while looking puzzled. What would they say? Most of the Intis men would say, oh, baby, I have to return now and can't be discovered by my wife. Bakerland raised his glass and laughed. People who can laugh at themselves always have an additional charm to them. Audrey smiled politely. Her beautiful, clear, dark green eyes suddenly turned to look behind Ambassador Bakerland. I'm sorry, a friend is looking for me. It's a pleasure talking to you. Bakerland bowed and moved aside. Audrey moved forward gracefully and didn't look back again. Just as she was considering who she should find as the object of her excuse, a young gentleman approached her and, lowering his voice, warned her, Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland, he's a dirty old man. I don't know how many women he's tricked into bed. Bakerland is lustful. This is in line with my observations. This is a weakness. Audrey smiled without hiding her disgust. Cance, do you have a misconception about me? Goddess, how could I be bewitched by that Ambassador Bakerland? His cologne makes me want to vomit, his words are so foul, and his taste is like a male peacock. Cance was Viscount Learson's youngest son, and their family was on fairly good terms with the Hall family. According to Audrey, Cance had entered MI9 after graduating from Tingen University and had become quite enigmatic. Her original plan had been to have a chat with Ambassador Backland, and observe him up close before using the pretext of exasperation to get more information from Cance and his other friends from the intelligence community to learn more about him. To her surprise, she didn't need to seek out Cance Learson since he came over and started the corresponding conversation on his own. Accord, your feelings are correct. Cance gave a sincere smile. He surveyed his surroundings and whispered, besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous fellow. How dangerous? Audrey asked curiously. Have you heard of Beyonders? I know that you've always been interested in such matters, Cance said with some deliberation. Audrey gently nodded. I know quite a bit, most of it being told to me by Glaint. Cance took a glance at Bakerland, who was chatting with an affluent lady, and said with a serious expression, he's Intis's intelligence head in our kingdom. He's done numerous atrocities, but we haven't been able to gather any evidence of his crimes. He's a Sequence 6, a conspiracist. He didn't go into details with an outsider like Audrey, nor did he mention that conspiracist was part of the Hunter pathway. However, Audrey was already aware of this. She feigned naivety and sighed. He's really amazing. He has an assistant in the shadows, one that has perhaps reached Sequence 5. In addition to that, all of the Intis intelligence agents in the kingdom are under his management. Many of them are Beyonders. Unfortunately, we only know a few of them, Cance added in passing. Don't be too happy if Bakerland praises you either. It's not what he truly thinks. He just wants to use this opportunity to gather more information. I don't like what you're saying. Audrey looked up at the ornate chandelier and thought for a few seconds. Is Bakerland very smart? You haven't managed to get any incriminating evidence. He truly is good at scheming, but he also has a lot of problems. He likes to chase after women and loves the feeling of romance. He takes risks and is quite radical. If it wasn't for his identity as an ambassador preventing us from taking action easily, he would have been captured long ago. Cance stroked his chin and said, however, he'll be replaced very soon. Very soon. Why? Audrey asked in surprise. My dear beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know. Cance adhered to the principle of confidentiality. When the ball was almost over, Audrey, who had gathered quite a bit of information, found Viscount Glaint and asked him to help her contact Zio and Furs. Chapter 243, Catching the Adulterous Act. Wednesday morning, across from the Coim Company, in the Cherwood Borough. Klein was sitting on a wooden bench outside the Gardley department store, clutching a paper bag containing the most famous Cindy Dacey pie in the area with one hand, and holding a cup of iced tea in the other. Beside him, a tramp was curled up on the other side of the bench, sleeping. 10 minutes later, the mall's security guard woke him up and shooed him away. Klein wore gold-rimmed spectacles which didn't provide for any vision correction and a silk half-top hat. He didn't look much different from most of the gentlemen around him. He idly looked across the street at the Coim Company, lifted his right hand, and took a large bite of the Cindy Dacey pie. He felt the rich aroma gush out and fill his oral cavity. The reason why this pie from Dacey Bay stood out amongst the southern pies was that it used a lot of oil and fat, but the meat was chopped into very tiny bits. With the fat and lean meat mixed together, it didn't feel too heavy. The rich, meaty juice seeped into the outer crust, neutralizing the dryness and made up for its shortcomings. The wheat fragrance was clearly brought out, and the small pieces of crushed apples were used to stimulate appetite with a slightly sour and sweet taste while neutralizing the oily taste. It's okay, although the weather isn't good and the pollution is terrible, Backland is far superior to Tingen in many other aspects. Foods of all styles can be found everywhere. There are all kinds of operas and plays available. They can be enjoyed, as long as one isn't afraid to spend money. Although I might not necessarily eat or partake in such entertainment, I have these options at the very least. This is the advantage of a big city. Klein raised his sweet iced tea and took a sip. He never took his eyes off the coin company's entrance. For that £10, he had been sitting there since 8 in the morning. Even his breakfast was bought on the way there. Of course, for most private detectives, a commission of £10 was an absolutely enviable business, equivalent to about 3 weeks' salary for a member of the middle class. According to the information provided by Mary Gale, her husband was currently the first manager of Coim Company and was Luke Sammer's superior. However, their shares in the Coim Company came from Mary's father, and Mary had inherited it. One of the immediate reasons she suspected her husband of having a mistress was that an employee in the company had divulged to her that Dorrigu Gale would leave the office on Wednesday and Friday mornings alone and only return in the afternoon. In addition, he would leave work early for 2 days a week, and Mary had never seen her husband return home before 7. After breakfast, Klein waited another hour plus before seeing his target walk out of Coim. He was wearing a black top hat, a double-breasted tweed coat, and a standard bow tie. He was slightly fat, with yellowish temples, slightly brownish eyes, and a slightly long face. Dorrigu Gale, he silently recited his target's name, stood up, picked up his cane and his heavy portable camera, and crossed the road. Instead of getting his carriage driver to pick him up, he stood by the side of the road and looked around for a rental carriage. Klein took the opportunity to cross the road and arrive beside him. Pretending to be careless, he bumped into his target. "Sorry, I'm quite lost." Klein bowed his head in apology. Dorrigu frowned, but remained silent, waving his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. Klein bent down, bowed, and walked to the end of the street. He didn't run into Dorrigu in order to steal his belongings and use the dowsing method to easily track him. That would have been easily noticeable. Instead, Klein had only done one thing when he collided with Dorrigu. With the help of his agility as a clown, he had secretly slipped a spare button of his into one of the pockets of Dorrigu's double-breasted coat. Going around a corner, he stopped and looked back just in time to see Dorrigu board a rental carriage. Klein was in no hurry to tail him. He waited patiently for a few minutes before slowly getting into another horse carriage and said to the carriage driver, "Just go according to my instructions. Head to the end of the street first." "All right." The driver didn't ask why. Inside the carriage, Klein leaned his cane and began performing a divination. However, his divination statement wasn't directed at Dorrigu Gale. Instead, it became, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." The dowsing rod seeking was originally the most practical technique to find objects. Only seers were able to use it to seek people. Now, Klein was using it in its original form. The easiest and most convenient items to find were those that belonged to himself. Along the way, Klein kept getting the carriage driver to change directions until they finally arrived at a street house in the Hillston borough. When they first circled it, Klein noticed that there were gardens and lawns behind the house, which was different from the other houses. His dowsing method told him that Dorrigu Gale was inside that house. After paying the 2 soldi fare, Klein walked to the door with marble statues outside. He saw 2 men in black and white plaid uniforms that resembled the police uniform. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" One of them, a brown-skinned man of Southern Continent blood, stopped Klein. "Proof of membership?" Klein hid his heavy camera behind him and asked with a slight frown. The brown-skinned man immediately turned stern. "This is the Quelaag Club. Only our members and up to 1 of their guests can enter." "Then how can I join your club?" "You can only join after receiving a recommendation from 2 members. The brown-skinned man didn't brutally chase him away, but patiently answered the question. He couldn't guarantee that Klein would end up joining the club eventually. "All right." Klein pursed his lips and decided to put Plan B into motion. He found a hotel near the Quelaag Club and got a short-stay room for 4 hours. Then, he locked the door behind him, drew the curtains, and entered the space above the gray fog. He conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Klein wrote the exact same divination sentence as before, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." This time, he didn't use the dowsing method, but a dream divination. The reason why he didn't do it in the real world was because Klein felt that the Quelaag Club seemed to be quite a high-end club, and he suspected that there might be some powerful beyonders inside. In order to not waste time, he decided to get it done once and for all. In the gray dreamy world, Klein was the first to see Dorrigu's black coat, which was hung on a coat rack. On the carpet in front of it was a round table. the scene zoomed out, and the sight of a romping man and woman entered Klein's eye. The man was Dorigu Gale, the woman had shimmering blonde hair who looked rather young. She was in her early 20s at most. The pained expression with her knitted brows does look rather coquettish. Why am I always seeing scenes such as this? Klein covered his eyes and woke up. The fact that Dorigu has a mistress is confirmed. How do I get material evidence? By responding to my prayers. But this is limited to what I can obtain with my own body. I can only do it through sketching and not through the camera. I can't possibly draw a picture with my bare hands, can I? It looks like today won't do. I'll tail that girl and find out her address and name later. I refuse to believe that they'll be inside the Quelaag Club every time they meet. Detective Klein quickly came up with his next course of action. Just as he was about to leave the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly thought of something. He decided to take the opportunity to divine if the iron-black threadworm which had infiltrated his room was under the control of a Beander of the seer pathway. He didn't do so before because he felt that the relevant information was too scarce, and it was difficult to create something out of nothing which would result in a failed divination. It would have been the same if he was above the gray fog. Furthermore, he had various matters to divine the few times he came above the gray fog previously, and he didn't have the capacity to bother with such a question. Now that he was free, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to do the divination. As for the question of whether it was risky to contact Azek, he had already long divined it. The answer was that it was risky, and not something trivial, so he could only use it as his last resort. After writing the corresponding divination statement, Klein removed the silver chain from his sleeve and allowed the topaz pendant to hang over the paper. The iron-black threadworm that sneaked into my room was controlled by a Beander from the seer pathway. After repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise, with great amplitude and frequency. Positive, the answer is positive. Shouldn't it have failed? Klein didn't expect to obtain such an answer. According to his seer instincts, such a divination was likely to fail. Why? He frowned and thought for a while before deciding to switch to a different method of divination and target. He wanted to directly divine the controller using dream divination. This time, Klein saw nothing in his dream, and couldn't get the corresponding revelation about the seer pathway Beander. That's more like it, he muttered and thought back to the prior divination and fell into deep thought. They should have been a lack of conditions and result in a failed divination just like the one that followed. Could it be that this mysterious space had filled in the necessary conditions? Does it contain something of the seer pathway? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a bold idea. Perhaps, the mysterious space above the gray fog had something to do with the path of the seer pathway. Klein lightly rapped the edge of the ancient table. Despite thinking about it, he couldn't find any other evidence. He could only temporarily put this matter on hold and prepare for his return to the real world. Regardless, I've confirmed at least one thing. The mid-sequence Beander beside the ambassador is from the seer pathway, and whether he's a member of the seer doesn't matter. This might be my chance of obtaining the sequence 7 and even the sequence 6 potion formula. Klein extended his spirituality and wrapped it around him before plunging into the gray fog. Meanwhile, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey let the master of the study guard the door while she looked at Zio and Furs. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I need your help with a mission." "What mission?" Zio's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the bills. Audrey gave her a polite smile. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the Loan Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Maiden." Chapter 244, Appointee. What? Furs touched her earlobes, wondering if she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, naive, curious, and scatter-brained Miss Audrey actually assigned an assassination mission. Furthermore, the target is the ambassador of Intis, a powerful country in the northern continent. Zio was slow on the uptake as she hesitantly said, "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." The first thing she considered was the difficulty of the mission. Audrey ignored her question and allowed her to imagine the reason. She said, with faint dimples showing, "I'm not asking you to take the job. I just wish for you to find a Beander with the strength to complete it. For example, Mr. A. I'll pay you 4,000 gold pounds for this. Of course, this is only my initial offer. The details are negotiable. If it eventually succeeds, I'll pay you 500 pounds. Even if the mission ends up failing, you will receive 200 pounds due to the risk you have taken." Her uninvested annuity and the rest of the bounty was around 13,000 pounds. However, any large utilization of it would certainly attract the attention of Count Hall, and even the Varvat Bank would investigate. She had calculated that £5,000 was the tipping point, and it was best not to exceed it. 0.4000 gold pounds. Zio heard her own heavy breathing, but she quickly became depressed, knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to complete the mission herself. Just £500 to seek out other Beyonders in our names while maintaining it a secret. Miss Audrey is the most generous and beautiful lady I've ever seen. Zio quickly returned to reality. While feeling enticed, Furza's mind was filled with questions. Why would Miss Audrey delegate such a mission? Is there some internal strife among nobles? Is this the precursor to inciting a war? Is Count Hall representing some important figure in a bid to make the situation turn chaotic? The duo quickly contacted Mr. A using a previously agreed upon channel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the rare sunlight shined through the fog and lit up the whole of Backland, they arrived at the house where they had previously participated in gatherings. There, they saw Mr. A sitting with his legs up and his hood over his head, but he gave off a condescending air. You said that you have something important to talk to me about. Mr. A's eyes moved back and forth between the two ladies. I heard that some female Beyonders would use their bodies to trade for potion ingredients with Mr. He's really a disgusting pervert. Furs curled her lips and said, there's a large transaction, I wonder if you're interested in it. Mr. A scanned Zio's face and chuckled. Tell me, let's see what this large transaction is. Holding back the urge to draw her triangular blade, Zio answered with the tone of a tribunal, assassinate the Intis ambassador to the Loan Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Maiden. Mr. A fell silent, but since his expression was obscured by the shadow of his hood, Zio and Furs couldn't guess what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly leaned back and said with a deep voice, so, what's the reward? £4,000. In addition, we will provide the relevant information such as Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter pathway, or that his weakness is lust. Zio tried her best to make Mr. A believe that there was hope in completing the mission. Mr. A chuckled and said, I can accept this mission, but the reward must be raised. The first choice, the potion formulas to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Enterer, Prophet, or Manipulator. Of course, their price is higher than this mission. There's no need for the complete formula. A partial formula will suffice. The second choice, 10,000 gold pounds. Hey, this is the bounty of Rear Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. Bakerland's strength definitely isn't as strong as he is, but he has powerful aides. Besides, believe me, he definitely has mystical objects on him. A reasonable price, but that's also an exaggerated price. Zio and Furs looked at each other and said, we shall return and discuss it. At this time tomorrow, we'll give you our answer. Sure, Mr. A made a gesture of farewell. After being led out by an attendant, Furs murmured in puzzlement, those are high-sequence Beyonder formulas. Frankly speaking, I find it strange. I thought Mr. A would only want formulas or potion ingredients. Money shouldn't be a necessity for him. Zio turned to look at her friend. Furs, you really are a naive clinical doctor and author. You must know that Mr. A has many subordinates. They need a house to sleep in, stomachs to fill, clothes to buy, and the need to vent their desires. All of this has to be bought using money. Besides, to some nobles who have declined, what wouldn't they sell if there are gold pounds to be made? Without his men, Mr. A would be just as scary, but he will be rather lacking in intelligence. That's what all the small gangs in the East Borough know. Furs frowned and said, Zio, you're not that stupid after all. In the evening, the two of them met the familiar large golden retriever at a predetermined location and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. When Audrey finished reading the note, not only did she not feel stumped, she even let out a long sigh of relief. It was simply wonderful for her that she could finish the ambassador with just 10,000 gold pounds. For the time being, I can only use 5,000 pounds. I'll still have to pay Zio and Furs 500 pounds. Well, first of all, I'll borrow 6,000 pounds, no, 8,000 pounds. I can't expose any problems with my daily expenses. Then, I'll pay him back over 4 to 5 months, with interest of 1,000 pounds. Before the new year, I will be quite poor, having only 1,000 pounds to use a month. Audrey quickly made her decision. Then she burned the original slip of paper and wrote on a new piece of paper. The second option, an advance of 2,000 pounds and the remaining 8,000 pounds will be paid after the mission is completed. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein saw Mary Gale again at tea time. He had initiated the meeting through Mrs. Stellan Sammer. Madam Mary, I found out that your husband went to the Quelaag Club while tailing him. However, I wasn't able to enter because I'm not a member of the club. Even so, according to my observations, about half an hour after your husband left, only one young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, who lives at 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Borough. She used to work at Coim for a period of time and is currently unemployed. I took a picture of her leaving the Quelaag Club. She's unemployed, yet she can live in Hillston Borough, Stellan sneered. Mary wore a gloomy expression as she remained silent for a few seconds. You have to obtain material evidence of them being intimate. Oh, the Quelaag Club, right. I'll get 2 members to nominate you as a member, but you must fill in your particulars as famous detective. I can't get people to bring you in because it might not mesh well with the schedules of others. All right, Klein hesitated, but still asked, who will pay the club fees? I will be responsible for the initial fees. This is in return for your efficiency. If you wish to remain in the club, you will have to pay the annual fee of about £15 yourself. There seemed to be a fire burning in Mary's eyes. The fee is £15 a year, and the initiation fee is at least £50. A high-end club, Madam Mary, you sure are generous. Klein immediately nodded. I will provide you with the evidence as soon as possible. After dinner, Klein went out again and continued to the Bravehearts bar in the Backland Bridge area. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he wanted to show his helplessness in front of the military's special department and the police who were observing him in secret. He wanted to appear as though he was trying every method to save himself. Second, he also wanted to deceive the mid-sequence Beander from the seer pathway under the ambassador's command. In matters involving the Grey Fog, Klein believed that the gentleman or lady would never be able to succeed in a divination, including his own resurrection and past events, as well as how he had successfully created the language of foulness charm through the help of the true creator. This is definitely a powerful item that can affect my opponent. Klein had to maintain his act of feeling unsafe and his act of madly grasping at all kinds of straw to mislead his opponent in order to increase his chances of victory. Under the dark night, Klein entered the bar. Before he could get a beer, he saw Kaspars, the old man with the brandy nose, standing in front of the rat-baiting ring with his arms crossed. Perfect timing. Marich is looking for you. Kaspars spotted Klein and limped over. Marich is looking for me. Klein asked in shock. Instinctively, he touched the Azek's copper whistle in his pocket and considered what excuse he could use to politely decline the meeting. Or could it be that wrapping the copper whistle with one's spirituality wouldn't cause any zombie-like phenomenon? It wasn't like Mr. Azek hadn't been to the cemetery before, nor had any corpses attacked him. Klein tensed up. Before he could come up with an excuse, he saw Marich, his face pale and his eyes filled with malice, walking over. He wasn't surrounded by any zombies. Where are his zombies? Klein thought with a mixture of puzzlement and relief. Marich pointed to the card room and walked over there first. Klein looked into the distance and followed him since there were no zombies. What's the matter? Klein took the initiative to ask. Marich, in a black vest and white shirt, sat on the card table and stared into Klein's eyes. Does that job of yours still stand? Klein wasn't able to react in time. I have a friend who is short on money and is willing to accept this commission. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is £1,000, Marich said in a low, slurred voice. Why is a Beander willing to accept the commission only after I acquired the language of foulness? However, this is good as well. This will be able to confuse the ambassador's Beander. After he painstakingly defeats Marich's friend, my chances of success will become extremely high. The only problem is determining if Marich's friend is trustworthy. I'll go above the Grey Fog to divine it. Klein pondered for a moment and said, give me time to consider it and save up the necessary funds. It's not a small sum. Also, it's best if the person protecting me is hidden. It must be confidential. As for the 3 days of protection, that is up to me. It's definitely within these 2 weeks. Of course, the seer would definitely be aware of it, Klein silently added. As for money, he had already considered it from the beginning. If selling Mersault's Beander characteristic wasn't enough, he would ask Miss Justice for money. After all, he had made the preparations. Russell's diary still had a lot of knowledge that could be sold. Of course, if the price was simply unacceptable, he could forego it. Now, although Mersault's Beander characteristic had become the language of foulness charm, I still have Miss Justice. She still owes me the money needed for Sequence 8 Light Suppliant as well as the intelligence regarding the secret order. Combining those together, £1,000 would be enough. Chapter 245. Confirmation. Back home at 15 Minsk Street, Klein was in no hurry to head above the grey fog to perform a divination. Instead, he acted as though nothing had happened. In the process, he heard an illusory prayer and vaguely recognized it as a woman's voice. After experiencing the ravaging murmurs of the true creator, my ability in this aspect has apparently improved a little. Klein turned the newspaper while engrossed in thought and settled himself on the reclining chair in a motionless half-slumped state. He waited until the clock nearly struck 10, before putting down what he was doing and went to the bathroom on the second floor to clean himself up. Entering the bedroom and pulling the curtains shut, Klein went above the grey fog. He saw that the crimson star symbolizing justice was constantly expanding and contracting, and it was also echoing with prayers. Klein spread out his spirituality and made contact. Dressed in a white silk nightgown, Miss Justice appeared in front of him. Her figure was still blurry, as if she was in bed. After reciting his honorable name, Audrey cut to the chase. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter pathway. He's suspected to have a Sequence 5 assistant. After I obtained detailed information, I got someone to inquire Mr. A. He has agreed to accept the assassination mission, but the conditions are 10,000 gold pounds or any of the potion formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Enterer, Prophet, and Manipulator. They do not need to be complete. A portion of the formula would suffice. I chose the former and paid an advance of £2,000. Honorable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct? 0.10000 gold pounds. The corner of Klein's lips twitched as he forced himself to focus on the matter. The Sequence 5 assistant should be that seer pathway infiltrator. The first thing that should be done is to overestimate the enemy. Would Mr. A have the ability to do it? Would he neglect the job after taking the money? Cataclysmic Enterer, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed are likely Sequence 4s. That is the threshold of a high Sequence Beyander. It is very likely that Mr. A is one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order. To be stationed in the City of Cities, Backland, means that he's second only to the 5 saints of the Aurora Order's upper echelons. He must be the cream of the crop among the oracles. The Aurora Order wields the secret suppliant pathway, which is the direct route to the true creator. As an oracle, he has a high probability of being a Beyander of this sequence chain. Based on Backland's position, it can be inferred that he's at Sequencer's 5, Shepherd. Of course, he could also be a Rose Bishop that's one sequence lower, but that would mean that he's more outstanding in other aspects, such as his intelligence. I have to remind Miss Justice that she shouldn't have too many interactions with Mr. A. The Beyonders of the secret suppliant sequence are either already lunatics exhibiting abnormalities or lunatics who have hidden their insanity well. Almost without exception, Sequence 8 listeners in this sequence pathway often hear the voice of the true creator. Yes, only a lunatic would be bold enough to accept the mission of assassinating an Intis ambassador and have the courage to complete it. I have here a portion of the Unshadowed potion formula, as well as the corresponding ritual needed for the advancement. This can save Miss Justice 10,000 gold pounds. Why would Mr. A only need the formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Enterer, Prophet, and Manipulator? Are these paths that can be swapped at high sequences of the secret suppliant pathway? That's a bit too much. That makes it 5 in total. Unshadowed is from the eternal blazing sun. Cataclysmic Enterer sounds like it's from the Lord of Storms or maybe the Evernight Goddess. I previously determined that the eternal blazing sun, Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have pathways that are relatively similar, therefore, they view each other with animosity. From the looks of it, Cataclysmic Enterer belongs to the Lord of Storms and is sequence 4 of the Sailor sequence. Prophet is likely from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Then which pathway does Manipulator belong to? It'll be interesting if they can all be exchanged with the sequence corresponding to the true creator. Yes, I cannot give the Unshadowed formula to Mr. A. Not even a portion. The Aurora Order members are all lunatics who are always looking for opportunities to take revenge on the world to the detriment of public safety. Items of strategic importance must not be traded with them. This isn't just a question of the bottom line, it also involves my own safety. Once the time is ripe, those lunatics from the Aurora Order might very well sacrifice the entire city. Let Miss Justice spend the 10,000 pounds then. Part of it includes the payment she would like to give to my adorer. The rest can be made up to her with the knowledge I already know. Klein reached out and pinched his cheek. He didn't reply to Justice immediately. Instead, he conjured a pen and paper, ready to make a divination. Klein had no idea who Marich's friend was. He could only tell from the pronoun, she, that the person was a woman. Failure was inevitable if he wanted to directly divine the reliability of the person in question. However, Klein could make an indirect divination regarding his own safety, which would have a much higher success rate. As for whether he would suffer an interference or how accurate the outcome would be, he wasn't worried at all thanks to the gray fogs. Shielding. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Marich's friend to be my bodyguard for 3 days." Putting the pen away, he removed his spirit pendulum, focused his mind, and quickly performed the divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the topaz pendant was rotating clockwise. However, the amplitude was very small and its speed was very slow. "There's a certain risk, but it's quite low, reliable." Klein nodded slightly and changed to divine about Mr. A. Similarly, he had no direct contact with Mr. A, and all he knew was based on descriptions and inference. It was difficult to find out whether or not he was capable enough, or willing to keep his promise. All he could do was make an indirect divination. As an excellent seer, Klein quickly determined the direction, and that was to divine Ambassador Bakerland. This ambassador had relatively more connections with him, and the information he had about him was even more detailed. Klein knew very well what the other party was involved in, and as a divination target, there were no problems. After some thought, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Maiden will have his life threatened by Mr. A." To prevent it from failing, he tried his best to make the words vague in this low-confidence divination and didn't require a definite answer. This time, Klein saw that the spirit pendulum was still rotating clockwise, but it had become faster and the amplitude had increased. It means that Mr. A will attempt to complete the mission, and that there's a good chance of success. Klein slowly exhaled and began to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. "Sure, there's no problems with your decision. You absolutely must not show yourself when entrusting this mission. My adorer wishes for £1,000 for his activities. It will be done in the same way as before, and it would be best if it can be completed by tomorrow. This will be payment for the light suppliant formula. You do not need to seek out news regarding the secret order any further. However, if you obtain any relevant information, I will do a trade with you." After learning that the infiltrator was a Beander in the seer pathway, Klein's need for information about the secret order became less urgent. He had originally wanted to ask for more than £1,000, but in consideration of how Miss Justice had to pay £10,000 to assassinate the ambassador, it was likely that her finances would be stretched to the limit. Therefore, he only asked for the minimum. After doing all of this, Klein didn't linger and immediately returned to the real world. Audrey was holding a music score and humming a melody. The red moon was faintly discernible outside the window. Suddenly, a thick gray fog appeared in front of her. A figure seated on an ancient chair looked down at her and spoke in a low voice. Audrey let out a breath of relief after hearing Mr. Fool's response. She was no longer as nervous as she was. £1,000, my debt to Mr. Fool is close to being paid off. I feel so much more relaxed suddenly. Audrey rested the music score against her chest and thought with her dimples showing. Although she only had £1,000 to spend for quite a considerable period of time in the coming days, being put in a tight financial situation, all she needed to do was grit her teeth, and squeezing out £1,000 wouldn't be a problem. I'll borrow more from Glaint and drag it out with more installments. Audrey had quite a good education in finances. After all, her father was a powerful banker behind the scenes. At noon on Thursday, Klein heard another illusory prayer. He then confirmed that Miss Justice had deposited the money into his anonymous account. The bank reconciliation and liquidation done in Backland could be completed on the same day, meaning that from Friday, Klein would be able to withdraw the cash from any Backland bank branch in the city. After lunch, Klein once again saw Mary Gale. She led him outside the Quelaag Club, where the two members were waiting. One was a well-known surgeon, Aaron Series, and the other was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont. After greeting each other, the lanky and somewhat aloof doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the club first, leaving the equestrian teacher, Talum, who had short brown curly hair, to converse with Klein amidst smiles. If it wasn't for Mary mentioning you, I wouldn't have known that Backland has had an additional outstanding detective join its ranks. If there's anything I need to do in the future, I'll look for you. Then, let me thank you in advance. Klein smiled in response. According to Mary's introduction on the carriage, he learned that Talum was originally of noble blood. His grandfather had a noble title of Viscount, but it was a pity that his grandfather had squandered all his wealth. His father had nearly 10 brothers and more than 6 sisters, and as nobles whose titles were determined by the amount of land they possessed, once the amount of land went beneath a particular standard, the hereditary nobility title would be reduced. However, that also depended on the king's mood. Talim was unlike the other children of nobility who could obtain a considerable sum of money when they reached adulthood. And due to his grandfather's reputation, he had no means of entering the government as an employee, or to be a butler of another noble family. Therefore, he could only play to his advantages and became an equestrian teacher for many nobles. His income was quite sizable, with about £400 a year. Divorce really leads to poverty. It was unknown if Talim was hinting at Mary Gale's situation or if he was reminded of his grandfather who seemed to be more of Intis ancestry. Unable to engage in the conversation, Klein followed him into the Quelaag Club, where he saw a large, brightly lit hall. Chapter 246, Strange Omen. Aaron and Talim left the Quelaag Club after they separately completed the nomination form. It wasn't a weekend. The former had 2 more operations in the afternoon, and the latter had to teach Viscount Conrad's youngest son horse riding. The teenager needed to ensure that he didn't embarrass himself during the Backland social events in the second half of the year. Klein watched the manservant dressed in a red vest and a maid in a beautiful dress come and go a few times before finally delivering him his own proof of membership and a badge with the symbol of the Frost constellation engraved on it. An entry fee of £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, with an annual fee of £4 a year. The manservant in the red vest pushed the 2 objects to Klein. Klein took out the £57 which Mary Gale had given him and handed him £54. The amount beyond the entry fee and annual fee was Mary's first payment. She was very pleased with how quickly Klein obtained information on Dorrigu Gale's mistress, as well as her photo. £50 membership. Madame Mary is such a generous lady. While Klein watched the manservant and the maid verify the money and confirm the exact amount, he recalled Stellan Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was a co-founder of the Coim company and had a 20% stake. It was originally just a small company that barely made money, but as Backland's pollution worsened and the demand for anthracite and charcoal increased, the company rapidly expanded to become one of the top 10 companies in the capital's industry. As such, Mary's net worth skyrocketed. The only problem was that when she was married to Dorrigu Gale, the company was still quite an unknown company. Her father hadn't paid much attention to using the shares as her dowry and didn't proceed with any protection of estate gifting and had instead used the more popular, willing of gifts. The former referred to the dowry as an independent and separate estate of the woman and not subjected to her husband's control. Even the right of use depended on the woman, while the latter assigned the dowry's ownership to the entire family. However, the husband had to immediately make a valid will to promise that if he passed away before his partner, the split of the estate would be 2 to 4 times the rights and interests of the dowry received. After which, the rest would proceed according to the normal inheritance laws which could effectively guarantee the livelihood of the widow. If Mary initiated a divorce before she could get evidence of Dorrigu's adultery, the Coim company shares would be divided equally between both parties. Klein remembered Stellan saying enviously, the current value of those shares is currently close to 20,000 gold pounds. Adding the other property in their name, Mary is a truly wealthy lady. Once she's divorced, she will definitely become the target of many men in Backland, including some nobles. That's only enough money for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice. Klein suddenly thought about that when he saw the red-vested manservant and the good-looking maid bow at him. Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Quelaag Club. Upon hearing this, Klein picked up the proof of membership and the Frost badge. The former was made of elastic paper which looked like a card with Klein's name and his membership start date on it. After applying an imprint of his index finger, the proof of membership was officially ready for use. The latter was the Quelaag Club's distinctive badge, named for its founding in early November, which corresponded to the month of the Frost constellation. The symbol and the number 192 were printed on the front, followed by Sherlock Moriarty, imprinted on the back. The club now has 192 members. Klein asked casually. Yes, our club doesn't accept people without a recommendation. The red-vested manservant beamed and introduced. On the first floor, there's a buffet cafeteria, bar, library, squash room, conference room, and card room. You can use them all for free. The food and wine are free for your sampling as well. There are 16 lounge rooms and 2 small conference rooms on the second floor. They are also free, and can be used as long as they aren't occupied. The good-looking maid pointed to the rear and said, "There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn, totally free of charge. There are 2 shooting ranges underground, and you only need to pay the corresponding rental fee of the equipment. If you aren't satisfied with the simple buffet, you can order à la carte. We have an exclusive chef, and you just need to pay for the ingredients. Board, lodging, and entertainment are all provided for, as expected of a high-end club." Klein sincerely thanked Mrs. Mary. He smiled warmly and said, "Send someone to show me around so that I can familiarize myself with the environment. Afterward, give me a lounge to take an afternoon nap." "All right." The red manservant made an inviting gesture. After familiarizing himself with the Quelaag Club's environment, Klein entered a lounge and carefully studied the layout of the place. He discovered it was similar to a hotel room of the later generation. It was said to be decorated in the Intis style. "I have to consider how to obtain evidence of Dorigu's affair tomorrow. It's simply impossible to hide the flash of the camera. In other words, I only have one shot at taking a picture, and if I do that, I'll definitely be kicked out of the club. I have to think of a safe way. I'll read through the papers later and try to determine the progress regarding Ian's case through the news. From there, I can determine which 3 days I should be guarded." Klein paced back and forth, lost in thought. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated as he tensed up. Is this the premonition of a clown? However, there are no scenes in my mind. Klein felt the air around him turn still like it was the calm before the storm. Soon, this feeling disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that danger is approaching? But nothing like this happened when I was attacked by Merceau. Puzzled, Klein pulled out a coin and divined if he would be attacked in the next few days. The answer was negative. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein drew the curtains and pretended to take an afternoon nap. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He sat down and pondered for a long time before muttering to himself, "I will be in grave danger in the next few days." After repeating the statement, he flicked the coin again and saw the copper-colored object tumble down and land in his open palm. This time, the portrait of the king was facing up. It meant a positive result. My reaction just now really was an omen that danger is coming. Klein narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He was rather puzzled by this matter. Whether it was as a seer or clown, they had never displayed such abilities before. Even if they could predict danger, it was because the target was right in front of him or beside him. There was nobody around me. From the fact that my divination was misled, it must have involved a relatively higher sequencer, most likely Bakerland's assistant. In the end, it actually gave me a premonition. This isn't scientific. This isn't mystic. There must be something else behind it, but I can't be certain why yet. Klein looked around and saw the boundless fog, crimson and still, the palace standing as it had always stood. He reined in his doubts and temporarily stopped thinking about the reason. Instead, he focused his attention on the attack that was about to occur. After several more divinations, Klein found that he could only confirm that there would be great danger in the next few days. It couldn't be shortened to 3 days, 2 days, or even 5 hours. In other words, he could only obtain a somewhat vague revelation. And in a dream divination, he saw Ian dressed in his old coat, standing in the street with the elegant gas lamps and the blurry crimson moon behind him. Other than this image, there was nothing else. How should I interpret this? Klein thought for a moment. He could only assume that this was the prelude to danger. Without further delay, he returned to the real world, left the Quelaag Club, and went to the nearby Hillston branch of the Backland Bank to withdraw the remaining £100 from his account. The sum of £1,000 from Justice hasn't been cleared yet and reconciled. Without the corresponding information sent to the branches, the account wasn't synchronized, and, theoretically speaking, there was a loophole. Klein could withdraw £100 from another branch and seize the opportunity when all the accounts were out of sync. However, this was only in theory. In order to avoid similar acts, the banks had many rules on anonymous accounts. First, it was to enhance the transmission of similar information in the same city. Second, it was to limit a single withdrawal to no more than £500. And third, if the last withdrawal wasn't done locally, a telegram was needed to inquire about it. And today, Klein encountered the third situation. Putting away the money, he took a horse carriage to the Backland Bridge area and entered the Bravehearts bar. Under Kasparz's guidance, he saw Marich sitting in the card room. He wasn't surrounded by zombies. Klein discarded the idea of using his spirituality to wrap Azek's copper whistle, slapped a £100 on the table, and said to the pale Marich, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay an advance of £100. I'll pay another £300 every additional day I'm protected. The protection begins now. Marich's gaze fell past him and landed somewhere behind him. He nodded and said, all right, she has agreed. Ah, Klein turned back in surprise only to see the wall and nothing but air. He secretly activated his spirit vision, but failed to discover anything. Marich stuffed the £100 into his pocket and said indifferently, you can return now. She has begun protecting you, in a hidden way. If I hadn't divined this beforehand, I would definitely think of all of you as cheats. Klein surveyed his surroundings and deliberately acted as though he left with clenched teeth. Along the way, he would occasionally activate and deactivate his spirit vision, constantly observing the outside through the carriage windows, but he didn't find his so-called bodyguard. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. The sound of water splashing disappeared as he shook off the water droplets and wiped his palms with a towel. Then, he raised his head to look at himself in the mirror to inspect his appearance. At this moment, he saw himself phasing away in the mirror before transforming into a woman wearing a black regal dress. The woman had light golden hair and blue eyes. She looked very delicate, but her face was abnormally pale. She wore a small black bonnet, lifted her skirt, and bowed at Klein. This, without hiding his surprise, Klein took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Only then did he realize that this might be the bodyguard he had hired for £1,000. The image in the mirror quickly dimmed and Klein saw himself again. Everything had been restored back to normal. Chapter 247. The whole story. The figure in the mirror was clear, but it was as though the woman in the black regal dress had never appeared. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision, but didn't find anything. Did I just hire a female ghost as my bodyguard? She's even stranger than a female ghost. At the very least, one can see ghosts with spirit vision. Klein thoughtfully touched Isaac's copper whistle in his pocket, feeling nothing but its cold chill. Like before, it didn't have any additional changes. She's unaffected by the copper whistle. Seems like she isn't an undead creature, however, I can't be sure. Back then, the copper whistle was buried with me, but the corpses surrounding me didn't act abnormally. Was it because those buried in the cemetery have experienced a send-off by the priests and bishops? When does it work and when doesn't it? When this business with the ambassador is over, and if I'm still alive, I'll go to the cemetery and try to figure out the scope of its effect and its limits. I can't always carry a time bomb like this. Klein washed his face and walked out of the bathroom. Just as he picked up the newspaper in the living room and was going to read it in the living room or bedroom, he heard the doorbell ring. Klein's mind tensed up when he heard the tinkling sounds. He put on his coat, with all kinds of materials in it, and walked towards the door gingerly. He clearly knew that danger was approaching in the next few days. After standing behind the door and waiting for a moment, the scene outside naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon was faintly discernible in the sky. The elegant gas lamps on both sides of the street lit up the wet road. A boy wearing an old coat stood there. His bright red eyes were deep in a drift. Ian Wright. Why did he appear? Isn't this what I saw in my dream divination? Is this the prelude to danger? Klein opened the door and took 2 cautious steps back. Detective Moriarty. Ian took off his brown top hat, bowed, and said in a low voice, I came to apologize. I'm sorry to have involved you in such a dangerous matter. Klein creased his eyebrows and probed, what you should have done is head to the police station. Ian looked around and bowed his head. I just came out from MI9. Ah, is that the name of the military's special department? Klein stepped aside, pointed at the living room and said, maybe we can have a chat. I have to at least know what placed me in this situation. He sighed inwardly. Ian didn't stand on ceremony as he followed Klein into the living room and sat in the same spot as he did the last time. He was just about to open his mouth when Klein suddenly added, if what you plan on saying will put me in greater danger, then there's no need to tell me about it. No, everything will soon be over. Ian had a calmness that was beyond his age. Klein was relieved and asked out of curiosity, so, what exactly happened? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure emerge from the panes of the oriel window across the room. A black regal dress, long hair tied in a bun, blue eyes, delicate features, and a pale face. It was the woman who had previously greeted Klein in the mirror. This woman seemed to find an illusory high-back chair and sat down. Her left palm supported her right elbow while her right hand supported her face, pretending to listen attentively while appearing expressionless. For a moment, Klein was left at a loss. Ian, who had been silent for a few seconds, said softly, in fact, Detective Zerial is a spy for the Faceac Empire. He adopted several vagrant children and taught them how to gather intelligence. I am one of them. So that's how it is. I was involved in a huge spy conspiracy. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. Ian looked at the coffee table and continued, we have the advantage of age, and are often ignored by others, allowing us to gather a lot of useful information. 2 weeks ago, I stumbled upon clues regarding Helmasuin's manuscript. Helmasuin. Klein found the name familiar. Ian looked up at him and explained, Tirani von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Russell, a mathematician, a mechanist, and the father of the second-generation difference machine. So it's him. Klein suddenly remembered the relevant information. He wasn't only a great scientist, but also a crazy scientist. He believed that the inherent flaw in the existence of humans could only be fixed through machines. He loved eating sugar as if it was his own energy source. He mysteriously disappeared while researching a third-generation difference machine, and was an important figure that every country was trying to find. His manuscript. Does the manuscript involve third-generation difference machines? Klein asked probingly. A difference machine was a mechanical device for computing. It could effectively improve the efficiency of scientific research in various projects. In Klein's opinion, it was an alternative computer in the age of steam. Of course, it could only do computation at present. Ian shook his head. I'm not sure. I didn't actually see it. Perhaps, it had some related ideas. He paused for a moment, then went on to recount what had happened. When I reported this to Detective Zerial, he was very happy and told me to follow up on that lead while he immediately reported it to his superior. It took me some time to determine where the manuscript was, but I was afraid of the danger, so I didn't steal it directly. I decided to return to Detective Zerial, and after that, it was as I told you. Detective Zerial's house was infiltrated while many of the tiny traps were not restored, and he didn't respond to my contact request. The Xianxia gang tried to capture me. With your help, I confirmed the death of Detective Zerial. I took a fake tooth from his corpse. Oh, that happened after we parted. Detective Zerial told me that, inscribed on the inside of the fake tooth, there was a method to urgently contact his superior. It was a method that even he didn't know of and was something he would only remove if an accident occurred. Klein nodded slightly and said, so you sent a telegram? A rare look of surprise flashed across Ian's face as he asked, did the people from MI9 tell you that? No, a friend of mine happened to see you on Bacardi Street. Klein casually made up an excuse. I see. Ian nodded in depression. I got in touch with Detective Zerial's superior in Backland via telegram and arranged the time, place, and manner of meeting, but soon enough, I was found by the Xianxia gang. No, to be exact, it was an intelligence officer of the Intis Republic. That was what the people from MI9 people told me. Fortunately, MI9 arrived in time, and both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. I took this opportunity to escape. However, when I met with Detective Zerial's superior this afternoon, I was once again ambushed by the Intis intelligence officers. Unfortunately, I was caught by them, and I was very afraid of dying, so I told them everything that I knew. However, they didn't keep their promise and still wanted to kill me. At that moment, MI9 finally found me. It is only during such times when you look like a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. Just as Klein was reflecting over this, he suddenly thought of a problem from what Ian had just said. Back when he discovered that something important was left behind on Zerial's corpse and that Ian had successfully taken it away, he had written the matter off, thinking that the Beander was lacking in skill, and that the Beander had missed out on something because the mediumship provided little useful information. However, after confirming that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beander of the seer pathway, the situation became extremely peculiar. With powerful mediumship, it was impossible for the fake tooth to not be discovered. Leaving the body in such a remote and hard-to-find place didn't seem like a trap. Combined with Ian's description, the answer was obvious. Klein nodded and said, have you ever thought of the possibility that Zerial's superior has traitors around him, a traitor who has defected to the Intis intelligence services? That's also why Zerial was exposed and killed when he obtained the clue to the manuscript, as well as why you were ambushed. It was because the Intis ambassador had information about Zerial's superior, which was why he didn't pay much attention to the urgent communication method inscribed on the inside of the tooth. Zerial's report to his superior directly led to his demise. Ian fell into a daze when he heard that. It took him quite a while before he clenched his fists in anger, trying hard to compose himself as he said, I didn't think of that. You really are an excellent detective. He quietly let out a breath of air and changed the topic. I have divulged the whereabouts of the manuscript to MI9 and everything else. They also mentioned your predicament in passing. Hey, they didn't suspect me of lying, nor did they send anyone to watch me. All of them went to vie for the manuscript. However, with that kind of pressure, no one can lie. Having said that, Ian stood up and gave a deep bow. Please allow me to apologize again. Sorry to have involved you in this. Actually, you don't need to hide anything from me. Having understood the entire situation, Klein smiled and said, no, the main problem in this matter was because I made a mistake that made me end up in my current situation. As he was listening, he used Ian's description of the entire situation and his reflections of the past few days and confirmed that he had made 2 mistakes. When I discovered that Ian's matter ran deeper than it appeared, I still accepted the request. That wasn't a problem since I only felt that it involved gangs, and there would be, at most, 1 or 2 Beyonders who wouldn't dare expose themselves. But the divination lacked enough information and ended with a failure. This was within the limits of what I could have resolved by myself, and typically speaking, there wouldn't have been any trouble. I could even take the opportunity to come into contact with Backlund's Beyonders. After finding Zerial's corpse and confirming that the matter ran deep, I should have considered the sensitivity of my identity and decisively extricated myself from this case. I should have let Ian deal with the subsequent matters himself. This wouldn't be problematic and would be a rather careful choice. One of the mistakes I made was that I didn't flinch or reveal anything about Ian when Merceau came to me. I only thought that he was from a gang, and that there were some Beyonders behind that gang. Who would have guessed that it would involve a figure like the Intis ambassador? Even more so, I never expected Merceau to be so rash. After failing his mission, he didn't threaten, intimidate me or proceed with other options. Instead, he came straight to kill me so that mediumship could be performed. He didn't even give me the chance to regret my decision. As a result, my situation worsened. So, this isn't too subjective or too serious a mistake. The one mistake that really caused me to be in such a passive situation was a tiny mistake I made from the very beginning. I had rented the house and accepted the mission as Sherlock Moriarty without donning a disguise. This resulted in me not being able to flee after my identity as a Beyonder was exposed to the ambassador. Even as I acted horrified and frantic, making MI9 and the police department believe that my taking flight would only be normal, I didn't dare flee. I was afraid that when the ambassador failed to find a target for revenge, he would inform the officials about me. And according to my experience as a Nighthawk, most official enforcers like the Nighthawks, machinery hivemind, and mandated punishers harbor animosity towards uncontrolled Beyonders. They definitely wouldn't ignore me just because I'm a low-sequence Beyonder and would begin an investigation. In time, my looks will be clear evidence. I will then be pursued by high-sequence Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess because I resurrected despite having been involved with a Grade 0 sealed artifact. There's no chance for such matters to be suddenly forgotten or thought of as nothing by others. I had to plan for the worst-case scenario in advance, and if I only reacted when the ambassador took action, it would definitely be too late. Whether it's an assassination, finding a bodyguard, or buying items, all of them will require time. Only if the ambassador and his assistant dies or attention is diverted to the investigation of his death will I be able to resolve this latent danger. His assistant doesn't have an official status, so he can't interact with the officials. For a mere Sequence 9 or Sequence 8 at best, someone whose whereabouts are unknown, there's no reason to go through the effort to report me. Of course, his death is the best outcome, then there won't be any latent danger, compared to finding Mr. Azek for help or having attention placed on me because of 008 again, as well as being pursued by high-sequence Beyonders, assassinating. The ambassador is the relatively simpler choice. Even it fails, I can only bear one of the 2 outcomes. Sigh, everything originated from a small oversight at the beginning. I just imagined that in a metropolis with over 5 million people and few people knowing me while I deliberately avoided the Nighthawks, there was no need for me to don a disguise every day, since it would be easier for others to notice something amiss. Yet, for such a small mistake, I would have to pay over 10,000 gold pounds as the price without having any guarantee of resolving it. I'm really like a clown, with one mistake triggering a chain reaction, only to result in a desperate attempt to balance myself so as to please the audience. This is all because of my lack of experience. This is the first time in my 2 lifetimes combined that I've ever been a fugitive. Once this matter is completely resolved, exposing my identity as a Beyonder would no longer be that dangerous. They would only think that I obtained a potion while finding a bodyguard and not doubt my origins. Of course, I'll have to get used to wearing glasses and a mustache in the future so that the people around me will gradually get used to my new image. In the future when they ask me about me, they will only think of this new image. Having thought through the entire matter, Klein's laugh became more pronounced, making Ian feel strange. It's time for me to leave. I'll need to disappear for a while, otherwise, I might be thrown into jail. Ian put on his hat, bade farewell, and left. Klein didn't stop him, watching him disappear into the crimson moonlight, while the woman by the oriel window had disappeared without him realizing it. Chapter 248, Waiting from Both Sides. With both sides being aware of the whereabouts of Helmasuin's manuscript, this matter would come to an end tonight. Therefore, the ambassador would have the freedom to take revenge. Is this the reason for the impending danger? Klein gained a rough understanding of the divination results in the inexplicable omen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm or the powerful bodyguard that cost him £1,000 for 3 days, he would have shamelessly gone to the police station or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Backland, St. Hireland Cathedral for a temporary stay. He could avoid any possible attacks and await the assassination of the ambassador. As for how successful the assassination would be, Klein wasn't confident either. He had already considered the worst outcome and had a plan for it. But now, with double the preparations, he no longer wanted to avoid it. He would stay at home and pretend that he knew nothing. Deep down, he was even looking forward to having his attackers come knocking at his door. Sequence 9 Hunter Merceau was killed by me. If they send someone else again, they would at least be a sequence 7, or even a sequence 6 or 5. They might even come in numbers, but regardless, as long as I finish them, I'll obtain formulas and Beander characteristics. I can then make up for some of my losses. Yes, I'll tell Miss Bodyguard that I had good luck and managed to benefit from the black ear that I bought and became a Beander. After all, when the battle becomes intense, there's no way to hide it at that point. Besides, what I'm saying is nearly the truth. I did benefit quite significantly from the black ear. As Klein considered what would soon follow, he almost instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless me that the Beander who comes is the one from the seer pathway. He prayed silently. As he thought of this, he looked around the room for his bodyguard. He was worried that she would run away without a sound after hearing the whole story. The lights in the dining room were warm, illuminating the coffee table, sofa, and chairs. There was no one else in the room except him. As Klein gradually grew nervous, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. The face was pale, with pale gold hair and delicate looks. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's mind calmed down, and he whispered to himself, I'm also a Beander. I made a gamble on an item I bought from Kasparz's gathering and benefited from it, but it was only beneficial for me. What he said was true. No matter what method he had to face, these sentences would endure a truth test. But when these two sentences were put together, one would think that the benefits made him a Beander. The face on the glass cover nodded slightly and quickly disappeared without any other reaction. Klein's expression didn't seem to change, but he secretly exhaled in his heart. Without taking off his coat, he went back to the sofa and picked up a newspaper and started reading. After a while, the tinkling sound echoed again. Someone had rung his doorbell again. Who is it? Klein immediately tensed up. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, touching his tarot cards and language of foulness charm. He slowly walked towards the door, and with the help of his abilities as a clown, he predicted what he would see after opening the door. The crimson moon was still faintly visible, the elegant gas lamps were unchanged, and a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulettes was impatiently waiting by the door. He had a short, brown beard and he was none other than the sergeant who had dealt with Sherlock Moriarty's case of self-defense. I think Jurgen mentioned his name. Sergeant Faxon. Well, I can receive the £10 bail tomorrow or the next day. What is he doing here? Did MI9 send him to find Ian Wright? Or to inform me that I should temporarily hide away from danger? Confused, Klein grabbed the handle. Inside the Intis embassy of Backland's West Borough, the lights were on. The scent of various perfumes and alcohol, accompanied by melodious melodies, stretched out to every corner. A ball was being held. During his years as an ambassador, Bakerland had often held balls at the embassy, inviting the kingdom's bankers, big factory owners, philanthropists, and other well-known, rich and powerful people, as well as lawyers. Random opportunities were also given to some of the lower-ranked merchants. In this atmosphere, he would tell the guests about the prosperity and openness of Trier, and how the Intis Republic was no longer dominated by the likes of the nobles, bankers, factory owners, and lawyers. They, directly and indirectly, took over a large portion of the parliamentary seats, determining the direction of the government policies, enjoying true freedom and high statuses. Today, Bakerland was doing the same thing. With a wine glass in hand, he flitted around the guests, as if to prove that he was present at the ball without leaving. They should have gotten the manuscript by now. After learning that Ian Wright appeared at the telegraph office from that trembling detective, I've been putting plans into action. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Bakerland, with his thin but classy face, took a sip of the blood-like Ormir wine and headed for the balcony, intending to take a breath of the cool night air. After learning that Ian had sent the telegram, as a veteran conspiracist and professional intelligence officer, Bakerland was acutely aware that Ian was contacting his superior's superior. Therefore, he quickly made the double spy, that had infiltrated the Fasak Empire's Backland intelligence team, investigate and obtain the meeting time, location, and manner agreed upon by Ian and the team leader. After that, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to send people to look for Ian near Bacardi Street. He successfully found Ian and also attracted the attention of MI9. According to his plan, his intelligence officer had deliberately let Ian go, so that MI9 would think that they were on the same starting line. After paralyzing his main opponent, he called in other unexposed intelligence agents to ambush Ian and the Fasak Empire's team leader. He wanted to find the manuscript and smuggle it out of the Loan Kingdom without being detected by the MI9. The situation had progressed as smoothly as he had expected, but the news that came back in the evening left his heart heavy. People from MI9 had actually appeared. They had appeared despite being supposedly fooled. With Rosago around, it's definitely not because of divination. Besides, MI9 isn't good at divination at all. That means we have a spy among our ranks. Let's hope that Rosago can be one step ahead of them and grab the manuscript to hand over to Shadow for extraction. Bakerland had deliberately organized the ball in order to avoid suspicion, but as such, he was unable to involve himself with the developments. All he could do was pray that his subordinates would amount to something. According to his plans, once Rosago succeeded, he would immediately transfer the items to another intelligence officer, one that had never been activated before. Then Rosago would lure MI9 away and, by creating some trouble, keep them out of sight, and distract them from his partner. During this process, Bakerland requested Rosago to kill the detective while he was at it. If it wasn't for him, no one from MI9 would have known about it. Everything would have gone smoothly, my involvement with the Zemanger gang wouldn't have been revealed, and I wouldn't be transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking that MI9 would keep protecting him, and that staying at home is safer than running away. Bakerland rubbed his face. He had already received orders that after the operation regarding the manuscript had been completed, and he would hand all intelligence matters to the highest-ranking military officer at the embassy and await the arrival of the new ambassador. Bakerland was rather reluctant to part with Backland. Despite the bad weather and heavy pollution, Backland was one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Besides, the ladies here are more conservative, unlike those sluts back home. Slowly seducing them into bed and removing their restraint, bit by bit, is a very satisfying and fascinating achievement. Unfortunately, I have to bid farewell to these beautiful ladies, Bakerland thought gloomily, and he felt more and more resentful of the detective who dared to put up resistance. As for Rosago's own safety, Bakerland wasn't worried at all. He believed that as long as Rosago wanted to, as long as he wasn't targeted by a high-sequence Beander, he would be able to escape immediately. This was because Rosago had special Beander powers. As he lost himself in thought, Bakerland's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a young lady in a crimson dress standing at the edge of the balcony with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a pretty face and a gentle temperament. Her hair was ink black and luxuriant, and her light brown eyes seemed to speak volumes. Bakerland went over at once and began to chat with her. He learned that the lady was the daughter of a timber merchant named Eileen, and that her father wasn't very rich and was trying to make his way up the ranks. With his status as Intis ambassador, Bakerland quickly received Eileen's affection. After sharing 2 dances, their bodies became more intimate. "Beautiful lady, I'd like to invite you to my room to sample some Ormir wine of 1286. Eileen replied, almost without any hesitation, "All right." The two of them left the ballroom and secretly went to the 2nd floor. They entered Bakerland's room, and he ordered the guards to stay away from them and not to disturb him. Before the so-called Ormir wine 1286 appeared, Bakerland had passionately brought Eileen to the bed. While romping around in bed, Eileen's simple skirt came undone as her pure, fair arms hugged him. While her hands gripped Bakerland's shoulders, her nails and veins suddenly sprouted black, thin, fluffy, spider feet. Eileen's eyes suddenly bulged as white foam poured out of her mouth. Bakerland retracted the fist that he had used to hit her abdomen and stood up from the bed. He no longer had the hasty actions from before and instead, wore a cold expression. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked in a deep voice. Eileen attempted to stand up, but the pain was too much to bear. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear. Seeing the expression on the pretty girl's face, Bakerland smiled and said, "It's true that I'm into beautiful ladies, but I know this problem of mine. So, every time I meet a beautiful lady, I'm especially careful. Speak, who sent you? Don't bother resisting, I'm very good at using fire." Chapter 249, The Assassination. Eileen clamped her mouth shut and angrily looked at the thin, smiling face of the ambassador, with a touch of terror. Bakerland stretched out his right hand, which was covered in a plume of orange flames that danced silently. He took 2 steps forward, making a gesture as if he was pressing his palm against Eileen's skin. This made Eileen think of the descriptions in many novels in which cruel interrogators would use red-hot iron to brand their target's body, bringing about an extremely painful experience. "No, I can't be that brutal to such a beautiful lady." Bakerland suddenly stopped his outstretched right palm and chuckled softly. He shook suddenly, turning the orange flame into a long red whip. The long whip ignited the air around it, which took on the form of thorns. Bakerland lashed his flaming whip at Eileen, burning her clothes and leaving a dark mark on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked again in a gentle voice. Eileen's lips quivered a few times before she finally opened them. It was. As Bakerland subconsciously listened for the answer, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Oh no." Bakerland jerked back and rolled to the ground. In the spot where he had been standing, a flame rose up and formed a wall of fire. Splat. Splat, splat. Rain like blood and flesh splattered against the wall and produced sizzling sounds. Some of them penetrated the flame, leaving a thin trail of blood on the ground. At the end of this path was the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, who had stood up once again. He saw that Eileen's abdomen had been torn open and 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid were sticking out from inside. With a sudden push of the 2 arms, a figure drilled its way out from the belly of the beautiful Eileen. It was covered in a thick, squirming blood-red liquid that continuously dripped down, and it was about the size of an adult male. It was hard to imagine that a normal woman like Eileen, with no protrusion in her abdomen, would actually have such a thing hidden inside her body. How was it stored in there? The body below Eileen's head exploded completely, turning into pure flesh and blood, surging into the form of a humanoid figure, and mixing with the dripping liquid to turn into a strange red robe. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was so beautiful that it looked like a woman. The blood-red robe it wore looked like a blossoming flower under the illumination of the flames. Rose Bishop. As a veteran intelligence officer, Bakerland immediately identified the name of the corresponding sequence before him. Sequence 6 of the secret suppliant pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert when it came to flesh and blood magic. Beyonders at this sequence could hide inside the bodies of others, thereby avoiding all sorts of investigations, but the moment they emerge, the hosts would lose their lives. For the Lord, Eileen's remaining head let out a low cry and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop stretched out its right hand and tapped its chest 4 times in the order of bottom to top, right to left. With the color of blood and the light from the flames reflecting in his eyes, he looked at Bakerland and took a sudden step forward with his right foot, passing through the wall of fire. He didn't receive any damage from the fire, with only dark red liquid that continuously dripped down. Bakerland retreated once again as he suddenly raised his voice. "Someone, help me." Although his most capable assistant, Rosago, and several intelligence agents had been sent on a mission, there was still no lack of Beyonders in the embassy. They were military officials who had received permission from the Loan Kingdom. They were the defensive forces that were available. 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7S, and a combination of nearly 10 Sequence 8S and 9S. Bakerland's voice echoed around the room, but it didn't exit the premises. The music outside didn't stop and the ball continued. It was as though the room had become a completely isolated world. Bakerland stopped his shouting, narrowed his eyes, and looked around. The Rose Bishop was in no hurry to act. He said with a chuckle, "It was by your own will, the rules that were decided by yourself. You told the guards not to disturb you or come near, or let anyone close. Yes, I simply magnified your will and rules and made a slight distortion. If you want to escape this isolation, you have to defeat yourself. Bakerland's expression changed slightly. What appeared to be the compliance of rules was, in fact, a distortion of them. The characteristic of using the power of authority to serve oneself made him think of another sequence's name. Baron of Corruption, Bakerland growled. This was the lawyer pathway, which was sequence 6 of the Dark Emperor pathway. Before he could finish his sentence, Bakerland's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy as he blurted out, "Shepherd. You're a shepherd. Who are you from the Aurora Order? Mr. A. Why are you assassinating me?" The Rose Bishop. "No," Shepherd chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's blessings." His body suddenly stiffened before he could finish his sentence. It was as though his joints were covered in rust, and he seemed to have turned into a puppet. Bakerland laughed rapturously. The gloominess from before disappeared in an instant. He took out a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad that you were able to chat with me for so long. It gave me enough time." After the white handkerchief was taken away, a thumb-sized head emerged from his left breast pocket. It was the head of a puppet with completely black eyes. The shepherd opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard a hollow voice that seemed to come from afar. "You." After pausing, his body suddenly burgeoned, and his skin turned dark. Two curved goat horns with strange, sinister patterns sprouted from his head, as well as wings behind his back that reeked of sulfur when they flapped. The shepherd instantly moved 3 meters forward, having transformed into a devil-like creature. But even so, it was as if every one of his joints was firmly shackled. His movements were stiff and slow, and his thoughts were starting to blur. "You still have the power of the devil. As expected of a shepherd, let me send you to your lord." Without further ado, a flaming long spear with a blazing white tip materialized in the middle of Bakerland's right palm. He bent his back, about to throw the spear to pin the shepherd to the wall and burn him to ashes. Sequence 7 Pyromaniac of the Conspiracist pathway had the ancient name, Fire Mage. Cough, 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 cough. At that moment, Bakerland began to cough violently, coughing so hard that he felt as if he was about to spit out his heart and lungs. His flaming spear lost control from his coughing and disappeared, inch by inch. His face flushed red and his forehead was scorching hot from his coughing fit. His influence on his enemy, that he derived from a mystical item, was lifted. The shepherd was freed from his sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I was having such a long chat with you? How does severe pneumonia and an unstoppable cough feel like?" The devilish face asked with the corners of his mouth hooked. Upon hearing these words, Bakerland suddenly recalled the enemy's beautiful and enchanting appearance when he first appeared, and regretfully said, "Cough. Cough. A disease. You. Cough. Cough. Killed a. Cough. 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 A demoness of affliction." The shepherd dispelled his devil-like form as his figure turned into a series of stacked afterimages. He chuckled and said, "No, I only received a gift from Saint Tenebris. I know conspiracists have all sorts of means available to them, so I'll be using my strongest ability now, so that you won't have any unnecessary hope." A book appeared before him, a translucent and blurry book. The ancient book flipped rapidly and with a soft chant, "I came, I saw, I record. As long as I have recorded it, I'll be able to use it once. This is an ability that Saint Tenebris had deliberately demonstrated to me. Although I only have half of its original effect, it's still enough." The shepherd's voice turned hollow, and his body was enveloped by the darkness that spewed out from the book. He quickly turned into a small giant, about 2.3 to 2.4 meters tall. His entire body was covered in cold, black armor. At the space where his eyes should be, there were 2 glowing crimson-red blobs. The Dark Knight raised a broadsword in his hands, took a step forward, and delivered an unrelenting chop. "No, why?" As Bakerland tragically screamed, the layers of flames that gushed out of his body were split apart. All sorts of lights exploded and were split open, and his body was split into 2 halves. Thud. Bakerland fell to the ground. No blood came out of his massive wound. Even his soul seemed to be corroded and destroyed by the black sword that didn't seem to exist. The plumes of fire that spewed out of Bakerland's body lost control, causing the blast that shook the room and sent the glass rattling. And at that moment, the isolation that had been created by his own will vanished with his death. The shepherd didn't stop, nor did he wait for the Beander characteristic to appear. He restored his inconspicuous appearance and seized the opportunity before the military officials of the embassy arrived, sprinting through the layers of walls and into the darkness outside. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein paused with his right hand on the handle. He decided to throw a coin before he opened the door. Since Ian had already come, the revelation that he had seen in the dream had already happened. That meant that danger could come at any moment. While muttering the words, "The visitor outside will bring danger," Klein flicked up a quarter pence and watched it fall to his palm, its number side facing up. "Negative," Klein muttered to himself as he reached for the handle. However, he didn't let his guard down. He knew that there was a mid-sequence Beyander of the same pathway as him on the ambassador's side who could interfere with his divination. If it was that person, it would be normal for him to get the wrong result. "It's a pity that I don't have the time or an opportunity to investigate it above the gray fog." Klein looked through the door for a moment with his spirit vision. Realizing that nothing was amiss, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Dressed in a black and white checkered uniform, Sergeant Faxon took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "I've been sent by the higher-ups to tell you that you must be careful tonight and tomorrow. Be careful of strangers." Chapter 250. Rich experience in courting death. Sergeant Faxon touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can decide on your own." He cast his gaze towards the living room. Klein made a polite gesture of invitation, then watched as Sergeant Faxon closed the door behind him, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. "What are your plans?" Klein kept his coat on, hands still in his pockets. Faxon leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands, and said, "You should be well aware that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The higher-ups have given you 3 choices. The first is to go to the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know that you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Hireland Cathedral is too far, and it's easy for trouble to arise on the way there." Klein nodded indiscernibly and waited for the sergeant to give him the second choice. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his head went numb. He felt as if there was a layer of thick glass around him. He saw that Sergeant Faxon's opening and closing of his mouth was slowing down, and he noticed that his thoughts had become sluggish. This feeling was very familiar. Klein suddenly thought of the puppet from the Antigonus family, sealed artifact 2049. Back then, he was repeatedly affected in a similar way, but he had been awakened by Captain Dunn Smith and the others. To ensure that the others could detect any abnormalities in a timely manner, they kept stretching and retracting their arms. The Antigonus family holds the seer pathway. This person's ability is similar to the Antigonus family's puppet. He is the mid-sequence Beyander of the seer pathway. As expected, it's him. Klein came to his senses, but there was no Dunn Smith to wake him. The muscles on Officer Faxon's face started squirming. Soon, he turned into a gentleman with black hair and blue eyes. He had a handsome face and a tiny stubble. He said with a smile, "Given time, this is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with for anyone that isn't a high-sequence Beyander." As he spoke, Klein saw the image of the woman in the black regal dress appear in the glass of the oriel window. She walked slowly and stiffly out of the glass. Her blonde hair, her delicate face, and her pale face made her seem more like a doll than a living person. "I never thought that you would be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If it wasn't for my divination ahead of time, I might have died here. What kind of compensation did you pay? By the way, my name is Rosago." Rosago didn't look back as he continued smiling at Klein, but he didn't expect a fluent answer from the man he controlled. At that moment, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow across his neck, causing his hair to stand on end as goosebumps appeared all over his body. There seemed to be an invisible person at his back, breathing down his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers. Flames suddenly soared up from his back, and a transparent shadow was set ablaze, quickly turning into ashes. In Klein's vision, these motions were all broken down into a grid of images. This wasn't because his opponent had turned slow, but was a result of his increasingly sluggish thoughts. "He already has me under control. Why isn't he directly killing me? Do all villains like to engage in lengthy monologues? No, he's not stupid. He's trying to conceal something with this discussion." Klein tried to think, to figure out the problem, but his thoughts were moving at an irresistibly slow pace. He looked intently at Rosago, taking in every detail of his. Finally, he saw a figure in each of Rosago's eyes, a figure with blonde hair, blue eyes, a pale face, and a dark black Gothic regal dress. And at this moment, the woman was still behind Rosago. She was still near the oriel window, walking towards him like a manipulated puppet. He hasn't really controlled her yet. She's still trying to resist and struggle. They are tussling in the realm of mystery. I need to do something. I need to tip the scales of balance. Klein turned his attention to the language of foulness charm he was holding in his left hand. It was cold and slippery, filled with evil. He was glad that he hadn't let down his guard and maintained a battle-ready state the entire time. He could only injure himself to injure his opponent. Klein gathered his strength and struggled to speak. His vocal cords seemed to have rotted, and his throat squirmed in difficulty. He hoarsely said in ancient Hermes with a staccato rhythm, "Foulness." As his voice echoed in the air, Klein felt a corrosive pain in his left palm, and he heard illusory whispers that could drive a person mad. This was a state that he was familiar with, and it didn't affect his subsequent attempts. The attempt was to inject most of his spirituality into the language of foulness charm, which didn't require the control of his body. In 3 seconds, the voice of the true creator would descend upon the physical world and burrow into the ears of the creature closest to him. The prelude, the din, the illusory, the evil whispers spread out in an instant. Klein felt his scalp tingle, his mind abuzz, his veins throbbing. He found it difficult to focus his mind. A coffee table away from him, Rosago's expression had suddenly turned adrift. His face swelled up as the woman's figure in his eyes suddenly became clearer. The pale woman in the black regal dress behind him quickened her actions, but soon, she frowned in pain. At this moment, Klein felt the weakening of the influence as he wished, regaining his smooth thought processes, and felt as though his joints were once again filled with lubricant. Having experienced ravings all this time, he endured the madness and pain, quickly pulling out and throwing the language of foulness charm from his left palm at Rosago. The iron-black charm, with its many symbols and sinister-looking patterns, melted. Rosago had just regained some of his composure and was trying to leap to the side when he saw a rich darkness and heard a murmur that contained immense knowledge and extreme madness. No human being was able to describe such a sound. All the veins in Rosago's head protruded as if they were about to explode. He tumbled to the ground, writhing and struggling as his skin ruptured, inch by inch, revealing the flesh underneath. At the same time, Klein and the blonde woman with blue eyes also failed to resist the pain as they fell to the ground. Each of them let out tragic screams. The excruciating pain felt like someone had stabbed their temples with a drill rod. Their eyes turned bloodshot as red liquid ran down their noses. They could neither see nor feel the outside world. The experienced Klein was the first to recover. He staggered to his feet and saw that Rosago had torn off his clothes and stripped off his skin, exposing his flesh and veins. He was like a legendary red monster that had been skinned. He constantly tumbled around the ground while groaning in pain, as if he was about to lose control. Klein didn't wait for the result, because he couldn't afford the possibility of the other party gaining the benefits, as well as becoming a devotee of the true creator. He believed that the evil god was definitely infuriated as well. Pulling out his revolver and adjusting the barrel to the firing position, Klein took 2 steps forward, circled around the coffee table, and put the muzzle of his gun against Rosago's head. Dressed in his black double-breasted suit, he stared at his enemy intently as he shot 5 rounds in a row, watching his enemy's head swell and explode into a mixture of red, white, and black that splattered all over the floor. "Captain, thank you for demonstrating this to me before," Klein panted while he lowered his revolver before he beamed brightly. In front of him, Rosago's headless corpse faltered a little before collapsing to the side of the sofa. Only then did the woman in the black Gothic regal dress stop her screams. Her struggles and rolling slowed down, but her skin seemed to turn a lot more translucent. Seeing the flesh on Rosago's corpse squirm, Klein didn't hesitate to use his self-created requiem charm. Under the calm and serene atmosphere, the corpse finally stopped moving. Upon seeing this scene, Klein thought of something. He took out another charm and chanted in a low voice, "Crimson." Then, he injected some of his spirituality into it and threw this charm at his bodyguard, the woman with the pale golden hair and pale white face. As the slumbering powers emanated, the woman who was still weakened under the effect of the lingering voices instantly quietened down as she fell into a deep slumber. Just to be sure, Klein threw another slumber charm, afraid that he would be interrupted during what he was planning to do next. 15 Minsk Street once again had its peace. This time, nothing was broken, only the ground was contaminated, as the fight between the 3 parties was mystical and beyond the physical realm. Looking at Rosago's corpse and then at his sleeping bodyguard, Klein mocked himself, "It's also good to court death often. At least I gained some immunity." He didn't attempt the mediumship ritual immediately because Rosago was now tainted by the true creator, and directly communicating with the spirit was tantamount to committing suicide, but that didn't mean Klein had no choice. He planned on doing the mediumship above the gray fog by bringing Rosago with him. With his current spirit body's level, Even with the augmentation provided by Azek's copper whistle, he was unable to move a portable camera, much less a corpse that was several times heavier. However, mediumship wasn't done with a corpse, but the channeling of the remnant spirituality. Klein took out a candle, quickly set up a ritual ceremony, summoned himself, and responded to himself, turning into a special spirit body. After becoming a spirit, he saw the distinct remnants of Rosago's spirituality, and he realized that Miss Bodyguard's physical condition was a little strange. She was actually in quite a similar state as he was, but there were also great differences. Without wasting any time thinking, Klein carried Azek's copper whistle, wrapped the remaining of Rosago's spirituality, and entered above the gray fog. After conjuring the appropriate ritual items and setting up a simple altar, Klein quickly began the mediumship ritual. During this process, he was shocked to discover that he no longer needed to pray to anyone to be able to directly communicate with the spirit. It was like he was a real spirit medium. Phew, is this some special power that I possess in the mysterious space above the gray fog? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he began to recite the divination statement. The potion formulas for the seer pathway. Chapter 251. Gains. Klein leaned back in his chair and tried to communicate with the spirit via dream divination. In a gray illusory world that didn't seem surreal, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and a desk with a goatskin scroll placed on top of it. After the seer and clown formulas appeared one after the another, Rosago stood there with a fur shirt, listening to a voice of unknown origins. Before the advancement, I have to warn you that you've been too reliant on divination. Divination is a revelation, a result, it is unable to tell us the process. For example, you might decide to invest all your money because your divination says that a railway stock can make money. But in fact, what that revelation really means is that in the long run, in 30 years, the railway stock will make money, and before that, it will fall more than it rises. Fate isn't so easy to master, and there are many times when it's impossible to quantify it. Divination isn't all-powerful. In addition, divination can be interfered with and cause you to be misled. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood. If you completely rely on divination, then you'll definitely die because of it. Divination is a revelation. It must be combined with one's own carefulness, caution, and self-control. Rosago was unable to divine the corresponding danger because the language of foulness was involved with the mysterious space above the gray fog, and that led to him dying at my hands. Otherwise, with his mystical abilities, it would have been difficult for Miss Bodyguard and I to escape today. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I had the gray fog to isolate all interferences, I cannot afford to be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I need to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they aren't aware of the acting method. Otherwise, some of those words could be directly summed up as being respectful and fearful of fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Rosago's reply as he unfurled the parchment. Sequence 7. Magician. Main ingredients. 1 true root of a mist treant, all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients. 60 milliliters of purified water, 30 milliliters of mist treant's juice, 3 grams of droplet gem powder, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil. Magician. This is also part of a circus. It can form the foundations of a circus with seers and clowns. Klein first lampooned before he recalled the suited clown that he had encountered before. From the looks of it, he was a magician. His abilities seemed to include firing air bullets, the ability to fire air bullets, flaming jumps, and drawing slips of paper as weapons. Not bad, just being able to cast spells quickly can greatly increase my battle prowess. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw the scene before him change. This time it was a splendid room, surrounded by golden statues and ornaments. It was the same voice from before, but it reminded Rosago of the same thing. According to my experience, after you consume the faceless potion, you have to remember this point. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself, faceless. Sequence 6 of the seer pathway is Faceless Man. This should be the Beander power that allowed Rosago to transform into Officer Faxon. From the looks of it, the fake detective Zerial was also played by him. Creeping Hunger allowed Kilangos to transform into a person with different looks. This matches this Beander power. From the looks of it, some faceless died at his hand. Such a power cannot augment a person in a straight-up battle, but it's more useful than 90% of all Beander powers in many occasions. It's no wonder that Rosago dared to come and attempt to kill me, and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is of great significance to me. At this thought, Klein's eyes widened as he saw Rosago pick up a thin gold page with words written in Hermes. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients. Mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human skin shadow. Supplementary ingredients. 80 milliliters of a thousand-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. Thousand-faced hunter. That seems to be a type of dragon, but not a particularly powerful kind. It shouldn't be a dragon of the spiritual system, but it's still extremely rare. It's almost extinct. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this point, the scene before him didn't change, but Rosago's attire and location did. He wore a white wig, a dark tuxedo, and had a thick beard. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The potions must be consumed in conjunction with a ritual. If you succeed, you'll obtain one of the most irresistible Beyonder powers beneath that of the high sequence Beyonders. The speaker's voice had changed, turning into one that sounded even older. Having expected that, Rosago asked, "What's the ritual?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and drink the potion while she's singing." The speaking old man opened an ancient book that depicted countless mysterious symbols in it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the book's surface as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5, Nimble Right Master. When Klein saw this, he suddenly had a headache. It was a signal that his spirituality was close to being drained. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm, alone, had consumed most of his spirituality. Later on, not only did he use 3 more charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned himself and responded to himself. To hold out until now showed how much progress he had made compared to before, as well as the noticeable improvement in the digestion of the clown potion. The scene flickered and was on the brink of shattering. Klein held on and scanned the remaining content of the formula. Main ingredients. Dust of ancient wraiths, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients. 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of Drago bark, remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, 1 pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual. Consume potion in the midst of a singing mermaid's song. Gotcha. Klein stopped holding out any longer as he allowed the dream to shatter into countless illusory specks of light that disappeared. He pinched his forehead, almost fainting. As the remnants of Rosago's spirituality and the hints of madness faded away, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground, stained with blood, brains, hair, and all sorts of fragments, entered Klein's vision. He bent over and retched a little, clearing his head a little. "I'll be sent out of the mysterious space above the gray fog when I'm out of spirituality." Klein looked around and saw that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candle, tidied up the items related to the ritual, and then panted heavily. After a while, he finally regained some of his spirituality. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew at the back of his neck, causing him to shiver as his mind froze. Klein turned his head abruptly and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic regal dress had woken up and was floating in the air. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have diminished a little. Her entire person seemed less corporeal, to the point of her skin appearing somewhat transparent. Klein quickly explained according to the explanation he had thought of. "After I blew his head off, I discovered that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid he would come back alive, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and panicked at the time. It might have affected you. This is probably the risk that the divination had revealed earlier. If she's not satisfied with the explanation and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm finished," Klein thought nervously. His true feelings made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard lowered her head and looked at herself, then asked with an unperturbed tone, "What charm was it at the beginning?" "I bought a black ear at the gathering for 400 pounds. I was told that I could hear the voice of a great existence, and that if I was lucky enough, I would benefit greatly. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. Back then, I couldn't get a bodyguard, and since I was in such danger, I could only take the gamble." "The result was pretty good," Klein replied absolutely truthfully. "When I heard the voice of the great existence, that black ear shattered by itself and turned into such a charm." Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes swept over him slowly. The room was silent, as if it was frozen. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. "You'd better find a psychiatrist." "Do you mean that I've become a potential lunatic?" "Yes, she has guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she understands that Rosago's spirituality must have been tainted by the true creator." She wouldn't suspect that I had deliberately made her sleep to take that opportunity to perform a mediumship. It would also explain why I had gotten rid of the effects of the ravings faster than she did. After all, I'm a potential lunatic created by the true creator, Klein smirked. Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. MI9 might come over to take a look. He pointed at Rosago's headless body. As he spoke, Klein put on a pair of gloves and squatted down to look for any relics. He quickly found more than 10 pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, 2 crudely cut paper figurines, and a strange piece of paper. This piece of paper was orange in color, and on it were symbols corresponding to the sun. The magic emblem formed a blank rectangle, and just by holding it in his hand, he found it very warm and sedate. What is this? Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Without him realizing it, Miss Bodyguard was already floating behind him. She answered simply, a mystical object corresponding to a notary. Notary. Klein was surprised at first, but he soon remembered that Rosago was an intelligence officer in the Intis Republic. People there believed in the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Similarly, the eternal blazing sun was also the god of deeds. This is the sequence 6 or sequence 5 of the Bard pathway. If the notarization is valid, the Beander powers will be temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is fake, the Beander powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain any further and gave a rough description of its use. Klein was about to say something when he saw an eerie glow emitting out of Rosago's headless body and bloody brain mush. They attracted each other to form a blob that transformed into a black, pupil-less eye. Then, what is this? Klein asked again, feigning ignorance. Something worthless. Miss Bodyguard maintained her way of speaking. Worthless? Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally, if Rosago eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If he didn't, his Beander characteristic could be used as the main ingredient of a Nimblewright master. In short, it would be of great value. However, the problem was that he hadn't lost control but was also tainted by the true creator. Hence, it had become a potion's main ingredient that was branded by an evil god. Using it to concoct a Nimblewright master potion was equivalent to committing suicide by ingesting poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the entirely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice. It has been contaminated by an evil god. It has no value anymore. If it really is of value, and one that's very valuable, I would even worry that you'd finish me off in passing. Klein pointed at Rosago's remains and said, these are our common spoils of war. We'll each pick a few. You first. Miss Bodyguard shot him a glance. Without a word, she floated over and took the notary document. Just like I thought. In the future, I should find and learn the knowledge in mysticism to remove an evil god's contamination. Klein took out an iron cigarette case and bent down to pick up the black eye. Chapter 252, Epilogue. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the black eye, he heard illusory sounds as a throbbing pain seared through his head. But, at the same time, something strange appeared in his vision. These were countless illusory black threads that spread out from Miss Bodyguard and his own body. They emanated from their bodies, out into the void towards some boundless distance. This was a scene that would horrify people with trypophobia. Klein suddenly gritted his teeth, unable to endure the corruptive feeling any longer as he placed the black eye into the iron cigarette case. Everything restored to normal, and the negative side effects he suffered subsided. Only then did Klein have the energy to make guesses. Is that the essence of a Nimblewright master's Beander powers? It allows one to see and control certain threads connecting every person's body and spirit. What a pity that it's contaminated. The side effects are too great, and it cannot be used as a mystical item. For now, disregarding an attempt to purify it above the gray fog, this will be considered the second time that I'm provoking the true creator, so it is very likely that he would prepare himself and seek me out. If that happened, I probably wouldn't have a chance of reviving again. I should learn and master the relevant knowledge before making a decision. Phew. He exhaled, and after Miss Bodyguard chose the crude paper figurines and the corresponding materials, he bent down again to pick up the 13 pounds 5 soldi and 8 pence. Then, looking at Rosago's headless body and the blood all over the floor, he said, with a slight headache, let's clean up the scene. The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard floated to the side and calmly said, let me do it. You. Klein stopped, puzzled and shocked, before turning his head. Miss Bodyguard floated to Rosago's side, crouched down, and went to lie down over the body. She slowly sank in and fused with the corpse. The fingers of Rosago's body twitched twice, and the blood, brain matter, and fragments around it flowed backward, forming a new head at the neck. However, the head was covered with countless cracks, just like a disgusting toy made from tiny fragments. It was like glass that had been shattered but didn't crumble immediately. There was still blood and brain matter flowing inside it, as well as the reflection of the bullet from the revolver. Klein couldn't help but take a step back, feeling that this was definitely one of the most terrifying forms in any ghost story. Rosago's corpse climbed to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half-covered its face. The murder scene had been cleaned, leaving zero traces. Incomparable professionalism. Klein marveled in his heart. He watched as Miss Bodyguard steered the corpse to lumber to the door. He subconsciously warned her, "Don't take a carriage or walk in brightly lit places. It would frighten the carriage driver and other passers-by." Miss Bodyguard didn't stop, completely ignoring his words. Suddenly, Klein thought of something. He realized what he had overlooked as he quickly added, "On the way back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Faxon's home, or search around Minsk Street for the clothes Rosago was originally wearing." Rosago came wearing a police uniform, and the powers of a faceless were obviously limited to himself, so where were his previous clothes? He couldn't have been wearing a police uniform all night. If MI9 and the police found Rosago's clothes nearby and realized that I'm not hurt, things would be a little tricky. Miss Bodyguard is an expert. That's not considered a legal beyonder. For a normal detective to pay £1,000 to hire a bodyguard is enough to arouse suspicion, Klein kept thinking, trying to seal all the loopholes ahead of time. Just as he was about to use his divination ability to help Miss Bodyguard find Rosago's old clothes and return the missing uniform, Rosago's corpse paused and replied in a rusty voice, "I know. She seems very confident." "Oh right, Miss Bodyguard's state is between the physical body and the spirit body, and the principle behind divination is to travel the spirit world with an astral projection. Thus, she can rely on her instincts to divine." Having realized this, Klein didn't say another word. He handed the cartridge case to Rosago's corpse and watched it open the door, walk out, and close the door politely. "The spoil of war that I chose is a beyonder characteristic contaminated by the true creator. I believe that no one would be able to divine it. Even if they did, they would feel the danger ahead of time and wouldn't dare to proceed with the divination." While thinking over the matter, Klein walked back to the sofa and sat down, feeling a lingering sense of fear. The battle had lasted no more than a minute, nor had it been fierce enough to destroy anything, but the ferocity and danger of it had been second only to what he had experienced when facing Megos and the baby in her womb. Even with the powerful Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, he had almost fallen under Rosago's control and killed without being able to put up a resistance. The ability of a Nimblewright master is very odd and very powerful. According to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago should include all of the main ingredients of the potion sequences 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If it wasn't contaminated by an evil god, if it was matched with the supplementary ingredients, an ordinary person could instantly become a sequence 5 Beyonder. Of course, this kind of advancement method, one depending entirely on luck, has long been abandoned by history. It's the most primitive and most dangerous method. Advancing step by step according to the sequence is the best way that has been verified by the lives of countless predecessors. If I can get rid of the corruption of the true creator in the future, then I can also use the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. The additional characteristics will only make me stronger, like the captain. As Klein recalled the past, he raised his hand to pinch his forehead. He turned to think about something more important. Rosago's appearance meant that the struggle for the manuscript had ended. Could his lack of charms have to do with him finishing all his charms in the battle? 2. Come at such a critical juncture, it's likely he had the intention of diverting attention. Hey, MI9 probably didn't expect him to seek revenge so boldly under such circumstances. They didn't send anyone to monitor me and could only passively wait for Rosago to give them the signal. Rosago was Bakerland's assistant, and his actions should be directed only by Bakerland. After his death, as long as Bakerland is dead, there would be no more latent dangers left. I wonder if the assassination has begun or if it succeeded. Tonight, because of the battle over Helmasuin's manuscript, the powers defending Bakerland would be at its weakest. If it were me, I'd definitely not miss this opportunity. I'm sure Bakerland didn't think that someone would assassinate him. With nothing to do, Klein fished out a coin and, recited with a suppressed tone, "Bakerland is already dead." The penny tumbled in the air and fell down into the palm of Klein's hand, head facing up. Bakerland is dead. The assassination was a success. Klein was overjoyed, his tensed-up nerves immediately relaxed. Without Rosago's interference, he believed that the result was correct. This matter has finally ended. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He leaned back slowly on the sofa and looked out of the window at the faint crimson moon amid his fatigue and relief. Inside the Intis Republic's embassy, 2 military officials were squatting beside Bakerland's body, examining the cause of his death. Their partners and their superior had already gone out, chasing in a bid to capture the assassin. However, everyone knew that it was already too late. There was no hope left. Their severe lung damage, suspected to be the result of a disease, an extremely strong fatal blow, one much stronger than all the Sequence 5 Beander attacks I've ever seen, one of the military officials said in a low voice. Disease. On the floor and on the bed, there are obvious marks of flesh and blood magic on the ground and on the bed, but none on the wall. Besides, the commotion of the fight wasn't transmitted outside. Finally, with the lethal blow having the characteristics of corruption and obliteration, there are at least 4 unconnected Beander powers. Another military official stood up and began to describe the situation as if he was talking to himself. He suddenly stopped and looked at the other military official. They said in unison, "Shepard." After a few seconds of silence, the squatting military official frowned and said, "It might be a group with at least 4 different Beanders." Then, "We'll wait to be judged. It's normal for us not to discover the infiltration of a single Rose Bishop, but how did the other 3 do it?" "It's impossible." The standing military official denied the guess as he hesitantly said, "However, I have heard of another sequence that can create similar effects. I think it's called Scribe. I don't know what pathway it is, nor do I know which organization it belongs." The squatting military official nodded and said, "A Shepherd is the prime suspect. The Aurora Order are a bunch of lunatics. It's nothing odd for them to do anything. Let's begin investigating the identity of the woman that seduced the ambassador. Damn it, the Lowen Kingdom definitely won't permit our investigations. Those Aurora Order bastards are lunatics who deserve to be fucked by donkeys." The standing military official shook his head in frustration. They were bound to be punished for the ambassador's assassination. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein pretended as though nothing had happened. Putting up with his fatigue, he flipped through the papers. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly saw Miss Bodyguard, in her black regal dress and long, pale blonde hair, appear in the oriel window. "Is it done?" Klein subconsciously asked. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly without a word. "Phew," Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a withdrawal limit. Or should I hand it over to Marich?" The pale-faced lady opened and closed her mouth, her voice seemingly ethereal as it echoed in the air. "Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not just once." "Lady, you really abide by the contract. However, this would be very inconvenient for me. Are you going with me to catch the adulterers in bed tomorrow?" 3 days. Today is Thursday, and the protection would be over by Sunday afternoon. "Yes, thankfully, it wouldn't affect the tarot gathering." Klein rubbed his forehead and said, "All right. How should I address you?" "You don't need to know." Miss Bodyguard lifted her Gothic regal dress, bowed slightly, and disappeared from the oriel window. Chapter 253, Night Thoughts. She really has quite the character. Klein smiled in response to Miss Bodyguard's reply, a very obvious smile. Yes, to be able to fend off Rosago, a nimble-ride master, for a short period of time to the extent of having a seesaw battle, she's most likely a Sequence 5 Beander. I wonder what sequence pathway she belongs to and what her potion name is. Her state is rather unique. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have even had the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him and pretended to read, but he was actually thinking. However, he quickly turned his attention back to the issue of whether there were still loopholes on the matter. For example, the contaminated Beander characteristic left behind by Rosago had an intense luster of spirituality. It was very likely that it couldn't be concealed by the iron cigarette case alone, so it would be exposed under the prying eyes of others using spirit vision. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and looked down at his pocket. He could see faint colorful lusters emanating from within the iron cigarette case, but it wasn't obvious and was rather thin. This was mixed with the color of his own aura, making it difficult to distinguish or detect it. That's right. Only a high-sequence Beander can identify it through 2 levels of interference. no wonder all kinds of materials like herbal powders and the corresponding essential oil extracts are kept in metal bottles and not wooden vessels. It's because they contain spirituality, and those with better spirit vision can see through wood and see the color of the auras. Klein suddenly understood some of the important details in mysticism. In the past, he did things according to the rules without considering the reasons behind them, but now, he understood the underlying reason behind the rules. After repeatedly checking and ensuring that everything was in order, Klein put down the newspapers and walked to the second floor. He had originally planned to take off his clothes and take a bath to completely relax himself, but when he thought of how Miss Bodyguard could appear out of nowhere in his house, he felt a little uneasy. Therefore, he only washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. Returning to his bedroom and taking off his coat, Klein hid his belongings before he collapsed onto the bed. As he was exhausted and had held on for quite a while, he ended up with tense nerves that prevented him from quickly falling asleep. Opening his eyes to look at the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't attempt to sleep with the help of cogitation. Instead, he aimlessly unfurled his thoughts, as if he were riding a horse without pulling at the reins. As his thoughts wandered, he quickly noticed a problem, having encountered too many coincidences in Tingen City and later learning how it was related to sealed artifact 008. My second case after arriving at Backland allowed me to get the next 3 potions formulas. Is that too much of a coincidence? Although this is in line with the revelation from my divination, Backland contains the opportunities for me to become powerful. Isn't it too fast and simple? Simple doesn't refer to the difficulty, but rather to the degree of twists and turns in the matter. This matter was very difficult and dangerous, but it wasn't complex and appeared simple. According to my expectations, I would have gathered information regarding the secret order through Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Miss Zio and her companion, and then I would catch the tail of this ancient organization. After numerous twists and turns, I would eventually obtain the formulas, and that would have taken at least 3 months. Who knew that I would have succeeded in less than 3 weeks? It can't be that it was arranged by someone again, right? Yes, let me think through the circumstances again. It's no coincidence that the Intis Republic is related to the secret order. Emperor Rassel's diary has confirmed this circumstantially. The abilities of the Seer and Faceless are very suited for an intelligence organization. For a mid-sequence Beander of a similar pathway to become the assistant of an intelligence czar like Bakerland is reasonable and normal. That's not a coincidence. The reason that the ambassador sent someone to take revenge on me likely has to do with him wanting to divert attention. Then, sending Rosago, who can most easily succeed and escape, is a choice with reduced risk. That's not surprising at all. It was quite normal for Ian to look for new detectives in the papers after none of the detectives he knew were willing to accept his mission of tracking down Zerial. There weren't many new detectives advertising on the papers at the time, and I was probably the only one. Well, I was the only one on the Backland Bulletin. Just like what I've concluded previously, the problem with Merceau was that he was too rash, and I was worried that it's not easy to disguise myself usually, as it can end up attracting more attention. Therefore, I didn't try to disguise myself. Although these 2 possibilities, especially the former, has the probability of being influenced, it does match the corresponding person's personality, mentality, and origins, and this isn't the main point. This doesn't explain the problem of how my second case ended up involving a mid-sequence Beander of the Seer pathway. It was destined by fate. That doesn't feel right. Thinking ahead, after I transmigrated, the first and second case I found myself embroiled in was related to the Seer pathway. Of course, it could be explained as an arrangement by 008. Right, the Antigonus family's notebook even corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet and showed me the complicated vertical eye symbol that involves the Antigonus family's treasure. The reason I came up with back then was that with the termination of the Antigonus family's bloodline, it viewed me, a seer who had survived despite having interacted with it, as its inheritor. Now that I think about it, this reason is extremely trifling. What if I'm a devout believer of the Evernight goddess? However, I only made a guess at that time and didn't confirm it. The Antigonus family's treasure is obviously related to the seer pathway. Thinking deeper, why did I transmigrate? Why did I happen to possess Klein's body, and not anyone else? Back then, Klein had just proceeded with dark divination and was made to commit suicide by the Antigonus family's notebook. And that notebook is clearly related to the seer pathway. In addition, the first time I saw Rassel's diary, it had content that involved his regret of not choosing apprentice, marauder, or seer. That was very coincidental. From beginning to end, except for those parts involving 008, everything appeared to be in a mess. It doesn't seem like a conscious arrangement, but more like a kind of passive attraction, a mutual attraction, an attraction that has breaks between them. I attract things and items regarding the seer pathway, and at the same time, I'm attracted to them. It does seem odd thinking about it. This kind of attraction even directly influences fate, preventing even Mr. Isaac from seeing through it. Is there some strange characteristic to me? And this characteristic allows me to resurrect a limited number of times. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had the impulse to go above the gray fog to perform a divination and confirm his ideas. But he quickly rejected this idea, not only because Miss Bodyguard might be watching in the mirror, but also because he believed that his greatest characteristic was the mysterious space above the gray fog. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for him to have an answer if he were to use it to divine about it. At least for now, there aren't any obvious signs of manipulation. It would be acceptable if it's just pure attraction, and I've already chosen a meander pathway that cannot be changed until sequence 4, so I can only take things one step at a time, right? I should be firm about not heading to the Hornassus mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure. Heh, I have a feeling that I would say how nice it is in the future when I actually do it. Klein silently made a self-deprecating remark as he felt his exhaustion gradually wash over him. His eyelids couldn't help but close. The last thought before he fell asleep was, I should participate in more meander gatherings and gather the corresponding meander ingredients for magician through Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun. I wouldn't reject anything for Faceless if they were available. In addition, I should obtain mystical items that have less severe negative effects. Before my digestion and increase in strength, it's best to have more life preservation abilities. Apart from this, investing, taking on jobs, saving up money, and attempts to look for Lenevis to use him as the starting point for my revenge, can also be considered a form of practice. Those were Klein's future plans. At 7 in the morning, he woke up as usual. It was still gloomy and hazy outside. Klein got up and walked to the door. As he passed by the full-length mirror, he saw that Miss Bodyguard had suddenly appeared. She wore the same black bonnet, her face was as pale as ever. Her voice pierced through the glass and slipped into Klein's ear in an ethereal fashion. Someone from MI9 came last night. I should say as expected. The police came late, but I still have to thank them for being late. Klein smiled and asked, they didn't find anything, right? In regards to the answer, he was very certain that if MI9 had discovered something, he wouldn't have been able to sleep undisturbed. No, Miss Bodyguard's figure faded and disappeared into the mirror. This ability of hers is very powerful. Even spirit vision can't detect her. Perhaps she can be seen with Rosago's meander characteristic. Find Miss Bodyguard through those hidden threads. Klein's mind stirred as he returned to the bed and took out the iron cigarette case from under his pillow. Just as he touched it, before he could even open it, a bone-piercing cold rushed at his neck. He felt his hairs stand on end, and his entire body trembled. His hand loosened and the iron cigarette case fell to the ground. This is a warning from Miss Bodyguard, Klein laughed dryly. Pretending as though nothing had happened as he stuffed the iron cigarette case into his pocket. After washing up and putting on his clothes, he arrived at the first floor and took out the newspapers that he had subscribed to from his letterbox. Flipping open the Tussock Times, Klein saw the headline. Intis Ambassador to Backlund murdered. Terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility. The result is out so quickly. Besides, the Aurora Order had only accepted a job, so why would they claim responsibility? Yes, a terrorist organization needs to show off their stature and build up their image. Only then would they be able to attract enough fresh blood. This complements their secret preachings. Mr. A is very good, he should be a shepherd. Klein stood in the hallway, reading the news. According to the news, there was evidence of the Aurora Order's assault on Ambassador Bakerland. In the follow-up investigation, they found a letter deliberately left behind by the Aurora Order which claimed responsibility for it. At the end of the news, the reporter briefly introduced the Aurora Order and listed some of the illegal crimes that they had committed. Their fame instantly surpassed most of the secret organizations. Regardless, this matter had come to an end. Klein exhaled, turned his head to look out the window, and he saw a thin mist filling the air as a drizzle began pattering down. Shouldn't there be bright sunshine and sunny weather during such moments? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. And now, he had to go out to catch some adulterers. Chapter 254. Various parties. Audrey, with a white napkin covering her, watched as the dining maidservant cut her a piece of bacon. laid out 2 fully fried eggs, spread fruit jam on a piece of soft bread, and added sauce to some grilled mushrooms. In a true noble family, maidservants were divided into many categories. Apart from personal maids, there were maids for the different bedrooms, study room maids, activity room maids, guest room maids, dressing maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, and kitchen maids. They were strictly assigned to their own tasks, with one task handled by one maid. Although this was a great waste of manpower, for nobles, propriety was everything. Unless there was a large amount of debt, they would never reduce their requirements in such matters. Audrey took a sip of the brownish red tea, allowing the faint scent of malt and rose slush in her mouth. At this moment, she heard her father, a member of Parliament of the House of Lords, the powerful banker, Count Hall, mumbling as he held a newspaper in his hands. The Aurora Order is really crazy. Aurora Order? Audrey blinked and asked curiously, what did they do? Oh, baby, you don't want to know. They assassinated the Intis ambassador, Bakerland. It does them no good. Count Hall shook his head as he flipped through the newspaper. Audrey's elder brother, the Count's eldest son, Hibbert Hall swallowed the grilled mushrooms in his mouth and expressed his opinion. Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis and let the war spread from the colonies to the northern continent. This child of noble birth had a handsome face and bright golden hair. He looked like a classical sculpture, regardless of which angle one viewed him from. No, if that was the case, then they wouldn't leave behind so much obvious evidence. Moreover, recently, the kingdom has too many new policies that will be implemented and will need some time to stabilize the environment, so we won't rashly start a war. What happened last night was already reported in the newspaper this morning, and the details of the events and the murderer are enough to explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. Count Hall directed his son. Audrey listened to her father and brother discuss the matter in a daze before realizing what had happened. Bakerland has been assassinated. Mr. A succeeded, he really is from the Aurora Order. The reason why he intentionally exposed that it was the Aurora Order who did it was to prove that he was the one who completed the task and that he hadn't cheated me out of my money. This is too fast and efficient. I only paid the first sum yesterday afternoon, and I'm hearing the result this morning. A good result. Audrey was astonished and delighted. It was an uncontrollable joy, but also an instinctive fear. It was definitely something to be happy about since the mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's Adorer had been accomplished so easily. However, the power and actions displayed by Mr. and the Aurora Order who was backing him left Audrey subconsciously scared. Thankfully, I talked with Glaint yesterday and reached a loan agreement. As a Viscount, he should have successfully raised the money without drawing attention to himself. I'll give Mr. the remaining funds in the coming 2 days through Zio and Furs. I can't afford to show my face. I won't be attending Mr. A's gathering for the next month or two. It's good that I already have other circles. Audrey took a reserved bite of the soft bread which was slathered with jam. As breakfast drew to a close, small cakes of cream, cherries, and strawberries were served to her plate, and she suddenly felt a little smug as she calmed down. Mr. Hangman wanted to take part in the mission, but he might have only just now completed his initial assignment, but it's already over. Serves him right to be at sea. Audrey was in a good mood, and she was smiling as she savored the dessert. At Hillston Burrow, Zio and Furs looked at the newspaper in front of them and made no further movements for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, wasn't it? Zio looked at her friend with a shocked and puzzled look. Furs turned the stone bracelet on her wrist and shook her head in a daze. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member of the Aurora Order. He should be. After all, we only gave him £2,000 yesterday. I doubt anyone else would also want to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland, Zio said with uncertainty. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed and said, whether it was Mr. or not, we still have to give him the remaining £8,000. At the moment, no one can prove that he didn't do it. If we want to stay in this circle, we can't renege on the debt. Anyway, we're not the ones paying, and we'll still get £500 for the work. With that, Zio became happy. The thing is, I always have a feeling that finding Mr. A again would be dangerous. Furs pondered and said, I'll go by myself to make the last payment. It'll be better for the both of us. But, Zio was a little worried. If you follow me, it'll affect my escape. Furs shook the bracelet on her wrist and said in a disdainful tone. All right then. Zio scratched her short, rough blonde hair as she helplessly replied. While the two of them were fretting about this, a new message from Mr. A came to them from a private communication channel. He told them not to look for him, but to deposit the rest of the money in separate anonymous accounts at different banks. Phew, Zio and Furs breathed a sigh of relief in unison. In a basement that was as wide as a temple, Mr. A, wearing a hooded black robe, was kneeling in the darkness, murmuring something reverently. In front of him was a 3-meter statue of a man hanging upside down with his legs chained up. This hanged man had a giant's unique single vertical eye, and his arms were stretched out horizontally, forming a cross. At this moment, a man with a black robe came in and humbly reported, "Mr. A, I've already sent the news." "Well done, Mr. A said, without turning his head. The man in the black robe asked curiously, "Why don't you let us investigate who commissioned this mission?" Mr. A lowered his head and said with an indifferent tone, "There's no need. You must remember that this is a critical moment. We will cause chaos throughout the continent, try our best to attract the attention of others, and use these to welcome the return of our Lord." Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Mr. A suddenly laughed before he started having a fit of coughing. It was so serious that he fell to the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood-colored fragments which continued squirming after falling to the ground as if they were alive. The man in the black robe immediately lowered his head, pretending as though he had seen nothing. After quite some time, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed against the ground as he licked all the blood-colored fragments that he had coughed out back into his mouth. 126 New Year's Street, Hillston Borough. The relaxed Klein didn't tail Dorgu Gale this time. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor. After all, adultery needed two to clap. The pretty blonde, with the intricate makeup, arrived early at the Quelaag Club via a rental carriage. Klein, who carried a suitcase containing a portable camera and all sorts of disguises, followed her in. "Are there any more rooms to rest in?" Wearing the club's frost badge on his chest, he asked the elegant maid responsible for receiving guests today. The maid wearing a black and white dress politely smiled. "Yes, please follow the attendant upstairs." Klein nodded slightly. He followed the red-vested attendant up the stairs and arrived at the second floor, just in time to see Erica Taylor enter a lounge that faced the streets. "Do you want to see the passers-by on the street or the tennis court out back?" the red-vested attendant asked politely. "Let's do the street," Klein answered casually in a deliberate manner. Under the arrangements of the red-vested attendant, he and Erica Taylor's room was separated by 2 rooms, and he could also see the street outside the club. How do I take a picture later? Should I find a chance to sneak in and hide in the room, or climb out of the window and travel across the pipes? Neither of these methods can conceal that exaggerated flash, but the latter can be disguised as a vogue shot from the outside. That wouldn't bring suspicion to me and I wouldn't be kicked out. However, this will be easily noticed by Dorgu and Erica. Use a charm to put them to sleep. No, it wouldn't be convincing enough. It has to be a picture of them doing the deed. There's only one chance, and I have to take it well enough. This isn't my field of expertise, as I'm not some artistic master. If it was old Neil, he would definitely attempt to conjure a new ritualistic magic to hide the camera flash. Of course, the goddess might not respond to his request. As Klein considered his next move, he saw the image of Miss Bodyguard appear in a silver mirror in the room. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and her matching soft hat. Her hair was pale blonde in color with delicate features across her pale face. "Do you have any way of hiding the flash of the camera?" Klein asked casually. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw ripples on the surface of the silver mirror as a slightly transparent palm suddenly extended. Miss Bodyguard came out of the silver mirror like a ghost, walked in front of Klein, and said with a nod, "Yes." She lowered her body and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera's lens. Klein's mouth slightly opened as he watched this horrifying scene, taking quite a while to recover from his shock. He picked up his portable camera and tried a test shot in his lounge. The effect was beyond his expectations. The flash was limited to the vicinity of the camera, and the resulting image was also quite good. Perhaps it should now be called a spectral camera, Klein lampooned. He took the camera, went to the window, and patiently waited. Not long after, he saw Dorgu Gale arrive via carriage. In the other room, Erica Taylor saw her lover and hastily left the lounge to meet him on the first floor. Klein seized the opportunity to use a tarot card to open her room, carefully hiding in the cupboard where the extra sheets and quilts were kept. The darkness around him reminded him of the previous night, of that creepy and terrifying Numblerite master, Rosago. Last night was filled with danger, yet today, here I am catching adulterers in the act. Life sure is marvelous." While Klein was making fun of himself, he heard the door open. Chapter 255, Photography Expert. Huddled in the cupboard, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and saw two interfering auras enter. "Erica, I brought you a present," a deep voice sounded as the door closed. As expected, he's a gentleman of the Loan Kingdom. Even in an affair, he seems a little old-fashioned. If it was a man from Intis, he would definitely be shouting, "Sweetheart, baby, angel," and the like. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Of course, this was based on the stereotypes from newspapers, magazines, and novels. Erica Taylor asked in surprise, "Let me guess, is it Fasman eye cream, face cream, or essence? Or Leshinis? What the heck are all those?" Klein was stunned by what he heard. It was clear that Dorgu Gale wasn't able to react in time either. It took him about 8 seconds before he said, "Number, stockings." In this world, since oil hasn't been discovered, there were no corresponding cheap chemical products, therefore, silk stockings were considered high-class items. "Not bad, let me take a look." Erica's joy didn't diminish. "I bought them yesterday at Phillips. 1 pair for 30 soli, a total of 5 pairs, Dorgu said in a flaunting tone. "How expensive." "That's expensive." Erica and Klein both said the same thing, one exclaiming, the other secretly sighing. Benson has worked for so many years, earning only £1.10 soli a week, which is 30 soli. That's just equivalent to a pair of stockings, and with that salary, he was able to provide his brother and sister with an education, feed them fairly well, and even provided them with a place to sleep. An average worker with a bit of skill would only be paid around 20 soli a week. Klein clicked his tongue. "No, it's not expensive. Silk stockings are worth that much. I even gave an extra tip of 5 soli." As he spoke, the color of his aura turned more vivid, and Klein guessed that he had taken off his coat. "Then I'll give it a try," Erica Taylor softly said in a suggestive manner. "I feel like I'm watching a porno again, and it's even a live broadcast. Besides, Miss Bodyguard is also here." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched red colors flowing across red colors, signifying the passion between the two was igniting like fire. The purple color is almost red and isn't stopping. Red wrapped around green, orange. While listening to the wheezing and the low laughter, Klein judged the movements and positions of the couple outside by the change in the color of their auras. Feeling that this was enough, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed. Dorgu and Erica were already entangled, their clothes half undone, their movements intense. Klein lifted the spectral camera and aimed it at the passionate couple, waiting to see their faces at the same time. As Dorgu and Erica fell back onto the bed, Klein finally captured the most appropriate frame and pressed the shutter button. The click of the camera wasn't distinct, and the intense flash and other abnormalities were limited to a very small area, so the couple wasn't alarmed. With no confidence in his photography skills, Klein added a few more shots, intending to have options to choose from later. He was only planning on handing his employer a single picture because too many photos would make the lawyer suspect why the couple didn't notice him taking the picture. A piece of underwear landed lightly on the floor, and the sound of breathing intensified as Klein grabbed his portable camera and adeptly rolled out of the cupboard, closing the door behind him. He rolled on the floor until he reached the lounge's door. Then, he quietly pulled it open and returned to the corridor. Done. With a sigh of relief, Klein politely closed the door in silence, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further ado, he returned to his lounge. "The last £7 will soon be obtained, and I also earned an additional Quelaag Club membership worth £50. It covers board, lodging, and entertainment. That's worth even more than £50. Without any connections or contacts, I wouldn't have been able to join this. Even with £100, this mission isn't bad at all. It's simple, safe, and profitable." Klein put down his portable camera and sighed with emotion in his heart. At that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the camera lens. Miss Bodyguard in her black regal dress slowly came out and floated in midair again, but her face remained pale. Thinking of how he had led her to watch some porno, Klein tried to change the topic, in embarrassment. "I plan on heading to the cafeteria to eat something. Do you want to come with me?" Each member could bring one guest. As for how to explain the sudden appearance of the guest, Klein's plan was to go out for a while and then come back. Miss Bodyguard replied in a neutral tone, "I can go without eating for 2 weeks." As she spoke, she turned her back to Klein and floated toward the mirror, disappearing in an instant. What exactly is her sequence? Klein thought curiously. putting the portable camera back in its case. After doing all of this, he went to the bathroom and relieved himself. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Klein looked into the mirror and examined his appearance. As he hadn't shaved this morning, he had quite a stubble. His hair was parted to the sides in a 3:7 ratio, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hung on his face. He looked refined and scholarly, with a tinge of maturity. There's a definite difference from the past. I can still be recognized if scrutinized. Once my beard grows to a certain extent, I wouldn't have to worry that much. I wouldn't need to be afraid of anything when I advanced to sequence 6 faceless. Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and walked out of the bathroom. He took his suitcase and went to the cafeteria on the first floor. It was just after 9, so breakfast was still served. Klein chose a double-sided, half-cooked fried egg, a loaf of white bread, a cake of butter, a daisy pie, a serving of bacon, and a cup of Marquis black tea with a piece of lemon floating on its surface. While looking for a seat, he suddenly saw a familiar face. It was the surgeon who had recommended him to the club, Aaron Series. The tall, thin gentleman was sitting alone in the corner, having finished his breakfast and was sipping his coffee as he leafed through the newspaper. "Good morning, Drive, Series." Klein walked over and greeted the slightly cold Aaron. The surgeon nudged the frame over his nose and said, "Just call me Aaron, Detective Moriarty. According to the principle of reciprocity, you have to call me Sherlock." Klein sat down. "Any news today? I came out in such a hurry that I haven't read the newspapers." The Intis ambassador was assassinated. A terrorist organization by the name of the Aurora Order declared responsibility for it. Sigh, this world is becoming more and more chaotic. Sooner or later, there will be an all-out war in the southern and northern continent. Aaron expressed his feelings. "The war has never stopped, sir, it's just that we've been able to enjoy peace." Klein finished his fried egg and replied with a smile. "What a pity that such an important case wouldn't seek the help of private detectives like us." Aaron flipped through the newspaper. "This news doesn't have much to do with us. What's really important is that the House of Lords and the House of Commons will pass a motion either today or tomorrow after a long debate. First, it's the Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill, as well as the relevant guidance and actual plans. Second, is the establishment of the Atmospheric Pollution Council, and third, the establishment of the Independent Alkaline Industry Inspector. The latter two involve pollution. God, they're finally paying attention to this problem. The patients in the hospital with pulmonary attacks have been rising constantly. Has it finally been passed? I wonder how Benson's preparations are. Will it be affected by my death?" Klein's smile suddenly beamed. "That's good news. To Mary, this is extremely good news. She wishes to make herself or her husband, Dorigu, become one of the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. She has a higher chance since she doesn't hold any positions in a commercial company and is a devotee of the goddess. Besides, in any organization, there's ultimately a need for balance." Aaron mentioned Klein's employer. "I suggested to her that she should frequent the club since we have quite a number of House of Commons members of Parliament as club members. In the Lowen Kingdom, the members of Parliament of the House of Commons were mainly composed of wealthy people and the representatives of certain nobles. However, there were also many professionals, such as doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, and accountants. The Quelaag Club targeted a variety of professionals in the middle class, without distinguishing between them by their political inclinations. Klein didn't know much about such things, so he just said a few words in response before changing the subject. "Aaron, it's Friday today. Don't you need to head back to the hospital?" "No, I'm on leave. It's been terrible lately." Aaron suddenly frowned. "What happened?" Klein drank a mouthful of black tea. Since Bakerland had just been assassinated, and Rosago's body had been thrown into a sewer far away, he didn't know when it would be found. Klein was concerned about the aftereffects and the imperfection of his disguise, so he didn't plan on taking missions that were too difficult or easily exposed his identity. Therefore, he was interested in simple matters which held potential and handsome rewards. Aaron put down the newspaper and sighed. "I've been very unlucky recently. I've had a few consecutive failed surgeries. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences. Otherwise, my license would have been revoked. Although it wasn't big news for surgeons to cause deaths in the present era since it was common, the penalties were still quite severe if a serious accident occurred due to a surgeon's negligence. Well, I can't help much. Well, actually, I know of a luck enhancement ritual, but its effect is to send you above a gray fog." Klein lowered his head and began to nibble at his bread. After breakfast, he said goodbye to Aaron, went to withdraw £500 in cash, and gave £300 to Miss Bodyguard before returning home. While waiting for the photos to develop, he hoped for a simple job to be entrusted to him. Unfortunately, none of them came to him. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again, his target, Braveheart's bar. Taking the opportunity of having Miss Bodyguard around, he hoped to get in touch with more Beyonder circles. Chapter 256, Meeting the Apothecary Again. Before leaving the house, Klein tossed a coin to inquire if it was beneficial for him to visit the Braveheart's bar that day. After receiving a negative result, he looked around before whispering into the air, "Is someone monitoring me today?" After a few seconds of silence, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Klein subconsciously looked back, but he failed to find Miss Bodyguard. His attention quickly returned to the answer he received as he couldn't help but let out a snicker in his heart. MI9 isn't even putting me on their suspect list at all. After confirming that Rosago hadn't sought me out, they completely put me aside. Should I feel honored or insulted? It's true that a detective that busies himself looking for cats has no way of being associated with the assassination of an ambassador or getting rid of a Sequence 5 expert. Furthermore, MI9 has been monitoring me for quite some time. My panic, my helplessness, and my struggle for self-preservation were laid out for them to see. It's obvious that I can't inflict any substantial harm to the ambassador. With that in mind, Klein put on his half-top hat, carried his black silver inlaid cane, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. He spent 2 solely for a rental carriage that brought him to Braveheart's bar on Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge area. He entered like a regular, walked past the cheering drunkards around the boxing ring, and rapped the countertop when he came to the bar counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. The bartender looked up at him and mumbled, "Kaspar's is in card room 3. Klein smiled and pushed 5 one-penny copper coins to the man. Then, carrying the wooden cup and sipping a white, smooth, frothy Southville beer, he walked around 2 of the rowdiest, liveliest stages that stank the most and knocked on the door of card room 3. Kaspar's was playing Texas poker with unlimited stakes. Stacks of cash were piled high in front of him, as well as yellow coins that piled up in a dazzling heap. Noticing Klein's gaze, the black market arms dealer with the huge scar on his face twitched his big red nose and casually said, "I don't like using chips as they don't feel real to me. It's still the texture of cash and the weight of the coins that leaves me intoxicated. It's the same as fucking women." After finishing that sentence, Kaspar's frowned slightly. "What are you doing here again?" Klein didn't answer directly, but he gestured with his mouth to speak outside. "Damn it, I was going to clean them up with this hand." "Bullshit, I'm folding." Kaspar's tossed the 2 cards in front of him into the middle of the table, then he limped to the door and said to Klein, "You'd better have a good reason." After leaving the card room and coming to the corner, Klein said in a suppressed voice, "I want to know when the most recent gathering will be, just like the last one." Kaspar's looked at him suspiciously. "Haven't you struck a deal with Marich? It's not about hiring bodyguards. Regarding that, heh, you know, I've become very interested in it." Klein was telling the truth. Kaspar's hesitated and then said, "There will be a gathering tonight. The organizer is the same person as last time, but you'll have to wait for more than half an hour. I'll inform them first. You showed your reputation last time, so I don't think there'll be too much of a problem." "No problem, I'll pay you." Klein touched the bills in his pocket. "You just need to pay £1 this time." Kaspar's acted like he was very generous. "It's worth it," Klein said as the corners of his lips curled up. After paying Kaspar's, he found a seat and sat down, drinking the rich malt-scented Southville beer and enjoying the competition on the ring. "I can beat and take them down at the same time." Klein quickly came to this conclusion. After about 10 minutes, Kaspar's returned to the bar, looked around, and said in a low voice, "They agreed. We'll head there after half an hour. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope you haven't forgotten that mask." Klein gave a positive answer. He slowed down his drinking as he began sipping, and he took half an hour to finish the 500 milliliters of Southville beer. It was the same path they took as the previous time, and it was the same house without any light. Klein put on the iron mask that only covered half of his face, and he watched as Kaspar's knocked on the door rhythmically. The rhythm is different from last time. The knocking changes all the time. Klein listened carefully for a moment, then saw the small plank of the door open and a pair of eyes peer out. After the indistinguishable process like before, he put on the hooded robe and hid his entire face in the shadows. It was still the same living room, with a candle flickering in the dim light. Klein randomly found a seat and quietly sat down. But unlike before, he no longer felt suppressed or tensed. Instead, he leisurely looked around. The cold wind that blew across the back of his neck made him certain that Miss Bodyguard had followed him in without anyone noticing. As expected, there are no Sequence 5 experts in this gathering. There might not even be a Sequence 6, Klein thought. After listening in on the conversation for a while, he saw the round-faced apothecary change his posture as if he wanted to speak. As expected, the apothecary who had half his chubby face exposed quickly raised his hand and said, "Black Snake has apparently died in the sewers. Those beasts are still rampant." Black Snake died. Klein was surprised to hear the news. Black Snake was the man who had sold him the remains of a listener, allowing him to, successfully, create the language of foulness. It was suspected that he was from the Aurora Order. His strength wasn't low at all, yet, he actually died performing the simple mission of clearing the beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned suspiciously. He suddenly thought of something. When he discovered Zerial's corpse, he had heard thumping sounds deep in the sewers. By the time he led Ian there, parts of Zerial's body had been eaten by strange beasts. That was at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in the East Borough, quite far from the Backland Bridge area, and I wonder if there's a connection. Klein had no impulse to verify this. News of Black Snake's death quickly spread through the dark room, attracting the murmurs of many. A sense of fear spread through them, as though they had experienced it themselves. The apothecary clapped his hands and said, "So, what should I do?" The whispers suddenly disappeared, and a frozen silence filled the room. As the apothecary had advised him without being afraid of offending him, Klein thought for a moment and said, "If I were you, I would give up on the rest of the herbs and never go there again." "Why? They'll mature very soon, and those beasts that hide in the depths of the sewers usually won't come out," the apothecary asked hesitantly. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "Black Snake likely has an organization backing him. His death definitely would have caused an investigation. I believe you don't want to interact with them, right?" Having the remains of a listener didn't imply that Black Snake was an Aurora Order member. By referring to the true creator as a great being, this was confirmed. Moreover, he would rather believe that this was the case rather than hope for a fluke. "Yeah," the apothecary nodded slightly, seemingly having made up his mind. Klein added, "If I were you, I would even anonymously report this matter to the police." "What?" many gathering members exclaimed. Klein explained without a change in tone, "Since the beasts in the sewers can kill Black Snake, it means that they're very dangerous. And since everyone lives in Backland, if it really causes a major catastrophe, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be implicated. That's why the best option is to attract the attention of the police and let the officials handle this matter. We can enjoy a good outcome without any risks. Isn't that nice?" Just as he finished his sentence, the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, applauded. "Such a great idea. We're afraid of the official Beyonders, but similarly, we can make use of them. We don't have to handle everything on our own. That's because I was an official Beyonder, so my train of thought would definitely be different from pure savages like you." Klein smiled as he lampooned. After speaking, he became a bystander again, listening to people peddling or requesting for items. As he watched the deals which succeeded or failed, he found nothing of interest. He temporarily didn't announce the Beyonder ingredients he needed, planning to observe the circle of Beyonders a few more times. Seconds turned to minutes and finally, Eye of Wisdom arranged for people to leave every 3 minutes. Klein was the first to leave the previous time, so he didn't know what happened next. Now, he noticed that there were at least 5 exits. The attendants of the Eye of Wisdom would lead different people to different passages, trying their best to space them out and drag out time. After more than half an hour, there were only 3 members of the gathering left. Apart from Eye of Wisdom, the other 2 were Klein and the suspected apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed with his aged voice. "Looks like you're quite lucky." He recognized me as the man who had bought the ominous item from Black Snake. Klein smiled. "Yes, my bet paid off." Hearing their conversation, the apothecary widened his eyes as he examined Klein. After a long time, he finally said, "Do you have another mystical charm that affects luck? I already regarded you as a dead person. You're so direct." Klein tactfully answered, "Maybe I'm lucky enough myself." Actually, he did want such an item. Eye of Wisdom sighed and said, "Young lad, don't always bet on your luck, especially on matters such as this. Even if you've won many times in the past, just one loss would doom you for eternity." "I know. That's why I've come to this gathering to see if I can buy any useful items." "Hey, I can be considered the same as all of you now," Klein said, seemingly casual. "Same," The apothecary gave an exaggerated sigh. I should have listened to my teacher. Teacher? He seems to be a suspected apothecary. The apothecary pathway is controlled by the Church of Mother Earth and the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought passes down their teachings through mentoring. Klein's heart skipped a beat and asked curiously, why do you say that? The apothecary sighed and said, my teacher told me to choose a path that would make one sufficiently lucky, but in the end, I still became a medicine concoctor. As a result, I haven't been able to find the next batch of potion ingredients for this sequence for a whole 2 years. I'm envious of your luck. Make one sufficiently lucky. This is very similar to the sequence pathway for Monster. He really is from the Life School of Thought. Klein smiled and said, what's your reason for choosing it? The apothecary suddenly straightened his back and said, this is a man's choice. After knowing that I can concoct medicine to enhance my ability in that field, I chose this path without hesitation. Chapter 257, 2081. What a godlike reason. After hearing the apothecary's answer, Klein was unable to control the changes in his expression despite being a clown. Fortunately, he was wearing an iron mask over his face. The apothecary didn't notice the reactions Klein and Eye of Wisdom had, and he began to let his hair down. That's why I really like Backland. There are a lot of prostitutes prowling the streets, hanging outside music halls, theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. They're either professionals or working part-time. They were originally maid servants or workers, each with different flavors. It's said that in places in the West Borough, bankrupt aristocratic ladies might occasionally appear. That's really something to look forward to. Klein nudged the iron mask that covered his face upwards and quickly changed the topic. Did your teacher have any objections to your choice? The apothecary shook his head slightly. No, he just kicked me out of the damn door after teaching me all the knowledge in the field of herbs, telling me to roam the world and experience life. Damn it, he didn't even tell me where to find the next potion ingredients. At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, if you know where to obtain Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, please do tell me. I'll pay you for it. Of course, you can also first buy it and then sell it to me for a higher price. You're a lucky guy, who knows, you might help fulfill my wish. All right, Klein casually agreed. He then asked, thoughtfully, when that happens, can I use it to exchange for the potion formula for apothecary? From his point of view, an apothecary was very useful as support. He could use it to groom helpers. The apothecary, who wasn't considered too fat, quickly shook his head and said, no way. I can only teach my students. Is this a rule of the Life School of Thought? He might have made an oath with some secret existence as a witness. Klein wasn't surprised. At this moment, the apothecary let out a laugh. But I can tell you where you can get the apothecary formula. It's right here in Backland. Brilliant. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing that Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medication to treat mental disorders and other problems? Klein was acting for Miss Bodyguard, to make her feel more assured, having been slightly influenced by the true creator and becoming a potential lunatic, that he was desperately trying to find a cure. Yes, there's a sedative, 10 solely for one. I'll bring you 4 in the next gathering. Trust me, this is definitely much more useful than the ones in the hospitals. I've added some materials with spirituality, the apothecary replied without hesitation. How expensive? In the underground market at Tingen, the number of sedatives that originated from the hospitals ranged from 1 to 2 solely, while the variety that leaked from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind ranged from 4 to 5 solely. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein put on a show, looked at Eye of Wisdom, and said, Dear sir, may I attend the next gathering? Yes, your last 2 performances are proof of your goodwill. Young lad, watch out for the Backland Morning Post Daily. When there's an advertisement for the purchase of goods by the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it means that there would be a meeting here at 8 o'clock the next evening. The strength and the frequency of the knocking is based on the prices listed. The first number is the number of heavy strikes. The second number is the number of light strikes. The third number is the number of long pauses and the fourth is the number of short pauses. The rest are meaningless, Eye of Wisdom said with a nod. After describing the information, he sighed and said, the lives of Beyonders who are neither official or part of an organization aren't as nice as you imagine. On the one hand, we have to keep secrets, avoid the officials, and at any time, we have to maintain a cautious and careful state. On the other hand, we have to fight against the possibility of losing control and madness. Too many of our kind have died because of these 2 matters. Even if we successfully evade the official's notice and avoid losing control and going crazy, we would still fall into the predicament of lacking ingredients and the inability to find items we want or obtain sufficient knowledge. I organized such a gathering to get everyone to help each other. Unfortunately, this is an era of scarce mysteries. Many Beyonder ingredients are rarely seen. Yes, but I have Mr. Hanged Man who knows the coordinates of some of the primitive islands, and City of Silver's the sun who is constantly fighting against the various monsters in the depths of the darkness. I can rely on them to obtain some of the Beyonder ingredients. Klein politely stood up with his back bent as he bowed to Eye of Wisdom. Your character is admirable. After sitting down again, Klein suddenly remembered something and asked after some deliberation, Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? The kind that Black Snake sold me, but ones without too serious negative effects. I wish to have some sort of ability to protect myself. His plan was to find something that caught his interest, determine the price, and then determine the target accordingly. However, I don't have any money right now, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't have any in the future. Can't I make an inquiry about the price without money? Klein silently added in his heart. The apothecary spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't have any, and even if he did, he wouldn't sell them. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, I do have some, but I don't know what you would like to buy. Give me an approximate range. Some. He's most likely a Savon Pathway Beyonder who relies on external items. Klein didn't hide his envy as he said, something stronger than me. Not something that improves my combat skills. It's best if it has some mystical powers. He didn't go into details so as to maintain his image as a newcomer. Eye of Wisdom smiled and said, I have an item that suits your requirements. Its former code name was 2081. 2081, Klein asked, puzzled. His puzzlement was just a disguise on the surface, but on the inside, he was very shocked. Is this a sealed artifact that leaked out from the Chinese gate of the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein didn't expect to see a familiar code name here. Eye of Wisdom casually explained simply, many mystical items have rather obvious side effects that can cause certain harm. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches would seek them out and seal them. They're called sealed artifacts and are distinguished using numbers as code names. Over a long period of debate and exchanges, the 7 churches formed a uniform naming convention. It labels the different danger grades with 0, 1, 2, and 3. Among them, 0 is the most dangerous. Rumors say that some are terrifying items that can destroy countries or even the world. The 7 Orthodox churches will exchange information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1, telling each other which ones they possess. Therefore, Grade 0 and Grade 1 code names won't be repeated. Grade 2 and Grade 3 are arranged by their respective churches, so different churches might have the same code name. Klein had long known about the general situation within the Nighthawks, but he was puzzled by something. Information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts is exchanged. Wouldn't that be disclosing major secrets? It will allow the other churches to know how many hidden cards they have. Of course, this could also be seen as a form of strategic deterrence. To avoid direct conflict between the 7 churches, Klein considered the possible reasons. Yes, although I'm unable to explain the reason for doing that, it has indeed happened. Legend has it that during the end of the 4th epoch or the beginning of the 5th epoch, the 7 churches came to an agreement, Eye of Wisdom said at an unhurried pace. My 2081 was obtained from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It allows you to understand and comprehend many things. Even an enemy's Beyonder powers can be rapidly identified, allowing me to know of their strengths and weaknesses. I'll also have a chance at being able to mimic them. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chance of failure. Of course, even success would definitely result in a huge difference from the original. That sounds very strong, proof that knowledge is power. In the end, will there be a situation where omniscience is equal to omnipotence? I retract my previous judgment. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom might not be an appraiser. His identification of items might have relied on sealed artifact 2081. Klein clicked his tongue silently as he asked with interest, so, how much would I need to buy it? What flaws does it have? It will keep you in a state where your mind is churning at high speeds. Once it exceeds the time limit, you'll become a retard, Eye of Wisdom replied simply without providing enough details. At this moment, the apothecary beside him muttered, perhaps your brain has already been damaged. You keep talking about your collection. Sooner or later, someone will rob you and kill you. Sir, your persuasions are always so repugnant. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed and said, how do you know that I'm not saying it on purpose to make greedy people attack me? Yes, it's like the entrapment law once described by Emperor Russell. After the laughter stopped, he patted the armrest of his sofa and sighed. As a person who loves collecting things, it's excruciating not being able to flaunt my collection to others. He then looked at Klein. I'm sorry. 2081 isn't for sale. It's my best collection, and back then, I spent £6,800 to buy it. A sealed artifact at this level can cost from £4,000 to £20,000 and is determined by its effects and negative side effects. However, most of time, they can't be bought with money. Then why did you say so much? Klein controlled the twitching of his mouth. Seemingly sensing his reaction, Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, what I really wish to recommend are 2 items. The first is a brooch. It can allow you to ward off spirits and purify them, as well as use a portion of the spells in the sun domain. The flaw is that as long as you wear it, you will never feel coolness. You will forever be stuck in the warm summer of the south. The other is a hat that can change shapes. Wearing it allows you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour and allows you to use some water or wind domain spells. The flaw is that you will desire water. Once you walk on land, you will gradually weaken. The prices of similar items range from £1,500 to £3,500, and sometimes, even if you raise the price severalfold, they aren't necessarily for sale because they rarely appear. It took me more than 3 decades to collect a few. Klein nodded slightly and said, I'll think about it, and I'll make the decision during the next gathering. At this point, he deliberately smiled and said, besides, I don't have that much money right now. Chapter 258, Murder Case. The concrete road had turned dirty from prolonged rain. 2 gas lamps, the height of an adult male, along the 2 sides of the road emitted a bright but misty light due to the moisture on the glass. A rental carriage drove through the night as the surrounding pedestrians either wore hats or carried umbrellas. Klein leaned against the wall, idly admiring the evening streets of Backland. At that moment, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the carriage drop significantly. A gloomy and cold wind was swirling about. Klein jerked his head around and saw that Miss Bodyguard, dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, was sitting across from him without him even realizing it. Her voice was ethereal and dreamy. That Eye of Wisdom sensed my presence. As expected, Klein nodded, unsurprised. He has several mystical items, perhaps he sensed you because of them. I even suspect that he has an organization behind him. Otherwise, it's quite impossible for Eye of Wisdom to collect several relatively powerful mystical items in 30 years with his power alone. Previously, Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos only had a single creeping hunger despite being one of the 7 great pirate admirals. Of course, it was possible that the latter had high standards and ordinary mystical items didn't catch his attention. After all, with creeping hunger, he could be more well-rounded and nearly be without any weaknesses. Yes, for Eye of Wisdom himself to be rich there has to be a rather good explanation as well. He's organized so many gatherings, and once he finds a suitable mystical item, he would spare no expense to get it. Having a few in his collection isn't that unbelievable, sigh, it's like he has a gold mine at home, or he runs a bank, Klein lampooned silently. He didn't mention in detail that he had guessed that Eye of Wisdom was from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, out of fear that he would expose to Miss Bodyguard that he wasn't someone who had just become a Beander. The blonde Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though agreeing with Klein's suspicions. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at the window opposite her. A rich smell of blood. There's a strong smell of blood. Klein turned his head in puzzlement and looked out the window. There was a secluded alley in the sparse drizzle. Near the mouth of the alley, a woman wearing a gorgeous dress was on the ground. At that moment, a pedestrian walked past and on careful inspection, let out a sudden scream. The scream startled the horse slightly as the carriage driver quickly tightened the reins, slowing down the carriage. Under the light of the gas lamp, Klein saw the pale face of the woman lying on the ground at the mouth of the alley. There was a deep gash in her stomach, and her internal organs seemed to have been hollowed out. The blood on the ground around her was flowing slowly, crimson and thick. This, as a qualified former Nighthawk, he quickly thought of many similar cases. These were often related to devil worship. And when it came to devil worship, it was almost always tied to ancient organizations. It was the Blood Sanctify sect that first appeared in the 4th epic. According to the records, this was a loose alliance formed due to the worship of devils. It consisted of several so-called devil clans, such as the Noise, Andriel, and Buria clans. They weren't subordinate to each other. In their bid to proselytize faith in the devil, they committed many murders. Back in Tingen, the accountant for the Nighthawks, Mrs. Oriana, was one such victim who was thankfully saved. Of course, not all similar cases were committed by them. Many people felt that such acts were very cool and began to imitate them. It looks like it was done by the Blood Sanctify sect, Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure rapidly turned translucent before vanishing. She didn't care if Klein understood her or comprehended the situation. At that moment, the carriage had already passed the scene of the crime. Klein also noticed that the patrolling police had arrived, so he held back his idea of getting off the carriage to observe and instead chose to act as an ordinary citizen who was passing by. Yes, citizen Mr. Moriarty. The Blood Sanctify sect has the criminal pathway, which is also known as the devil pathway. It's said that after sequence 7, the corresponding Beander would gradually turn demonic. However, they would only reveal those signs under certain circumstances. Sequence 9 criminals have strong bodies, keen instincts, and a variety of criminal abilities, but their conscience isn't gone yet. Sequence 8, known by its ancient name, cold-blooded, has the modern name, unwinged angel. It means that from that moment forth, they lose their conscience and revel in evil desires, with bodies that look even more inhuman. They would also obtain some of the magical powers of the devil. Sequence 7 serial killer grasps a good deal of knowledge and rituals regarding devil worship. They like to please the devil with special serial murders. I don't know the sequences after that. The information regarding the Blood Sanctify sect and the devil pathway flashed past Klein's mind. The rain outside seemed to become heavier as the rain on the windows converged and fell, and the whole world became quiet and unclear. What's the point of thinking so much? Such matters would definitely be taken over by a Beander squad. It might be the mandated Punishers or Nighthawks. There's no need for me to worry. Klein shook his head with a laugh as he muttered in his mind. By the time he returned to 15 Minsk Street, he had forgotten about the murder case. He went next door and knocked on the Sammers' front door, asking Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary that she could come for the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Following that, he washed up and read the newspapers, learning about the current situation and news in Backland. On Saturday morning the next day, Klein enjoyed his breakfast slowly and went out to pick up the freshly developed photographs. He chose the one with the best view of Dorothy Gale's and Erica Taylor's face, one that brought out their passion the most. After putting the photos away, he went to the Rice police station before Mrs. Mary arrived and successfully got the bail money that was worth £10 back. In the process, he also saw the real Sergeant Faxon and felt a little uncomfortable. After withdrawing the remaining £500 in cash from his account, Klein was finally done with everything after having a busy morning. Before he prepared lunch, he handed the remaining £600 to Miss Bodyguard in one go, leaving £146 8 solely, and 5 pence on him. That was all his liquid funds. Other than Miss Justice, I have no other debts. Klein cooked himself a T-bone steak and sprinkled it with black pepper sauce. Just as he was enjoying the taste of the medium-well steak whilst in a good mood, the doorbell suddenly rang and resounded through his house. Mrs. Mary, isn't this too early? Puzzled, Klein put down his fork and knife, and he walked to the door. He paused for 2 seconds as the image of the visitor outside the door appeared in his mind. It was an old-fashioned gentleman in a light gray overcoat, a silk top hat, and he held a black and gold cane. He had sharp blue eyes, and his temples were streaked with white. His wrinkles were deeply engraved in his face, causing his facial muscles to seemingly sag. May I know who you're looking for? Klein asked after opening the door. The old gentleman said in a thick Midseashire accent, Are you Sherlock, Detective Moriarty? Do you have something you wish to entrust to me? Klein nodded and made way, leading the old gentleman into the living room. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then asked, Would you like coffee or tea? A cup of hot water, please. The old gentleman had taken off his hat and sat down. Very well, it's very simple. Maybe I should consider getting an assistant to serve tea and clean the place. As Klein's mind wandered, he turned to the kitchen and rinsed a glass. After placing the hot water in front of the old gentleman, he walked to the sofa and sat down with his hands folded. How may I address you? Millet Carter, the old gentleman answered simply. Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with? Klein asked directly without bothering to exchange pleasantries. As he spoke, he quietly activated his spirit vision to observe Carter. This old gentleman is in quite good health. There are some problems with the color of the joints of his left leg, probably arthritis. His emotions are mostly blue from calm thinking, with a hint of anxiety. With just a glance, Klein had come to a general conclusion. Millet Carter lifted the white porcelain cup and, while rubbing its surface, said, "The thing is, I've bought a house on William Street. Hey, I come from Midseashire and because of my business, I'll be living in Backland permanently." William Street, where's that? Having been in Backland for less than a month, Klein, who had to consult the map or rely on his intuition, tried his best to appear staid and reliable. Millet Carter looked at him, and under his gaze, he continued, "Rumor has it that the house was originally owned by a bankrupt viscount. That was about 2 to 3 decades ago. After a few changes of hands, I finally bought it. I planned on doing some renovations that suited the modern style, but I discovered a hidden secret door in the basement which leads to a very large underground structure. Considering that it might not be safe inside, I temporarily stopped construction, and I prevented the workers and servants from rashly exploring it. I hope that you can help me confirm the situation inside the underground structure." Underground structure, ancient ruins, secret treasure, Klein thought and said, "Why didn't you call the police? The resources that the police can mobilize are more than 100 times that of a private detective like me can muster. The results of the exploration will definitely be better and more reliable." Millet Carter rubbed his nose bridge. "I don't want too many people to know about this, especially the government. If I confirm that there is no danger within the underground structure, then I intend to use it as part of the structure and repurpose it. I know that this is a high risk for you, and I'm willing to pay £50 for it. But you can't have more than 3 assistants, and I can make up for it later, depending on the circumstances. £50, that's quite a high price. If I were an ordinary detective, that would be equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my income. He's just arrived in Backland and doesn't know any other detectives. He could only read the newspapers to look for hires and ended up coming to me." Klein hesitated for a few seconds. "Let me think about it." He suddenly revealed an apologetic smile, pointed behind him and said, "I need to use the bathroom." Millet Carter nodded slightly and took a sip of hot water. After entering the bathroom and closing the wooden door, Klein looked at the mirror and took out a copper penny. Because he had Miss Bodyguard with him, he couldn't confirm it. Above the gray fog, so he could only rely on his own divination skills. "I should accept this commission." Klein chanted 7 times and flicked the coin as he watched it tumble down. Thud. The copper coin fell into his palm, and the king's portrait faced up, indicating a positive response. Klein slightly nodded, and whispered into the air, "What does your intuition tell you?" Miss Bodyguard's figure quickly appeared in the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, "There's a certain amount of danger, but it's not great." "Very good." Klein put away the coin, washed his hands, and walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. He looked at Millet Carter and said with a smile, "I'll take this commission." Chapter 259. Underground Structure. After signing a contract with Millet Carter and receiving an advance payment of £10, Klein didn't rush to William Street immediately. Instead, he made an appointment for 4 in the afternoon. Millet was understanding with regard to this. Alone, Detective Sherlock Moriarty definitely had to recruit people to carry out the exploration. When the old gentleman left, Klein immediately returned to the dining table and cut the steak which had turned cold before wolfing it down. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why must he pick such a time to come? After barely filling his stomach, Klein bitterly began cleaning up. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Mary arrived as scheduled. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, but her face was turning gloomy. Stellan Sammer, who accompanied her, had no choice but to maintain her silence. Klein handed over an envelope containing his carefully chosen photo. "Madam, please confirm it." Mary paused for 2 seconds and slowly took in a breath. Then, she took the envelope, pulled out the photo, and examined it. "Excellent, very excellent. You're the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever met. I'm honored to introduce you as a member of the Quelaag Club. This is the remaining £7 for the payment." "You deserve it." Mary took out a wallet from her leather handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 notes. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo back into the envelope, put it into her handbag, and abruptly got up to leave. Tap. Tap, tap. Her buttonless boots made hurried sounds as she stomped on them. Stellan Sammer struggled to keep up. As she opened the door, Mary stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately, Stellan caught her. With this episode, Mary clearly slowed down and seemed to turn calm. "Madam, you forgot to take the portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later, and she'll bring it to you." Klein silently watched this scene, slightly shaking his head without saying anything. He returned to the second floor, took a nap, waking up comfortably to the bell chimes of the nearby church. Klein had already searched the map and confirmed that William Street was at the border of the West Borough and Empress Borough, a residential area in the heart of Backland. A nice house in West Borough and Hilston Borough costs about £2,500. Millet Carter's house is close to Empress Borough, and it's a property of a former viscount. The area is definitely sizable. The total purchase price will be at least £3,500, maybe even £5,000. That will be enough for a pretty decent mystical item. He actually came visiting me without a housekeeper or an attendant, perhaps because he's new in Backland and hasn't settled in. Klein put on his double-breasted coat, hat, and held his cane before heading out into Minsk Street. The gas lamps haven't been lit yet, and the streets were surprisingly darker than during the evenings. However, the air was fairly alright, without the suffocating air in the boroughs to the east. Taking a rental carriage, he went all the way to William Street. Klein saw a waiting manservant outside the Unit 8 house. The manservant, who was dressed in a red vest and light-colored trousers, bowed respectfully at the incoming visitor. "Good afternoon, might I inquire if you are Detective Moriarty?" "Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Carter." Klein nodded and followed the manservant into a mansion with a garden and lawn. The house was 2 stories tall. The first floor was in a mess, with a lot of construction materials placed everywhere. There were workers coming in and doing some modifications. Millet Carter wasn't wearing a hat. Covering his nose, he walked over. "I'm very sorry about the mess and dirt here, but I do wish that everything will be fine before my family arrives in Backland. I can only urge them to keep working non-stop." Having said that, he looked at the manservant and instructed, "Continue watching them." It's no wonder that he didn't bring any servants with him. Even his servants have become supervisors. Klein smiled and said, "I know a lot of doctors. They tell me that the newly renovated houses aren't suitable for immediate occupation. One has to wait at least 3 months to ventilate it well enough. Otherwise, old people and children who aren't strong enough will easily fall sick." "Is that so?" Millet led Klein to the basement and asked doubtfully. "I've never verified it, but I chose to believe in authority. It's said that this originated from the words passed down by Emperor Russell." Klein casually fabricated an excuse. Millet nodded, then turned to look at the door. He couldn't help but frown before asking, "Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant? There might be quite a bit of danger in that structure." "I have an assistant, it's just that you can't see her," Klein lampooned as he said seriously, "This is my first visit, so I'll advance very carefully. If there are any problems, I will immediately retreat. I'm experienced in this area, so I won't put myself in a dangerous situation. If I were matched with inexperienced assistants, it might easily affect my nimble and decisive actions." Millet was startled. "You're very professional." "A professional bluff," Klein silently added. Without any further doubts, Millet led Detective Moriarty through the cluttered living room and down the stairs to a fairly spacious basement. There were no gas pipes here, but 4 metal candlesticks were set into the walls, their yellow lights flickering. Stepping on the stone pavements on the ground, Klein couldn't help but sigh in reflection, as expected of a noble's property. Even the basement has been nicely decorated. Furthermore, it's almost as big as the living room of my current house. At this moment, Millet pointed ahead and said, "There's a secret door over there. It was discovered by the workers when they were renovating." Klein focused his gaze. With the not very bright candlelight, he saw a gray stone door in the corner. It should have been part of the wall, but it was now exposed. "I'll leave the rest to you. Be safe." The old gentleman, Millet, gave Klein a lighted lantern and cautioned him. "Has this place been ventilated ahead of time?" Klein asked cautiously. Millet shook his head indiscernibly. "It's not particularly stuffy inside, but I didn't let the workers go too far." "All right." Klein checked his belongings, put on a black glove, and, under Millet's gaze, unhurriedly carried the lantern and approached the stone door. He pushed it open with his cane. Amidst the heavy creaking sounds, through the light outside, he saw a deep-colored passageway paved with stone. There were several wooden doors on both sides of the passageway and at the end. They had already begun to rot, but they were still barely usable, not too ancient. However, the ostentatious style of the door and the depth and thickness of the stone slabs don't match. Did the Viscount's family change it before? Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, gripped his cane, and walked forward, step by step, with the lantern in hand. The light dispersed the darkness, and when he passed by the rooms on either side, he was able to see a somewhat empty scene through the open door, which was likely opened due to the exploration from the workers Millet had hired. There was also a long bench and a table that shared the same aesthetic style as the door. There's no sign of spirits flashing. Klein did a brief inspection. Without stopping, he proceeded forward until he came to the end of the hall where a bifold black stone door was. Stretching out his gloved right hand, he half-clamped his cane and slowly pushed against the door. A jarring sound of friction began to reverberate through the air as the stone door slowly cracked open. Spirit light suddenly appeared in Klein's eyes, reflecting an intertwined aura of different colors. His heart tightened as he pushed the door open, before taking a few steps back. The crack in the stone door widened rapidly, and a slimy black creature fell from above. It was a snake with a triangular head and red floral patterns on its head. It straightened its upper body, shot out its tongue, and looked at Klein with cold brown eyes. One snake after another fell from above the door as they piled up at the entrance. Klein saw a large hall beyond them. In the middle of the hall, countless snakes of various colors slithered together, forming an exaggerated nest of snakes about 10 meters wide. The slimy, disgusting feeling assaulted his senses. Klein felt his scalp turn numb as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He even wanted to look away without daring to look straight ahead. Although he was a man, he was still afraid of snakes. Snakes were the animal that he was most afraid of. This stemmed from a psychological trauma in the past. When he was a child, despite being way past his bedtime, he liked to secretly open the door to his room and watch movies with his parents through a crack. Unfortunately, his parents once watched a snake disaster movie. One scene involved the demolition of a building. The result was the unearthing of a large nest of snakes, and the dense squirming remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Can the slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed hard and said to the air, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic dress quickly appeared by his side, her mouth tightly closed. She didn't say a thing. Klein looked at her and she looked back at Klein, but no one spoke. When a snake slowly slithered out, Klein finally coughed and repeated, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer. Instead, she floated and suddenly, a cold wind blew in the passageway. The wind howled as it blew into the hall. The temperatures dropped rapidly as it approached the temperatures of the outside world. The densely packed snakes in the middle of the hall suddenly slithered in all directions, searching for a warmer, more suitable spot to survive. 2 to 3 minutes later, a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the hall in the passageway, and countless snakes had disappeared without much of a trace. The continued as Klein said, chattering, That's quite enough." The surging cold wind slowed down, but the cold didn't subside. Miss Bodyguard's figure disappeared once again. Klein lifted his cane-wielding right hand, covered his mouth and nose, and sneezed. Then, he raised the lantern and cautiously walked through the stone door into the wide hall. The style here was identical to the passageway outside. There were 8 circular columns of the same color. Erected there, metal poles hung from the high dome, and at the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures. An upside-down candlestick. As a university student of the history department, a person who could barely be called an elite in this field, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on this unique arrangement, a structure of the 4th epoch. Chapter 260. Strange Statues. The history circles of the northern continent countries all recognized that the 4th epoch was shrouded in thick mystery. It was impossible to tell what it truly was. The historical records had too many missing pieces and ambiguities for this period of history. There were too few tombs, ancient cities, and literature that had been unearthed to create an effective confirmation. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. Its rarity implied that there were still some relics and information left behind. The original Klein was a fanatic towards the history of the 4th epoch. He often read journal articles and books, so even now, Klein still remembered a lot of content. Whether it was the Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, or Truncest Empire, they all had similar architectural styles that went against common sense. They were disorderly, asymmetrical, and they stood out for their frequent use of black. The most typical characteristic were the candlesticks hanging from the ceiling and the chopped floral pattern marks on black walls. This was precisely why Klein's first reaction was that the underground structure belonged to the 4th epoch when he raised his lantern. He had seen circular metal poles with candlesticks embedded at the bottom, that ran down from the dome, reminding him of the 4th epoch, which was shrouded in mystery, leaving many historians and archaeologists regretful of the lack of knowledge in that ancient period. Several journal articles have mentioned that the number of candlesticks within different buildings are different. Although the 3 empires find asymmetry beautiful, They seemed to have strict and meticulous rules in every aspect, 3 on the left, and 2 on the right is the highest standards that ordinary citizens can enjoy. This is based on the structure of the buildings in the houses that remain. Klein raised his arm and held the lantern high. He walked slowly, counting the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was even wider than he had expected. He had walked for at least 100 meters before he saw a platform half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end of the hall. 41 inverted candlesticks on the left, and 40 on the right. This is a bit of an exaggeration. What level of aristocracy is this? Powerful nobility. The Antigonus and the Zeratul families are all aristocrats of the 4th epoch. They were also powerful and terrifying Beander family clans. The other noble families should be about the same. Holding the lantern in hand, Klein continued onward. He saw the stairs at the side of the half-height platform and saw the scuffing on the black stone tiles. Is this really a relic of the 4th epoch? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. With his keen eyesight and the light from the lanterns, he found 2 iron black seats on top of the platform that was half a meter above the ground. The huge, ancient seats overlooked the other seats below. There were 2 seats. 2. Why 2? According to the layout, the seat here should represent the person with the most power and authority, but there are 2 of them. A powerful noble of equal strength, a double count, a double duke, or a double prince. Klein slowly began to feel that his knowledge of history was inadequate. He clearly remembered that many journal articles mentioned that the 3 empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Truncest, had a strict hierarchy. Based on this theory, there shouldn't have been leaders of equal standing within a faction. Strange, Klein mumbled, in a way meant for Miss Bodyguard. What's so strange about that? An ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. In the vast, dark, empty, and silent ancient hall, this voice was exceptionally frightening. Klein's mouth twitched as he explained the characteristics, history knowledge, and puzzling points that he had observed to her. He eventually added, "The ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances." Miss Bodyguard, who had mostly blended into the darkness, listened silently as she gave Klein a penetrating glance. "How do you know so much?" "Because I was a university student in the history department," Klein cursed silently before smiling. "If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a diligent young historian." Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she disappear. Instead, she floated up to the platform first. With the lantern in hand, Klein quickly followed, discovering that the platform was very large. It was about 40 meters in length and 10 meters in breadth. The architectural style is grand and enlarged. It's also one of the characteristics of the 4th epoch, he said casually as he carefully approached the 2 huge iron black chairs. He then raised his lantern and carefully inspected it. It seems to be meant for a 3-meter-tall giant to sit on. There's an emblem on the back of the chair. On this side, it's a black crown. On the other side, it's a hand holding onto a scepter. I wonder what they symbolize on their own, Klein said to himself, not expecting an answer from Miss Bodyguard. However, the lady who was floating suddenly said, "This is the Tudor family's emblem." Klein looked over in surprise, noticing that Miss Bodyguard was referring to the hand holding the scepter. Tudor family. Is this a relic of the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty? Which royal family member owned this palace? Klein frowned and said, "Do you recognize the other emblem? To think that it was ranked as equal to a Tudor family member." Miss Bodyguard shook her head without a word. Seeing this, Klein had to give up the idea of studying it for the time being and said, "After the Tudor and Truncest families established their respective empires, they both maintained the original style that originated from the Solomon Empire, such as inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and so on and so forth. This doesn't comply with common sense. If I were the emperor, even if I had to inherit many things, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the 3 empires have hidden, unchanging connections?" He guessed that Solomon, Tudor, and the Truncest families wielded the Dark Emperor, which was the lawyer pathway. Similar styles were needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard remained silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. "Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Is this a confirmation of my idea?" Klein didn't ask any more questions. With the lantern in hand, he circled the 2 huge iron black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. "Let's take a look ahead," Klein suggested. Before he finished his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated towards the end of the platform, but the surrounding gloominess and coldness remained unchanged. A few meters ahead, Klein saw, with the help of the lantern's glow, 7 large, heavy, black stone doors at the base of the hall. They were lined up, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, 4 on the right, perfectly in line with the fourth epic's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein passed the cane to his lantern hand, tossed a coin at random, and whispered, "I should begin from the left." The copper penny tumbled down and landed on his palm, portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard silently followed until they reached the door on the far left before saying ethereally, "It's the same on the right." In other words, it didn't matter whether I did the divination. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. With a deep black background, it was a crimson half-moon that was surrounded by radiant points of light. This, Klein's pupils constricted suddenly, this is the dark sacred emblem. The symbol of the Evernight goddess. During the fourth epoch, the Church of the Evernight goddess had supported the Tudor dynasty. He thoughtfully placed his hand on the stone door. Screech. The black stone door slowly opened amidst rough and heavy grinding sounds. As the light from the lantern shone into the room, Klein began to see the interior, bit by bit. There was a few meters of open space at the entrance, also paved with dark stone tiles, and a platform nearly a meter high. Klein cautiously moved forward, holding up the lantern to illuminate the item on the platform. A few seconds later, a fiery radiance formed the outline of a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost filled the entire room. It was an extremely beautiful lady with a hazy face. Her right hand supported her head as she laid down on the platform. She wore a layered black classical dress that wasn't overly complex. There was a circle of radiating rays at the bottom of her head. On this lady's dress, there were sparkling specks of radiance. They were pieces of bright and resplendent gems. At first glance, Klein felt as though he was seeing the night and the stars. This was outlined against a circular shape under the lady's head that resembled a full moon. This, Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess immediately plowed its way from within. Evernight goddess. Miss Bodyguard's voice carried a rare hint of puzzlement. Be it the symbolism or the actual form, it seemed to be a sculpture of the goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape, echoing loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunsmith about one of the differences between an evil god and a true god. The former was said to have an image that resembled that of an intelligent life form, but the latter only had sacred emblems formed by symbols. But today, at this very moment, in this ancient and bizarre underground structure, he saw a statue that looked like the Evernight goddess. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made Klein shudder. Could it be that the goddess was once an evil god? No, maybe it's some other evil god that falls into the night domain. However, the dark sacred emblem by the door is no different from the one that is being used presently. Or perhaps, having the image of an intelligent being isn't a standard method to distinguish between true gods and evil gods. After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding of the situation wasn't necessarily accurate enough. It was also possible that the Tudors were deliberately blaspheming the goddess. Yes, it could also be a way of setting up some strange ritual. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. It left him feeling puzzled, nervous, and tense. However, he also felt a strange feeling which couldn't be described. After looking around, Klein, who didn't see anything else, took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to the other doors and take a look. I wonder what the other 6 doors correspond to. Would it be equally strange and evil?" he thought gravely. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. Chapter 261, The Innermost Room. When he was out of the room, Klein carefully held his cane and lantern in the same hand, leaving his left hand free so that he could retrieve the contents of his pocket as quickly as possible in the event there was a sudden turn of events. Inside, there were charms, Azek's characteristic, some tarot cards, and apart from the remaining Rossigo's characteristic, the all-black eye, his pocket contained all the means available to him. Klein and Miss Bodyguard had barely taken a step to the side when the light of the lantern illuminated the emblem on the door next to them. It was a simple drawing of a baby surrounded by the symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. "The sacred emblem of Mother Earth," Klein said in a solemn voice. As a former Nighthawk, one of his basic skills was being able to distinguish the symbols of other churches. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though to confirm this. Her black Gothic regal dress looked even eerier and terrifying in such an environment and atmosphere. Her pale face looked like a grieving wraith under the illumination of the lantern. If any other adventurer were to come here and see this scene, they would definitely flee while stumbling out of fear. Holding his breath, Klein reached out with his left hand, pushed open the stone door, and raised the lantern high. He found that the layout here was very similar to the one before, like a perfect fusion between a small prayer room and a giant statue. Across the empty wheat-colored stone tiles, Klein illuminated the 3 steps ahead of him with a lantern. On the platform was a white stone sculpture about 4 or 5 meters tall. It was a plump and beautiful lady, with ears of wheat growing from her feet, and she was surrounded by spring water. Her dress seemed to flutter, and embedded in it, there were different herbs and flowers, as well as the depiction of different animals. The lady's chest was raised high, and in her arms was an adorable infant in swaddling clothes. She stood there, tall and sacred. "Don't tell me that this is the statue of Mother Earth," Klein said softly with his lips curled. Miss Bodyguard didn't answer or deny it. After checking their surroundings, the duo left the room and opened the 3rd door nearby. Behind this door was a corridor that allowed 4 people to walk alongside each other. Ahead of them, it was dark and deep, filled with mystery and oddities. It was unknown where it led to. "Let's first confirm the situation behind the 4 doors on the right," Klein suggested. He didn't dare to rashly enter. Using her actions as an answer, Miss Bodyguard floated backward. The duo opened the 4 stone doors on the right, in succession. They separately saw the storm's sacred emblem, which was made up of the symbol of gales and stormy waves, the sacred emblem of the sun, which was surrounded by lines, the sacred emblems of the god of combat, which was made from the combination of the symbol for dusk and a sword-shaped symbol, as well as the sacred emblem of knowledge and wisdom, which was represented by an open book and an omniscient eye. In contrast, there were 4 suspected statues of deities in the room. A dignified middle-aged man in black armor, standing over churning waves, surrounded by stormy winds, with lightning flashing behind him and a trident in his hand. There was a young man in a pure white robe, holding a book of deeds in one hand and a golden sphere which resembled the sun in the other. He was handsome and spirited. There was a warrior sitting on a throne high above, holding a sword in front of him. His face was hidden behind his helmet's visor, his entire body covered with an indescribable sense of decay. There was a hooded elder holding a book in the omniscient eye, with only his mouth, wrinkles, and long white beard exposed. Apart from the god of steam and machinery, there were 6 humanoid statues of the orthodox gods in this strange hall. Considering the weak position of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery before the appearance of Russell, there seemed to be some sort of explanation regarding this problem. "This is really strange," Klein exclaimed with a sigh, partially because he couldn't stop it, and partially because he was testing Miss Bodyguard's reaction. This grand hall, which was 100 meters deep, actually had 6 of the orthodox gods collected within it. This was something unimaginable in the current era. How could the Church of the 6 True Gods allow their gods to live in the same structure as the other gods? This was a custom that only existed during the 4th epoch. Also, what's with those humanoid statues? Although they look normal, unlike the sinister primordial demoness and the true creator statues, they still give off weird vibes. Just what had happened to make the images of the 6 gods evolve into abstract symbols in this day of age? No, perhaps it's been like this all this time, but the master of this place, a noble who's suspected to be a member of the Tudor family, purposely created statues of the 6 deities for some purpose. I thought of an item from a novel from my previous life, the 6-soul banner. While he waited for Miss Bodyguard's reply, Klein's mind wandered. Miss Bodyguard didn't answer his query and instead said blandly, "There's another door." That's right, Klein suddenly felt fear. From his point of view, doors placed in the middle often had a special meaning, perhaps the core region of this ancient structure. Of course, this also likely implied the highest amount of danger. In his opinion, doors placed in the center often had a special meaning, perhaps the core of this ancient building. Of course, this also meant that the situation was most likely the most dangerous. "What are your thoughts on that area?" Klein hesitated for 2 seconds and directly asked. Under the situation of not being able to use the gray fog to eliminate any interference, he felt that Miss Bodyguard's spiritual perception and spiritual instincts were more reliable than his divination means at present. After all, she was in a very special state, close to that of a spiritual body, allowing her to communicate with the spirit world without any obstruction to gain revelations. Miss Bodyguard closed her eyes and replied a few seconds later, "Very dangerous. But the danger is subdued. Once you venture deeper, don't touch anything." Subdued danger, is this equivalent to having something sealed inside? As Klein guessed, he and Miss Bodyguard walked to the central stone door and stepped onto the dark floor. The light of the lantern seemed to dim a little as though it found it difficult to drive out the darkness ahead. Klein had his left hand in his pocket, holding Azek's copper whistle and a few charms. After about 30 steps, Miss Bodyguard suddenly stopped. Klein raised the lantern in his right hand and saw that the road ahead was blocked by boulders and dirt. On the left and right were two stone doors in the same shape as the ones in the main hall. The right side was ajar and filled with mud and stone. Perhaps this ancient structure was above ground back then, but for some reason, it eventually sank and collapsed, Klein mumbled. There's only one direction we can choose from. Before he could finish his words, he saw Miss Bodyguard float ahead, stick to the huge rock, fuse into it, and disappear. Klein's mouth twitched, and he began to patiently wait. After a few minutes, Miss Bodyguard came out from the mud on the right, her body completely free of dust. It's completely collapsed, she concluded flatly. For a moment Klein was speechless and could only smile. Following that, the two of them simultaneously looked to the left. Where the ajar stone door was, there was a tiny crack. Klein went closer and carefully looked through the 3-centimeter gap. His spirit vision, which had originally been blocked by the stone door, immediately discovered something. There were at least 4 bright and powerful spiritual lights inside, 2 that were close to dark gold in color, and 2 that were dark blue like the sea. After using his spirit vision, a narrow scene appeared in Klein's normal vision. The firelight that entered the room illuminated the black stone tiles. On top of the tiles were piles of bones covered with rotten clothing, and a few of them emitted dark gold and dark blue light, condensed beyond characteristics. Mystical items. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein swept his gaze to the ends of the room. Along the dark wall stood a bifold door, a bloody pair of bifold doors. There seemed to remnants of fresh blood on the door. They continued sliding down as they reflected the light. Klein had wanted to let Miss Bodyguard scout the way ahead when he suddenly felt a change in Isaac's copper whistle that he was holding in his hand. The originally cold and mild whistle suddenly became bone-piercing. It was a profound feeling of death. Klein narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a step back. Then, he noticed that his right forearm was numb and itchy and that it was beginning to swell. A scene flashed through his mind as he immediately took out a tarot card with his left hand and slashed across his arm. What surged out from his wound wasn't blood, but tiny black squirming worms. When these worms fell to the ground, they eroded into smoke. They struggled and huddled, but in the end, they melted under the glow of the lanterns. After a few seconds, all the black worms in Klein's wound finally flowed out, leaving only crimson liquid. He wriggled his muscles to control the small wound and prevented the blood from flowing further. Miss Bodyguard watched this scene quietly, her pretty eyebrows creasing into a rarely seen frown. Klein was just about to speak when he discovered the coldness and deadliness of Isaac's copper whistle hadn't abated. At the same time, his gaze landed on Miss Bodyguard's shadow. She never had a shadow to begin with. "Run!" Klein shouted and immediately ran towards the hall. Miss Bodyguard quickly floated up, and the two of them saw the lantern light in front of them gradually being swallowed up by a black shadow. Klein ran like a hurricane as fast as he could while the light around him faded away. The shadow grew bigger and bigger, closer and closer, thicker and thicker. The light from the flame was about to be completely engulfed, and at that moment, the door was still a few meters away. At that moment, Klein instinctively rushed forward and then rolled across the stone door. The light from the fire suddenly brightened, and the uneasiness in his heart instantly disappeared. Isaac's copper whistle also returned to its mild and cold state. Miss Bodyguard floated beside him as she turned around and looked at the passageway which had once again sunk into darkness. She said with an uncertain tone, "Evil spirit. Evil spirit." Klein almost drew a deep breath when he heard that. Fortunately, as a clown, he was good at controlling his expression and reactions. In the field of mysticism, evil spirits were extremely terrifying monsters. The best of them could even be said to be on the same level as high-sequence beyonders. An evil spirit is wandering within this ancient structure. For some reason, it's bound or imprisoned within that room. If it was an evil spirit, that explains why Mr. Isaac's copper whistle responded. An evil spirit can be considered as an undead creature. Klein stood up and also looked at the path which was now submerged in darkness. He felt as if there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Chapter 262. Dream. In the cold and gloomy hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's return." From the way Isaac's copper whistle reacted, it's likely that the room contains a terrifying evil spirit. Its danger level is highly likely to be above that of Nimblewright Master Rosago and Rear Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. It's been roaming these confines for centuries to thousands of years. Perhaps it's already equivalent to a high-sequence Beander. If it wasn't for its experiencing difficulties in letting its powers escape the room, I would already be dead. Even if Miss Bodyguard is a powerful Sequence 5, there's no hope of us turning the tides of battle with our powers combined. One needs to be aware of one's strength. I cannot be enticed by the suspected Beyonder characteristics and mystical items left in there. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently came up with a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him. Without much emotion in her eyes, she asked, "What happens next?" "Next." Klein silently gritted his teeth and said with deliberation, "Let Millet Carter get the police. Who knows when this evil spirit will escape? It's best to finish it as soon as possible." "No, that won't work. Mr. Carter doesn't know enough. By informing the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention to it. The first batch of people who come to explore this place will suffer heavy casualties, and they might even indirectly help the evil spirit escape from its restraints. Also, for me to see these statues, a detective like me might be silenced. Did you see the bones and spiritual light in the room?" Miss Bodyguard once again cast her gaze towards the dark path behind the ajar stone door, and very slightly nodded her head. Klein thought quickly and said, "My guess is that these are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and one of the Beyonders left behind some mystical items. This might have had something to do with the Viscount family that live beyond this premises. I plan to inquire about their last names, go to the library, and look for information about their descendants. Perhaps, I might gain some valuable clues. After coming to a preliminary confirmation of the situation, I'll make a choice based on the severity of the situation. I might get some explosives, destroy the door, or send an anonymous letter to the police, detailing the existence of the evil spirit. However, I'll have to think of a way to avoid the risk ahead of time. This isn't too urgent, I can take my time." Miss Bodyguard quietly listened to what Klein had to say. Looking ahead, she said in an ethereal voice, "Are you not considering to get people to exorcise this evil spirit? Even if there were no mystical items left behind, the remains after the evil spirit dissipates are still precious enough." "It's the first time I've seen you talk so much." "Probably," Klein replied without hesitation, "the risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you. And from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't imagine any other way of finishing it, other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face somewhat translucent. "You still have some sense," she commented calmly, then drifted toward the exit of the ancient hall. "Other than being suspected to be under the true creator's influence, in what way do I look like a madman?" Klein silently lampooned. He held the lantern and cane and followed behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt as if he was being watched by the cold eyes of the dark corridor. It was only when they walked out of the stone door that suffused an ancient aura did the feeling suddenly disappear. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and the creepy statues of the 6 deities, allowing them to continue their 1,000-year-long slumber, in that unchanging darkness and silence. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern in his other hand and hurried back to Millet Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had disappeared into thin air as usual. Millet Carter was pacing about in the basement. When he saw Klein exit, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had long thought of an excuse as he said with an expression of fear, "Terrible, there are a lot of snakes in there, and many spots have collapsed. I plan to gather some information, gather some manpower, and once preparations are done, do another round of exploration. During this period of time, it's best that you don't send anyone in. Believe me, there are more venomous snakes in there than you can imagine." Millet drew a gasp and asked in fear, "Will they slither out? Do you know any experts that can deal with the snakes?" Klein immediately nodded. "I'll get people to help and try my best to deal with this matter. It's the cold autumn now, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone to disturb them, nothing will happen." "Okay, please hurry. I'll close this door and prevent anyone from entering." Hearing that, Millet relaxed a little. When Klein saw that his employer was truly intimidated by what he said, he quickly put down the lantern, nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles and said, "Next up, I'll gather some information. I'll first gain a preliminary understanding of the layout of the underground structure before I explore it again. That requires you to tell me which Viscount was the original owner of this house." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was an estate of a former noble, so he answered immediately, "Viscount Pound." "What do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Millet pondered and said, "Not much. I only know that he won his aristocratic title in the Battle of the Violated Oath. It once enjoyed an illustrious period, but decades later, suddenly declined due to unknown reasons. The family kept losing its heirs, causing it to eventually have to seek out distant relatives to keep the aristocratic title. And the new Viscount Pound is, heh. He squandered most of the family's fortune, and he was demoted to baronet by the king. He's probably still in Backland and can go bankrupt at any moment." Battle of the Violated Oath. The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in 738 during the Fifth Epoch. Having successfully graduated as a history student, Klein instinctively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened about 6 centuries ago was a war involving religion. The southern Fanapotter kingdom originally believed in both Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom, but due to some influencing factors, the two churches began to be at odds with each other, and their believers often clashed. During that period, its two neighbors in the north, the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Kingdom, seized the opportunity to start a war in the name of protecting freedom of religion. In the later stages of the war, the Fasak Empire joined the fray and attempted to destroy the ploy by Loan and Intis. However, they still failed to turn the situation around. The result of the war was that the border between Leon and Fanapotter, as well as Intis and Fanapotter, countries such as Limburg, Maasin, and Seeger, gained independence. They mainly believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, leaving the Church of Mother Earth as the only religion in the Fanapotter kingdom. The conflict that lasted 5 years was called the Battle of the Violated Oath because both sides of the war accused their adversaries of violating the Holy Oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch. After that, there was more than 300 years of peace in the northern continent. This didn't mean that there was no conflict between nations, but rather, there were no wars on that scale again. It lasted until Russell invented the steam engine and improved the sailboats and artillery. This is the information recorded in the history textbooks. Thinking about it now, since it involved faith, there must have been some Beyonders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Beyonder war. However, it's said that that era was a period with few Beyonders, squadron battles. Could the Pound family's sudden waning and continuous loss of heirs, which happened decades ago, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient structure underground? Klein thoughtfully asked, "Do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives?" "I'm sorry, I don't know." Millet shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. It was almost 5 in the afternoon and the sky was as dark as the night. Klein thought that the public libraries would have been closed by then, so he temporarily put aside the underground structure and prepared dinner for himself. He had wanted to learn to make Fanapotter noodles based on a recipe in the newspapers, but he ended up with noodles mixed in meat, sauce, and vegetables. To his surprise, it tasted pretty good. After having had his fill, Klein tossed a coin casually, divining if he should inform the police. He received a negative answer. The Backland evening was as serene as other cities, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering through different dreams in an adrift manner when he suddenly realized, with a jolt, that he was dreaming. Someone is invading my dreams. Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in confusion. He found himself in a scorching yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky, and a huge monster dyed in black and gold flew over. The creature had a thick, lizard-like body and a pair of wide wings covered in a hide on its back. It descended and blotted out the sun in the sky. A dragon. A powerful dragon. Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gaping mouth that emitted pure light, and 2 dark golden vertical pupils. Roar. The dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to envelop everything. Soon, large swaths of the desert was obliterated. Amid the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 or 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of the giants. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor which seemed to be spattered with blood. This giant knight swung his broadsword upwards and countless bluish-white flames, which appeared a little purple, condensed into long spears. They shot at the dragon. It was as if he had an entire army of illusory Beyonders helping him in battle. In the midst of the meteor shower, the giant knight leapt onto the head of the dragon, and he swung his sword down. The afterimages he had created earlier instantly overlapped, and the sword rays turned into intersecting lightning. The ground shook wildly, and the dragon fell, splattering its dark gold blood. At that moment, the scene changed to a huge bloody door. It was the same bloody door that Klein had seen in the ancient structure that very afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a crack, allowing him to catch a glimpse of a black high-back chair. a man of normal height sat on the high back chair. He had his head lowered, silent and deathly still. As his vision got closer and closer, Klein saw the man's clothes clearly. He seemed to be the knight that had just killed the dragon, and he was still wearing the black armor that was stained with blood. The only difference was that he was no longer 3 or 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His handsome, young face had terrifying signs of decay, his eyes ice cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and awoke from his dream. Opening his eyes, he saw the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains. Chapter 263, Spiritual Perception and Attempt. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein pulled back his blanket and got up. For a seer, putting weight on dreams was a basic requirement, and the dream he just had could never be dismissed as a simple nightmare. Dressed in relatively comfortable clothes, he came before the full-body mirror and said in a low voice, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself above the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the side of the bed. He picked up the gold pocket watch and popped it open. Seeing that it was still early, he lay back down to sleep. This time, he no longer encountered the same dream as before. Sunday morning the next day, in high spirits, Klein made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with buttered bread. In the Lowen Kingdom, or rather in the countries of the northern continent, it was a must for gentlemen to read the newspapers at breakfast, and Klein was no exception. He opened up the newspapers he subscribed to, the Tussock Times, Backland Morning Post, and Backland Bulletin. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first examination will be held in early December, and the second examination will be held at the end of January next year. The final interview will be held 2 weeks after that. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in this exam and begin the registration process. Reporters surmise that most of it will be held in Backland. Klein scanned the contents, picked up his cup, and sipped his Sib black tea. He couldn't help but think of Benson and thought to himself, the bill is passed at the end of September. The positions will be announced in the beginning of October, and registrations will be completed by early November. The examinations will start at the beginning of December. The timing is tight and very unreasonable. That implies how much of a rush the king and the prime minister is in to have this enacted, but that's advantageous for Benson. He prepared 2 months ahead of everyone else. Even if he can't compare to the elite graduates of the universities, he would definitely be able to beat most of his competition, and the positions the elites are aiming for wouldn't clash with his. He should be fine. Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw out a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless him," but then he remembered that Miss Bodyguard was nearby and resisted the urge. After all, he had claimed to be a believer of the god of steam and machinery. After finishing his last mouthful of bread, he continued reading the papers. Both houses have passed the National Atmospheric Pollution Council bill, allowing the government to set up such an organization. The coming month will be a critical period for the various parties to become a member of the council. An independent alkali industry public prosecutor has been approved with the goal of minimizing the pollution levels in acid and alkali factories. The 5th page doesn't have an advertisement for the purchase of goods from the Ernst firm. There's no need to consider participating in the Beander gathering tomorrow night. Benson read and reread the news in the papers, forgetting the bread on his plate. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill was passed. Dressed in a long, black dress, Melissa looked at her brother who was acting oddly. The newspapers from the past few days had been playing up the bill that would be passed this time. Benson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and exhaled slowly. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was completely silent. It even lacked the sound of knives and forks colliding with the dining plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by Bella, the maid who came out of the kitchen. Benson smiled and said, "This is foreseeable. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." "Oh." Melissa's expression was unusually quiet. Benson took a bite of his bread and smiled. "The news that the Backland Polytechnic will be restructured into a university. It'll formally accept students next year. It won't need tests on grammar and classical literature, but will instead focus on the technical aspects. It's very suitable for graduates and students of technical schools everywhere." "Melissa, I think you can try." "But," Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. "Its tuition will be half as cheap as the Tingen, Perth, K-Boy, and Backland and the other universities. It's equivalent to the Constant Industry University in Midseashire, and there will be even more opportunities for scholarships. Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and this stuff? This is the best opportunity for you to have access to much advanced and deeper knowledge. Give it a try, how about it? Don't worry about wasting money. Although that money can allow us to maintain our present lives without working, we're still young. We must not define our lives like this. As you can see, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. It might be better if we change environments. I know you can't bear to part with Tingen in this place. Well, we'll come back eventually, but not when we're young. Melissa looked at the various components on the tea table as her lips moved a few times and she said, what about Bella? After Klein's death, she didn't want to hire any more maidservants, but when she thought of how tragic Bella's life would be after she lost her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, the extra expense of 5 soldi a week was already nothing to the Moretti family, which had an annuity of at least £300. To this, Benson shook his head and laughed. There are still a few more months before that happens. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and provide her with a bedroom. Furthermore, her cooking skills are much better than before, so she can apply to be a chef at someone's home. It's a pity, heh. Of course, everything depends on the premise that you can pass the entrance exams at Backland's University of Technology. He had wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have much time to learn how to cook, but after looking at Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Before Melissa could say anything, Benson smiled and touched his hair. I'm planning on resigning tomorrow and will focus on preparing for the exam. Most of the positions are said to be in Backland. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together. Melissa was silent for a moment before she slowly nodded her head. At the same time, she put down her fork and knife, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said, I'm going to the bathroom. All right. Benson watched his sister leave the dining table, and the smile that had been plastered over his face rapidly vanished. He took out the silver pocket watch with the vine leaf patterns, took a close look at it, and sighed very quietly. During the whole of Sunday, Klein busied himself with the public libraries in the Sherwood borough in search of information related to Viscount Pound, but the Viscount's family didn't have a single biography, nor did it arouse the interest of any historian to conduct a special study. They were scattered across the annals of history, and Klein, who had no search function to use, felt a throbbing pain in his head as he faced the vast collection of books and essays. He spent 6 hours browsing through a lot of information, but failed to find any useful information. I have to find someone who has a deep knowledge of the history of the nobility. Or I have to bribe someone in the police department to get the address of Baronet Pound. He's an aristocrat, and the police department must have a corresponding record, and there aren't many aristocrats. When Klein got home, he stood in front of the mirror and talked to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Klein. She then suddenly spoke out in a dreamy voice, the employment period is over. I know, the 3 days are up. Klein thought for a moment and asked, if I can obtain some clues about the Pound family, would you like to know? Miss Bodyguard didn't answer but gave a slight nod. Through March? Klein asked. After nodding her head again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted up her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and the reflection in the mirror was no longer anything special. Klein looked around and didn't relax as a result of that. He proceeded systematically to prepare dinner and fill his stomach. He waited until it was late in the night before returning to his bedroom and drew back the curtains. Then, he took out the iron cigarette case and reached out to touch Rosago's all-black eye. A series of illusory roars immediately rampaged through his mind, seeming to tear apart his mind and destroy his thoughts. With great difficulty, Klein resisted the pain which was making his head explode. Once again, he saw the black threads spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed and illusory, reaching out endlessly. He quickly released his grip to escape from the negative influence. After nearly a minute, everything returned to normal. Phew, I can finally go up to the gray fog and verify the spiritual perception I had before, Klein silently said to himself as he quickly set up the ritual, summoned himself, and responded to himself. Then, in his spirit form, he carried Azek's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigarette case, and returned above the gray fog. Klein sat at seat of honor at the ancient long table, using his fingers to create spiritual flames and burning the bloodstained documents in the corner and any other items that were no longer needed. When he was done, he opened the iron cigarette case and was surprised to find that the all-black eye had become silent, no longer showing any signs of madness, but that corruptive influence was still settling within. It just wasn't active, as if it was in hibernation. As expected, it's impossible to separate them directly, Klein muttered. Following that, on the other side of the ancient table, a man in a hooded robe appeared. Just like his previous attempt to create a clone, this man was stiff and lifeless. It was obvious that he wasn't someone real at a glance. There was no way he could deceive the members of the Tarot Club. However, Klein already had an idea regarding this. He extended his hand and held the all-black eye. There was silence in his ears, and there were no longer any terrifying howls. Using the amassed Beander characteristic, he could see that there were also black threads floating out from the fake body opposite him. Soon after, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye, touching a few of the illusory threads. All of a sudden, he felt like he was holding onto something. With a thought from him, the fake person raised his hand. It worked. I can use the ability of the Nimblewright Master to create a fake Tarot Club member. However, this is draining on me. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can see it. Klein happily practiced, over and over again, even learning how to manipulate his clone's throat and mouth to let him speak. When his spirituality was almost exhausted, he smiled and said to the fake person in front of him, "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card do you wish to draw?" After saying that, he closed his mouth. The fake person opposite him lifted his hand to stroke his chin as he laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card, the world." Chapter 264. A 5-person gathering. If the Fool signified the beginning of the Tarot Club, then the world signified the end, a perfect ending of a cycle and sublimation. Klein had named his Smurf the world because he hoped that it would lead to a beautiful beginning and end. In the future, I'll be able to make the world make requests or do things that wouldn't be convenient for me. This will greatly reduce the possibility that my image as Mr. Fool will collapse. With an alt, no, a Smurf truly is what makes life complete. Klein sighed in relief and waved the world away. Following that, he spread out his spirituality, wrapped himself, and stimulated a descent into the gray fog and returned to the real world. He had left Rosago's all-black eye above the gray fog. After all, he couldn't usually use the item anyway, and he had to constantly worry about having it discovered by others or losing it. After putting away the summoning ritual materials, Klein looked up towards the crimson moonlight that passed through the curtains, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. When it came to understanding the aristocracy, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99% of the people of Leon. And with his Smurf, the world, he could directly ask her about the Pound family without worrying about affecting his image as the Fool. Of course, this had to be done in a more tactful manner. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also looking for information on the Pound family, and only with enough information would he be able to perform a divination above the gray fog. Phew, Klein thought hard for a while before he relaxed and fell asleep. After entering the gray fog, it was as though the remnants of the evil spirit's aura had completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because of the thin fog outside. He continued as planned, heading to the rest of the public libraries in Backland, but he no longer queried the librarians nor did he mention the Pound family. He only leafed through the materials concerning the nobility by himself. At 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. Inside the vast and ancient palace, he sat down at the seat belonging to the Fool. He conjured the fake world on the opposite side of the mottled bronze table as he familiarized himself with operating the world. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, sending a message to the crimson star that symbolized the sun to prepare for the gathering. While he waited, he played with the all-black eye and fitted it with a silver chain. Then, he wound it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, rays of light shot out from the palace that resembled a giant's residence. Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun, each projected a blurry silhouette dyed in crimson. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the Tarot Club when her gaze suddenly fell upon the figure seated at the very end. It was a stranger wearing a hooded black robe. He was also illusory and hazy. "This is..." Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with both puzzlement and delight. "Has the Tarot Club grown bigger again? Is it Furs or Zio? No, the height doesn't match. Is it someone else?" While Audrey was deep in thought, Klein leisurely leaned back and said, "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through his gray fog-augmented spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of the sun's astral projection had become a little purer, but it had yet to reach the standards of Sequence 8. His initial judgment was that the sun had completely digested the barred potion. "Hello," Audrey greeted politely, curiously scrutinizing the new member. She quickly read some of the corresponding details through the hazy fog. "Mr. World is a person who is reserved. He seldom moves and always wears a straight face. I wonder where he's from. Lowen, Intis, or a place as mysterious as the City of Silver." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. After so many gatherings, she had deduced one thing from the fact that the sun couldn't engage in their conversations, that was, that he was most likely not speaking the Lowen language and that the information that he heard was most likely translated by Mr. Fool. After the Hanged Man, Alger, and the sun, Derek, greeted the world respectively, to which the newcomer gave a rather cold response, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The two candidates you have nominated are still under examination. I'll give you a simple task. You can entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be this strict." Not only was Audrey not disappointed, she even felt that it was only necessary. The members of the Tarot Club must be strictly selected, not just anyone can become one. She thought proudly before adding in a somewhat guilty tone, "And for me to be pulled in by Mr. Fool at the very beginning shows that I was lucky, and luck is a unique quality as well." "All right, please issue the mission." Audrey gave an affirmative answer. Klein stretched out his right hand and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Lenevis in his dressing. "Investigate the man in the painting. He's in Backland." Klein had the portrait appear in front of Miss Justice. Audrey looked over and saw a young man with neatly combed black hair and round glasses. He had a full forehead. It was a colored oil painting, with taunting brown eyes that seemed abnormally protruded, and at the bottom were the words, "Formerly known alias, Lenevis," and other information. "It's a simple mission, which means that the target isn't strong. However, there must be something special about him that makes Mr. Fool aware of his existence. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper purpose behind it. For someone as powerful as him, it shouldn't just be a test." Audrey momentarily allowed her to throng her mind. Only after a few seconds did she say, "I'll entrust it to them." The two ladies seemed to have many connections in Backland which would serve to help in finding Lenevis. After confirming the matters pertaining to his revenge, Klein fell silent, and he deliberately allowed his Smurf to take center stage. The world surveyed the area and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Mr. Fool told me that I can issue missions and gather ingredients here, is that so?" "Yes," Audrey elegantly nodded and said. "However, you need to wait patiently. What's going to happen next is Mr. Fool's reading time. I completed my mission to assassinate Intis Ambassador Bakerland, but I didn't even mention it to occupy this period of time," she thought, raising her chin slightly. "Miss Justice, you really have a great sense of mastership. I'll have to pay the price of knowledge later so that the assassination of Bakerland can truly come to an end." Klein looked away, amused, and looked over at the Hanged Man. Alger Wilson didn't speak blindly because of the appearance of a new member. He remained silent and observed in secret. At this moment, when he saw Mr. Fool looking at him, he quickly and humbly bowed and said, "This time, there are still 6 pages. The final page will be given to you next time." "Sure." Klein nodded. The Hanged Man quickly focused his mind, recalled the contents, and expressed them with his mind. He quickly finished writing 6 pages of the diary and saw them suddenly vanish and appear in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and swept through the contents of the first page. The 9th of February. "I have a third child. I named him Bornova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were just low sequence beyonders back then. She is free to choose the path she wants to take. My eldest son, Seal, is the most unfortunate. He inherited a minute amount of Beyander characteristics, but he has to follow my path. Perhaps, he could make changes at sequence 4, but attaining high sequences are never easy. My second son, Bornova, was born between Bernadette and Seal. I have his characteristics equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyander. This has reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest my potion even faster, accelerating my advancement. And when he was just born, he was already showing various traits of an astromancer. Zeratul came to congratulate me in secret and praised Bornova as a lovely angel. I asked this master of divination what he would accomplish in the future. He only smiled and didn't answer me. When I asked him about Ciel's future, he finally said that death is an inevitable ending, but that might be a good thing. Seriously, a seer's words are always so vague that it makes one want to pry their mouths open. When I finally asked about Bernadette's future, he suddenly became very serious. He said she would hate me, detest me, turn her back on me, and she would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes, you really shouldn't ask about the result of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable and kind Bernadette, who cares for her brother, adores her father, and pampers her mother, would hate me and betray me. Why would that happen? What excessive act did I do? Maybe she'll have someone she loves but I'm not satisfied with. Some punk that I'll end up killing. No, Zeratul isn't a soothsayer, and the divination he receives might be wrong. Forget it, Russell. I think I smell the scent of some contrived family melodrama. After reading the first page of the diary, Klein couldn't help but lampoon silently. At the same time, he naturally recalled what Zeratul had told him about the future of Bernadette, an important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of the Beyonders? What level would someone be deemed an important figure? Klein turned the pages thoughtfully. The 22nd of May. Florin of the Sauron family actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is simply unacceptable. I swear that I'll one day make him pay the price for his arrogance today. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering over. Chapter 265, Cards of Blasphemy. Florin said that the history of the Sauron family exceeds 2,000 years, making it longer than even the Church of the God of Craftsmanship's history. They witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness, in the fourth epoch, and they have survived until this very day. Other than the Augustus family of Lowen, the Einhorn family of Faesac, and the Castia family of Fainapotter, the other powerful families that have been deemed their equal, such as the Antigonus family and the Zeratul family, have been relegated as vestiges of history, or have turned to nothing but rats in the sewers, hiding from the public as shady existences. He said that making me his subordinate, a subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, is a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to fuck all 8 generations of his ancestors. However, for the Sauron family to have a history exceeding 2,000 years is indeed surprising. The fourth epoch is known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the 7 orthodox deities of the present times, or death, primordial demoness, dark side of the universe, and the true creator, they all remained active in the real world. Legend had it that they frequently did miracles. For the Sauron family to last to this day and enjoy its current high standing, it's definitely not an easy matter. Their long history has given them far more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps even extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. They are truly a colossus that stands tall above the earth, one that people can't look straight at. Upon reading this, Klein had a lot of ideas. For Russell to be able to overthrow the rule of the Sauron family, he must have experienced a horrifying and heart-stirring struggle. Even if the Sauron family didn't have a grade 0 sealed artifacts, they definitely had no lack of grade 1 sealed artifacts. Adding to the possibility of having high sequence Beyonders, even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supported Russell, it's unlikely that any good outcome might come out of it. Could it be that before all of that happened, the Sauron family was already beginning to wane and weaken, and the Intis revolution was just an external manifestation of this state? What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose sealed artifacts? Did the high sequence Beyonders die? Did that attract the attention of many ambitious people? Judging from this diary, the Augustus family of Lowen is no stranger to the Antigonus and Zeratul families. Internally, they should have corresponding records. The Sun had previously mentioned that the City of Silver has endured for more than 2,500 years in the Dark Ages. According to my initial judgment, that's the date of the Cataclysm. In the past 200 years, the Sauron family claimed to have a history spanning more than 2,000 years. I wonder if it will extend to the point before the City of Silver. I'll try to find an opportunity to mention the Sauron clan and see the Sun's reaction. If the Sun still has a look of stupefaction, it would indirectly mean that the Sauron family only rose up after the Cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the Cataclysm to become nobles in the fourth epoch, and royalty in the fifth epoch. Well, even if the Sun doesn't know, it doesn't prove it completely. Perhaps he didn't learn his history well. When Klein turned to the third page, he found that the content should have been written in the early days of Russell's appointment as consul of the Intis Republic. From the diary entries on this page, it can be seen that Russell had developed and promulgated a new civil code which encouraged inventions, protected trade, and the incubation of the Industrial Revolution. It wasn't him merely satisfying his own warped humor of acting as this world's Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. What he did allowed him to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The Eternal Blazing Sun was also the god of deeds, the guardian of businesses. The closer to the times the civil code was and the more prosperous trade was made it more in line with the needs of the Church. Judging from this part of the diary, the relationship between Russell and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. When he brazenly claimed the title of emperor more than 10 years later and called himself Caesar, it's likely that he obtained the simultaneous endorsement of the two churches. Otherwise, it would have been too risky. Then, what resulted in his assassination? Klein cast his gaze at the 4th page in puzzlement. The 11th of August. That retard Florin is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising member of the Sauron family generation to become a high-sequence Beander because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there any necessary connection? I looked him up and down, left and right, but I couldn't find any sign of talent. Moreover, in the field of Beyonders, is talent important? Well, figuring out the essence to acting can be a core element of talent, but that's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and not be stupid enough to misunderstand the meaning, or avoid doing things that easily result in a loss of control, then one has a chance to completely digest the potions. Which is to say, just a bit more time and effort needs to be spent. In one's lifetime, it's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beander. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beander is the difficulty of obtaining Beander ingredients and the difficulty of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Was Florin's great-great-grandfather a high-sequence Beander? Does looking like him imply talent? It can be seen that at the time of writing this diary entry, Russell was still very young and that he wasn't aware of the two laws of Beander characteristics: indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could probably understand the hidden meaning behind Florin Soren's words. A high-sequence Beander's Beander characteristic remains contained a spirit mark. This was also one of the reasons why it was easy for people to lose control when concocting potions with this ingredient, and people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of success were higher than the average person, so they were considered gifted. How holy artifacts recognized their masters probably shared the same conditions. This achieves the same goal via different approaches as the acting method, but it can't be popularized. Once the advancement is successful, one would still have to do the acting method required of the potion to completely digest its characteristics. While in deep thought, Klein glanced at the two diary entries at the back of the page and discovered how much Emperor Russell enjoyed the liberalness in Intis, but he was worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With the paper making some noise, Klein placed the 5th page at the top. The 20th of April. I participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering once again. Those members still leave me shaking. It's hard to believe that they're actually all members of this organization. This time, I learned some of the ancient organization's philosophy. They believe that people will always lose some of their individuality bit by bit until they sleep. Hence, by trying hard to observe and remember oneself, one can use the various types of information to achieve the purification needed to face the final end of days. They've kept and passed down secrets for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable, and that doomsday cannot be avoided. They believe in the original creator and believe that he is not truly dead. When dusk comes and everything ends, he will wake up from his slumber and let everything return to him. He will create a new world, a new history. All of the actions from this organization stem from this belief. It can be said that they show great animosity to the true creator. They aren't stingy with their descriptions to describe him as fallen and evil. They wield the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they only allow members to choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already Beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these pathways? I'll first jot it down and analyze it in the future. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha, I have to change my habits of calling these sequence pathways in the future. Using those names in that ancient organization makes me appear quite uneducated. This is very similar to what I've analyzed from my hostile relations and from Mr. A's request, with it being very similar to how the Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways can be exchanged at sequence 4, is Manipulator a high sequence of the Spectator pathway. Why do many secret organizations declare that the apocalypse would definitely befall us one day? For example, the Demoness sect, this ancient organization, and they themselves do not rely on this to proselytize. Is it a requirement for brainwashing, or would there really be a so-called dusk? Klein thought of many things, but due to a lack of information, he was unable to come to a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently lampoon, Russell, can't you just write down the name of that organization? Resisting the changes in his expression and body movements, Klein turned to the last page, which had relatively little content, and read, the 1st of January. A beginning of a new year. I happen to finish my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secret of the 22 paths of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them across the world. If things fail, they'll be the best insurance that my children can fall back onto. Haha, I'll disrupt the order they wish to have and spread the profound mysteries of the divine. These cards of blasphemy will possess characteristics of being anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Apart from the ones I'm giving my children, the fated ones will receive it. I'm a person who makes sure to square accounts when it comes to grudges, and after I die, who cares if floods deluge the heavens? Oh, I didn't create that sentence. In short, the more chaotic the world is, the better it is. I have to consider how to name the cards of blasphemy that will form a set. The Paths of the Divine number 22. The major arcana tarot cards also have 22 cards. They can match quite well, but there are a few that don't meet the requirements. I need to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest insurance. I don't know if they'll support me, or the manner in which they'll support me in. I still remember the shock when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So it turns out that the Meander pathways are paths of the divine. It really is true that the blasphemy slate is blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1, there is still a sequence 0. And there's a corresponding potion and ritual. Each pathway has a sequence 0. And sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. For example, sequence 0, Sun. Chapter 266, The World's Commission, sequence 0. There's still a sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. There can only be one sequence 0 per pathway. Is this the true meaning of the paths of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, does a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Meander characteristic, an ordinary person can become a god one step at a time. This is truly blasphemous. Could the main ingredients of the final potion be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The information on the diary's last page was filled with so much information that Klein almost couldn't think. He almost made additional body movements. The 22 paths of the divine correspond to the 22 sequence 0s. Sequence 0, Sun does sound very powerful. Perhaps there's a sequence 0, Death. I wonder what the names corresponding to the goddess and the lord of the storms are. According to Emperor Russell's description, some of these cards are identical to the major arcana tarot cards, but some of them are different. The cards of blasphemy he created were standardized with the names of the potions. These can no longer be called potions. Could the reason that the Emperor regretted not choosing the seer, apprentice, marauder pathways be because their corresponding sequence 0s have yet to appear? Then what was the reason for the sudden personification of the hidden sage who was symbolically a deity? What was Russell plotting in the end? It feels like he became the enemy of everyone in the world, and that only seems possible if it was set into motion by that mysterious and ancient organization. The primordial demoness is the name of sequence 0 for the demoness pathway. Klein gradually found his train of thought, and he restrained the turmoil that was going through his mind. He knew that he couldn't lose himself in this matter. He had to recover as quickly as possible, otherwise, Justice and the Hanged Man would discover something amiss and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been reading that page too long. I really want to obtain one of the cards of blasphemy that Emperor Russell created. I want to know what else there is, other than the godhood providing potion formulas and the corresponding rituals. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Russell's diary disappear from his hands. He rapped the corner of the bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, well done. You finished Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Bakerland is dead. That fast? Alger had left the islands in the past few days and hadn't received the appropriate information. He was astonished for a moment, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing him, feel delighted. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorsted archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam, he might not have been informed in a timely fashion. After all, cable telegraph could only transmit limited information. Unless it was particularly urgent or important, there was always a delay of a few days. Sometimes, it would even take the colonists of the Rorstad archipelago a month or two to get an update on the latest situation in the northern continent. Restraining his thoughts, the hanged man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick fog and respectfully said with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I just managed to contact someone and couldn't help. This is a commission, not a help request. Don't worry about it." Klein chuckled. He turned his gaze back to Miss Justice, waiting for her to say what she wanted in return. "May the goddess bless me. Please don't let Miss Justice's request be too difficult. It's best if I can repay her with knowledge. I've learned quite a lot of amazing things from Russell's diary." Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he was very clear that with the gray fog separating them, the Evernight goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey's eyes darted around as she thought for a few seconds. "Be honest and not greedy, Audrey, and stick to your principles." She gave a faint smile and said, "No, I'm actually the one still owing you." "No, I owe your adorer the bounty. Rear Admiral Kilangos's bounty was worth a total of 30,000 pounds. I should give your adorer 15,000 pounds. Killing Bakerland cost 10,000 pounds, so I still need to pay an additional 5,000 pounds. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my finances are recently quite tight. I can only pay this bounty in a few months." "Mr. Fool, is that all right?" After she finished speaking, Audrey quietly exhaled. She felt that the little stone pressing against her heart was finally gone. Although discussing money and calculating the payment in front of Mr. Fool feels somewhat inappropriate, I can't hide the rewards I received from his adorer. Audrey sighed silently. As for the huge plantation worth more than 8,000 pounds, it was a private form of gratitude from Duke Negan and not a bounty. 5000 pounds. I can get another 5,000 pounds. Kilangos's total bounty actually reached 30,000 pounds. Klein was startled. Immediately, he fell into an intense mental struggle. I'm supposed to pay this bounty to Mr. Azek, but I won't be able to get in touch with him for a long time. Putting the money aside would be a waste. I might as well use this money to enhance myself. When the time comes, I'll repay him by providing help. Klein made up his mind 3 seconds later as he lightly nodded at Miss Justice. Sure. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey's graceful seating posture remained the same, but her heart was completely relaxed. At that moment, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell silent. Then, he manipulated his smurf secretly from a commandeering position. The world coughed and said, "Can I speak now?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool and seeing that he didn't say a thing, she nodded slightly and said, "Sure." At the same time, she once again did a read on the new member, the world, and made a judgment. When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Bakerland was a result of my commissioning, he didn't show any shock or surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of the matter, not understanding the importance of an ambassador, or he's someone who can keep his calm and is good at hiding his emotions and bodily movements. The way he mouths his words doesn't match what he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool as well, which makes it impossible for me to get his original vocal tics, or know what language he usually uses. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind before Mr. World's hoarse voice sounded. I wish to obtain the true root of a mist treant, at least 60 milliliters of its juice, as well as the spring of the elves' marrow crystals and the complete spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Which one of you can provide it, or provide any relevant clues? What do you wish to exchange them for? Klein added the Beander ingredient needed by the apothecary to his commission so that the Tarot Club members wouldn't be able to guess the main ingredients of the formula he wanted. Before Justice and the Hanged Man could react, the son who had been silent the entire time finally opened his mouth and said, "I know where Miss Treants are and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I must wait until I finish my advancement and have sufficient strength to join the corresponding patrol team." Recently, he had been accumulating merit points and rewards. He was working hard to obtain the main ingredients for the light supplement through the City of Silver's officials and private markets. He was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the dangerous City of Silver with its numerous monsters, Klein silently commented in admiration, allowing the world to ask, "Then what do you wish to receive in exchange?" Without hesitation, Derek replied, "A weapon that suits me and can increase my combat strength." The reason why he didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for light supplement was because City of Silver had them all. They could be obtained through his own hard work. Upon hearing this request, Klein immediately thought of the inscribed steel sword that had appeared at the Beander gathering organized by the elderly gentleman, Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough, had the effect of exorcism and purification, and could be used for 3 years. It was valued at £500, perfectly matching the son's described requirements. Why didn't you say so earlier? It has already been bought by someone else. Klein silently stared at the members, while the world nodded and said, I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. Is this transaction to be witnessed by Mr. Fool? Klein nodded slightly to express his agreement. At that moment, Audrey shot a glance at the son and warned him. Apart from the mist treants juice, Mr. World's requested ingredients correspond to a sequence 7. The rough price is about £500 to £700. She felt that the son was too naive and was worried that he would be cheated by the unreadable Mr. World with cheap weapons. Although Mr. Fool is impartial and advocates fair equal exchange, it's not his place to stop it if both sides agree. After all, some items are of low value but there are people who are in urgent need, so adding a premium to the price is very normal, Audrey thought to herself. A sequence 7 formula is about £800, Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein translated with great difficulty, for he didn't know what the currency unit of the pound corresponded to in the City of Silver, and could only use a Series 9 potion formula as a unit. I understand. Derek slightly nodded, and then quietly added, thank you. The world maintained his silent and staid temperament and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to Justice and the Hanged Man, waiting for their response. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, potion formula for psychiatrist and their corresponding Beander ingredients. That's sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. You can gather the information first, and there's no rush to purchase them. Once I have clues regarding the dark patterned Black Panther and Spring of the Elves marrow crystals, we can proceed. If you are willing to exchange it for gold pounds, you can buy it at any time. Although I'm out of money recently, I can still raise quite a bit if it's urgent, Audrey comforted herself. Alger said in a deep voice, potion formula of the Sailor Pathways sequence 6 Wind Blessed. This will be more expensive than the Beander ingredients that you want, combined. If you find it, you can think of the additional payment needed to make up for the difference. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you gather those ingredients. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to expend any resources ahead of time. Mr. Hanged Man should have a close relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to get the wind-blessed formula normally, right? Is he trying to hide the fact that he's digesting the Seafarer potion quickly? Klein was startled. All right, the world answered in a low voice and then said, I have another request. Chapter 267. Singing to the same tune. The world looked around and said, I want to get information about all the abject nobles in the Lowen Kingdom, including their current addresses. The more details, the better. He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound since Detective Sherlock Moriarty was currently handling an investigation regarding an underground structure that involved the Pound family. Klein didn't want Justice to figure out the world's identity through this connection. I can't ignore any details, he emphasized to himself. Audrey stared blankly upon hearing that. She once again examined the member at the end of the long bronze table and probed, what do you want to do? The world laughed with a hoarse voice. That's not something you need to worry about. I'm only searching for some things. I won't do them any harm. I can swear on this point and allow Mr. Fool to bear witness. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his sequence the nemesis of a spectator or telepathist? Audrey thoughtfully nodded and said, I know some information about abject aristocrats, but it's not sufficiently detailed, concrete, or comprehensive. I need some time to gather all of it. It'll take 3 or 4 days, is that okay? As a noble, it was compulsory to have some knowledge about people in the same class. Audrey would always hear interesting stories when she attended various balls, banquets, and saloons, but they would all be fragmented and could hardly be considered a comprehensive body of knowledge. After all, she wasn't an expert in this field, and she still needed to fill in the details by flipping through books, asking around, and checking references to not miss any abject nobles. No problem. The world laughed deeply. Then, what payment would you like in return? The things I can pay you with right now are some secret history from the 4th epoch, knowledge of some Beander pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly, I don't think that information concerning abject nobles is worth sequence 7 or 8 potions. Hey, If you have any other requests, I can attempt to complete them. It's not of equal value to sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas, which means I'm unable to make a corresponding request for the psychiatrist formula. Audrey began to ponder seriously. During this process, she sneaked a glance at Mr. Fool, hoping for a hint, only to discover that Mr. Fool was shrouded in the gray fog and had no reaction whatsoever. He was like a god staring at the land beneath him. All right, Audrey finally made a decision and smiled. I want to hear about knowledge regarding other Beander pathways, but this is on the premise that I'm not aware of them. Dear Mr. Fool, can you be the judge for this? Yes, Klein answered calmly. Then, let's have a private conversation. Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein rapped the table, isolating the sun and the hanged man from hearing or seeing the exchange. He deliberately nodded to his smurf, indicating that they could begin their private conversation. The world looked at Miss Justice and spoke with his usual hoarse voice. Do you know anything about the Demoness sect? Audrey recalled the information she paid the hanged man Alger £1,000 for and answered briefly with caution. I know what they believe in and what era they began from, as well as the Beander pathways they control and the inclination of their upper echelons. The world laughed hoarsely and said, I understand. You don't know much. The Demoness sect controls the assassin pathway. The sequence 8 is instigator. That's what I know, Audrey said, partially to inform the world, and partially to show her anticipation. The world raised his hand and stroked his chin before saying, then, do you know the corresponding sequence 7? Audrey shook her head slightly. I'll be very happy to hear it from you. The assassin pathway's sequence 7 is called Witch, the world said simply. Witch. Audrey jumped in fright at this word. She naturally made the corresponding connections in her mind. Then, if a man consumes this potion, how is he supposed to act? Wearing beautiful dresses and putting on exquisite makeup, imitating a lady's every move. She was a little disgusted, yet strangely amused as the thought came to her. No, Miss Justice, when a man consumes this potion, he will no longer be considered a male. He will become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to chortle as he controlled the world's response. Goddess, the witch potion can change a person's sex. Audrey blurted out. This is really unbelievable. Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means it's true. This is simply a miracle. This is the mysterious Beander world. This is a world filled with all sorts of inexplicable things. This is the world I long for. Why am I feeling a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool and made a tiny confession that she had actually chanted the name of the Evernight goddess in front of him. The world said in a low, hoarse voice, yes, but it can only make men become women. Women will accordingly have their charms enhanced. Whether it's their appearance or skin condition, they will become significantly improved, on the basis of their original looks. This is the reason why the upper echelons of the Demoness sect are all women. Then, what flaws does it have? Audrey suddenly felt her interest was aroused. The world answered in an unhurried manner. The requirement for their acting is to become evildoers who bring about calamity, disease, and pain. Audrey exhaled slightly and felt a little disappointed. Her mind whirled quickly, and she immediately had a new question. If, and I'm saying if, an animal consumes the witch formula without dying or losing control, would the enhancement of its charms be more suited to human tastes, or focused on charms for its own species? For example, a female cat which makes all male cats become fanatical towards it. The world was momentarily unsure how to respond. After a few seconds, he said, I've never studied such matters. Before Audrey could ask further, he added, the corresponding sequence 6 for the witch pathway is pleasure, or the demoness of pleasure. The requirement for acting is to bring pleasure to both men and women, mainly in that aspect, as well as controlling or influencing them. The demonesses of this sequence are very good at using special spider silk. Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth, then she silently closed it again, deeply regretting her pinings from before. By knowing such information, it will allow you to effectively identify demonesses. Heh, are you pleased with this payment? The world asked. Audrey nodded gently and said, it helps me a lot. The deal is completed. I will help you gather information on the abject nobles as soon as possible. Shall I give it to you the next time we meet? The world thought for a moment and asked, can it be faster? Then, I'll offer the information I gathered to Mr. Fool and request that he bestow them to you. Mr. Fool, is that okay? Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick gray fog, Klein nodded his head in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world to whisper, he detected the different ways she said the word, noticing the world's astonishment. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes rolling upwards as she intentionally didn't make any explanation. Klein rapped the long bronze table, indicating the end of the private exchange. Then, he once again manipulated the world to say, I have one more problem. This newcomer has indeed accumulated a lot of requests. Audrey looked over, unsurprised. Alger and Derek both indicated they were listening through their body language. The world said hoarsely, I want to know if there are any more high-sequence Beyonders in the Sauron family in Intis. While the world spoke, Klein looked at the sun through the corners of his eye and saw that the youth didn't have any additional reaction. From the looks of it, the City of Silver doesn't have records of the Sauron family. This family most likely made an uprising after the cataclysm. Klein looked around thoughtfully and discovered Justice and the Hanged Man looking at each other, obviously unaware of the answer. The sun was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus, he lightly tapped the table again and said, let me answer this question. What can you pay for it? Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled the world to say, a formula, a sequence 7 formula. Okay, deal. Klein created an environment for a private exchange as he silently stared at his smurf for a few seconds. Audrey and Alger, who were blocked, once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were both curious about the answer, but they also felt that it was of no use to them. It wasn't worth it to spend a sequence 7 potion formula in exchange for that. After the private exchange, Klein deliberately made the world bow and say in a hoarse voice, Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer, it was very helpful to me. This is an equivalent exchange, there's no need to thank me. Klein endured the goosebumps that suddenly surfaced on his skin as he answered indifferently. The open communication that followed lasted less than 10 minutes. Then, he announced the end of tarot gathering before severing the connections with the Crimson Stars. After the figures of Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun dissipated into streams of light, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a smurf, a lot of things are really much more convenient. Unfortunately, the all-black eye cannot be used outside the gray fog. What a pity. As he thought that, he controlled the world to stand up and bow, then he let it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert some of his attention in order to control his smurf, Klein had expended a great deal of his spirituality. He didn't continue staying in that space, and after retrieving the all-black eye and placing it behind the bronze table, he immediately returned to the real world. At that moment, there was a rare case of backland sunshine, seen in autumn or winter, behind the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't have the time to take in this view. He slept for half an hour to recover some of his energy. After waking up, due to having gained Miss Justice's promise and the fact that it wasn't urgent, he had no plans on searching for information at the library, and instead, decided to head to one of the many cemetery sites on the outskirts of Backland before nightfall. Klein was going to test the influence of Azek's copper whistle to understand its scope and limitations. Of course, the experiment would only be carried out after dark. The reason why he was heading out now was that it would be very strange and very eye-catching to hire a carriage to visit a cemetery in the evening. Chapter 268, The Cemetery and the Hospital. When the steam metro arrived at the southern bank of the Tussock River, Klein rented a carriage and headed to the Aston Cemetery on the outskirts of the South Borough, which was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Under the darkness of dusk, the trees around the cemetery seemed to bare their fangs and brandish their claws, blocking out the light like monsters lurking in the darkness. After the carriage driver took the 4 soldi Klein paid, he looked at the cemetery and muttered, "Do you need me to wait here for you?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein came up with an excuse, and he immediately noticed the change in the driver's face. This is a cemetery, to visit a friend with the sky already dark. The driver could hear his own heart thumping. Klein jolted to his senses, smiled, and added, "He's the tomb keeper here." The carriage driver was immediately relieved, but he didn't dare stay. He quickly drove the horses and left. Klein circled the graveyard until the night truly set in. After dark, the smoke and dust emissions decreased by a lot. In addition to the biting cold wind, the fog in the air thinned a lot. Although few stars could be seen, the crimson moon made a furtive appearance, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing out the crimson moon. Then, he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the iron fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around with a high degree of caution, randomly found a secluded corner, took out Azek's copper whistle, and held it in his hand. not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photograph on it was dirty, and the epitaph appeared extremely blurry in the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before figuring out what they were. "Friend, if you are passing by, help me up. Thanks. A very humorous gentleman, I choose you." Klein stopped, leaned back against the trees that sheltered the grave from the sun and rain, and waited patiently in the cold, chilly night. He threw Azek's copper whistle up before catching it firmly, repeating it several times to pass the time until 20 minutes later. No signs of the dead coming back to life. Klein clicked his pocket watch shut, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed the results. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Azek's copper whistle won't be able to affect corpses that have been laid to rest through a priest's ritual." Klein silently muttered to himself, and he put the ancient and exquisite copper whistle back into his pocket. There were 3 kinds of burials in the Loan Kingdom. The first type had coffins and corpses, suitable for the middle and upper classes living in abundance. The second type was the ones without corpses, so a cremation was held. The remaining ashes were placed in urns. This was the choice of the lower middle class and technical workers who could pay for the cremation but found coffins to be too wasteful. But there were also times when religious and governmental factors had an impact, such as the believers of the eternal blazing sun. The majority of them underwent cremation, and the poor people only needed to pay a small fee for the cremation due to the help they received from the government. The third only belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford coffins, and they didn't wish for cremation, so they just wrapped the corpses up and buried them. But Klein had already determined from the tombstones and tombs that the target of his experiment was the kind which involved a coffin and a corpse. If Azek's copper whistle really can cause the dead to rise, even if the target had rotted into a pile of bones, there shouldn't be a complete lack of reaction. Even if the lid of the coffin cannot be opened, it should have at least created a dull thud. As he walked towards the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a non-rigorous part of the experiment. "Yes, I need to categorize them. The corpses here have been buried for quite a while. I should find a target that was recently buried. Only by doing so will I be able to arrive at the most accurate conclusion." After that, Klein basically played a game of cat and mouse with the cemetery guardians before finding a grave that had completed a burial ceremony during the day. This time, he waited for half an hour, but he still didn't find anything abnormal. "Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Azek's copper whistle can't affect a corpse that has undergone a ritual that puts the soul to rest. That's quite weak. No, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't meant to cause the dead to come alive. It's used to summon messengers, so affecting a corpse is a negative effect." Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the iron fence. He planned on heading home to have a change of clothes before trying out his second experiment. The target of the second experiment group were the recently deceased corpses that haven't been laid to rest via a ritual. Such targets often existed in a hospital's morgue. Climbing over the fence, Klein made his way back to the South Burrow on foot in the dreary, dark night. The surroundings were deathly still and quiet. Only the evergreen, dust-covered trees lightly swayed. It reminded him of the night he had been resurrected from the dead. Back then, he too had to walk from the cemetery to the city. Sigh, Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if trying to get rid of the melancholy that filled him. More than half an hour later, he rented a carriage in South Burrow and headed for the nearest steam metro station. There was still about an hour before the metro stopped running, and this could save him quite a bit of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap as he made his way to St. Eston's Hospital in the Backland Bridge area. This was a charity hospital belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many of the poor died here due to illness, and since there was nowhere for them to place their bodies, they had to be kept in the hospital morgue. There, the corpses awaited cremation from the government or be donated to the medical schools. This phenomenon was very common in summer, but there weren't many in the autumn or winter after it cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or equipment to keep the temperature cool, the hospital's morgue couldn't keep the corpses for too long. Donated bodies would be quickly embalmed and bodies to be buried the next day would be cleaned up. Of course, these were the rules enforced in summer. In autumn and winter, the rules were relatively relaxed. Therefore, there were still many corpses left overnight in the morgue during this period. The morgue at St. Eston was underground. It was relatively cool, even during the summer, and was biting cold during autumn and winter. Based on what he had learned as a nighthawk, Klein relied on a clown's agility and balance to sneak into the basement while avoiding the doctors and nurses that were on duty. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt a chill down his spine. After quickly moving past the janitor's room, Klein took out a piece of wire and lightly unlocked the door to the morgue. This was one of the methods of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the door to the morgue with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he cloaked Azek's copper whistle in his spirituality to determine if such a method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the corpses were bagged up and placed in different iron cabinets. Only a few were placed on the long table in the central open space, as if they were awaiting examination. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein was no longer afraid of such scenes. He just instinctively felt uncomfortable. Carefully, he closed the door and walked around the long tables. After about 10 minutes, Klein let out a breath of cold air and confirmed that none of the corpses had come to life. It's about time. He took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. When he was ready, Klein withdrew his spirituality and stopped enveloping Azek's copper whistle. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect, but he had a baffling feeling that the surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his instincts. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated towards the door. Time ticked by, and Klein determined that it took about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on a long table suddenly sat up. The surrounding iron cabinets emitted a series of banging noises, as though all hell was about to break loose. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing such a commotion and seeing the corpses sit up, Klein suddenly said in a low voice, "Crimson." Immediately following that, he injected his spirituality into a requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned quietly, and serene and gentle blackness spread out. The corpses lay down once again, and the banging sounds coming from the cabinets came to an abrupt halt. Klein, who had experienced a similar situation, didn't relax and used another requiem charm. As there were many corpses around him, he used a third charm to be safe, using up everything that he had. Not bad. Indeed, it only affects corpses that haven't been put to rest via a ritual. This includes corpses that haven't been dead for too long and zombies. Using my spirituality to shield the whistle can prevent such effects, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that none of the corpses were making any abnormal reactions, he prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elderly janitor had been attracted by the banging sound in the morgue. He was approaching with a lantern in hand. Klein looked around. Placing his hand on the door, he nimbly jumped up, stopping at the spot between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the bumps and cracks as he maintained perfect balance. The elderly janitor opened the door with his key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, held up his lantern, and examined the iron cabinets and long tables, as well as the corpses. Behind him, Klein nimbly jumped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped from the morgue. He used the janitor's room to hide for a few seconds before carefully returning to the upper floor. After the elderly janitor surveyed the surroundings and didn't find anything out of the ordinary, he mumbled a sentence, in fear of the corpses, and quickly left. He locked the door and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guardroom, he wrapped a thin blanket around himself and took several minutes to calm his racing heart before mumbling to himself in a low voice, "Those old guys always tell me about the weird things that happen in the morgue, hoping to scare me. Those weird sounds just now should count as well. It doesn't matter. Those corpses didn't come back to life either. Phooey, there are no such things as zombies and wraiths." At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably along the quiet, dark streets, happy to be free of a latent threat. He looked at the elegant gas lamps that lined the sides of the street and looked forward to the future Beyonder gatherings. As long as he obtained a weapon with a special effect, he would be able to obtain one of the main ingredients of a magician. Although I don't have much money right now, I still have a lot of assets that I can use to exchange. For example, the telepathous potion formula, or the formulas for bard and light suppliant. Furthermore, my clown potion is digesting at a faster rate than I expected due to series of events and my discovery of the essence needed for acting. It's close to being completely digested. Along the streets of Backland at night, Klein left his mind wandering. Chapter 269, Clues to the Psychology Alchemists. On the outskirts of Empress Borough, in a wide, empty horse track, Audrey Hall deliberately led a chestnut mare to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She was wearing white pants and knee-high black boots, adorned with a simple blouse and a black jacket that reached her waist. In addition, she donned a helmet of the same color. She looked especially valiant and beautiful, and Susie, her golden retriever, was obediently sitting by her feet. What seemed like a tiny leather satchel hung from her back. Disguised as Viscount Glaint's servant, Zio glanced enviously at Audrey's long, straight legs, and unconsciously tiptoed. Just horse riding is so blasé. Only when it is combined with hunting does it become imbued with life. Of course, I mean the equestrian skills for men. No matter what a beautiful lady does, it would still be a sight to behold. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly. Audrey replied with a slight smile, the next hunt is still months away. Every year, from June to the New Year, the aristocrats of the Lowen Kingdom would come to Backland to attend various banquets, dances, and salons, as per tradition. This was a very important event for them, and many things would be decided within a few months. After the New Year, the nobles would return to their fiefdom, their castles, country estates, and large plantations, and spend their leisure time there. In such times, the most popular sport was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of similar status to enjoy the pleasure of horse riding and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they weren't stingy with buying hounds. The most famous of the hounds was the foxhound. I already miss that life. Backland is a place where people feel constrained, and its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still enjoy its extravagance. Viscount Glaint wore his gloves and stepped back to make it easier for Audrey to talk to Zio in furs. Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you called us here this time? Zio initiated the question as she retracted her gaze. Audrey took a large portion of most of her recent income. She was honest and generous, a rarely encountered good employer. I seem to smell the ink of money again. Hopefully, the mission wouldn't be too difficult. Miss Audrey is perfect in every way, except for one thing. Every mission is unexpected and very dangerous, Zio thought, feeling both anticipation and apprehension. She couldn't help but glance sideways at Furs. She noticed that her companion, disguised as a maid, was looking right at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes looked very similar. Audrey held her gloves, smiled reservedly and elegantly before saying, "It's a simple request this time." As she spoke, she motioned with her eyes for Zio and Furs to open the leather satchel on Susie. Zio, who had always been known for her proactiveness, immediately took 2 steps forward and bent down to reach out with her hand. During this short period of time, she had originally wanted to pat Susie's head to show that she meant no harm. But just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head, turning her body half around, placing the small leather satchel in front of her. I'm usually popular with animals, for example, mosquitoes. Zio kept her expression unchanged as she unzipped the satchel and took out a stack of papers from Susie's leather pouch. She stood up and took a look at the stack of papers. She saw that it depicted a young man with ordinary looks, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and mocking brown eyes all looked very familiar to her. I must have seen him somewhere. Zio looked down and saw the corresponding description. Formerly used name, Lenevis, wanted swindler. I know where I've seen him before. Zio was suddenly enlightened and almost made an inelegant gesture of slapping her forehead. Before she met Audrey, one of the main sources of her income was flipping through newspapers, researching wanted posters, and using her connections in many gangs in East Borough to seek out criminals who were worth fat bounties. I had thought of finding this Lenevis, who has a bounty of £100. Besides, he swept away more than £10,000 in cash. However, I've recently been too busy with Miss Audrey's requests and had forgotten about this matter. Zio and Furs looked at each other and then asked frankly, how much is this request worth? How much is the request worth? Audrey was startled for a moment. She had completely forgotten the matter of payment, as from her point of view, it was a test from Mr. Fool. When were examinees ever given money? £100. Audrey deliberated and gave a number. Deal. Zio and Furs answered in unison. If we can catch him, not only would we receive £100 from Miss Audrey, but we can also obtain an equal amount from the bounty. What a great mission. Zio asked casually, her eyes shining. Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he swindle you of your money? I don't even know who he is. It's really a simple request. £100 was enough to complete the deal. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only £100. Audrey, with a polite smile, ignored Zio's question and instead mentioned, I received word that he's in Backland. Ah yes, there are a dozen or so portraits here, different portraits. I took into account that Lenevis must have disguised himself, so I'm giving you pictures of him without glasses, with a beard, with a change of hairstyle. Pictures based on conjectures. I'm also very good at drawing and painting. Audrey tilted her chin. Zio immediately forgot her previous question and said in pleasant surprise, "This is really good news." She felt as though she could already see the bounty of 200 pounds beckoning at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her. Therefore, all she could do was continue with her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She muttered, "Do you have any leads on the matter regarding the psychology alchemists?" Furs adjusted her long curly hair, looked at Viscount Glaint who was listening to the side, and said, "I recently joined a new Beander gathering. Rumor has it that the Spectator and Telepathist potion formulas have previously appeared there. I'm suspecting that one of the members from the gathering is from the psychology alchemists. I'll apply to bring you with me the next gathering." "All right." Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had read their true state of mind from the colors, body language, and the subtle expressions of Zio and Furs, to judge their enthusiasm for the mission. They didn't lie regarding the psychology alchemists either. Viscount Glaint mumbled, "Audrey's matter seems to be on the brink of success." "Where's my formula, Audrey?" "There are really no clues as of yet. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, where the Phaenopotter kingdom is." Furs gestured with deep regret. "All right, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait," Glaint replied in a humorous tone. "All right, thank you for your help. See you again next time." Audrey bowed gracefully, wore her gloves, and mounted her horse as she rode down the track. Susie happily followed, as if she had found new entertainment. As he spent the night, experimenting, it was already 9:34 of a Tuesday morning by the time Klein woke up. Biting into a piece of bread slathered with butter, he wore his coat and hat, hurried out the door, and wrote on the message book hanging by the doorbell's pull rope. "Owner is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon." Actually, he didn't have much to do. It was purely to guard against a sudden visit from Millet Carter. If the other party found out that the detective he hired for a full £50 wasn't out and about, searching for information or organizing people to confirm the layout of the structure, and was instead at home leisurely drinking tea and reading novels, he would surely revoke the commission and not pay the last £40. "I really have nothing to do but wait for Miss Justice's information." Klein stood at the end of the street and looked at the haze in the sky, while helplessly muttering to himself. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. In the morning, I'll practice shooting at the Quelaag Club, read the newspapers, enjoy a free lunch, take a nap in the afternoon, exercise through playing sports like squash. Once the Bravehearts bar opens, I'll take a carriage there and see if I can learn about more Beander gatherings from Kaspar's. Klein had no intention of looking for marriage. Although he was certain that he had more than one circle of Beyonders, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard would also belong to those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell potion formulas, as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator has given you the ability to divine and a strong body, would he still grant you potion formulas that you do not need? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the details with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage that headed for Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, he entered the Quelaag Club and saw an acquaintance. It was Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher who had recommended him to the club. He was Mary Gale's friend. Dressed in a black tweed overcoat, the brown-haired Talum walked over. He sized up Klein and said with an odd smile, "Good morning. Mary and Dorrigu are getting a divorce. Are you suspecting the reason why I joined the club?" Relying on the clown's ability, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Really? That is really surprising." Talum gave him a deeply suspicious look and suddenly laughed. "I have a friend who's been troubled about something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and fighting skills are." "A commission?" He only asked about my marksmanship and fighting skills, not reasoning. "This is a request involving violence." Klein smiled and said, "I was planning on heading to the shooting range. You can take a look, but fighting requires an opponent to be able to see my standard." "I've learned how to fight before," Talum eagerly replied. Chapter 270, Reporter. Holding onto a revolver that he rented from the Quelaag Club with one hand, Klein pulled the trigger repeatedly, hitting the bullseye accurately, with the worst shot hitting the 8-ring. By feeding his practice with live bullets, along with the superhuman control that he had after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was considered rather excellent. "If I continue practicing for a few months, I could even be considered a sharpshooter." Klein unloaded the revolver in satisfaction and cleared the empty shells. They fell to the ground. Noisily as he looked at Talum Dumont with a smile. "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talum, had already taken off his black tweed overcoat and light gray sweater and adopted a boxing stance. "Come on, let me see the standard of your fighting skills. I can tell you frankly that I've received training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never let it go to waste. As a Beander, if I can't even beat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I might as well die." Klein cursed silently. Without taking off his double-breasted coat, he set down his revolver. Klein took 2 side steps and gestured to Talum that he could begin. He originally wanted to wriggle his finger to add to the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his time. Talum appeared to be a little excited as he began bounce-stepping a little. He suddenly pressed forward and threw out a punch to the right. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand, bent low and twisted his waist before reaching out his right palm, and did a smooth backflip. Thud. Talum flew out, landing on his back. Klein didn't exert any strength towards the end, only throwing him off his feet through the use of inertia. Impressive. Talum quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective. Your marksmanship and fighting skills are excellent. I only beat a weak chicken like you, so how can you tell that my fighting skills are very high? Klein secretly lampooned and asked with a smile, now that you have a better picture, can you tell me what kind of request your friend has? Heh, he will come to the club later. You can talk amongst yourselves. Talum massaged his back as he said, as for what the request exactly entails, I'm not sure either. Oh right, he's a reporter at the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. He's probably hoping for some short-term protection. All right, Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued practicing his shooting, but he didn't limit himself to a revolver. He also practiced with a hunting rifle, a single-shot rifle, and a repeating rifle. He hoped that if he encountered any problems in the future, he would be able to use any of the firearms around him. Shortly before 12 noon, he returned to the first floor, went into the buffet cafeteria, and got a serving of roast chicken and a piece of pan-fried steak, as well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster. After placing his meal down, Klein got some Feinepotter seafood rice, fruit salad, oyster broth, and marquis black tea. Facing this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he praised the goddess in his heart. If this was eaten outside, it would probably cost 3 soli. Klein switched between using silver knives, forks, and spoons as he ate in contentment. When he was almost done with the food on the table, Talum Dumont led a man, in a heavy overcoat and a half-top hat, over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I was talking about, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talum smiled and introduced them. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his late 20s, with rather sparse eyebrows and rough skin. His pores were unusually prominent. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming. The 2 thin lines from the meager mustache gave him a somewhat mature charm. Klein couldn't help but stroke the stubble that had become thicker around his lips. He got up and invited the other party to sit down, then he smiled and said, today's cream cheese lobster is pretty good. You can give it a try. All right, Mike Joseph didn't refuse. He took a plate, made a circle, and picked up a lot of food. He came in a hurry, so he hasn't had lunch yet. Talum smiled as he explained for his friend and placed a stack of newspapers on the table. I can tell. Klein set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and sipped his black tea leisurely. He was very satisfied with the meal. At that moment, Mike Joseph came back with 2 plates of food. He took a few quick bites to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones which had organs removed? Klein's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Talum nodded and said wistfully, as expected, every detective is paying attention to this serial killer. Mike pulled out one of the papers and pushed it to Klein. This is the latest story. Klein took it and discovered that it was the Daily Observer where Mike worked at. On the front page were the words, 11. Another lady killed. Civilas Yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Backlund Police Department was located at Civilas Street at the edge of Empress Borough, so they were also known as Civilas Yard. 11. It's already the 11th case. Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading. He found that it was indeed the same as the case he had previously encountered. The victim was a woman dressed in a gorgeous long skirt and had her intestines removed from her stomach. This is clearly a case with signs of devil worship all over it. The Civilas Yard must have handed the case to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hivemind squads. They have people capable of divination, mediumship, and all sorts of magical and effective beyonder methods. How is it that the case hasn't been cracked? Why isn't the criminal arrested yet? Does the criminal have rich, anti-investigation powers and is able to destroy the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the deceased soul, along with her innards, were extracted to fulfill the requirements of the devil worship ritual? Yes, he's definitely capable of interfering with divination. Indeed, if the devil pathway beyonders lack such powers, how could they dare commit serial murders? Klein thought as he said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation?" "I'm sorry, I can't take this case. Without the invitation of the police, I cannot take it. I have to maintain a good relationship with them. The so-called good relationship is the kind where they invite me to the police station for coffee." Klein did some self-critical lampooning. The real reason for his refusal was that it was easy to run into official beyonders involved in the investigation of the serial killings, perhaps including the Backland Diocese's Nighthawks. "No, not an investigation. No, the precise description is that it's not an investigation to seek the murderer. I just want to finish my report." Mike Joseph swallowed some shrimp and explained. "Report." Klein put down his white enamel cup, crossed his hands, and leisurely asked Mike Joseph. Mike Joseph said, "If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after, you'll see my in-depth coverage on the serial killings. The most important part is my reveal of what the victims have in common so as to alert people who fall into this group." "Oh, what do they have in common?" Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, "Besides being a woman and wearing a colorful dress, there's one other important thing they have in common. I did a thorough investigation of the victim's career and found an interesting tidbit. Some of them are maids, others textile workers, tailors, and even teachers. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any overlap, but in reality, they've all been street girls." "Street girl, a teacher?" Klein asked in surprise. In the Lowen Kingdom, teachers were part of the middle class and received at least £2 a week. That was enough to make a woman lead quite a good life, so there was no need for her to be a street girl. The corner of Mike's mouth twitched as he sighed and said, "Yes, in the past. They may have had very difficult times before they found a job that could support them. I've done a survey before. In Backland, 1 in 6 women aged 15 to 55 is or has been a street girl. Hey, this is our country. Foreigners who come here are surprised that a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, would actually be filled with street girls. This number is a little exaggerated. If it were true, it could only be said that reality can be more exaggerated than fiction. This damned world." Klein was speechless. After some thought, he said deliberately, "One question, how does the murderer know that the victim had been a street girl? They don't have labels on them, and even you needed a thorough investigation to discover this." As expected of a great detective, this might be the clue, Mike Joseph answered without feeling surprised. "No, if it was a beyander from the devil path, then the standard he would choose from would be someone who appears to have sunken low but didn't actually degenerate completely. Furthermore, they should have a keen intuition towards degeneration, and they might be able to see the corresponding color that runs deep. With the colorful dress as a trigger, the target will basically be locked onto." Klein answered himself and asked, "So, what else do you wish to investigate?" Mike nodded and said, "From these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls, except one. She's still a prostitute at present. Yes, she's the youngest, 16-year-old cyber. This makes it very, very odd. I wish to visit Golden Rose, which is the place where she works for further investigation. I want to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my questions will anger the people there, so I plan to ask you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson, and you just need to protect me at the most critical juncture and allow my escape. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1, and if there's a fight, it'll be raised to £5. What do you think?" Klein laughed and replied, "Let me wash my hands before replying you." He bowed politely and sauntered over to the bathroom where he tossed a coin and obtained a positive answer. Chapter 271, Golden Rose. 19 Hope Street, Sherwood Borough. This area was located close to the Tussock River which went through Backland. Pedestrians could see the turbid but unusually wide water surface through the cracks and crevices in their houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, alighted the carriage and pointed at a 3-story, grayish-blue building ahead of them. He said to Klein, who was standing next to him and wearing a black double-breasted suit and a half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses, "That's the Golden Rose, the best legal brothel in the area of the Backland Bridge, as well as Sherwood Borough. It opens at 3 in the afternoon and stays open until 2 in the morning. The best legal brothels in the Sherwood and Backland Bridge regions. In other words, there are better ones in these two regions, but they're illegal. Klein silently mused and shot a glance at the entrance, which had an inlaid golden rosé. It didn't hang any signboards. This doesn't count as a street girl, right? He answered without thinking. Of course, it's of a higher grade. Mike personally led Klein to the front of the building and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Klein caught a whiff of a mixed fragrance that was slightly pungent and heard a soothing yet suggestive melody. Instinctively, he looked around and saw bouncers, in black coats and half-top hats, standing on either side of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a legitimate business, they were obviously meant to deal with drunkards and boors. The Golden Hall was surrounded by all sorts of sofas, chairs, and even a piano. In the center, there was a dancing area. At that moment, there were many ladies sitting in different areas with their hair colored in gold, brown, pale yellow, or black. Some of them looked mature, some shy and young, some young and attractive, and others who were rather beautiful. These ladies were either enjoying the melody, giggling whilst in conversations with each other, quietly reading newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, so there weren't many customers. At a glance, this place looked more like a proper ball than a brothel. If you come after 8 in the evening, you'll see some interesting performances. Heh, if any of the ladies catch your eye, go over and invite them to dance and then ask them for their prices amidst the beautiful melody. If both sides can come to an agreement, you can head to the second or third floor and have a wonderful time in some room. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here the entire night. Mike turned his head from left to right, suddenly losing his previous calm and gentlemanliness, appearing a little more frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile, and he approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Is he showing his true nature, or is this in conduct of a professional? Klein watched, a little flabbergasted as he subconsciously followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Cyber, was only 16 years old. In theory, a girl of similar age is more likely to be a friend and would know more. At that moment, Mike lowered his voice and explained. He then raised his thin eyebrows and asked in a normal voice, "Which lady caught your fancy?" "I'm just your bodyguard," Klein responded with very normal logic. Mike slightly nodded and suddenly laughed. "I'm not used to being watched when I do that sort of thing. I'll be standing watch outside." Klein understood what Mike meant, and took a serious, professional stance. Without another word, Mike walked up to the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand, inviting her to dance. Being a prostitute at this age, Backland sure is so bedazzling and dirty. Hey, to think that there would be a middle-aged gentleman of seemingly good bearing patronizing this place. Even the sides of his hair are white. Klein lowered his hands and stood very straight, watching Mike and the young girl engage in a slow dance. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with slight annoyance, "It's too expensive." As the two approached each other, he added in a low voice, "The girl knew Cyber, but the owner, Ma'am Lopez, forbids them from speaking with anyone else on this matter, otherwise, they would be severely punished." God, when the punishment was mentioned, the poor girl even shuddered instinctively. I can imagine how horrible it must be. Helpless, Klein sighed in sympathy, and asked in a suppressed voice, "So, what are you planning to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls again. I plan on going straight to Ma'am Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder and said, "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and warned in a serious tone, "If we encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." Okay. Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards a single sofa in the corner. There was a charming lady, with thick makeup, in a gorgeous dress seated there. "If you don't want to give up after a dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest you talk to Ma'am Lopez first and find out the prices of the different girls." Mike raised his voice. The lady heard their conversation and looked over. She slowly got up and smiled. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Did any girl catch your fancy?" "Yes." Mike suddenly sized her up and said with a chuckle, "I really admire you." "I admire you too. You're acting like this is your home." Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second, then she gave a fake laugh and said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "You should know that there are times every month where women feel quite under the weather." Seeing that there was no way to get Lopez into a room for a conversation, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning serious. "Ma'am, Lopez, I'm a reporter. I wish to understand more about Cyber's matter. Here's my documentary proof." Lopez's face darkened and she replied impatiently, "I've already told everything I know to the police. You should ask them. Cyber was a vagrant orphan who was adopted by me. That night, she accepted an invitation from a guest to spend the night at his house, and she died on her way back in the morning. All right, please leave, or invite a lady to dance." As she spoke, Lopez waved over two of her bouncers. Klein stepped in to shield off Mike Joseph and escorted him back to the hall. Upon seeing this, the two bouncers didn't rashly chase him away. After a few steps, Klein said in a low voice, "She's lying." "Oh," Mike turned his head in surprise. When she spoke, her eyes darted around. "She didn't dare to look at you directly, but she was also secretly sizing you up, which means she was lying and watching your reaction. In addition, her stance was highly defensive, and she appeared very agitated." Klein gave his analysis. Mike opened his mouth and exclaimed after a few seconds, "You really are a great detective. Only with your keen observation and outstanding deduction skills were you able to discover such useful details." "That's only because I had my spirit vision on and could see that Lopez's emotional colors weren't right. I came up with the reasons after." Klein smiled and said, "Thank you, it's time for us to go." Mike Joseph looked back at Lopez and saw that she was walking towards the side door of the hall, as though she was going to her own lounge, and that the side door was in a corner of the room. It was very quiet around there, and there were many areas in the hall that couldn't see what was going on inside. There were also two bouncers standing guard outside. "Perhaps we should follow ma'am Lopez and observe her reaction. Maybe the anxiety from just now will make her do something." Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. "Can you take care of those two bouncers quickly?" "Sir, I'm only responsible for your protection, and that's against the law." Klein smiled in response. "I'll pay you more, a total of £5 based on the combat price from before. If there's another fight when we run, it would be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. "Deal." Klein reached out and shook his hand. Afterward, the two of them circled around to avoid the two bouncers from before and quietly approached the side door. "Guests, please stop. Please leave this area." One of the bouncers stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. "Sorry, we'll immediately." Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, heavily striking at the bouncer's abdomen in front of him. The bouncer instinctively clutched his stomach, his body bent over. As for Klein, who had now stood up, he raised his left hand and chopped the bouncer at the back of the head. The bouncer fell to the ground and fainted. His companion was clearly caught by surprise at this turn of events. He just stared blankly and failed to react in time. Klein immediately slid over and covered the bouncer's mouth with his right hand and punched his abdomen with his left fist. The bouncer suddenly bent down and spat out his undigested food, and Klein promptly withdrew his right hand and chopped downward with his palm. At the same time, his left hand supported his opponent, allowing the bouncer to slowly fall onto the ground without making a sound. After exchanging looks, Klein turned the knob, pushed open the side door, and stepped inside. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. "Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter." Klein lampooned under his breath, walking briskly but at a rapid pace along the paved corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. "Tell Capum not to send anyone over in the next few days." "Capum, send anyone?" Klein looked at Mike and found him looking equally puzzled. At that moment, they heard Lopez's footsteps that were headed towards the corridor. "Let's go." Klein tugged Mike and ran for the exit without turning back. During this process, he closed the side door and broke the lock in passing. It could prevent the people inside from coming out for a while. Then, as if nothing had happened, they hurriedly walked through the hall and approached the exit while hearing faint, angry voices. After reaching the streets, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and said in amazement and sincerity, "I've experienced many similar scenarios, but not once was it as simple and relaxed as it was today. Thank you. I need to return to find out who Capum is." As he spoke, he took out his wallet, fished out a £5 note, and muttered, "But frankly, your price is really expensive. It's worth more than half a week's salary. But you can claim for reimbursement, right?" Klein answered with a grin. Following that, he asked in concern, "Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your newspaper firm and get the police to arrest you?" "That's a fake ID card." Mike Joseph shrugged with a gesture of familiarity. Klein could only admire him. After watching Mike board a carriage and leave, he walked diagonally across the street, waited for a public carriage and kept an eye out for anyone chasing after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat stepped out the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and gray temples. It was the same old gentleman that Klein had seen in the Golden Rose. He's not a customer of the Golden Rose, he's just like us. Klein suddenly came to this realization. Hello, I'm Detective Isengard Stanton. I'm assisting the police in this case. Can we have a chat? The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage tracks. Chapter 272, Observing Each Other, Detective. A colleague, however, the fact that he's able to assist the police in dealing with such a serious case shows that he truly is a well-known detective, at least within Civilas Yard. Isn't the serial killer involved in devil worship supposed to be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hivemind? All the police department needs to do is send a few assistants, so why would they need to seek the help of a private detective? Yes, the 11 serial murders must have caused a sensation. Civilas Yard is under a lot of pressure, and they aren't willing to just wait in misery. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but on the surface, he revealed a smile. He boarded Isengard Stanton's rented carriage and saw a young man with brown hair inside. This is my assistant, Isengard, who had a thin and angular face, introduced. Please, have a seat. He didn't close the carriage's door, nor did he let the carriage driver drive the horse forward to show that he meant no harm. Klein deliberately sat down uneasily and asked worriedly, "What would you like to talk about, Mr. Stanton?" Isengard took out a dark pipe and said, "I want to know what you've learned from following Ma'am Lopez. Did you hear or discover anything? I'm also a detective, and you should know that we have confidentiality agreements in this business," Klein deliberately replied as though he was in a dilemma. "I'm asking you on behalf of Civilas Yard. This has nothing to do with a confidentiality agreement." Isengard rubbed the pipe with his thumb. "A pound? How about 2 pounds? Having learned a lesson from the previous incident with Merceau, together with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein replied without hesitation, "Sure." "All right." Isengard smiled and took out 2 one-pound notes from his pocket. Klein acted as though he was recalling something before frankly saying, "We only heard one sentence." "Ma'am Lopez attempted to order her subordinates to tell Capum that he's not to send anyone over in the next few days." "Capum?" Isengard nodded, seemingly enlightened. "Got it, you know Capum." Klein didn't hide his surprise. Isengard handed the notes over and said with a faint smile, "He's one of the most controversial magnates in Sherwood Borough. In Backland, innocent girls often go missing along deserted streets, and after a long time, they might be chanced upon in all sorts of legal or illegal brothels. A lot of rumors point to Capum as the criminal honcho filled with blood and filth on his hands, but due to a lack of evidence, he remains free to this date. Furthermore, he knows a lot of important people. If that's true, then this fellow should die 1,000 times over." Klein nodded, sighed, and said, "This is Lowen, this is Backland, Mr. Stanton. I shall bid you farewell. Thank you for your cooperation." Isengard got up midway as a polite gesture to send him off. "By the way, your fighting skills are excellent. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. How should I address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty," Klein answered briefly and got off the carriage. Only when he boarded a newly arrived tracked carriage did Isengard Stanton instruct his assistant to close the door and order the carriage driver to head towards Hillston Borough. Turning his head to the side, he looked out of the window. The gray-haired elderly gentleman had put away his dark pipe, pulled out a brass ornament from his pocket, slowly stroking it in his hand. The brass ornament was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the center. The appearance and get-up of Mr. Moriarty from just now were a bit out of place. He wore very cultured gold-rimmed glasses, but he had deliberately grown a beard around his mouth, making him look crude and barbaric. This is not quite in line with the norm. In this day and age, people who wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care a lot about their image, the image of having knowledge and bearing. Maybe he's trying to hide something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual aesthetic sense. Isengard seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment, Klein, who was sitting on the carriage, mumbled to himself silently as he leaned against the wall, "That Detective Isengard Stanton is problematic. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he had a blue color of rational thought and indifference and maintained a purple color of spirituality dominance. There weren't many other colors of emotion appearing. For normal people, unless they're wholeheartedly focused on studying a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain similar states for extended periods of time. Other emotions will inevitably appear, the difference being the issue of how long they can remain in that state. Yes, either Detective Isengard Stanton is one such genius at observation and reasoning with extraordinary talent, or he's a meander. The tracked public carriage had 2 floors as it ferried more than 40 passengers towards the Backland Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window and admired the 2 to 3-story buildings on the other side of the road. Occasionally he could see brown houses 5 or 6 stories high, a sign of Backland's latest trend and of the kingdom's most advanced construction technology. After a transfer, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Bravehearts bar. As it wasn't the peak period at the bar yet, the moment he entered, he saw Kaspars drinking at the bar. The old man with the brandy nose had requested for a glass of Langsky proof. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation in his throat. Klein moved closer, rapped the counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Marich here?" At the same time, he had one hand in his pocket as he gripped Azek's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effects. Before he finished his sentence, he felt gazes sweep past him. It was evident that they were observing him. By the time he finished asking his question, the gazes moved away from him and focused on Kaspars. The old man with the huge scar on his face opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Klein, he said in a bad mood, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either. He didn't come." Klein let out a breath of relief, no longer using his spirituality to rap Azek's copper whistle. "When I mentioned Marich, someone looked at me. When they heard that I was asking him for his whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is also looking for Marich." Klein resisted the urge to turn around and observe as he analyzed the abnormality. Combined with an original doubt of his, he felt that the question now had a general answer to it. "I was puzzled last week, why would a Sequence 5 Miss Bodyguard accept a 3-day protection mission for £1,000? This isn't to say that the price is too low, but rather that someone of that level already counts as a powerful person. In the Church of the Goddess, she's qualified to be a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can gain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the position of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon. Among the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies, Sequence 5 also implies that the person would be the person in charge of a borough or at least the number 2 or 3. Even if it were a Beander who isn't a part of any organization, a person with such strength would be able to establish a small organization of their own. No matter which point of view it was from, Miss Bodyguard could enjoy tributes from her subordinates, so there was no need for her to personally take the job. At the time, I thought that I had most likely hired a Sequence 6 inches security guard, who would be able to last a little longer against the expert sent by Bakerland, creating a chance for me, but who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong. Judging from today's events, Miss Bodyguard and Marich are probably similar to me. Their identities are sensitive, and they have to hide away. Yes, their situation might be even worse, and they have to constantly worry about being hunted down. TCH, to be able to hunt Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have any high Sequence Beyonders, they must have some holy artifacts or multiple Sequence 5 members. Of course, this is just my hunch. Perhaps it has to do with the exposure of Marich as a Beander and he's now targeted by the Machinery Hivemind squad. After some thought, Klein said with regret, "Is that so? I was planning on playing cards with him." Upon hearing something that didn't match Klein's usual manner of speech, Kaspars was alarmed. He didn't look around either, but chortled and said, "I'll be having a card game tonight." "Texas, do you want to join in?" "No, I just want to play till dinner." "Sigh, I think I'll just head home." Klein sighed and left the Bravehearts bar without even ordering anything to drink. He had intended to ask Kaspars about other Beander gatherings, but in that situation, he carefully abandoned the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a card room or some relatively sealed area to talk with Kaspars, but just to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough and started divining above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. After easing his mind, he reached Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found all sorts of subscribed newspapers crammed into his mailbox. "I was in a hurry to leave today, so I didn't even have time to read it. At the Quelaag Club, I had a good meal after shooting practice and took a nap, before being forced to play a few tennis matches with Talum. Hey, my skills aren't good enough, but my physical fitness can make up for that, he mumbled silently as he opened the door and went inside before twisting the gas lock. He brought the newspapers into the living room and sat on the sofa. He lit the wall lamp and started reading. Klein first read through the Backland Morning Post and immediately flipped to the 5th page and saw an advertisement. It was an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices were 7 pence per liter of flour, 1 solely of butter, 6 pence per pound of lard, 1 solely 3 pence per pound of cream, 8 solely per pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there would be a Beander gathering in the same place at 8 in the evening tomorrow. The code to the door is to knock 7 times heavily, 1 time lightly, 6 long intervals, and 1 short interval in that order. The remaining 3 and 8 are meaningless. Klein interpreted the content, leaned back against the sofa, and began to look forward to the gathering tomorrow evening. He wanted to sell some formulas to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Chapter 273, Handing Out a Formula. Wednesday night, 5 minutes to 8. In an alley behind Braveheart's bar, Klein circled around for a while based on his memories before finally finding the house with the dark candlelights. He was disguised today in a grayish-blue worker's uniform, cap, and a beard so that no one would connect him to the guy who had tried his luck by buying Black Snake's item. It would be best if I have wisdom and the apothecary don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newbie who had relied on luck to become a Beander and was able to come up with several potions after a week would definitely be suspicious. Klein put his hands in his pockets and felt for Azek's copper whistle, the ordinary tarot cards, and the charms he had replenished. His uniform was specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets with metal bottles filled with herbs powder and extract essence. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the metal mask that could only cover half his face and finished the first step to his disguise. Following that, he used the clown's ability to control his facial expression and his physical tics, as well as his gait while numbing his facial nerves. He wanted to be vastly different from his previous self. However, I'm not sure what eye of wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I was already a faceless, but if that's the case, I wouldn't need to join such low-level Beander gatherings. Klein stood outside the door in silence for a few seconds. He then raised his right hand and knocked on the door, 7 hard knocks and 1 light one, with 6 long pauses and 1 short pause in between. Almost without waiting, the small wooden board on the door was silently pulled open, and an eye appeared behind it. It examined the visitor from head to toe. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open and Eye of Wisdom's attendant handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained his emotionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down his hood, letting the shadows cover his face. On the way to the living room, he deliberately took steps he wasn't used to and tried his hardest to eliminate the awkwardness. There was only 1 candle in the dark and silent room and quite a number of members at the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner like the previous time. Instead, he sat on a high stool right in the center. In short, he wanted everything about his external appearance and behavior to be completely different from the previous 2 times. And it was precisely due to his identity as a clown that gave him this domain of expertise, allowing him to reflect his own body into his mind and gain fundamental control over it. The living room was so silent that it appeared frozen. Time passed by, and finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in his ancient voice, "It's time. Let's begin. We don't need to wait for our late friends." Just as he finished his sentence, Klein immediately said with a hoarse voice, "I want to sell potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The former is £220 and the latter is £450. This was the most suitable plan that he could come up with after much consideration. The Spectator and the Telepathist potions were related to the Psychology Alchemists, a secret organization that was still active in Backland in the Lowen Kingdom. If he recklessly produced them, he might attract their attention. And the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked out by the Church of the Lord of Storms, so the corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Backland and could do very little. Therefore, it was an extremely safe choice. The potion of the Seer pathway involved Klein himself, and he certainly didn't want to reveal his characteristics. After having experienced so many battles and watched so many battles with Beyonders, he gradually came to understand something. It was that below the high sequences, Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics which didn't overlap. That was to say, each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses, and their strengths and weaknesses were all very obvious. The strengths were indeed strong, and the weaknesses were indeed weak. For example, the spectator pathway lacked the ability to fight in actual combat, but if they were ignored and were unconsciously misled, then no matter how strong an opponent's combat skills were, it was possible for them to die without knowing why. A clear example would be Hurricane Rear Admiral Keelangos, who clearly possessed the mystical item, Creeping Hunger, and had an overall combat strength of a Sequence 5, but he still died in a rather inexplicable manner. Most of this was thanks to Azek, but one couldn't dismiss the role of the spectator, due to the fact that the majority of the Beander jobs below the high sequence had distinct characteristics and obvious weaknesses with weak bodies, if one could conceal one's strengths and understand the situation of their enemies beforehand, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat someone stronger. In extreme cases, there was still a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this was a perfect hypothesis, but in reality, it was almost impossible. Sequence 5 was already considered strong, and the corresponding Beander powers could be considered miraculous. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses, but before reaching Sequence 6, it was very difficult to cause any effect on them. On the other hand, many of the Beyonders below high sequences were very afraid of being attacked by a group, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once one became flustered, their attempts to avoid a fault would lead to failure of another. Their weaknesses could lead to fatal outcomes. These problems were why shepherds were ranked first below high sequences. They were so all-rounded that if they combined and matched their Beander powers well enough, they would almost have zero shortcomings. After I advance to the Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beander powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to contend against them for a while, and I might even be able to win. If I encounter a Sequence 5, there might still be a chance of escaping. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked around, waiting for someone to speak. If Barden Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I can only go for second best and consider selling Spectator and Telepathus. In consideration of Beander characteristics indestructibility and conservation, the formula of my own pathway definitely shouldn't be sold. The witch pathway wouldn't as well, for it would lead to many tragic cases. Whether it's instigator or witch, they're the type that necessitates committing evil deeds. Klein was a little nervous, but his face remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At that moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can also accept another apprentice and give him these two formulas, making him specialize in praying for light to shine on my herbs. Perfect. How extravagant. His words broke the momentary silence in the room. A man in the corner, who had his hood pulled very low, spoke in a deliberately sharp voice. Perhaps I can give it to my child. At least it's stronger than my sequence. Sequence 9, 200 pounds, Sequence 8, 400 pounds, if you agree, we have a deal. To be able to take out 600 pounds at one go means he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tingen City. Klein pretended to think, looked at the other members at the gathering, and observed their reactions. Noticing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's bid had reached his bottom line, Klein thought for a while and said, I'll tag on an additional request. You cannot sell these two formulas in this gathering, but you are free to do as you wish elsewhere. The man said sharply, all right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness. Klein didn't know how to prove that the formula was real, but he didn't want to ask as it would expose the fact that he hadn't participated in many gatherings. Therefore, he silently pulled up his robe and took out the two potion formulas he had written long ago and handed it to an attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner. Instead, he went to the single sofa in the center and handed the folded paper over to the Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper and, without taking an extra look at it, placed it on a small round table beside him. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his right palm. From his pocket, he took out a ring inlaid with many tiny diamonds. This ring was complicated and exquisite in design. In the middle of the ring was a dark green gem that looked like an eye. Just by looking at it from a distance, Klein felt his head swell and his body turn uncomfortable. It was just like back when he was taking his math examination. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger and then closed his eyes, as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald green gem on the ring bloomed with a resplendent golden color which was as bright as the sun. Eye of Wisdom quickly extended his right hand and let the gem touch the potion formula written by Klein. The rays of golden light became purer until they eventually turned into a holographic projection. Authentic and effective, Eye of Wisdom announced in a low voice. He immediately removed the ring from his finger, not daring to wear it for another second. His tone sounds just like a notary. That ring is the most prized item in Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection, sealed artifact 2081. It emulates the powers of a notary. Klein watched on thoughtfully, feeling a little covetous. After the notarization, the deal was quickly concluded, and Klein received a thick wad of cash, all in 10-pound notes. After counting the bills 3 times, he didn't fold and put them in his pocket. Instead, he held them in the palm of his hand and waited for an opportunity to spend them. He planned on observing for a moment to ensure that there was nothing he needed before speaking again to mention his desire to purchase things. At that moment, the apothecary looked around and said, "I brought a few bottles of sedatives." He really brought it. I've already forgotten all about it. In order to be different from his past self, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't around. After shouting a few times and seeing that there was no response, the apothecary muttered, "That guy didn't come this time. Maybe he's dead somewhere. Thank you for your blessings, but it's delightful that you failed to recognize me." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually asked for Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals again, but it was in vain as usual. Moments after he shut up, a woman whose face was completely shrouded by her hood said with 2 boxes at her feet, "I have 2 weapons with Beander effects. This must be the lady who sold the inscribed steel sword the last time, right? My spirituality instincts as a seer tells me that she has another 2 similar weapons. Backing her is some Beander armament organization, right? Well, maybe she has an artisan behind her, also known as Sequence 6 of the machinery specialist and Savon pathway." Klein looked over with anticipation. He had agreed to give the son a Beander weapon worth 500 to 700 pounds, which could effectively his combat ability. He didn't promise the specific type and characteristics, so long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. In any case, the son wasn't picky about it. Chapter 274, Beander Weapon. The woman with the hooded face looked around her and said, "The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's a replica of a particular mystical item. It can constantly create formless restraints, influencing your opponent bit by bit, slowing down his actions gradually. The longer you last in battle, the more effective it would be. It can still be used for 2 years. 450 pounds, or the potion formula for Barbarian. This whip sounds pretty good, and it feels like the spider silk ability of the Demoness of Pleasure. However, would it seem a little strange for little son to use a whip?" Klein asked in a hoarse voice, "Can this invisible binding effect affect spirit-type creatures? For example, wraiths?" The lady shook her head slowly. "No." Without waiting for any further questions, she continued introducing, "The second weapon is called the Axe of Hurricane. It can raise the user's agility and running speed. There's also a 15% chance of inflicting a numbing effect to the enemy and a 5% chance of producing a bolt of lightning. If used in a thunderstorm, the chance of the lightning bolt will be raised to 50%. This has all been verified through experimentation and concluded through copious amounts of data. This weapon's effects can last for no more than a year. 520 pounds are the potion formula to Barbarian. This is much stronger than the Whip of Slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that it only has the Beander effects for a year, it probably wouldn't be this price, right?" According to the description of Little Sun and the scene I vaguely saw, in the air above the city of Silver and the surrounding area, there are always flashes of lightning. The highest frequency is during daytime and the lowest frequency is during nighttime. This is very similar to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this Axe of Hurricane would be a truly mystical item in the hands of Little Sun. Each strike has a 50% chance of blasting out lightning. It would be absolutely formidable. Even if that doesn't work, looking at the most basic Beander effects of the Axe of Hurricane, it's still quite a good weapon, and it meets the needs of Little Sun. As for the problem that it can only be used for a year, it's not a big problem to solve. In 1 year, with Little Sun's digestion rate and City of Silver's Beander resources, as long as he has the potion formulas, he would at least be Sequence 6 by then. At that point in time, he'll definitely need to replace his weapon. As his mind whirled, Klein basically determined that he was buying the Axe of Hurricane. At that moment, the apothecary muttered, "Is an axe easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke, and I think it might be more appropriate to make a wrench. Say, can't you sell stuff like revolvers with Beander effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The woman emphasized the word, collect. "All right, friends who are willing to buy one of these weapons, please make a bid." Before Klein could even speak, he heard a male voice from the long sofa. "Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The woman waited a few seconds before asking again, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" £530. Klein added £10. The man immediately replied, £550. This, little son, if he raises it to more than £600, I won't be buying it. I'll get you a new whip. With a definite strategy in mind, Klein called out very calmly, £560. He tried to make it appear that no matter what offer was made, he could add on an additional £10, and the £600 he had just earned was just enough to put invisible pressure on the other party. Upon hearing the latest price, the man fell silent and shrugged. All right then, it's yours. Phew, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Is there anyone else who wants to bid for the axe of Hurricane? The woman asked again, but the room was silent. Sold. The lady didn't hesitate any longer and handed the box next to her right foot to the attendant. The attendant had the eye of wisdom appraise it before bringing it to Klein. Money was handed over in exchange for the item. Putting away the remaining 4 £10 notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be attached to one's back or tucked in one's belt. Its entire body was iron black in color, thick, and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, it was clear that the creator had used a large number of spiritual materials. There were also many symbols and magic runes on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into lightning and hurricane patterns. When Klein reached out to touch it, he felt a faint pricking pain. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. It can be exchanged for the true root and juice of a mist tree ant. My magician potion is only missing the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. I've made a good deal of money in my past few commissions, and together with my original savings and what I just have left, I have £209 5 solis and 5 pennies on me. The Beander ingredients corresponding to sequence 7 are valued at £500 to £700. Hey, I still had to sell formulas or knowledge. Yes, I'll take the time to check on Leopard this week and confirm the progress of his bicycle. Klein stopped bidding and quietly watched from the sidelines. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480, and a Beander ingredient called Heart of Featherman wasn't sold because its price reached £1,600 and nobody wanted it. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Beander ingredient would be classified in the category of sequence 6. In the following transactions, more failed than succeeded. After all, most of the Beyonders who came to the gathering had a specific purpose, and they wouldn't casually waste money and resources. They weren't like Klein, who bought any weapon as long as the Beander effects were good enough. I want to sell a formula potion. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector. £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said with a deep voice, Corpse Collector. I remember that this potion formula can only be found in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Church of the God of Combat, and the Numinous Episcopate. Has an undercover Nighthawk sneaked in, or is he a member of the Numinous Episcopate who's trying to revive death? Of course, it isn't that strange for low sequence formulas to be found in the wild. This isn't a huge secret. I remember old Neil mentioning that the formula for Corpse Collector involved a desiccated black spotted frog. Klein controlled himself and didn't smile. He thoughtfully looked ahead and discovered that the potion formula of Corpse Collector was quickly sold. The potion formula for sequence 9 is very easy to sell. Before, there was just a single sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula that failed to close several times, while my light suppliant formula matched with sequence 9 Bard was sold relatively easily. Yes, most Beyonders would collect sequence 9 formulas if they have the money to spare. They can give their own children and students more opportunities to choose from, allowing them to walk a path that they preferred. Under this premise, if a sequence 8 formula doesn't have the foundation sequence 9, they would have to wait for Beyonders who are attempting to advance, and there might not even be one in 1 to 2 years. After all, the circle of Beyonders is very scattered, and most people don't know about the acting method. Yes, they also don't know the law of Beander characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein silently thought and didn't speak. After another 15 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked probingly, who has the complete spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther? Silence. No one spoke in the living room. Klein thought for a moment, then added, I will provide payment that no Beander would refuse. For example, the law of Beander characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I wouldn't impart the acting method to anyone else. I've already died once. I wonder if that oath is invalid. Klein forcefully retracted his scattered thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. Okay, next. He deliberately made a shrug that he wouldn't normally do. The apothecary cleared his throat and said, I've brought quite a few of my own medicine. Take a look at what you want. It's not expensive at all. It's just a few pounds or even a few solely. When the lady selling Beyonder weapons heard this, she asked curiously, I want to know if the dangerous beast in the sewers has been eliminated. The apothecary snorted immediately. You asked the right person. After saying that, he spread out his hands. I don't know either. After I got someone to make a police report, I haven't been to the sewers ever since. Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must have been hard for you to grow up so healthily. From the looks of it, it was very wise of you to choose the apothecary job. Klein couldn't help but lampoon in Chinese. The woman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled without saying a word. When all the strange medicine the apothecary had brought were sold, Eye of Wisdom announced that the gathering was over. He delegated Klein to be fifth to leave, through a secret passage in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. With some relief, Klein took off his hooded robe and tossed it to the attendant. Then, he walked out of the passage and skillfully circled around it. After confirming that no one was following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight to East Borough. There were no gas lamps on Black Palm Street in East Borough, and after dark, it was like an abyss. In a particular apartment here, Klein sealed the room with a wall of spirituality, then he summoned himself and carried the axe of Hurricane above the gray fog. If it had been a little heavier, I wouldn't have been able to carry it with me even if I had Mr. Azek's copper whistle to reinforce my spirit. Then, I would have to switch to a sacrificial ritual, Klein mumbled, sending his thoughts to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. The world has sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare the bestowment ritual. Upon seeing the gray fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and rushed to prepare. Before holding the bestowment ceremony, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease his anticipation. Would it be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a rapier? Derek stopped without realizing, unable to stop himself from thinking, and subconsciously pictured himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, during the ritual, he saw the Beyonder weapon that belonged to him. It was an axe. Chapter 275, Pound Family. Dear Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that I'll try to gather the mist treant's true root and juice as soon as possible. After receiving the son's reply, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself, from the looks of it, he's rather satisfied with the weapon. Even without the additional effects from the environment, the axe of Hurricane is still quite a formidable weapon. He had passed the information regarding the Beyonder weapon's characteristics and limitations to the son. He didn't describe it directly in order to avoid sounding naggy. He needed to maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively pub. Zio Derecha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed in. To her, what was bad about this place wasn't just because it smelled of alcohol and sweat, but that she would easily encounter people much taller than she was. She had to face their armpits and the strong odor was nauseating. Using a great deal of effort and even using the powers of an arbiter, Zio finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the man she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. He had a face as long and thin as a horse. His eyebrows were messy and ferocious, but his facial features were relatively soft. He was gulping down alcohol and laughing loudly with the patrons around him. Williams, I have something to talk to you about. Zio banged on the wooden counter. This boorish action immediately attracted many angry gazes. However, they quickly retreated under the stern gaze of an arbiter. Oh, Zio, I haven't seen you in days. Let me see, it's been a week. No, at least 3 weeks. Care for a drink? Half and half, Williams said, half drunk and half surprised. Half and half was one of the most popular alcoholic beverages in East Borough, made from malt beer and fortified grape wine, and because it has precisely made up of 2 constituents of equal proportion, it was known as half and half. Are you really going to let me drink? Zio pricked up her brows. No, he doesn't. The boss, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered on Williams's behalf. He clearly remembered how deadly the girl would become when she got drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the guests to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. The corner of Williams's mouth twitched as he spread out his hands and said, Go on, why are you looking for me? He was one of East Borough's informants and was connected to several gangs. Zio frowned and said, Williams, can't you quit drinking? Save your money, marry a nice girl, and come home every day to hot water, food, and warm greetings. You can share all the things you've seen in the day with her, and she can tell you about the trivial things that happened in your house, and there will be cute kids who will kiss you on the cheek and play around you. Isn't such warmth nice? She was able to gain a quick foothold in Backland's East Borough, all thanks to Williams's help, so she had always wanted him to be better off. Warmth. Williams scoffed. It's built on the money I bring back, and I've seen through the farce. If I could bring home 20 soldi a week, I'm sure my family would be warm and just as you described it to be, but if not, Lord, the screams and insults from the woman, the cries and shrieks of children, would drive me crazy. My mom is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, he'll beat me up and make a ruckus, so if that's the case, I might as well use the soldi and the pence on me to trade for drinks. No one cares how much I earn here, everyone drinks and chats, and the mood is really good. If I want women, there are cute street girls outside. They wouldn't quarrel with you. Zio smirked and said, you really are an incorrigible believer of the Lord of Storms. One day, you'll die from alcoholism or some strange disease. At least I've enjoyed life, Williams replied without minding what she said. I haven't worked in almost 3 days, so I'm not going to give you a discount. Zio stopped persuading him. She stroked her short, disheveled blonde hair and handed him the portrait of Lenevis that Audrey had given her. Help me keep an eye out for this man. Find him as soon as possible. Here are different portraits of him. Williams spread out the piece of paper in his stupor and glanced at it before T.S. King. He looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people who die at any moment. Some leave, some come, and others become vagrants. It'll be difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Notify me immediately if you find anyone who looks like him. Zio took out a 5 soldi bill and handed it to him. Here's some beer money. If you can find the person in the portrait, I'll, give you another £10. £10. Williams whistled. Zio, when did you become so generous? Or is this person worth more? That's how much his reward is worth. £10 for providing clues. Zio pretended to look around the pub and answered, don't forget about this matter, I'll come back in a few days' time. She had already run through nearly half of East Borough and issued the mission to the gang leaders and informants she knew, and she had paid several pounds in advance. As long one of them succeeds, I'll earn it all back. All those profits. Zio silently cheered herself on and walked out of the pub with her nose and mouth covered. At that moment, the scene gradually turned chaotic due to some conflict between a few drunkards. Zio glanced over in exasperation, then raised her voice and shouted, stop. A sense of dominance reverberated within the pub, and it was as though the drunkards had met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down. Some of them even hugged their heads and squatted on the ground. Phew, I wonder when I'll advance to sheriff. Zio sighed, feeling a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. On Thursday morning, Klein took the long trip to St. George Borough, which was like another city altogether, to show some concern for his first investment. With his last tip in the revelation from Russell's manuscript, Leopard was progressing very quickly on the bicycle project and had already built a crude prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of bicycles. After a trial ride, Klein offered a few suggestions for improvements, saying he would disperse the second investment payment next week, and expressed his hope of bringing in new investors as soon as possible, so that the project could enter an industrial phase. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term, bicycle, and intended to adopt the more popular term, bike. Klein didn't care. At noon, he returned to 15 Minsk Street, but before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justice. She has collected the information on the abject nobles so quickly. Still in thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment he heard the doorbell, and when he opened the door, he saw Julienne, the maid from the Sammers next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a Sunday luncheon. There will be a lot of neighbors attending, the maid said as if she was reciting something. After his return last night, Klein had handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her, but he hadn't received any indication of a luncheon. That's right, according to the magazines, the middle class wouldn't invite anyone to an event in person, but instead, they formally sent their servants or maids to send the invitation. This is in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first before he immediately came to a realization, so he promised to punctually attend on Sunday. Who wouldn't want to have a free lunch? In Mr. and Mrs. Samur aren't very difficult people to get along with, as long as you don't mind their showing off, Klein secretly added in his heart. He watched as Julian left. He closed the door behind him and walked toward the stairs, his eyes scanning the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've cleaned up. I'm a bachelor, so it's not bad that I'm able to maintain a level of tidiness such as this. I have too many secrets, and I might even suffer an attack. It's not too good to just hire an in-house maidservant for chores. Yes, I should discuss this with Mrs. Samur on Sunday and ask her to send her maid to clean up twice a week, and I'll pay for it. Many tenants and landlords have had similar agreements, Klein calmly walked into the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering the fog, he found that the prayer had indeed come from Miss Justice. This girl of blue blood sat on a piano stool, her hands on the keys. She wasn't playing the piano. Instead, she was whispering the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered the information regarding the abject nobles. I'm requesting permission to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in passing it to Mr. World. That's quick, as expected of a professional, Klein immediately responded. Audrey, who had just returned from the Royal Coat of Arms office and experts in this field, completed the sacrificial ritual with a little unfamiliarity as she threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to the world. Klein's tone was indifferent as he cut off the connection. This time, he was in no hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the part pertaining to the Pound family. The Pound family had indeed obtained the title of Viscount from the Battle of the Violated Oath. After that, they were loyal to the royal family, and they had quite a bit of power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, two of the family's heirs died from serious illnesses, one after another. At that time, the old Viscount had no choice but to bring the child of a distant relative home. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was still young, under the enticement and instigation of the servants, he changed the butler and turned foppish. In just 8 years he had lost most of his fortune and was reduced to a baron. Even the family's house in Backland was sold. In the years that followed, his title was reduced once again to that of a baronet. Died of serious illnesses. Their corpses are probably nowhere to be found. They should all be in that innermost room in the underground structure, outside that bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed the matter, preventing the royal family, military or churches to investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family must have discovered the underground structure from the fourth epoch about 30 years ago. Perhaps, the underground secret door was built by them, but there are more than 2 corpses in that room. There were others who had entered in ancient times to probe the area. Well, I'll have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't reveal my identity. Klein stopped thinking and looked at the last paragraph. He saw what he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently living at 29 Civilas Street, Empress Borough. Chapter 276. Rafter Pound. Civilas Prefecture was located west of the Loan Kingdom, across the Hornassus mountain range from the Intis Republic. And in Backland, there was a street named after it, on the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the capital's police department was located. Many people chose to settle down here for the peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. The baronet stood by the closed window in his warm activity room at Unit 29, in his cotton-quilted pajamas, staring diagonally across the street at Civilas Yard. He was in his early 40s, but the sides of his hair had turned white. He had puffy eyes and clear wrinkles on his face. His body constantly emitted the smell of alcohol. On the floor behind Rafter lay some torn lingerie, and opposite it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised his glass and gulped the rest of the liquid in it. Then, he walked slowly to the door and returned to his bedroom to get some sleep. As there was no pipe to transfer the heat from the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling chill of late autumn as soon as he left the activity room. Damn it, Rafter Pound, cursed under his breath as he staggered to the bedroom door and twisted the handle. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow shining in. Rafter was about to close the door behind him and collapse into bed when his eyes suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtain. The figure wore a pair of grayish-blue pants and a cap. The entire person was completely hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baronet Pound's gaze, the man slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was painted red, yellow, and white, looking like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and run when he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard 2 deep and hoarse sentences. I advise you not to do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't harm you, and I won't take away your belongings, if you still have any left. Rafter Pound's expression changed a few times, and he very obediently closed the bedroom door. Then, he half raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want from me? He hiccuped in his drunken stupor, and his body trembled slightly as he reminded, Civilas Yard is just across the street. I know, but I think I'm closer to you than you are to Civilas Yard. Disguised as a clown, Klein had changed his voice and tone as he warned, and my purpose is just to ask you a few questions. Before he came to Civilas Street, he had divined if there would be any danger in making this trip in the mysterious space above the gray fog and had obtained an answer that it was very safe. Questions. Rafter's lips trembled as laughed bitterly. Here we go again, am I never going to escape this nightmare? Have there been many people coming to you with questions? Klein continued the topic. No, not only questions. After my uncle, the Honorable Old Viscount, passed away, too many things have happened to me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason and has vanished. Those servants and maids would change one after the other without warning, becoming unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something, yes, they were looking for something, I wasn't even 10 back then. All I could do was watch, and I didn't dare tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again. Rafter replied as though he was on the brink of collapse. Looking for something. Were they searching for the underground structure, or the treasures of the Pound family, such as the Beander characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? The royal family and the churches must have realized this, as the higher-ups must know about the law of Beander characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family was in ruins, these things should have been taken back, right? Unless the old Viscount paid a huge price and bought some other rare Beander characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence to conceal the matter of the underground structure. After Klein finished listening quietly, he generated many guesses. He seemed relaxed, but in reality, he could attack at any time. How long has this been going on for? I don't know. There are faces around me that I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't also in cahoots? Heh, I pretended not to notice anything. After trembling for a few years, I was enticed by them to do drinking, sex, gambling, smoking marijuana, and all sorts of things that make me look like a piece of trash. Rafter Pound gave a somewhat crazy laugh. They're finally relieved and are no longer watching me. When I sold that house, whoosh, all of them left, with no idea where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police. Right, they aren't letting me call the police. This fellow has some mental illness. I have no idea if what he said is true or false. In his aura, the change in his mood colors adhere to logic, but what if he just feels that he had let down the old Viscount and fantasized a whole sequence of events like this to find an excuse for his degeneration? Later, he would keep telling himself that until he's utterly convinced. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little of everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, "What did these people ask you?" They asked me how the 2 children of the old Viscount died. They asked me what abnormal behavior the old Viscount had over the years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time, so I don't know anything. Rafter waved his arms and growled under his breath. Calm down, please calm down. Klein lowered his left hand and attempted to confirm if Baronet Pound knew of the underground structure via multiple angles. Time flew by as the question and answer session ensued. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't seem to know anything. I'm very sorry to bother you, but it's time for me to leave." He stood up, bowed slightly, and appeared very well-mannered. And almost at the same time, the excitement and appearance of having a breakdown on Rafter Pound's face vanished. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as though he was examining something. When he saw the intruder about to stand up straight, he immediately reverted back to his previous performance: grief, anger, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Klein injected spirituality into a slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst crisp crackling sounds, a strong sense of serenity spread out, enveloping the baronet, causing him to shut his eyes involuntarily and fall weakly onto the bed. I'm sorry, the questions from before are for the comparison of what shall ensue. Next, it's the process of entering your dream and spirit channeling. Klein patted Rafter's pajamas, and with his hand on his chest, he made another bow. Then, he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. In the gray, fragmentary, constantly coruscating world, Klein soberly walked beside Rafter, watching him see the blank faces of the servants and maids who had no facial features as they gave off abnormal and frightening vibes. He saw Rafter turning his head only to always to see an old face silently gazing at him, watching him curl up in the corner, shivering, and him being enveloped by a shadow, little by little. This matches what he had described earlier. Klein tried to guide the dream to make sense of the situation, but it was as though Baronet Pound had a very serious psychological trauma over these matters. Any tiny bit of stimulation would cause him to scream and run like a madman in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to get any more information. Thus, he withdrew from the dream and cast another slumber charm on Rafter Pound before taking out a mantha extract and other materials, in preparation to channel his spirit in a mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the illusory image of Rafter, an illusory image based on the body of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say to you before he died?" Klein hesitated for a moment before asking. Rafter Pound muddle-headedly replied, "He wants me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein asked again in a tone of deliberate affirmation. "He wanted me to remember the glory of the ancestors," Rafter answered blankly. Klein nodded and asked, "What were those people looking for?" "I don't know." Rafter gave the same answer. Klein continued asking and compared it with the answers Pound had said before, finally coming to the conclusion that Baronet Pound had not lied, and what he had just said was true. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He passed through the storm of thoughts and allowed his extended spirituality to return to his body. Next, Klein methodically tidied up the scene and tossed Azek's copper whistle a few times, using its nature to interfere with any possible divination investigations. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet." After doing all of this, Klein bowed once again. Then he turned, opened the window, jumped into the street, and disappeared into the night. After a while, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around those light blue eyes, there was a circle of ruptured capillaries. He flipped himself up suddenly and stared at the open oriel window. After making a long detour to East Borough, Klein washed his disguise and changed into normal clothes. As if nothing had happened, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what he should do with the underground structure. Instead, he once again entered the fog. At the very end of the ancient long table, Klein slowly opened his palm, revealing several strands of brown hair. They were Rafter Pound's hair he had gathered when Rafter was sleeping. "There's still the final step," confirming with divination above the gray fog. Klein silently muttered to himself, then he conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down the content that he had already thought about beforehand. Rafter Pound's future. "I want to see what will happen to you in the future so as to confirm the past." Klein leaned back in his chair and began to recite the divination statement. As the ancient structure involved the 6 orthodox gods, he was afraid that there would be problems if he divined something directly, so he changed his way of thinking and helped Rafter Pound ask about the future. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.